Arc 7 Buzz 7.1. Brian was quicker than a guy his height should have been. He stepped back out of the way of my jab, then turned his body in what I was learning was going to be a kick. Thing was, I didn't know where that kick would be directed, and he generally didn't hold back with his kicks the way he did with his jabs. Knowing this, keeping to his instructions on being unpredictable, I threw myself forward and awkwardly tackled him. His thigh caught me in the side as he brought his leg around, which hurt, but not as badly as the kick would have. Even so, I succeeded in knocking him to the ground. Any sense of victory I might have felt was short-lived, because I fell with him, and he was more prepared for what came next than I was. We hit the ground. He used the leverage of his hands and his still raised thigh to heave me to his right. Before I had my bearings, he flipped himself over in my direction and straddled me. I jabbed a hand for his side, but he caught my wrist and twisted my arm around until my elbow was pointing at my belly button. I grabbed at his shirt with my other hand, hoping to maybe buck him off me, fat chance, and he grabbed that wrist too. He adjusted his grip on my twisted right arm and pinned my arms down against the ground, stretched out over my head. It's a start, he smiled down at me. Realizing the position he had me in, feeling the pressure of his thighs against my hips, his weight resting partially on my lower body, I must have blown a synapse. My thought process ground to a halt. It didn't help that the first place my mind went was interpreting his start as being this position leading to something else. We keep this up, and you could be quite the scrapper, he elaborated. When we were on the ground, here, and I pushed you to one side, you should have rolled with it. Get yourself some distance. If you were really quick about it, you could have even been on your feet before I was, which would be a good position for attack. Was the most coherent response I could manage. You going to let her up, or are you enjoying this too much? Lisa asked him, from where she sat on the couch. She had her arms folded over the back of it, her chin on the cushion. Her hands were folded in front of her mouth, hiding what I suspected was an amused smile. Brian smiled as he stood. Sorry, Taylor. You want to go around, Lisa? Not dressed for it, it's too early in the day, and I wouldn't deny Taylor her fun, she spoke, without raising her head. When I gave her an irritated look, she winked at me. Brian and I stood and faced each other, then both of us hesitated, me staying just out of his reach. I'm surprised you're up for this, you too, Lisa commented. Aren't your legs sore from the jumping around last night? You especially, Taylor. You went on a run this morning, and now you're sparring. If my knees could talk, they'd be screaming in agony, I answered her. I raised my hand as Brian moved to attack while I was distracted, and he backed off again. But staying active keeps my mind off stuff. Everything okay? Brian asked me. I shrugged, glanced at Lisa. Taylor went home, Lisa explained, got in an argument with her dad, came back here. Might be staying a while, yet. Yet, I echoed her. Sorry, Brian sympathized. Me too, I spoke. I stepped in closer, trying to provoke him to move, but he didn't fall for it. I love my dad. I never really had that phase others did, where I felt embarrassed to be around him, where we didn't understand each other. I thought we were closer than that, until last night. Are things going to be okay? Don't really know, I replied. Changing the subject, I admitted, okay, I'm stuck. I'm standing here, facing you, and I don't know what I can do that isn't going to wind up with me getting hit or thrown to the ground. I move forward, there's a million things you could do to kick my ass. What would you do, in my shoes? Honestly? He relaxed a bit, good question. I guess I'd go for the nearest thing I could use as a weapon. Besides that, there's nothing I could grab that would work for sparring without really hurting you. I guess I'd do what you're doing, wait for the other guy to make a move. Okay. So move. He did. He stepped closer, feinted high with a kick, then ducked low to try and kick my feet out from under me. I could handle that much. I hopped a little to avoid his foot as it moved beneath me. Still, he was one step ahead of me, getting his footing with the extended leg and shoulder checking me onto my ass. I took his advice from earlier, going with it, scrambling backward to create some distance, but he had the advantage of having both feet on the ground. He half turned and followed after me, bringing his knee forward, stopping a few inches shy of my face. You're learning, he said. Very slowly. You're learning, he stressed, you listen to what I say, you keep it in mind, and I almost never have to remind you of something twice. He offered me his hand, and as I reached up to take it, he gripped my upper arm. I gripped his, and he hauled me back up to my feet. I come bearing coffee and breakfast, Alec pronounced, that a certain team leader was too lazy to fetch. Aw fuck off, Alec, Brian replied, without any venom in his voice. He let go of my arm to grab a coffee. I grab you something 9 days out of 10, on my way here. That's your tax for the inconvenience of you living off-site, Alec replied, moving toward the couch and handing Lisa and me our coffees. Lisa took the paper bag and fished out some muffins, handing me one. I sat on the couch next to her. So, Brian addressed us, as we all walked to the couches. I think it's important to get a few things out of the way, now that we know who we're employed by, why, and our possibilities for the future. Bitch settled on the other couch with her dogs hopping up around her as she pulled her feet up beside her. That left Brian to sit in the empty space between Alec and me. I felt painfully conscious of where his calf and arm were touching my leg and shoulder. I'd been running and sparring, I was probably sweaty. Did I smell? Would that gross him out? I couldn't help but feel self-conscious, but I would have stood out more if I did something about it. I tried to focus on the discussion instead. First off, I don't think we should do a majority vote for this thing Coyle proposed. As far as I'm concerned, this is too important, too game-changing, for us to go ahead with it if anyone's going to be unhappy or upset. We come to a consensus or we don't do it. I wasn't the only one to nod in silent agreement. Second, Alec, I gotta ask about what Coyle said. Past identity, your dad. Is this something that's going to come back and bite us in the ass? Alec sighed and leaned back against the arm of the couch with a roll of his eyes. No chance we can ignore that. I dunno, can we? My dad runs his own group in Montreal. I was working for him before anything else. Who is he? Brian pressed. Nikos Vasil. Heartbreaker. My eyebrows went up at that. Lisa whistled. After Coyle let that detail slip, I made a mental list of possibilities. Had it narrowed down to 4. Heartbreaker was one, the pieces fit, but it was so hard to believe. He's big, Brian said. No, Alec shook his head, he's scary. He's newsworthy. But he's not all that. Heartbreaker was what you got when someone had a power like Gallant, the ability to manipulate emotions, and absolutely no compunctions about using it selfishly. Unlike Gallant, Heartbreaker didn't need to shoot you with any blasts of energy to affect you. He just needed to be near you, and the effects were long-term or permanent. Despite Alec's attempts at downplaying who and what his dad was, it was hard to ignore the fact that I'd grown up hearing what this guy had done on the evening news, that I'd come across mentions of it online since I started browsing the web for cape stuff as a kid. Heartbreaker found beautiful women, made them love him, really love him, and formed a cult-like group with them serving him hand and foot, committing crimes for his favor. They worshipped him to the extent they were willing to die for him. Drawn to their natural conclusion, his methods meant he had lots of kids. Alec included. Damn, I muttered. I asked Alec, you grew up with that guy. He shrugged, it was normal to me. I mean, what was it like? I can't even wrap my head around it. Were the women nice to you? How does that even function? My dad's victims had eyes only for him, Alec said, so no, they weren't nice to me or my brothers and sisters. Details, Lisa said, come on. Talk. I'm not a talkative person. Talk or I kick your ass, she threatened. Seconded, I added. He scowled briefly, then crossed one foot over the other on the coffee table, settling deeper into the couch with his coffee resting on his belt buckle. We had everything we could ask for, as far as money and stuff went. Dad's victims took care of the chores, so the only thing us kids would have to do was take care of the babies sometimes. Didn't have to go to school, but some of my brothers and sisters did just to stay out of my dad's way. Why? I asked, or is that a dumb question? It's hard to explain. He cultivated us, bred for us, went miles out of his way to get us back if a member of his family was taken from him. Mounted a freaking crusade if it came down to it. But when we were around, he paid almost no attention to us kids. When he did pay attention, it was to discipline us or test us. Discipline usually meant getting a dose of paralyzing terror for not listening to him, insulting him, or even looking him in the eye, sometimes. Testing happened on our birthdays or if he'd had a bad day, he'd try to set up a trigger event. Not supposed to be so hard, given that we were second-generation capes, obviously, but he started when we were 8 or so. How old were you? When your powers showed? I asked, quiet, feeling intense pity not only for Heartbreaker's victims, but for the kids in that situation. Whatever my feelings, Alec managed to look bored with the topic. Hard to tell. Since I didn't go to school, and nobody really kept records, I lost track of the years. 10 or 11, maybe. I was his 4th kid to show powers, and there were 18 or so of us when I left. Most of them were babies, though. Which made him, not Gru, the one of us with the most experience and seniority. Alec shrugged, so yeah. I worked for him for 3 or 4 years. We did jobs, I learned the family trade. Called myself hijack at first. He started to get on my case. I think maybe he was having trouble affecting me the same way he did before my powers kicked in, so he compensated for that by riding me. Pushed my limits, made me do stuff that was dangerous, stuff that was hard on my conscience. Wanted me to break, beg him to stop, so he'd have leverage to get me to do what he wanted. And he ordered me to kill this foot soldier for a group trying to push us out of their territory. After I was done, he told me I did it wrong, that I had to do it again with a captive we'd taken, and I knew no matter what I did, he'd make me keep doing it. Just another way of pushing my limits. I had convinced myself I didn't care about the people I was hurting or about this guy I'd just killed, and maybe I didn't. Maybe I don't, still. Dunno. But it was so pointless. He shrugged, I didn't see a real reason to stay. Walked away. Changed my name, got fresh ID, changed my villain name too. He'd killed someone on his father's orders, which made him the second killer in the group. Arms Master must have dug up that detail and drawn the right conclusions after connecting Alec to his prior alter ego. When did this happen, this killing? I asked, quiet, how old were you when you killed that guy? I'd been gone for about 2 years before the boss got in touch with me, which was about this time last year, so 3 years ago. I would have been 12 or 13. Was that forgivable? He'd been made to do it, he'd been in fucked up circumstances with no real moral compass to go by, still a kid. The way he described it, though, it didn't sit well with me. Cold-blooded murder. You said he goes after his kids if they leave, Brian spoke, will that happen here? If he realizes you're one of his. Dunno. Maybe. I'd bet he'd send one of my brothers or sisters to talk to me, ask me to come back before he did anything else. If that happened, I'd probably leave before he came in person. Or we could back you up, Brian pointed out. Or that, Alec agreed, apparently oblivious to the show of camaraderie. Anything else? Any more questions for yours truly? Dozens more, I said, but I think we need to get to the other big topic of the day. Yeah, Brian agreed. I'm less than thrilled you didn't mention this. I have my concerns about the possibility that a guy like him might come after you, after us, but there's nothing we can do about it for the time being. Let's focus on more pressing matters. Lisa pulled her feet up beside her on the couch. Thoughts on the deal? Before we vote. Makes sense to me, Alec replied. It's something I figured I'd end up doing eventually, controlling a territory, being boss of an area, letting the green roll in without any major effort. Could be a lot of effort, I spoke, depending on how secret he manages to keep this, and how successful he is. If this goes bad, it means us against however many capes the Protectorate decides to throw at us. We could wind up with the teams from Boston and New York coming to deal with the problem, if word gets out about what we're doing. Call me an optimist, Alex said. I don't think it'll be that bad. Taylor just reminded me of what I said about the bank robbery, and what wound up happening. This from Brian. We've been successful because we, by and large, pick our battles, go on the offensive, and catch our enemies off guard. In situations where we haven't done that, and I'm thinking specifically about our fight with the Kuda, we really struggled. That's when we came closest to getting killed. Consider that we'll be the ones on the defensive, if we're holding this territory and taking on all comers. We can work around that, Lisa replied. Plans, information gathering, preemptive attacks. I've got the inside info, and there's nothing stopping Taylor from using her bugs to keep an eye on the neighborhood. Besides, Coyle didn't say we couldn't hire other para-humans, just that anyone who wanted to work in Brockton Bay had to bend the knee to him. So we could theoretically recruit other para-humans, if we needed to, bulk our forces. My problem, I chose my words carefully, is it sounds too good to be true. What if it doesn't work out? What if we wind up miserable, or if he screws us, or if he isn't as good as he thinks he'll be? Do we walk away? Will we be able to? I got away from my dad, Alex said. Would it be so hard to get away from Coyle? I didn't have a good answer to that. I guess we don't know enough about him or the resources he's got at his disposal to say. I do have my reservations, Brian spoke, but I get the impression Coyle's going ahead with this regardless of whether we're in or not. I'd rather be in on this than sitting on the sidelines, watching it happen. Yeah, I agreed. I think that right now, what we stand to gain by saying yes, and being right, far outweighs what we stand to lose. So, who's for the deal, then? Lisa asked us. I raised my hand. Alec, Brian, and Lisa joined me in raising theirs. That left the one person who hadn't participated in the conversation over Coyle's deal as the sole nay vote. Bitch seemed unconcerned as she rubbed Brutus' shoulder. What's up? Brian asked her. I don't like it. Don't trust him. She didn't raise her eyes from Brutus. I leaned forward, not saying you are wrong in not trusting him, but why? Angelica, the one-eyed, one-eared terrier, nuzzled her, and Bitch scratched her behind the ear. Bitch explained, he talks too much. Only reason people talk like he does is if they're covering something up. I don't think he's covering anything up, Lisa said. My power would probably clue me in if he was hiding something. I'm going with my gut, and my gut says no. Besides, things are fine the way they are. But they could be better, Alex said. Your opinion, not mine. We done here? You said we wouldn't accept the deal unless everyone was cool with it, and I'm not. Brian frowned. Wait. I assumed we'd discuss this, hear each other out. Nothing to discuss. Bitch stood up and whistled twice. Her dogs hopped down from the couch to follow her. I'm going to work. Come on, Brian said. Don't. Lisa stopped him. Let's wait, then. He said we had a week. We can afford to wait a day or two. Bitch, go do your thing, get it out of the way. But maybe try to be more open to negotiation and discussion when it comes up again. Bitch's eyebrows knit together in a glare, not directed at anyone in particular. She turned her attention to collecting the things she needed: plastic bags, a few energy bars, leashes, and a backpack with a bright blue plastic stick jutting out of a gap in the zipper. Hey, I spoke up, can I come with? I'd told myself I wanted to connect with these guys, and that wasn't going to happen if I just sat back and participated only when invited. I had to put myself out there. Given what I was giving up to be here, I figured I owed it to myself. Bitch, though, was less than impressed. The look she gave me could have sent a small animal fleeing for its life. Fuck you, she spat the words. Hey. What? I was stunned. You want to come and bug me to change my mind? Well, fuck you. You're not coming into my space, getting in my business, to make me do or say anything I don't want to do. I started to raise my hands, in a placating gesture, but I stopped myself. Bitch had a different standard for handling social situations. She didn't understand stuff like tone, stress, sarcasm, and precedent had led her to assume sarcasm and aggression from any statement. And it wasn't just statements. I had a suspicion that the gesture of raising my hands could be seen as aggressive, or something like an animal trying to make itself look bigger, intimidating. I had to communicate with her in a way that left the least room for misinterpretation. You're going to take care of the rescued dogs, right? That's what you do when you go out? Your work. None of your business. Coyle said you're overloaded. I'm offering an extra set of hands, so you can give the dogs more of the attention they need. Bullshit. Enough, Brian started to rise, you need to calm down. I put my hand on his shoulder and pushed him down. I'm fine. Rachel, I'm going to make you a deal. Her eyes narrowed. I thought my last deal was pretty fair, so hear me out. Fine. Let me come along. I'll help out where I can, we'll maybe talk, but we won't talk about Coyle, unless you bring it up. In exchange, if I do bring it up, or if I try to manipulate you one way or the other, you get a free shot at me. A free shot. One punch, however you want it, wherever you want to stick it. I know Brian said something about there being no repeats of the day we met, no fighting inside the group or whatever, but this would be a freebie. Totally allowed. I glanced at Brian, who only gave me a concerned look and a small, tight shake of the head. Nah, bitch answered, you'll just piss me off some other way. Impulsively, I told her, then how about this? If we finish, we get back here, and it turns out I've ruined your day, you get that free shot. She stared at me for a moment. So I just got to put up with you for a few hours, and then I get to knock your teeth out. No, Brian said, raising his voice. Yes, I told her, giving Brian a pointed look. If I mention the meeting before you do, or if I piss you off. She looked me over, whatever. If you're that eager to get hit, it's your funeral. She took off the backpack and threw it at me. I caught it with both arms. Heavier than it looked. As I hurried her way to get my running shoes on, Alec hissed at me, you're crazy. Maybe. Probably. But I couldn't think of a better way to reach out to bitch. I hoped this wasn't something I was going to regret. Bus 7.2. Bitch led the way as we traced a winding path through the docks. Her dogs trotted at her side, occasionally stopping to sniff, but never rushing ahead or lagging so far behind that they pulled on the leash. Glancing at her, I could see how she was more at ease, like this. When she was walking with the dogs at her side, I could see that the lines of her face were softer, there was less tension in her body. She wasn't quite so guarded. I'd sort of assumed that her days of being homeless and fending for herself were the bad days, to her. That it was a step up, being with us. I was beginning to reconsider whether that was entirely true, seeing her stride down the streets and alleys with her dogs beside her. Here, she didn't have to worry about dealing with people and the social maneuverings she could no longer grasp. This was what she was used to. She glanced my way, and a shadow of irritation touched her expression. I was intruding on her domain, spoiling that. If I slipped up and pissed her off, I'd be lucky to get hit just once. I knew we were close to our destination when I heard the barking. Angelica yapped back in reply, cranked herself up to excited frenzy mode and rushed forward, pulling on the leash. Bitch stopped her, directed her to lie down with a motion of her finger, and we waited. When Angelica relaxed and put her chin on the ground, we moved forward again. We didn't get 3 steps before Angelica pulled again, provoking the repetition of orders and another minute-long wait. The third time it happened, bitch gave me a dark look. As though it were my fault, or more probable, she might have been anticipating impatience on my part. I didn't really mind, though. It wasn't like I had anywhere to be, and it was interesting to see her process. How long have you had her? 5 months. That's pretty amazing, I conceded. I mean, she was abused before you got her, right? So even with having to get her past that, and she's already better trained than any dog I've seen that isn't yours. Walk on, she instructed Angelica. When Angelica didn't pull, bitch handed out treats to Brutus, then Judas, then Angelica in turn, without breaking stride. Dogs learn from their pack. She learns some from imitating Brutus and Judas. I nodded. Most dog owners are retards anyways. I can believe that. We approached the building that all the barking was coming from. The rusted skeleton of a small crane stood atop a partially constructed building. Bitch opened the door and waited until I was inside before closing it and latching it shut. I could hear scratching at the door just past the first room. When the second door leading further into the building was opened, a tide of dogs nearly bowled us over. I couldn't count them, but there were more than 10, less than 20. All sorts of breeds, different sizes and shapes. As bitch moved forward as though the dogs weren't there, I struggled to even stand. I leaned against the front door for balance, and all I could think about was that moment bitch had set her dogs on me, back when we first met. I couldn't afford to appear weak in front of bitch, so I avoided asking for help. Cement was laid out over nearly half of the building interior, as the floor or foundation, but the work had been interrupted and abandoned partway through. There were areas where crushed stone had been laid out in preparation for the cement pour, and a combination of wind and rain had mixed regular dirt into the crushed stone a long time ago. Any spot inside the building that wasn't covered in concrete was marked by patches of grass and a few scraggy weeds. 3 walls of the ground floor were erect, plywood and drywall bolted to wood frames, with cement blocks piled against most of the exterior walls. Enough had been done at the front of the building for the construction workers to have started laying out a second floor, providing an overhang between the ground floor and the sky to keep things more or less dry. Things were too much of a mess for me to tell if the far exterior wall had been left incomplete or if had fallen down. It stood open to the environment, letting rays of dusty sunlight inside. Bitch headed to a wood pallet stacked with bags of dog food, which rested atop a pallet of bricks. She drew a knife across the top of 2 bags and let them empty into a trough sitting below. I was grateful when most of the dogs around me rushed off to get their food. The reprieve didn't last long. Several of the dogs began fighting in front of the trough. A black lab, snarling with his expression pulled into something grotesque, chased a smaller dog directly toward me. The little dog collided with my legs, and with the lab hot on her heels, it started fighting tooth and nail in its own defense. A bigger dog, longer and lankier than the lab, with very short fur, crossed the room to join the skirmish, protecting the little one. Bitch! I asked, doing my best to keep my voice calm as the dogs fought beneath me, bumping into my legs. I backed up, but they brought the fight right to me once again. The black one is serious. He's the newest, not used to things. He'll get better as the other dogs socialize him and I get a chance to train him. They're, really going at it. I winced and pulled one leg off the ground to keep it out of the way. Let me know if he draws blood. The fighting was nerve-wracking, conjuring up very vivid memories of bitch's dogs terrorizing me. Why did this spook me so much when being around her dogs in monster form didn't make me that nervous? Shutting my eyes, I drew on my power. My objective wasn't to do anything with it, but simply to get a little outside my own head, achieve a greater perspective. Focusing on the big picture, seeing myself as a very small figure against the backdrop of a whole neighborhood, I was able to center myself. I could ignore the hairy animals shoving up against my legs, jumping up at and around me, pressing their cold noses against my hands and arms. A mass of bugs in my immediate vicinity lunged between my legs. My eyes snapped open, and I saw the culprit, placed my hands on him, the dark-furred lab. It wasn't fleas, either, or ticks or anything like that. It was a denser mass. The closest parallel I could draw would be a wasp nest. Or maggots in a trash bag. Bitch, I spoke, cautiously. What? She sounded, annoyed was the wrong word. She sounded ready to kill me, for interrupting her from setting the dogs up with fresh water. I think one of these guys is really sick. Her head snapped in my direction. Show me. The dogs stopped fighting as she stalked toward us. I took the opportunity to gingerly take hold of Sirius's collar as she ushered the rest away. She glowered at me, explain. It was hard to organize my thoughts, even without accounting for her intense scrutiny. Worms. But not, like, tapeworm. I can't see through their eyes or anything. I don't know what they are, so I can only tell you what I know. They're mostly juvenile, only a few adult, above the heart, here. She pointed to a spot low in his chest. I nodded. And the arteries? There's one from here, she pointed at the lab's shoulder, to here, she traced her finger along his spine. That's where a lot of them are. But they're not just there. They're everywhere inside him. Fuckers. Those fuckers, she growled. I warned them. Taking hold of the lab's collar, she ordered the dog, come along, Sirius. The dog resisted until Brutus moved forward, then went along, though he still pulled and twisted against the grip on his collar. I don't know dogs, I said, following her into the herd of dogs just inside the building. I never had a pet, so I'm clueless here. It's heartworm. Something dogs are supposed to take medicine to prevent, every month. The owners didn't, then. The shelter didn't. Lazy, cheap-ass motherfuckers. This is the second dog I got from that place that wasn't taken care of. And people who do adopt get a sick dog? Fuckers, fuckers, fuckers. What are you going to do with him? I tried to ignore the dogs milling around me, to keep moving forward and follow bitch. We are going to help him. I shook my head. I don't think I can get the worms out without hurting him. I mean, they're in his bloodstream and the closest thing to an exit would be his lungs, and I think they would bleed too much. I'm not even sure I can move them. Grab that chain. She pointed across the room, still holding on to Sirius. I saw several lengths of heavy chain, spotted with rust, looped up and hung on the wall above a pallet of weather-worn brick. I hurried over and hauled it down. It was heavy enough I had to drag it on the grass to bring it to her. Backpack, she told me. I took it off and handed it to her. She opened the front and handed me a carabiner, a metal loop with a locking hinge. Go tie the chain to something solid. I did, looping the chain around the base of the crane that was bolted to the concrete pad, toward the center of the room. I fed the length through the carabiner and headed back to bitch. Judas, Brutus, and Angelica were already halfway to full size. Bitch took the chain and began extending it around the struggling dog, winding it through a half-dozen carabiners so it extended around his neck, body, and stomach, and between his legs. What's going on? I'm using my power on him. And he's not trained. Wait. Didn't a dog kill some people, back when you first had your powers? Yup. I felt my heartbeat speed up a notch. So this is really dangerous. Yup. She tugged on the chain at his neck. Okay. I exhaled slowly. What can I do? Keep out of the way for now. Sirius started to grow. Muscles rippled underneath his black coat, and he yelped, pulling away. Couldn't we maybe get him tranquilized, first? I asked, watching the lab try to get away, despite the chains binding him. Bitch held the length of chain in her hands, keeping him in place. No. My power would burn away the drugs. He doesn't like it. It takes getting used to. But this is better than what he'd go through if a vet took care of it. Safer. Not for us, I thought, as Sirius pulled back. Bitch pulled him closer to her, shifting her grip to the chain at his neck and chest to feed the slack through it and give Sirius more room to grow. His ears were pulled back, his face etched in fear and rage, teeth bared. I would have been terrified he would snap at me, given how easily he could take half of someone's face off with a single bite, but bitch never flinched or broke eye contact with him. Something moved to my right, and I saw Brutus pacing. The other dogs, the ones I didn't know, stayed back a fair distance, kept at bay by Brutus's watchful presence. There was a sound of shuffling chain as bitch adjusted the chain again. Judas, Angelica, she called out, releasing Sirius and backing away. Hold. Sirius, pupils narrowed to dots, lunged at her. Judas stepped between them, while Angelica struck at the lab from the side, knocking him to the ground. In a moment, the two dogs were on top of him, Judas holding Sirius's throat in his jaws, while Angelica lay astride his hindquarters. Even with two full-size dogs piled on him, Sirius managed to put up a struggle. The heartworm. Bitch glanced at me. I felt out with my power. Whatever was going on inside Sirius' body, the worms were being churned up, disintegrating and dissolving. Almost gone. She nodded. She turned her attention to Sirius, who was lying prone, his chest heaving. Heartworms have a bacteria inside them. When they die, the bacteria gets released into the dog. Having a vet treat it is a long process that involves injecting arsenic into muscles and lots of antibiotics. Like this, his body won't just kill them, but it can kill the disease. He'll be fine by tomorrow. Sirius let out a long, mournful noise, somewhere between a whine and a howl, loud enough that I had to turn my face away and cover my ears. When I was sure he wasn't about to do it again, I dropped my hands. I asked bitch, have you done this before? She shook her head. I've used my power on most of them, but only a little, to keep them healthy. Sirius is the only one I've made this big since Angelica, Brutus, Judas, and Rollo. I almost asked who Rollo was, but I kept my mouth shut. It was a habit of mine, I found, that I usually pushed a conversation with bitch too far, gave her an excuse to get pissed at me. I could prioritize other things over my curiosity. Besides, as I thought on it, I realized Rollo might have been the first dog she used her power on. The one with the body count. Time? She asked. I found my cell phone, fumbled with it to press a button and display the time. 9 minutes past 11. We'll give it 15 minutes, she reached for the chain and held it. Takes about that long for it to wear off. Okay. I don't need you here. If you want to be useful, there's a shovel by the door. You can go pick up the shit in the short grass over there. Fuck you, the words spilled out of my mouth before I could censor them. I wasn't positive I wanted to censor them, but it bugged me that I'd done it without thinking it through. What? She growled at me. Fuck you, I repeated myself, I came to help. Thought maybe I was helping, by pointing out what was wrong with Sirius. That doesn't mean I'm going to be your slave, or that it's an excuse to give me the worst jobs. You want me to pick up the poop? Cool, but I'll do it when you've got a shovel in your hand too, and you're working beside me. You told me I could hit you, free and clear, if you pissed me off, she threatened me. Yeah, but if you do it here, for this reason, I'm hitting back. I didn't move my eyes away from hers, even as every awkward part of me twitched to look away and leave. If she really did default to interpreting social interactions in dog terms, then eye contact was important. I didn't know much about animals, about dogs, but I did know that it was the submissive dog, the dog lower on the totem pole, that backed down. I've got Brutus, you wouldn't win the fight, she told me. Almost definitely true, I thought. But I couldn't give in. I resisted the urge to look at Brutus and told her, my voice low, you want to go there? Try it. She set her jaw, stared at me for several long moments. Then Sirius made a noise, a smaller version of that whimpering howl he'd made earlier, and she turned her head. I waited a minute, watching as Sirius got the strength to struggle again, nearly standing up, before the weight of the other two dogs pressed him down again. Bitch Rachel. I'm getting the impression you might be here a while, to keep an eye on Sirius, give him some attention after he's back to normal so he knows everything's okay. What about it? Her voice was hard, and she didn't look my way. Do you want me to pick up something for lunch, so you can stay here with him? Fine. You know this area better than I do. Where I stopped. I needed to convey more self-confidence than simply asking her for the info. She might even see it as begging. I told her, tell me where to go. I was crossing my fingers she wouldn't go nuts over me giving her an order. She was too preoccupied with watching Sirius to argue with me. There's a Greek food stand if you walk in the direction of the boardwalk. You'll smell it before you see it. Okay. What do you want? Anything with meat. I'll be back, I told her. She didn't reply, leaving me to make my way through the crowd of dogs to the front door. I stuck my shaking hands into my pockets and headed off to grab our lunch, leaving bitch with the monster in chains. Bus 7.3. I was nervous, returning to bitch's spot with lunch in hand. It wasn't just that I'd left her alone with an uncontrollable beast composed almost entirely of fangs, nails, bone, and muscle. It was that it was lunchtime. Between countless run-ins with the bullies, getting in contact with the undersiders and the bank robbery, it felt like stuff seemed to go down around noon. I was relieved when I got back and there wasn't any carnage. A dozen or so dogs greeted me, many poking their noses into the paper bag I held. I navigated my way through them to bitch, who was sitting on a pallet of concrete blocks by the open back wall. Sirius was lying beside her with his head on her lap. Food. I offered. She reached down, so I got a chicken souvlaki wrap and a Coke out of the bag and handed them up to her. As she peeled the paper away from one end of the wrap, I found myself a spot to sit on a part of the wall where it was incomplete or damaged. The weather had worn at the concrete blocks, and some greenery had managed to grow in the cracks, making for a not entirely uncomfortable seat. Outside, behind the building, there was a field of uncut grass surrounded by chain-link fence. As they lost interest in the food, dogs wandered out there, chasing one another or baiting others into playing, trampling that long grass flat enough that we could see them. The view of their playing was accompanied by a soundtrack of endless barks and snarls. A white dog with a nub of a tail and chestnut-colored patches on its body and over its ears approached me, sitting to stare at me as I took my first bite of my wrap. I swallowed, and I told the dog, "No. This is too good to share, and it probably wouldn't be good for you anyways." The dog cocked its head quizzically. "You are awfully pretty, though," I told it. I heard a scoffing noise from Bitch's direction. I turned her way just in time to see her glance away. "What? You should never own a dog." That was fairly harsh, especially coming from her. "What are you basing this on?" Most dog owners are retards, and the most retarded are the ones who pick a dog because it's cute, or because it's pretty, without knowing anything about the breed, the temperament, the dog's needs. I sighed, "Fuck off, Ratch. I can say it's a pretty dog without saying I'm going to take it home." Whatever, she didn't take her eyes off the dogs in the backfield. "No, don't brush me off. You want to start something, fine. But if you do, you gotta hear what I have to say. Listen to what I have to say. Acknowledge me, damn it." She turned to glance at me. She wasn't frowning or glaring, but her gaze was so dispassionate it made me uncomfortable. "Come on, you know me pretty well. All the others describe me as careful and cautious, though I'm not entirely sure why. Do you really think I'd pick something as important as a dog, a new addition to my family, without researching, first?" She didn't reply. Instead, she turned her attention back to the dogs outside. "Right," I said. "I wouldn't." I didn't press things any further. We finished our wraps. I dug one piece of the foil-wrapped baklava out of the bag, set it down on the paper from my wrap and bunched up the foil around the remainder to throw up to Bitch. When I was done eating my dessert and licking my fingers clean, I hopped down from my seat on the wall, found a ball and started throwing it for the dogs. "Here," Bitch told me. I turned around, and she handed me the blue stick that had been jutting out of the zipper of the backpack. It was plastic, molded to have a handle with finger holds on one end and a cup on the other. As a dog brought the ball to me, I experimentally pressed the cupped end down on it, and the ball snapped into place. When I whipped it forward, the ball went flying, 5 times as far than it had when I'd used my hand. Most of the dogs stampeded after it, racing to be the first to grab it or chasing after the ones in the lead. It was nice, enjoying the sunshine, playing with the dogs, having no responsibilities or pressures for the moment. I turned to look over my shoulder. "Can you tell me about some of them?" "The dogs." Bitch frowned, but she didn't refuse me. "This is serious. He was bought as a puppy for some 12-year-old, then grew too big and unruly to stay in the house. He was caged outside and ignored, his nails grew too long, and he wound up with an infection in his foot. They decided it was easier to leave him at a shelter than pay for medical care. Since he wasn't trained or socialized, he came off too wild and excitable to get adopted. I got him in the week he was due to get put down." "That's fucked up," I looked at Sirius, who was sleeping. "How do you know the story?" "I know some people that volunteer at shelters, from when I used to. They let me know if there's a dog that deserves a second chance. Not that many don't." "Ah. The one you were talking to a few minutes ago is Bullet. She's the smartest in the group. Her breed craves exercise, they're meant to run around all day with hunters, except she was used as a beta to warm dogs up for one of the dogfighting rings around here and her shoulder was torn up pretty badly. Even with the shoulder healed as well as it's gonna get, it hurts too much for her to run as much as she needs." I spotted Bullet in the crowd. Sure enough, she was lagging behind the rest. I thought maybe she was favoring one leg. "If your power heals, why doesn't it help her? Or Angelica's eye and ear?" Bitch shrugged. "Lisa said it has something to do with me making a blueprint. It's babble to me. All I know is that it doesn't help older health problems. It gets rid of disease and cancer and parasites and most damage they take when they're big. That's all." "I think I get it," I told her. I looked at Bullet, who had stopped running and was sitting in the middle of the field, watching others run. "Do they all have stories like that?" "Most." Damn, I felt a pang of sympathy for the animals. The herd of dogs returned to me, and a shaggy dog dropped the ball at my feet. "Good dog," I told it. I threw the ball, aiming to get it near Bullet, and the herd of dogs rushed off again, with more than a few excited barks. Bitch and I weren't conversing, but neither of us were conversation people. I was too socially clumsy to maintain small talk for any length of time, and Bitch was, well, she was Bitch. So we sat, minutes passed between each exchange of dialogue, and it somehow didn't bother me. It was letting me pick and choose what I was talking about very carefully. "It's too bad dogs can't have trigger events," Bitch mused aloud. "If they did, some people might think twice." I could have argued the details, pointed out that most people weren't aware of the ins and outs of trigger events. I could have argued that some things could get worse if dogs could get powers. It didn't feel necessary. "Yeah," I agreed. That was the extent of that dialogue. We enjoyed another long silence and the dogs competed with one another to fetch the ball. The sound of a breaking bottle and very human shouts disturbed our peace. "These guys again," Bitch snarled, moving Sirius' head from her lap and hopping down from her seat on the pile of concrete blocks. The black lab turned his head to watch as she stalked towards the front of the building, Bitch whistled for her dogs and Brutus, Judas, and Angelica rushed to her side. What's going on? I called after her, moving to follow. Stay inside, she told me. I did as she asked, but that didn't mean I didn't try to get closer, to get a better picture of what was going on. I approached one of the boarded-up windows at the front of the building and peeked through a gap in the plywood. Bitch had her dogs standing around her, and she stood opposite a group of 7 or so people. They ranged from 30ish to 12 in age. It wasn't hard to figure out who they identified with. Half of the guys were blonde or dyed blonde, and the others had shaved heads. The youngest was a 12ish girl who'd taken a razor to her scalp, too, leaving only her bangs and the hair hanging around her ears and the back of her neck. The detail that confirmed my suspicions of their affiliation was the number 83 that I saw etched on one of the guys' t-shirts in permanent marker. The white supremacists loved codes and numbers. If you were suspicious about whether a number was one of their codes, the number 8 was a good clue, since it cropped up a lot. The 8 referred to the 8th letter of the alphabet, H, 88 stood for HH or Heil Hitler, while 18 pointed to Adolf Hitler in the same way. The 83 wasn't one I'd seen before, but I knew it would have stood for H.C. Heil something. Heil Christ? In any case, these numbers had been a way to keep one's racist feelings on the down low, around those that weren't already affiliated, until Kaiser's predecessor formed Empire 88 here in Brockton Bay. The move had pushed an ultimatum on the more secretive racists in the area, forcing them to either join the aggressive, active group in the public eye or retreat further into hiding. It had also drawn crowds of the more diehard white supremacists from the surrounding regions to Brockton Bay. When people with powers, Kaiser included, started to congregate in the group, Brockton Bay became something of a magnet for those sorts. One of the bigger collections of racists above the Bible Belt. Quite possibly the biggest congregation of racist supervillains. The day Empire 88 had gotten its name hadn't been a good day for our city. A guy, 30 or so, was holding a carton of empty beer bottles. He held one by the neck, tossed it into the air and caught it again, then whipped it in Bitch's direction. I flinched more than she did as it shattered explosively against the front of the door. We told you to get up here, he sneered at her. I was here first. Doesn't matter. We're claiming this neighborhood, and that barking is driving me up the fucking wall. You've said so before. Try earplugs. He grabbed another bottle and threw it, hard. Bitch had to lean out of the way this time, to keep it from hitting her shoulder. Can't do business wearing earplugs, you dumb whore, the man put his hand on the head of the partially bald girl, who made a face at Bitch. Then don't do business. I don't care. He reached for another bottle, then stopped. A slow smile crossed his face as he looked to a teenage boy that was standing just beside the bald girl. Thing about something as goddamn irritating as that barking, is it gets us talking about how we could deal with it. Tom, here, had my favorite suggestion. He said we could soak hot dogs in antifreeze and throw 'em into the field back there. What'd ya say? Fuck. I looked around the inside of the building for something I could use as a mask, but there wasn't anything. Why hadn't I brought my costume? The situation was a hair away from devolving into a bloodbath, and my civilian identity was plain to see. I couldn't even work from inside the building, without risking that someone might have heard about my power or how I operated, and come in after me. I could only see Bitch from behind, but I saw her turn her head to evaluate the group. Maybe sizing up how long it would take her dogs to murder them all. If you were going to do that, she said, you would have done it before now, and I'd kill you for it. Either you're too scared to really do something about it, which you should be, or Kaiser told you hands off. It was the last attitude I would have expected from her. Bitch, being level-headed? The man with the bottles sneered, nah. See, we heard that howling earlier. So did some of our neighbors. Kaiser did tell us to play nice, but way I figure it, if we tell Kaiser you started this shit, and he asks around to check our story, he's gonna hear there was howling before there was fighting. You know who I am, Bitch threatened them, you know my abilities. You're really going to fuck with me, here? With my dogs around? Really? I heard, rather than saw, the sound of a gun cocking. The teenage boy, who I identified as Tom, raised a gun in Bitch's direction. Still think you're tough, the man mocked Bitch, guns are the great equalizer, you know? My son here wants a place in the Empire, and to do that, he's gotta earn his stripes. Killing you would be a good way to go about it, I'm thinking. I didn't wait to hear the rest of the dialogue. There was no way this wasn't going to come to violence, now. I pulled off my shoes, then ran in my sock feet across the concrete floor, keeping as low as I could. I found the knife that Bitch had used to open the bags of dog food, then stuck it in my back pocket. Still nothing I could see that would work as a mask. I wasn't even wearing a sweatshirt or enough extra layers to use a piece of my clothing for a mask. It had been too warm a day. Which left me one very unpleasant option. I exerted my power, and was glad to find that the grassy field and the half-built building had a fair supply of bugs to work with. Grasshoppers migrated my way, and I emptied a wasp nest that nestled in the wall above the unfinished second floor. Black flies that had been enjoying the copious amounts of dog waste flew my way, and innumerable ants and spiders formed the remainder of the swarm. Altogether, they streamed my way to gather on my skin, crawling up my legs and torso, some turning downward to cover my arms. As one, they covered every inch of my body, even creating a mass over my mouth and glasses to obscure everything. It didn't tickle as much as I thought it might, but I did shudder. I'd need a shower after this. 10 showers. And I'd pay to use a gym or pool or something, so I didn't have to endure the craptacular shower at the loft while I scrubbed my skin raw. 90% of my rationale for designing a costume that covered my entire body was for this exact reason, damn it. Why hadn't I brought my costume? Why? I flinched at the deafening roar of a gunshot. Waited with my breath held, until I heard the murmur of conversation at the door again, bitch's voice. A warning shot? I grabbed my cell phone from my pocket and sent a text out, selecting Brian, Lisa and Alec as the recipients. Half a dozen skinheads here. At least one gun. Need backup. My phone vibrated with a reply a few seconds later. Brian. Amu. Was headin' home. Will take minute. No immediate reply from the other two. My phone displayed the time as 1:38. Close enough to lunch for me to mark it as a continuation of the trend. I was going to develop an anxiety disorder over this. I texted him directions, informing him to look for the building with the crane. Enough bugs had gathered to cover me, with plenty to spare. I'd wanted to be absolutely sure I was covered, so I piled them on top of one another, several layers deep. It was stifling. I was forced to breathe through my nose, and my vision was obscured by the bugs that had collected on my glasses. More than that, it was hot in the midst of the dense swarm. Still, I was happier enduring it than risking being identified. I looked out the nearest boarded-up window that I could see through, and saw that the group hadn't moved. The man with the bottles said something, but I couldn't make it out. My leaving to grab the knife and send the texts had carried me out of earshot. I ran back to the front door, keeping to the same half-crouch as before, to ensure nobody saw me through the gaps in the boards on the windows. I pulled my shoes back on, straightened, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Jesus fuck, a 20-something skinhead cursed as I moved to bitch's side. I had a vague sense of what I must have looked like, a tower of swarming insects with vague human definition to it, giving the loose shape of a head, with vague indents in the face where my eyes were. Even bitch's eyes widened a fraction as she saw me. The hell, she muttered. I stayed quiet, keeping my attention on their group. Bottle Man looked me over, then spoke in a low voice. Tom, was it? Would you do the honors and deal with this amateur horror show? The teenage boy turned the handgun my way, pointed at chest level. He smirked and grinned. My pleasure. The scene with Bakuda and her minions hadn't been so different. Only difference was, Tom didn't hesitate a second when it came to pulling the trigger. The sheer force of the gunshot left me reeling, and it hadn't even hit me. I had dropped to a crouch as I stepped outside, leaving most of the bugs where they were above me. Some had fallen down, but the overall structure had remained more or less stable, each of the bugs gripping one another and spreading out enough to fill in the gap of the vacated head and chest area. From what my bugs had experienced, I knew the shot had passed only inches above my head, around the center of my chest. The swarm down where I crouched was denser, to support the structure above them, so I couldn't see through them as easily. I could only wait with my breath held, hope that the bugs offered me enough cover to hide my real self. The fuck? Tom spoke. I moved the bugs in front of my eyes so I could get a partial look at him, and saw him backing away, gun still raised. I'd borrowed a trick from Gru, and figured it only made sense to borrow one from Tattletale, too. When I spoke, I hissed the words, and at the same time, I had every bug in the swarm make noise, buzzing, chirping and droning in time with my words, doing everything I could to sound less human. Guns are not going to work when my body is like this. Putting my hands on the ground, bringing the upright mass of bugs with me, I crawled forward a step. I saw almost everyone in their group move away. Only the man with the bottles remained where he was, and he used one outstretched arm to keep Tom from retreating as well. My ploy was working. As Tattletale had done with Glory Girl and Panacea, then again with Bakuda, I could sell the idea I had powers I didn't to mislead and misdirect. Shoot, boy. The man tightened his grip Tom's shoulder. The teenager obeyed, firing thrice more into the swarm, aiming too high to hit me. 2 more shots struck where my chest would have been. The third passed through my fake head. Tom, his eyes wide in alarm, decided to change targets. He swung his arm to my right to point his handgun at bitch. I lunged forward, drawing the knife and swinging it in one motion. I stabbed Tom in the thigh, as bitch simultaneously evaded to one side. Through a combination of my attack, Tom having to adjust his aim and bitch's movements, the shot went astray. As Tom fell over, I collapsed the swarm on top of him. Avoiding touching him directly, I pulled the gun from his hand, retrieved my knife, and stabbed the point of the knife down on his palm to eliminate any possibility of him retaliating or grabbing for his weapon. On an impulse, I drew the knife across his forehead. According to Brian, cuts to the forehead were rarely serious, but they bled enough to look like they were. It was a fact that people that staged fights often played up, and a technique boxers used to blind their opponents with blood in the eyes. I left some of my bugs on and around Tom as I moved away from him. He screamed frantically and struggled to crawl away. It was more brutal an approach than I might have liked, but as I interpreted it, any effect I generated by injuring him like this, would hopefully prevent others from joining the fight, and would lead to less people getting hurt in the long run. I didn't like Kaiser's followers, I had zero respect for them, but I didn't want to see them torn apart by bitch's dogs. This territory is ours, bitch growled at them, as people backed away. Brutus, Judas, and Angelica were larger now, their skin split with bloody spikes of bone sticking out of the gaps. Leave. Kaiser will hear about this, the bottle man shouted. Leave. Bitch shouted. Tom, still mindless with pain and fear, jumped at that command. He tried to pull himself to his feet and failed, falling to the ground again with a ragged scream. When he reached out, imploring his friends for help, the skin of his hands and face were almost completely covered in bugs and blood. It did a lot to help spook the rest into a retreat. Most of them fled. The bottle man cautiously moved forward to Tom's side. I didn't move from where I stood / crouched as he bent down to help Tom stand and limp away. Fuck, bitch muttered. I'm sorry, I said, I hope I didn't do anything wrong by stepping in. She shook her head. I mean, maybe if I hadn't come out, it wouldn't have gotten violent. He was working up the courage to shoot me, she spoke. It's fine. What are you going to do? What? I mean, they're going to come again. Maybe soon. Depending on what they say or who they complain to, there might be people with powers the next time around. I'll manage. I know this is your space, I think it's perfect, but maybe you should consider moving somewhere. She gave me a hard look. Do you want to get hit today? I shut my mouth. I'm going inside to pick up the shit. You can help, or you can go back. Doesn't matter to me. I looked over my shoulder in the direction the skinheads had retreated. I'll help, I decided aloud. I said I would, and you might need backup if they decide to come back in force. Besides, I'd texted Brian to come, and he'd need a proper recap of what had gone on. She only whistled twice for her dogs to follow her back inside, glancing back to see they were still following. She looked at me, and I wasn't entirely sure, but I thought maybe she didn't look as angry as she usually did. Bus 7.4. Brian arrived as bitch and I were trudging through the field with shovels and trash bags in hand. Not the image I wanted him to get of me, but I was glad to see him nonetheless. I'd rinsed off using the tap at the dog's water trough, but I was still covered in dirty paw prints, grass stains, and my skin still itched with the feeling of bugs crawling on me. I had little doubt that with my wet hair and the state of my clothes, that I looked pretty damn grungy. There's bullet holes in the front door, Brian spoke from the other side of the chain-link fence, raising his voice to be heard over the torrent of barks. He was wearing his costume and helmet, but had the visor flipped up and he wasn't shrouded in his darkness. From a distance, he'd look like some guy in motorcycle gear. Quiet, bitch ordered, and the dogs fell silent. Seeing what the other dogs were doing, the few who hadn't learned the command stopped after one or two more barks as well. Yeah, they fired off their guns a few times, I told him. And you're still here, he said, in mild disbelief. My call, bitch told him. It's a bad call, he admonished her. I'm not leaving. Brian folded his arms. Is your pride or stubbornness worth getting those dogs hurt? She scowled and looked down at the dogs. The thing they said about the hot dogs, I spoke, quiet, about poisoning your dogs. You couldn't stop them unless you were here 24/7, and maybe not even then. It's cowardly, bitch spat the words. They're cowards, I told her. Pretty much the definition of anyone who joins a hate group. But even if they did take a more direct approach, would you be able to handle it? Could you deal if 20 people showed up with guns? Or if night and fog dropped by at 3 in the morning, when it was just you and these guys? I can handle myself. I sighed a little and planted my shovel in the ground. I had to think of a way to convince her. If I lost my patience in the face of her stubbornness, she would win the argument, and we would all lose. I know. But isn't it better to rely on us? To actually handle this instead of going it alone, hiding and letting those fuckers have the power. I'm not hiding, she gave me an angry look. I'm protecting. Brian interrupted her, protecting your dogs would mean taking them somewhere safe. She shook her head violently. No. I do that, the fuckers win. I've been there, I told her. Really, I know what you mean. But our number one priority is keeping you and those dogs safe. Once we've handled that, we can focus on dealing with any threats. She drummed her fingers against her thigh, looking back toward the building. We are going to deal with them, she made the question a challenge. Yes, Brian spoke. I don't like that these guys are moving into this area. I don't like that they'd go so far as to attack a member of our group. If we don't do something to respond soon, it's going to hurt our rep. We need reputation, it protects us, gives people reason to think twice before they fuck with us. Bitch nodded. Okay. Brian quirked an eyebrow, okay what? I'll go, and the dogs come with. He smiled, good. I don't think I can hop this fence without getting on the bad side of those dogs, so I'm going to meet you around at the front door. I'll call Coyle on the way. All right, I said. As he turned to leave, I raised my hand in the lamest little goodbye wave ever. Even though I was pretty sure he didn't see it, I was left mentally kicking myself for doing it. I glanced at bitch, who was giving me a peculiar look. What? I asked her, feeling painfully self-conscious. You like him? I started. Before I went on to protest, I had to stop myself. Bitch would appreciate straightforwardness and honesty more than anything else. I wasn't sure I could afford to come across as dishonest or two-faced, with her. Yet. I do. She turned to head back inside. A horrible thought struck me at that moment. Do you like him? I asked her. She turned her head to give me an angry look, one I couldn't read in the slightest. Because if you do, I hurried to add, as I started to walk after her, hey, you were here first. I'll back off and keep my mouth shut if you want to make a move. There were about 5 seconds where she was very quiet. My pulse pounded in my throat. Why did I care so much about this? You should offer to sleep with him. What? I stammered. Relief mixed with embarrassment, and the abrupt change of topic left me struggling to get my thoughts in order. It's what guys want. Tell him you're available if he ever wants to fuck. He'll accept right away, or he'll start thinking about you as a possibility and he'll take you up on it later. It's more complicated than that. It's complicated because people make it complicated. Just cut the bullshit and go for it. I don't think you're wrong about there needing to be less expectations and rules and rituals around dating, bullshit, as you put it, but I don't think I can do what you're suggesting. Whatever. I realized, belatedly, that she'd actually offered me advice. I struggled to find the word. As misdirected as her suggestion might have been, especially with Brian, it was probably the most blatant gesture of goodwill I had seen from her, next to her telling Arms Master that she thought I could kick his ass. Thank you, though, I told her. I'll keep it in mind. Don't care if you do. We crossed the building's interior and bitch unlocked the door to let Brian inside. For a second, I thought her bluntness would lead to her telling Brian outright that I liked him, but it wasn't the case. She was more focused on keeping the more unruly dogs from slipping outside and stopping them from barking at the new visitor than on our discussion. I can't get hold of Coyle, Brian informed us. I couldn't get Lisa or Alec, before, I replied. You think something's up? He nodded, maybe. You stay here with Rachel. I'm going to go check on the others. No, bitch spoke. I don't need babysitting, and I'm getting annoyed being badgered by you too. Taylor goes with you. I'm going to stay here and pack up. Not a good idea, Brian said, with a shake of his head, if you get attacked in the meantime. I have Brutus, Judas, and Angelica. I managed on my own for years, dealt with people tougher than those fuckers. If there's trouble, I run. And if they take one of your dogs hostage? I asked her. One of the ones you can't use your power on, yet. A dark look passed over her face as she considered that. Then I run, and I get revenge another day, on my terms. Brian tapped his foot for a few seconds. Okay. If there's trouble, it'll be good to have Taylor at my back. If and when I get hold of Coyle, I'm going to see about getting you some trucks, and people to drive them. In the meantime, stay alert, and don't get yourself killed. Bitch scowled, but she nodded. Taylor, we should go. The sooner we check on Lisa and Alec, the better I'll feel. He was already moving as he finished talking. The moment we were out of earshot, he pulled off his helmet, tucking it under one arm, and asked me, what happened? I told him, explaining everything after the point bitch and I heard the ruckus the bottle man and his gang were causing. Funny that it's Kaiser that's having trouble controlling his people, Brian mused, when I was done. I wondered if he was still sore over what Kaiser had said at the meeting. Coil upped the pressure the moment the truce against the ABB was broken. I would be surprised if Kaiser didn't have his hands full with that, I replied. You're defending him. It wasn't often that I felt acutely aware of the difference in our skin colors, but being asked if I was making excuses for the white supremacist supervillain was one of those moments. I don't want to underestimate him, is all, I said. Brian sighed, yeah. Maybe you're right. But Kaiser was willing to demand restitution for the attack on his dogfighting ring, and I'm more than willing to do the same for this attack from his skinheads, if it comes down to it. Both events having something substantial to do with bitch, I noted. I'm aware of that fact, he told me, frowning. She's useful, she's a credit to the team, but she comes with some problems. We've dealt with it in the past, we'll deal with it in the future. Right. How was she? Any fights? Nothing serious. No, it was actually kind of nice. I might even do it again, if she let me. Really, he replied, skepticism clear in his tone. Really? What changed? I'm figuring her out, I think. How she operates, how she thinks. I've spent 10 months on the same team with her, and I haven't even come close to getting how she thinks. I can usually keep her from going too far or hurting someone, keep her mostly in line and get her to follow directions, but I haven't had a conversation with her yet that didn't make me want to bang my head against a wall. That might be the problem. You're in charge, she looks up to you, respects you, but, I paused. How could I word this without getting into the particulars of her mode of thinking? But you're something of an authority figure in our group, and her personality demands she tests authority. Especially when she's insecure. Brian considered that. With a note of approval in his voice, he commented, you have been giving this some thought. I think that you'd have a much easier time handling her if you took an official leadership role in our group. Not just being the sorta kinda leader, but actually taking the position. If you're not comfortable with that, or if you think the others will make it too hard, well, she'll probably get more comfortable with relying on you as someone in charge over time, as you prove you can handle it. It's been 10 months, how long does she need? And she's had how many years, without parents, teachers, bosses? I mean, even when she had foster parents, I don't think it was sunbeams and rainbows, you know. He rubbed his chin. Yeah. Tell me she hasn't gotten at least a bit better in the course of those 10 months. Marginally. There you go. It'll only improve from here on out. He offered me a theatric groan in reply. Brian was walking with long strides, and he had long legs, which forced me to do little jogging spurts to keep up. It wasn't tiring, I was fit enough from my running, but it was embarrassing to feel like a small child trying to keep up with a grown-up. Either way, we did make good time getting back to the loft. Brian put his finger to his lips as he pulled on his helmet and flipped his visor down, emanating his darkness to hide the costume. I grimaced and brought bugs up to cover my face, calling more from the area to form the beginnings of a swarm. Brian Grew now reached out and coated the front door of the loft in darkness, then opened it without the slightest of creaks or squeals. Before we ascended the metal stairs leading to the second floor, he coated them in a layer of his power to render our footsteps utterly silent. I didn't anticipate the scene in the living room of the loft. The TV was on, showing ads. Alec lay on the couch, his feet on the coffee table, a meal on his lap. Lisa sat on the other couch, laptop resting on her legs, a phone to her ear. She turned her head as we came upstairs, gave us a funny look, then returned her attention to her laptop. "Why the fuck aren't you answering your phones?" Gru raised his eerie voice. He flipped up his visor and banished the darkness around him. Lisa frowned and held up a finger. She continued talking into the phone. "Don't agree with this, and if you'd asked me, I would have said you shouldn't do it." "No, yes, I think it's an effective measure." She pointed to the laptop, and I stepped forward, moving the bugs off my face and down to the center of my back, where they would be present but not in the way, resting on cloth rather than skin. I looked at the screen. "My problem is that it's not just them. It's their families," Lisa spoke into the phone. "Unspoken rule, you don't fuck with a Cape's family." I read the contents of the email she had open. I felt a ball of dread settle in the pit of my stomach. I leaned over the back of the couch and put a hand on her shoulder to steady myself as I reached down to press the page down key on the laptop. I read more of the email and then hit the button again to scroll down again. When I'd read enough of the page to verify my suspicions, I hit the home key to return to the very top of the page. I checked who else had been CC'd on the email and the time it had been sent. "Fuck," I muttered. "Fuck." Lisa looked up at me, frowned, then spoke to the person on the other end of the phone. "Can we finish discussing this later? I've got to talk to my team about this." "K. Later." The email was a list. At the very top of the list was Kaiser. Following his entry were his lieutenants, Purity, Hook Wolf, and Krieg, and the rest of the members of Empire 88. It wasn't even limited to people with powers, noting some powerless captains and even some of the lower-level flunkies. The list included pictures and text. Beneath each of the villains' names was a comprehensive block of data, noting their civilian names in full, professions, addresses, phone numbers, the dates they moved to the city and the first appearances of their costumed identities in Brockton Bay. There were pictures of them in costume paired with pictures of their alleged civilian identities, roughly matched in angle and size for easy comparison. Most of the entries had zip files attached, doubtless with more data and evidence. Kaiser. Max Anders, President and Chief Executive Officer of Medhall Corporation, a pharmaceuticals company based in Brockton Bay. Father of a Theodore Richard Anders and an Aster Clara Anders. Twice divorced, currently living in a penthouse apartment downtown. Drives a black BMW. Native born to Brockton Bay, son of Richard Anders. Richard Anders, according to the email, was Alfather, the founder of Empire 88. From the pictures, it was clear to see how the armor fit around his face and body, how both Kaiser and Max Anders had the same height and body type. There were other images as well, showing Max Anders with a gorgeous 20-something blonde, and Max Anders with an older brunette woman at a coffee shop, their table strewn with what looked like paperwork. I scrolled down to confirm my suspicions. The blonde appeared in another picture with her twin sister, Fenja and Menja. The brunette woman was Purity, according to the email. Far mouseier than I might have thought, given the sheer presence she had in costume. Real name, Caden Anders. Interior decorator. Single mother of one Aster Anders. Purity was promoted to Kaiser's second-in-command in the same week that Caden Russell took Max's hand in marriage to become Caden Anders. Their separation occurred within the same time period as Purity leaving Empire 88 to apparently strike out on her own. Little citations pointed to files apparently in the attached zip file. Krieg was alleged to be a James Fleischare. Head of a pharmacy chain, in turn connected to Medhall. Father of 3, married. According to the notes in his block of information, he took a vacation twice a year with his family. The email stated that the zip file had copies of intercompany emails where he told his co-workers he went to places like South America or Paris, and flight records showed that he was lying. He always went to London. Twice a year, every year, for nearly 20 years. Not once, during these trips, had Krieg been seen in Brockton Bay. The list went on. And on. Every piece of information connected to others. Even the info on the mooks like the ones I had met earlier with Kaiser's business, showing how they were employed as low-level employees of Medhall and its derivative businesses. It seemed like everyone had a criminal record except the people at the top. In short, it was comprehensive enough it would take a special kind of willful ignorance to not buy into what the email was selling. The email had been sent not only to Lisa, but to the Brockton Bay Bulletin, a half-dozen other local news stations, and several national ones. Everyone that mattered, and a few that didn't. The email had been sent at 1:27 p.m. this afternoon. Less than an hour ago. That was the really bad news. Coyle did this. I murmured. Lisa nodded, tightly, yup. With your help, I'm guessing. Only a little. He asked me a few times, to give him my thoughts on some stuff, put him on the right path, eliminate possibilities. I didn't think he'd get this far, or go this far. Once I got him on the right track, he apparently used private investigators and hackers to dig up the rest of this and get the photographic evidence. Fuck, I muttered. I don't agree with it, she said. It's crossing a line. It's not just messing with the enemy, there's going to be a ton of collateral damage. Why weren't you answering your phone? Brian changed the subject. She blinked a few times, startled. My phone was nearly a goner, so I grabbed a fresh disposable to talk to the boss. I didn't want to use the phone with the rest of your contact info in it, just to be safe. Alec was with me the entire time. He should have gotten any calls. Check your phone, Alec. Brian spoke, terse. Alec did. His eyes went wide. Oh fuck. Part of being a member of this team is being on call if we need you. I swear, Brian growled at Alec, I'm going to kick your ass so hard. Lisa looked from Brian to Alec to me. Something happened. Is anyone hurt? Yes, something happened. No, nobody's hurt. That's really not what concerns me, I told her. I pointed to the screen. Did Coyle plan this? Is this a scheme of his, him using his power? Using his destiny manipulation or whatever to create some general coincidence, put us in a bad spot, and force us to join him? Lisa shook her head forcefully. I didn't get the sense of anything like that, and that's not how his power operates. Besides, he expected we would agree anyways. He wouldn't jeopardize that with a gambit like this. It's too crude. So it was just him attacking Empire 88 on a new front, and a fucking bad coincidence for us, I said, as much to myself as anyone else. What's going on? Alec asked. I took a deep breath and tried to explain just how bad the situation was. Coyle just made a big play against the Empire, and it looks like it was anonymous. Bitch and I got in a fight with some of his underlings at almost the same time. I don't. Alec started. Look at it this way, I interrupted. Kaiser and every single one of his 20-ish superpowered flunkies are going to be pissed enough to want to kill someone, after Coyle went and turned their lives upside down. Kaiser and his people know who we are, from our cooperation against the ABB. Specifically, they know who Lisa is. So who are they going to blame for this, if not the group his people were just fighting with this very afternoon, the group with the very talented information gatherer in their ranks? Oh. Alex said. Fuck. Exactly. Bus 7.5. It's too dangerous to stay here, Brian spoke. What? Lisa and I asked him, almost simultaneously. They've got too many heavy hitters and they have absolutely no reason to hold back anymore. After the ABB thing and the issue with Bitch earlier today, with the number of powered individuals they've got at their disposal, they can probably figure out our general location and go on the offensive. We can't afford to still be here if they decide to try and root us out or if they lay siege to the docks. So, what, we run? Alec asked. Tactical retreat. Just to be safe, Brian stated, his voice firm, in case Empire 88 does decide to organize and come after us in force. I spoke up, even if they don't blame us for this email that's outing them, secret identity-wise, I'm betting there's going to be more than a few that just want to hurt someone and vent their anger, and we did just get in a fight with their people. It makes us an easy target. I'm with Brian. I think we should lay low, at least for now. Okay, Lisa said, I'm not sure I agree, but I don't see any harm in it. You guys think you can convince Rachel? Already did, Brian said, more or less. She's packing up at her personal dog shelter, and she'll be ready to go the moment transportation arrives. Lisa, first thing, I want you to get on the phone with Coyle. Get that transportation. I'll text you directions to the place and get Coyle to make a statement, have him make it damn clear to Empire 88 that he's responsible for this email. I don't think he'll be willing, as far as fessing up. Tell him that I'm not going to sign any deal with him if he can't own up to this and get the heat off us, when we weren't informed and we didn't agree to taking this kind of action. Lisa frowned. Okay. If he's as clever as he acts like he is, he'll find some angle to make it work. Alright. I'll try. What else? Take Alec and find a place to stay with Rachel and the dogs. I think Bitch has more than one shelter like the one I saw today. If none of those places work, ask Coyle for a place. Lisa nodded. Okay. What are you doing? Taylor and I will stay at my apartment. It's out of the way, and so long as we don't go out in costume, we shouldn't run into trouble. I'd be staying at his apartment. I could remember the tension from the last time I'd been there alone with him, just how aware I'd been of his presence. The idea of going there to stay overnight forced me to focus very carefully on keeping my expression impassive and my hands from fidgeting. I was glad for the distraction of Alec's response. The fuck? Alec spoke, you're telling us to get out of here, stay in some random place with a bunch of stray dogs, while you go home and kick back. Do not get on my case right now, Alec. Brian pointed a finger at Alec. As a member of our group, you agreed to answer your fucking phone when it goes off. I'm not much happier with Lisa, for not having a phone ready, but you're the one I'm really pissed at. From what I heard, if things had gone a little differently, one or both of your teammates could be dead. Because you guys weren't able to back them up when Taylor asked for it. Alec's eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply. Brian's voice was low, his tone controlled. I'm angry enough that you should count it as a good thing that you're not staying at my place and having to put up with me. That's why you're not coming with me. I also need a level head with you and Rachel, and that means Lisa goes with you too. I'd leave Taylor instead, but I'd rather spread out the firepower between our two teams. Whatever, Alec looked back to the TV. Forget I mentioned anything. Before Brian could get on Alec's case again, I cut in to ask, shouldn't we all maybe stay together? No, Lisa answered me, Brian has the right idea. Together, as a group of 5, we might draw attention from anyone keeping an eye out for our team. Especially if there's dogs around. Having two teams means we can mount a rescue or provide a distraction if one group gets in a bad spot. Keep your phones on and answer them if anyone calls. We take turns checking in on each other, every half hour, using the same passwords as before. Brian instructed. Got it, Lisa replied. If you really can't find a place to stay, and the dogs are safely put away somewhere, you can stay at my place. You'd be crashing on the couch and the floor, though. Lisa nodded. Hey, I spoke up, hesitant, can I take 5 minutes to grab a shower and change while you guys hash out the rest of the details? Brian made a pained face, but he nodded, go. Grateful, I hurried to the bathroom, stopping by my room to grab my costume, a fresh outfit, and my towel. The shower was being more uncooperative than usual, and I didn't have the time to wait for it to decide to give me warm water, so I jumped in and endured the chilled water just long enough to rinse myself off, scrub the priority areas and get my hair wet. I cranked the shower off, squeegeed the water off myself with my index finger and thumb, then hopped out of the shower to towel dry and run a brush through my hair. When I was dry enough, I pulled on a pair of stretch shorts and then started to pull my costume on. Given that it was all one piece, barring the mask, belt, and armor panels, I couldn't quite wear it under clothing without having to wear gloves and long sleeves. That kind of clothing wasn't an option as the weather got warmer. One option I did have, what I'd been ruminating on, after having my bugs crawl all over me to keep my identity concealed, was only putting it on partway. When the lower half of the costume was on, I folded the top half around at the waist, tying the arms together around me, like a belt. I put on jeans and a black and red spaghetti strap top that left some of my midriff exposed. To finish, I tied a sweatshirt around my waist, positioning it over where I'd tied the upper half of my costume. I sized myself up in the mirror. The material was fairly thin and it stretched, so it didn't make me look bulkier. I'd have to see how comfortable the solace I'd built into the foot portion of the costume were inside shoes, but that was something I could adjust. Having the main part of the body pulled around behind my back meant I could hide the bulkier portion under the sweatshirt. So long as I didn't untie the sweatshirt where anyone could see, I was golden. I hurried out of the bathroom, grabbed enough tops, underwear, and socks to last me a few days. I rolled them up to make them compact, and stashed them in my backpack around the armor for my costume, my weapons, the rest of my utility compartment stuff, 2 books, and $600 in cash. I slung the bag over one shoulder. Heavy, but manageable. I left my room to rejoin Brian, tying my damp hair into a loose ponytail with an elastic while I walked. I paused for just a second to extend one leg, toe down to touch the ground, so a collection of beetles, roaches and spiders could crawl up my leg. They settled between my costume and my clothes. I could deal with bugs being on me, so long as they weren't directly on my skin. Ready? I asked Brian. He nodded. He'd pulled off the leather jacket and had it in a gym bag with his helmet. He was wearing a guy's tank top, beige, leaving his arms and shoulders exposed. His skin glittered with the tiniest droplets of sweat, from wearing a jacket in the warm weather. I pulled my eyes away before my attention could draw notice. I told Lisa, we'll see you guys later. Have fun, she grinned. Brian led the way outside, and again, I paused at the door's threshold to collect some more bugs under my clothing and in my bag while I could still be discreet about it. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. He seemed to be deep in thought, and there was good cause for that, so I didn't bother him as we walked to the bus stop. Am I being paranoid? He asked me, as we arrived. I'm not the person to ask. As far as I'm concerned, when you're talking about capes, you can't take too many precautions. Especially with a group as influential as Empire 88. I'll rephrase the question then. Do you think the others will think I'm being paranoid? Honestly? Probably. Damn it. Our conversation stalled when more people joined us at the bus stop. I just realized, Brian spoke, I never asked if you even wanted to stay over. I looked up at him. I wasn't sure how to answer without conveying my full feelings on the subject. Keep it simple. I do. It's totally fine. After I was first introduced to the others, I did that a lot. The guys complained about it, and my sisters mentioned it too. I take charge, make calls. Really, it's cool. It makes sense, given, I paused, keeping the civilians that were in earshot in mind. The situation, and I like your apartment, so I don't mind staying there. Yeah. Definitely. Hell, I'd have you decorate my apartment when I got a place of my own. He chuckled, I'll do that for you if you make me that outfit we talked about before. The costume. I'd almost forgotten. Thanks for reminding me about that. It sort of slipped my mind. Considering it. Yeah. Maybe. It's a big job, but I guess I have more free time now, and, yeah. That's pretty much it. I could maybe do it, sure. Obviously, I couldn't and wouldn't mention the fact that my decision to ally myself with the Undersiders for real was a factor. Yeah. I'd owe you. Gives us something to talk about while I'm staying over, too. I don't think we'll lack for conversation topics, he smiled at me. That boyish smile that I'd noticed on day one. If I was being honest, I would even say it was tied with his voice for the thing I liked most about him, aesthetically. It was maybe unfair to think so, but I generally saw the vast majority of teenage boys as awkward people that combined the traits of a child and an adult in the most unfortunate ways possible. Brian was the opposite, and it was his voice and his smile that really nailed the effect. I felt my ears warming up in the telltale sign of an incoming blush and looked away, distracting myself with an exhaustive investigation of a brown paper bag by the side of the road. If I kept on that particular line of thinking about Brian's better qualities, I was guaranteed to wind up saying or doing something to embarrass myself. The bus arrived and we climbed on. I flashed my school ID, while Brian paid with tickets. I found an empty seat, and Brian stood next to me, holding the pole. He was close enough to me that his leg pressed against my arm. Even though I could have moved my arm away, I left it where it was. I wasn't the sort of girl Brian would be attracted to. I knew that. I could settle for just his presence and friendship. I could enjoy it if there happened to be casual body contact between us, even if it was a bit pervy. Our brief conversation had let me relax and start to enjoy the possibility of an evening in Brian's company, but what I saw next was a bucket of cold water in the face. The bus had stopped to pick up passengers, and Sophia Hess was among them. Her sleeveless polo top was long, extending down to her waist, and clung tight to a slender body with curves and a chest I'd never have. The tennis skirt she was wearing was only barely long enough to be decent. More than one set of eyes turned her way as she boarded the bus, Brian's among them. She was oblivious to the attention and to my existence, preoccupied with a conversation over the phone. She looked annoyed, bored, and distracted, as the person on the other end did most of the talking. Probably a parent. The bus continued on its route, more people filed in, and the people near the front moved further back. I stared at her, waiting for the moment she would see me and make eye contact. I wasn't sure what she'd do, or what I'd do, but that moment held every iota of my focus. She was Emma's best friend. The person who had shoved me into the locker, back on the day I'd gotten my powers. On countless occasions, she had pushed and tripped me, often several times a day. She'd knocked me down the stairs, when I was near the bottom of the flight, even got others to do similar things. Given that she'd been suspended after my last meeting with her, I somehow didn't think she'd walk away without confrontation if she saw me. My leg bounced restlessly. Without thinking about it, I'd readied myself to leap out of my seat, to defend myself, get out of the way, or respond to whatever happened. My thoughts looped through possible things she might do, things I might say or do in response. Sophia put the phone away, and gazed out the window for a moment. When she'd seen everything there was to see of transition point between the docks and downtown, she glanced over the bus interior. Her eyes paused on advertisements running along the top of the bus, then settled on Brian. The appraising look she gave him was unmistakable. It lingered long enough that it probably would have been uncomfortable for him, if he'd been aware of it. Or maybe not. Maybe he would have liked the attention from a girl that looked like her. Blat. She still hadn't seen me. I could see why I was sitting, and she and Brian were standing, and there were others between us, obscuring her line of sight to me. I startled when something moved to my left. It was just the person sitting next to me standing to get off at the next stop, but it made me aware of just how tense I was. I reached up and touched Brian's elbow. When he glanced down, I moved over into the empty seat and pointed to the vacated spot. He smiled and sat down beside me. My pulse was pounding in my throat, and I couldn't tell him why. Not here. I waited and tried to organize my thoughts, as people from the front of the bus moved toward the back. It took some doing, but I avoided looking at Sophia. I reached up and put a hand on his shoulder, used it to rise high enough to murmur in his ear, "Do me a mega huge favor? I'll explain after." Of course, his voice was barely audible over the noise of the bus. He turned his head just enough to look me in the eye, and my heart skipped a beat. "Just play along." I put 2 fingers on the side of his chin, turning his head, and rose out of my seat just enough to touch my lips to his. I expected electricity, fireworks, all that stuff you hear about. I thought my heartbeat might race, or that my thoughts might dissolve into that chaotic mess that I'd experienced a few times in the recent past. What I didn't expect was the calm. The tension melted out of me, and all the worries, anxieties, and conflicting thoughts faded into the background. It was like the sense of peace I got from waking up at the loft, times 10. All I thought about was the contact, how nice it was, the feeling of his lips on mine. I broke the kiss and looked him in the eyes as I settled back in my seat. Even before he opened his mouth to say something, I was giving him the smallest shake of my head. He closed his mouth. When I looked away, I felt his arm settle around my shoulders. I looked and didn't see Sophia at the front of the bus. When I checked over my shoulder, I found her near the back. She was staring at me. I imagined it wasn't so different from that primal sense of satisfaction Bitch had felt when she'd set the dogs on me. Except where Bitch had lorded it over me with a smug smile, I didn't change my expression from the light smile that was already on my face. I gave Sophia a moment's eye contact and nothing more, before turning to face the front of the bus once more. She wasn't worth it, wasn't worth spoiling this. I avoided looking back to see what she was doing or checking if she was still there. When Brian asked me if I minded stopping to go shopping before we went to his apartment, I nodded. I had taken Lisa's advice, trying to improvise, be more impulsive. I had also done as Bitch had suggested. I'd let Brian know I was interested, kind of. Not to the extent she'd suggested, but it was something. Definitely something. Except I'd just forced matters with Brian, and now I not only had to explain, but I had to deal with a night of awkwardness in his company, on top of the threat of action from Empire 88. Bus 7.6. So, about that favor I just did you, Brian began. I glanced around at the other people who were departing the bus, still more were waiting at the stop. Can we talk about it later? In private. He gave me a curious look, but he replied, of course. I knew I was making it worse by procrastinating, that I'd only get more awkward if I dwelled on it. Whether I admitted my feelings or told him about Sophia, both felt too personal to talk about with the crowd of strangers following us off the bus. We'd gotten off the bus at a mall I'd never been to. It wasn't one of the ones with any major chains or stores in it, but it wasn't small enough to deserve the label of strip mall either. There were more people milling around than I thought there might be, given that it was still mid-afternoon. High school students and 9 to 5 employees wouldn't be out yet. I realized there were more than a few people in their late teens or early 20s with backpacks and bags. College students. Next bus going by my place should come in half an hour, but we can stay longer, if you want, Brian told me. What did you want to get? I asked him. Bus tickets and some stuff for breakfast. This is the closest spot to my apartment that has both. Okay. You need anything? Toothbrush, toothpaste, and I was thinking about grabbing a book. Don't worry about the toothbrush or toothpaste, I have extra stuff set aside for Aisha when she comes, and replacing that before then is easy. Want to go to the bookstore, and I'll meet you there when I've got what I need. Sure. That might have been the point we went our separate ways, but the grocery store and bookstores were in the same direction. We walked together, in awkward silence, until we saw a crowd outside a store. It was an electronics store with computers and TVs in the window. The number of people had reached critical mass and was drawing more onlookers, to the point where it was hard to find an angle where we could see the screens. At least, where I could see the screens, Brian was tall enough to see over the average person. The images displayed on the screen were the same as the ones I had seen in the email, earlier. Max Anders and Kaiser. Caden Anders and Purity. The blondes as Fenja and Menja. The broadcast flickered through all of them, Hook Wolf, Krieg, Knight, Fog, Storm Tiger, Athala, Cricket, Rune, Victor, Alabaster, the Crusader, the list went on. The screen shifted to two news broadcasters. In the top right corner of the screen, there was the usual story of the moment image, showing Max Anders sitting at a table at some event, with a swastika followed by a question mark hovering above him. Words out, Brian spoke to me, quiet. If they didn't know about this already, they do now. I nodded without turning away from the screen. The broadcast changed to show Arms Master and Miss Militia with a man in a suit and tie, addressing a crowd of reporters. We're probably not going to see anything new here, Brian whispered to me, and we can't hear anything through the window. We'll text Lisa, let her know it's on the news, and she can handle the information side of things. I nodded and joined Brian in walking away. It's clever, I murmured, glancing around to ensure nobody was in immediate earshot. I don't know if I agree with how the boss went about it, I think it sort of crosses a line, but I can see the reasoning. Controlled chaos, keeping everyone that matters busy and off balance so he can advance his own agenda. It does cross a line, yet. We'll have to see how that works out. I saw the bookstore to my left, I guess this is where we part ways. Sure. I'll meet you in a couple of minutes. Being around Brian was tense, in a way. I found most social situations awkward, and the only way I could cope was by planning out what I'd say, considering and anticipating everything in advance. Around Brian, though, I got so flustered and distracted that I couldn't do that. That led to me feeling like I sounded dumb, created awkward pauses. It only got worse as I became aware of any of it. That was where the kiss had been so nice, settling my thoughts and giving me a sense of tranquility for that all too brief moment. Except things were worse now, and Brian and I had a discussion looming. Worse, I'd been so focused on not screwing up the dialogue now, in the present, that I hadn't had time to think about what I'd say in the immediate future. In short, as much as I liked his company, liked him, I was glad for the break and the chance to calm down and get my thoughts sorted, so I could handle it when the conversation happened. The used bookstore wasn't organized in the slightest. There was a heavy musty smell, and the racks were organized haphazardly. There were fantasy books and science fiction both classified under fantasy, which irked me, and non-fiction was one broad category that took up an entire wall. If there was a system to sort the books, I couldn't see it, and many of the shelves had books on their sides, stacked atop one another, sometimes 2 or 3 layers deep. Some of the fuller shelves had books stacked on the ground in front of them, requiring careful steps to avoid knocking anything over or stepping on a stray book. The sole occupant of the store was an elderly black man that sat behind the counter, leaning back in a chair with his hands folded on his stomach. The television played a little too loudly for the store's old-school atmosphere. Some courtroom show. After checking out the selection of fantasy books in the middle of the store, I navigated my way to the back, keeping an eye on the signs identifying each section. The romance section had way too many books in it. So did mystery, as far as I was concerned. Both genres tended to be a little too repetitive and samey for my tastes. As I disappeared behind a row of shelves, the man at the counter called out, "Gruff, don't be shoplifting because you think I'm not paying attention." "All right." I called back, feeling silly as I said it. I wasn't sure how else to respond. I found the instructional section and spotted the item I'd come into the store for in one of the stacks on a lower shelf. Dog psychology, the basis of dog training. With minimal experience being around dogs, I needed more information, if I was going to continue relating with Bitch. I'd known I wanted a book on the topic of how dogs thought and related to others, and I was glad to have found it. I tucked the book under one arm, then picked up another book on tailoring, as a possible reference for future costume design. Flipping through it, I wasn't too impressed. I checked out another. My thoughts froze as a hand touched my hair. I belatedly remembered Brian. I tried and failed to organize my thoughts. I'd forgotten to plan out what to say to him, and what would he be doing touching my hair. I started to turn around, only for the hand to seize my ear and wrench it hard enough to make my legs buckle at the pain. I was shoved over and my body's weight and momentum weren't enough to pull my ear free from my attacker's grip, with the skin joining my ear to my head paying the price. I felt like my skin was tearing, and I couldn't even scream as my breath hitched in my throat. I collapsed on top of a pile of books, and the white-hot pain surrounding my ear was so overwhelming I wasn't entirely sure if my ear was still being held or not. A knee pressed against my side with enough force I had little doubt that most or all of my attacker's body weight was on top of me. Long fingernails stabbed into my cheek, forcing the skin in between and against my teeth, as my assailant gripped the side of my jaw. It not only forced my mouth painfully open with the pressure of my cheek against my own teeth, but it pressed my face hard against the pile of books beneath me. My cry of protest was reduced to an incomprehensible, muffled noise, which became a primal groan as my ear was twisted again, the opposite direction as before. Something you should know about me, Sophia's voice was dulcet, the reason I'm such a good runner? It's not that I'm driven to win. It's that I really, really hate losing. She wrenched my ear again, changing the direction again, and I cried out. If she went any further, I was positive the skin would tear and the ear would come off entirely. I struggled, but the book slid beneath my hands and knees, giving me minimal traction. And I hate losing the most when it's to a depressing queef like you. She rocked her right hand back and forth against my cheek, as if she wanted to drive her fingernails through the skin. Her thumbnail bit into the underside of my jaw. I have bugs inside my jeans and backpack. I can end this. With both hands, using her grip on my ear and jaw, she lifted my head up and plunged it down hard against the pile of books beneath me. It wasn't the worst hit I'd ever taken, but it still left me reeling. I couldn't afford to take too many hits to my head. Though my concussion was more or less healed, I'd be susceptible to a relapse of symptoms and future concussions for a while yet. I just had to use my bugs to get her off me, buy myself time to get my knife and baton end. And then I'd be fucked. I'd do more damage to myself in the long run, outing myself as the girl with the bug powers. I'd never be able to go home to my dad. Sophia let go of my cheek to cover my mouth with her hand. Using this fresh hold, she wrenched my head as far to the right as it would go, so I could see her looming over me, her hair hanging down around her face. She looked like a panther, black-skinned, savage, teeth bared just a little as she panted. She let go of my ear and tapped hard against the lens of my glasses as she continued, "This is your reminder that everyone has their place in life, bear, and you should stick to yours. Trying to act better than you are only embarrasses you and irritates me, get it?" She yanked on my ear again, as if to make her point clear. "Not if you understand, and I'll let you run off home." I glared up at her. My fingertips traced against the books on the bottom shelf until I found the hardcovers. I got hold of one, pulled it free, and in the same motion, drove one of the corners of the text into Sophia's side. She fell over, and I flipped onto my back to swing again, switching to a two-handed grip to add more power to the swing. The time it had taken me to get into position for another swing, however, bought Sophia time to get out of the way. I had Brian's tips on fighting in mind, keeping on the offensive, and the only way to do that was to fling the hard-covered reference book at her head. She used her arms to knock it out of the air, then winced, rubbing her arm. "What the fuck is your derangement?" I shouted at her. "In what twisted perspective is it all right to stalk and attack someone because they kissed a boy?" "It's not just that." Sophia started toward me, then stopped when I let my backpack fall to the ground and straightened, ready for another confrontation. "You got me fucking suspended. I don't care about missing class, but I'm off the track team until further notice. And it's all because you ran off to whimper for the grown UPS. I need that shit." "Who fucking who? If I knew it mattered that much to you, I'd have written a letter to your coach days ago, just to drive the point home and make sure you never got back on the team." Sophia gave me a look of pure loathing. "You're a coward, a bear. A rat. You know you're a nerd, you're flat-chested, scrawny. Nobody likes you, nobody wants you for a friend, you're not good at anything. So you run, you hide, skip school, stay quiet, don't do anything with your waste of a life. And if things get tough, if anyone decides to have a little fun at your expense, you go crying to the people in charge, because you can't take it." My ear throbbed. I put my hand up to tenderly touch the base of it, and pulled away when I felt a bitter stinging pain in response. My fingertips were red with blood when I lowered them. "FYI, it was Emma's dad who called the meeting at the school, not me," I replied without anger in my voice. I was sobered by the sight of my own blood. Odd as it sounded, I felt more comfortable with the situation. I'd dealt with more serious fights, and I felt like I could handle this better, having seen the blood, knowing the ante was higher. "You still told someone. So what if I did? What did you expect, that I'd keep my mouth shut, put up with it?" "That's exactly what I expected. It seems you didn't get my point about knowing your place." Her eyes flickered to the spot where she'd just held me down. "Maybe you'll get the message after round 2. She started toward me, and I had a good sense of how this would go. She was my height, but she was stronger than me, with more room for muscle on her frame. Not that she was fat, or heavy in any way, but her physique was athletic, slender, and mine was that of a scarecrow just plain thin. There was also the broader context I was already hurting, and she was fucking psycho. If it came down to it, I suspected I'd get the worst of it in the fight, unless I either found a way to get to my weapons in my bag or used my powers. That didn't mean I wouldn't be able to do some damage to her in the meantime, it just meant she'd kick my ass in the process. If that was how it turned out, I was okay with that. "Enough," the male voice cut in. Sophia halted in her advance. She turned an impassive expression to Brian, who stood to her left. He set plastic bags of food on the ground as she watched. "The boyfriend." Brian looked at me, and there was a touch of concern in the expression. I turned my attention back to her. "Meet Sophia. One of the girls that's been giving me a hard time at school." The look of concern disappeared from his face in an instant. It was replaced by anger. "She's lying," Sophia told him, without the slightest trace of hesitation. She cheated off me for a test, and got us both suspended and... Shut up, Brian's voice was low, not much different from his normal speech, but Sophia got the message. She closed her mouth. He turned to me, are you okay? My ear hurts like hell, and I don't even know what she did to the side of my face, but I'm alive. Good. Sophia bolted, and there were only two ways to go through me, or past Brian. She chose the easy road, dashing toward me, and I lunged for her, aiming to grab her, slow her down enough for Brian to step in. Except she was faster than I'd anticipated, proving her position on the track team wasn't just for show, and even my last-ditch effort at grabbing her wrist fell short. Brian and I gave chase, and were stopped when the guy from the front counter emerged and stepped partway between us and Sophia. What's this? He looked between us. Behind him, Sophia turned to face us, assessed the situation and then backed up a few steps with the old man's back was turned to her. She attacked me, I said. Looks that way, sure, but the girl said it was justified, that you stole something from her on the bus. Asked me to stay at the counter and turn up the volume on my show while she got it back. It's a lie, I told him. The old man ignored me. He looked at Brian, I thought you'd be on the other girl's side, not sure I would have let you past if I knew it was any different. Why had he come to that conclusion? Because Brian and Sophia were both black? I didn't like that assumption, that I was automatically the bad guy, here. No, was Brian's curt reply. My friend is right. That girl attacked her. Sophia backed away another few small steps, behind the old man. When Brian moved forward, the old man got in his way, angry. Hey now, I'm not going to have any more fighting in my bookstore. Sophia saw her chance and ran. I raised my hand, as if I could somehow reach out and stop her, then dropped it. It took us another 2 minutes to wrap things up with the old man. He accused me twice more of being a thief and gave us a dressing down for causing violence in his store. When he started demanding we go to the back with him and talk about the damage and mess, Brian grabbed my arm and guided me out of the store, ignoring the old guy's insults and shouts of protest. We took the quickest route out of the mall and started walking down the street. I'd left the dog psychology book behind, I realized. That bummed me out as much as anything. I hadn't really won or lost, as I saw it. Any injuries I'd sustained were balanced out by the fact that I'd fought back, and that Brian had been there to back me up. Well, that was my gut feeling, anyway. It was entirely possible that I'd change my mind after I saw how bad the damage was to my face and ear. Might as well know sooner than later. I gestured to the side of my head and asked Brian, how bad is it? I think that ear's going to need stitches, Brian told me. You've got a tear in the skin by the earlobe. I nodded, mute. You want to press assault charges? I shook my head. No money to do it, no use in trying. She had Emma's dad backing her up, and the only witness was the old guy from the bookstore, who had given me the distinct impression he sided with Sophia over me. So that's what you've been dealing with at school, he asked. I shook my head. When I tried to speak, a surge of emotion made my voice reedy. It took me a second to figure out how to get the words out, and the end result was that my voice sounded hollow and robotic. That was the worst she's tried to hurt me physically. Guess it's different outside of school. I can defend myself more, but she has less reason to hold back. So I suppose he cleared his throat, kiss on the bus? It was for her benefit. I swallowed hard, in an effort to get my voice more normal. I probably wouldn't get another chance. Yet. Some was for mine. He turned toward me, eyebrows raised a fraction. I shrugged, doing everything I could to sound more casual than I felt. I wasn't sure how successful I was. I like you. You don't need to make a bigger deal of it than it is, I floundered as I tried to find the words, already regretting opening my mouth. He didn't speak, giving me a chance to continue. I think you're good looking, I like you as a person. I respect you, more than any of the others, because you're smart about what you do, career-wise. You know. And because you're so comfortable in your own skin, so confident. I admire that. You sound so analytical, Brian offered me a slight smile, but he looked a little pained, going through the points, step by step, like you're checking things off a list. I'm not trying to. I'm not criticizing you. I'm saying it seems very you. No. I just thought, you've gone out of your way to spend time with me, you were meeting me on my runs, invited me to be at your place alone. I've noticed maybe there was more casual body contact, and thought it might be intentional, a signal, guy flirting, I dunno. The present, the amber, I trailed off. It had sounded like a stronger argument in my head than it did out loud. Except, what was I trying to argue? Was I trying to convince him he liked me? Geez. I'm sorry if I sent the wrong signals. My heart dropped. You've got to understand, the only girls I've spent time around are Aisha and Lisa. Bitch doesn't count, you know. I nodded, tightly. Even when I was attending high school, I was always gone the second classes ended. Meeting my dad at the gym, working, or going home to plan some costumed burglary or whatever. You know? I don't have much experience, being around girls. I don't really think that much about the relationship thing, outside of noticing when I see a good-looking girl. It's something I always figured I'd get to later, when I wasn't so preoccupied. I offered another nod, not trusting myself to open my mouth. So if I gave you the wrong impression, I guess it's partially because I have no idea what I'm doing, and because I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff like that. I don't see you that way. It's more like you're my sister, someone I want to protect and help and support. I like you as a friend. I can even see us being best friends, somewhere down the line. Like his sister. A friend. If there was more body contact or if I was spending time with you, or any of that other stuff you mentioned, I promise I wasn't teasing or anything. If any of it was conscious on my part, it was meant to make you feel more welcome, let you know you've got me around, because I knew you had a rough time of it at school. And pity. There's the trifecta. It's okay. You can stop now. We walked a few seconds in oppressive silence. I'm sorry. I feel like an asshole. Like I'm kicking you while you're down. I shook my head, it's fine. Not a big deal. Just drop the subject. All right. I bobbed my head in mutual agreement and swallowed the lump in my throat. In a different place or situation, if Brian wasn't around, if I had privacy, I might have cried. I didn't have that luxury, so I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, controlling my breathing, reading street signs and store names, and just focusing on anything that wasn't Brian or the conversation we'd just had. The walk back to his apartment was longish, maybe half an hour, and was peppered with only meaningless small talk and long, wordless pauses. We got up to his apartment, and he started putting things away and getting the first aid stuff together. I turned on the TV to liven up the awkward quiet. I didn't have to wait long before something caught my eye. It was on Channel 4, a live update on the Empire 88 situation. From the looks of things, there was no doubt in my mind that Kaiser's people were giving Brockton Bay their response to the email. Bus 7.7. Purity floated above the docks, an oversized firefly against a blue-gray backdrop of sky. She came to rest over a building that had been half-built and left abandoned, a small crane jutting out of the middle of it. A building I recognized as Bitch's Place. Her improvised dog shelter. Brian. I called out. You want to see this? The cameraman tried to zoom in and focus on Purity, but only intensified the lens flare effect that followed her. He zoomed back out just in time to see her take action. The beams of light that blasted from her palm weren't straight. There was a bit of a spiral to them, as they formed a rough double helix. The end result was wider than Purity was tall, tearing into the building to topple the crane against one wall. She turned the light on the other walls, obliterating them. It took her less than a minute to level the building and pulverize any part of the structure that stood higher than the sidewalk. She paused, and hovered there in the midst of the dust and the motes of light that had followed in the wake of her power. She turned and shot the next closest building, directing a smaller, tighter beam at one corner where the structure met the ground. She hit the next corner, then swept the oscillating shaft of light through the ground floor to obliterate any supports that stood within. The building toppled messily with brick walls sloughing off and cresting plumes of dust. The building hadn't even finished falling down before she started work on the next two, devoting one beam to each. Were there people in there? I asked, horrified both at the idea and at what this woman was capable of doing. What about those other buildings? Brian was behind his couch, watching. There might have been, and there might be. My need to hurry overrode my modesty. I stood and pulled off my top, leaving just my bra on, making sure to keep my back to Brian. I removed the sweatshirt I had tied around my waist and untied the arms of my costume. What are you doing? Getting ready. I put my arm through one arm and worked my fingers into the gloves. Brian walked around the couch and I hurried to raise the top half of my costume and clutch it to my chest, covering myself. He put his hands on my bare shoulders and exerted enough force to push me back down to a sitting position. I complied, stiffly, reluctantly. He pulled his hands away a little more quickly than he might have a day or two ago, jamming them in his pockets. I hunched my shoulders forward self-consciously. Brian took a deep breath. Not your job. They're doing that because of us. I adjusted my grip on my costume top to free a hand so I could point it at the TV. The cameraman was retreating from the scene, and the image was wobbling as the camera rocked with his movement. The spark of light that was Purity was moving in his general direction as she leveled more buildings. Because of Coil, not us. The heroes will be the ones to take care of it, Brian retorted. They could be hurting innocent people. Given who these guys are, I'm pretty sure they've been hurting innocent people for a long time. I turned to frown at Brian. You know what I mean. We. Undersiders, a female voice cut into the conversation. Protectorate. Take note. Our heads turned back to the television screen. The camera showed a brilliant glare that could only vaguely be made out as a face. The view shifted, and I heard her command, hold it. The camera steadied and focused on Purity's face, from ground level looking up. I suspected the cameraman was on the ground. You took the most important thing in the world from me. Her voice was without affect, flat. Until she is returned, this doesn't stop. I will take this city apart until I find you or you come to stop me. My subordinates will murder anyone, everyone, until the matter is settled. I don't care if they are genetically pure or not. If they haven't allied with us already, they missed their chance. She bent down to take the camera. While the image swayed wildly, Purity spoke, night, fog. Demonstrate. The camera steadied, fixed on a man and a woman in grey and black costumes, respectively, featuring cowls and cloaks. Behind and to the side of them was an unnaturally pale and white-haired young man. The man in grey evaporated into a rolling cloud of white-grey fog, moving toward the camera. Purity took flight, moving up and above the scene, keeping the camera focused on the cameraman. As the camera rose and the view of the scene expanded, I could see Crusader off to one side, leaning against a wall with his arms folded. As the mist enveloped the cameraman, Knight strode forward, disappearing into it. The timing of what happened was wrong, too soon after she entered the fog. There was a ragged scream, and then blood sprayed out of the mist to paint the surrounding road in dozens upon dozens of long splashes of crimson. The fog moved as though it had a mind of its own, congealing into the man once more. When he had fully pulled himself together again, there were only a few spatters of blood 6 or so paces from where the body had fallen, and Knight, standing in the middle of the road. No body, no clothes, no blood remained where the fog had passed. "We are not the ABB, Purity spoke, not bothering to turn the camera back to herself. "We are stronger, both in powers and in numbers. We have discipline, and thanks to you, we have nothing left to lose. I will have my daughter back, and we will have our restitution." Purity dropped the camera, and the view spun lazily as the camera hurtled to the ground. There was the briefest of glimpses of the trail of light that marked her departure, before the camera hit the ground and the television went black. After a moment, the BB4 News logo appeared on the screen against a blue background. "Crap," Brian said. "So. If you're not going to go after them to save people," I wasn't able to keep all the bitterness out of my voice. "Maybe you'll do it for our rep, after we got called out like that." "That's not Taylor, I don't want people to get hurt or killed, either. I'm not a villain that aims to hurt people. I'm just being practical." "You didn't answer my question. What are we doing now, after hearing that?" "We're calling Lisa. Or you are, and I'll take care of your ear while you do it." I nodded. I took the opportunity to get my top back on while he got the first aid kit, and grabbed my cell phone. Brian used saline and a wet cotton wipe to wipe around my ear, and I dialed Lisa. She picked up on the first ring. "Lemon J," I told her. "Bumblebee S," she replied. "No immediate danger, but the situation doesn't look good." "Right," I replied. Brian put the cotton wipe aside. It was a red pink with flakes of my dried blood on it. He prepared another to continue working. "You see that bit on TV?" I asked her. "Hold on, I'm putting you on speaker for Gru." I'd used his codename for security's sake. I fiddled with the keypad to get the phone to speaker mode. Lisa's voice was tinny through the low-quality speaker. "Purity? I saw the bit on TV. From what I picked up, Child Protective Services and a contingent of capes went into her place and walked out with her baby while she was at work, before she even had a chance to hear about the email." Mama Bear snapped. "Tattletale," Brian spoke, "did you talk to Coyle?" "Coyle says he told Kaiser straight up that he was responsible for the emails." "I believe him. If Purity and Kaiser's other subordinates don't know, Kaiser either hasn't seen fit to tell them or he's intentionally keeping them in the dark." "What? Why would he do that?" I raised the phone closer to my mouth to ask her. "It makes a warped sort of sense to me," Brian answered for Lisa. "He lets his people believe we're responsible, with Purity's group gunning for us and the Protectorate. Hook Wolf hates us anyways, because of bitch, so he goes along. Kaiser lets them deal with us, with all that fury and hate and no-holds-barred torture, murder and maiming that comes with blaming us. When we're dealt with, or when it's convenient, he tells them the truth, turns that bloodthirst against Coyle. His people won't ever be scarier or more vicious than they are right now. Why not maximize the damage? Doesn't that fall apart if Coyle admits, publicly or to the members of Empire 88, that he's responsible?" I asked. "Yes," Lisa's tinny voice replied, "but Coyle won't. He was willing to talk to Kaiser, fess up to the man himself face to face, but going with a more public route risks putting him in the spotlight, drawing attention to himself, and he's not going to do that. I suspect Kaiser knows that and is accounting for it." "So what's next?" I asked. I think we should do something to step in, but Brian was saying that he thought we should continue to lay low. Before Purity said her piece, anyways. Not sure if he's changed his mind. I gave him a look. "I haven't," Brian spoke, loud enough to be picked up by the phone. He dabbed ointment on my ear, making me wince. "Sorry." I wasn't sure if the apology was over his stance in the discussion or the medical care. "According to the news and my, inside source," Lisa spoke, referring to her power, "Purity hasn't stopped. She's doing strafing runs across the docks. She moves too fast for anyone but Dauntless or Velocity to catch, and she hits harder than both of them combined. She's knocked down 4 more buildings while we've talked, I'm pretty sure. How long before she happens to knock over our hideout?" Brian pursed his lips. "And she leads her own subgroup within Empire 88, so I'm betting that Fog, Knight, Alabaster and Crusader are on the streets, doing their own thing. I dunno about you guys, but I have friends in our neighborhood. I'm very not cool with that." Brian sighed. "Fine. We go. But no direct confrontation until we have a game plan, especially not before we reunite our 2 groups." "Where are you guys?" "Holed up on the far side of the train yard, with the dogs," Lisa answered. "Not a bad spot. Better than the building Purity tore down. Don't know why she was set up there instead of here." I heard a voice on the other end that was probably bitches, though I couldn't make out the words. "So. We meet?" Lisa asked. "We meet," Brian replied. "I'm going to call Coyle for a vehicle, and to ask him a few questions, hear for myself that he talked to Kaiser. However long it takes for the ride to get here, it should give me time to stitch Skitter up." I winced. "Patch her up? Why? Not relevant to the current situation." "We'll explain later," he said. "Later then. Take care of yourself, Skitter." Lisa hung up. Brian held up the needle and thread. Let me apologize in advance. You see kids get their ears twisted in the movies and on TV all the time. What you don't get is how much it fucking hurts. I touched the part of my mask that covered my bandaged earlobe. It was throbbing, due in part to Brian's ministrations. Just leave it alone. The painkillers will kick in soon. All right. We sat in silence for a few moments. I stared out the small window at the back of the vehicle. Very few cars were going in the direction we were. The interior of the vehicle that Coyle had procured for us was filled with medical equipment. There was a gurney, which I sat on, a second smaller type of gurney that could be disassembled and reassembled as required, up near the ceiling. The interior was efficiently packed with medical supplies, an oxygen tank underneath the bench where Gru sat, a heartbeat monitor, life jackets, tubes of all shapes and sizes, lockers and drawers with pills, splints and bandages. It was, to all appearances, a real ambulance. I couldn't say whether it had originally been an ambulance, and Coyle had added extra compartments for weapons and for my bugs, or if he'd gone the other way and built the vehicle from scratch, to accommodate his additions. We slowed down, and Gru leaned towards the front of the ambulance. What's the hold-up? Blockade coming up, the driver spoke. He and the woman in the passenger seat were Coyle's people, decked out in paramedics' uniforms. No sweat. He flipped a switch, and the siren blared. Seconds later, he was revving up and moving without difficulty. I looked through the rear window, and saw a line of police cars and PRT vans behind us, moving to close the gap they'd just opened in their formation. Hey, are we okay? Gru asked me. He was outfitted in costume, helmet on and visor down. I get the feeling you're angry. If I'm angry at anyone for that thing outside the mall, it's myself. Can we just drop that topic forever and forget it ever happened? No. I mean, are you angry that I didn't jump out of my seat to go fight Empire 88, before we knew everything that was at stake? Oh, I flushed, and my ear throbbed in response to the rush of blood. Could have kicked myself. I honestly don't know. I wasn't expecting it. I see the lengths you go through to take care of your family member. I think of you as a pretty honorable guy, you know. This was veering closer to the conversation that was not to be spoken of than I'd like. I deliberately left that thought hanging. Gru rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not sure I'm as good a person as you're making me out. An impact rocked the ambulance, tossing Gru out of his seat and nearly knocking me heels overhead. The ambulance veered out of the driver's control, tipped, and landed on its side, bringing Gru against the underside of the stretcher I'd been sitting on. The spare gurney and the contents of drawers and lockers around the interior spilled free and scattered around us. Fuck, the driver swore. Fuck shit. I pulled free of the tubes and the half of a gurney that had fallen around me, and crawled toward the front to look between the two front seats. It didn't look so different from bitches' dogs in general shape. It was a little larger, too, maybe, but that was a hard call to make. It was hollow, its limbs were thinner than the dog's, and I couldn't really draw a line between what was the actual meat of the body and what wasn't, because the entire thing was a chainsaw whir of serrated blades, hooks and needle points, shuffling and shifting around one another, rising and falling, all moving too fast for the eye to follow. Altogether, it maintained a general quadruped shape with a tail and elongated snout. Walking on either side of it were two people. There was a pale, tall man with the sort of muscle-heavy build you only saw on cons and bodybuilders. He wore black slacks that were in tatters around his feet, had chains wrapped around his forearms, hands, and calves, and a blue-white tiger mask. On the opposite side of the metal beast was a 20-something girl with a gymnast's build and scars crisscrossing her exposed skin. Her hair was shorn to a bleached blonde buzz cut, and her face was covered by a metal cage. The blender of dangerous-looking metal bits dissolved, each of the hooks and blades retracting into the skin of the man at the center of the thing's chest. As the front legs withdrew into his shoulders, he dropped into a crouch on the street. He wore a wolf mask of sheet metal that had been crudely bent into place, framed by long, greasy blonde hair. Hook Wolf. Rumor had it that Hook Wolf, back in the day, had been one of the top fighters in a para-human fighting ring in New York. He'd grown greedy, killed the man that ran it for access to the vault with the night's earnings, and had made a good number of enemies in the process. It had been a group of white supremacists local to that area that had given him shelter and support, happy to side with him because the man he'd killed had been an acceptable target. Maybe the ideology was real for Hook Wolf from day one, maybe it was an act that had become reality when he found he enjoyed having people celebrate him for enacting his most twisted impulses and racking up a body count. Either way, I suspected that there were few things he wouldn't do for his empire nowadays. Storm Tiger, the man with the chains and tiger mask, and Cricket, the girl, apparently tied back to the same circles of para-human prize fighters that Hook Wolf had once been part of. I couldn't begin to guess their motivations for following him, but I suppose it hardly mattered. Hook Wolf was dangerous enough on his own. With friends? We run, I muttered. Hook Wolf and his buddies had their backs turned to us and were walking toward the police barricade. Storm Tiger flexed his hands, and the air blurred around them, congealed into a half-dozen pale, translucent blades that jutted from each hand. We have guns, spoke the driver, we shoot them from behind. No, Brian spoke, it won't hurt Hook Wolf, and I suspect Cricket and Storm Tiger could do something about it, or they wouldn't be so brazen about walking towards those cops. Skitter is right. We retreat. Ready. Gru blanketed the back doors of the ambulance in darkness to mute the noise as he cracked it open to cover the outside as well. Noiselessly, the four of us backed out of the ambulance. Gru flooded the block with darkness, and I scattered my bugs out from the surrounding area and the compartments in the ambulance's interior to follow in the wake of the darkness, spacing them out to cover the ground and the other objects around us, giving myself a swarm sense of my surroundings. I grabbed the hand of the woman paramedic and pulled her away from the middle of the street, toward the sidewalk. Brian brought the driver in the same general direction. My bugs felt someone come after us, fast. I didn't have time to get out of the way and lead Coil's faux paramedic to safety as well, so I shoved her in one direction and leaped in the other. The man leapt into the space we'd vacated, and I felt a rush of wind set my hair to whipping around my face. There was an explosion of sorts, a blast of wind powerful enough to lift me off the ground and push away a fair share of Gru's darkness. Storm Tiger stood in the epicenter of the clearing, reforming the translucent claws around his raised left hand. He used one of the translucent blades on his hand to tap the side of his tiger mask's nose as he turned to look down at me. When he spoke, his voice was deeper than Brian's. Don't need to see you, sweetie. I was really growing to hate enhanced senses. Buzz 7.8. Storm Tiger raised one hand in the direction he'd come and created a blast of wind to clear a path through Gru's darkness and reveal Hook Wolf and Cricket. Fancy this, Hook Wolf chuckled, looking down at me. We decide to attack the blockades and avoid being hemmed in like the ABB was, and we happen upon you. Not looking for a fight, I told him. Storm Tiger, find the others of her group. Hook Wolf snarled, apparently not considering my words worth responding to. Can't, Storm Tiger spoke, from where he stood above me. Not smelling them. You smelled her. And I smelled the two uniforms from the ambulance. Other one's bleeding, sitting near the ambulance somewhere over there. Darkness Boy isn't around anymore or I'd be able to smell him. He was wrong. My bugs could feel Gru out there. If the driver had been injured, that might account for why Gru had lagged behind. But Storm Tiger couldn't smell Gru? Hook Wolf turned to me, the dog girl. Where's bitch? Not here. I know that, he growled. His hand dissolved into a mess of knives, hooks and spear points, then solidified into an oversized claw with fingers as long as his torso. He flexed them experimentally. How did you even classify that? Ferrokinetic shape-shifting. I crawled backward a few feet, trying to maintain distance between us. Storm Tiger reached down and blocked my retreat with one blade-covered hand. I looked up at Storm Tiger and spoke. We split up earlier today. One of our members had a source. We heard about the email that went out when the news stations and papers did. Decided it'd be better to back off, just in case. No harm done by admitting that much. Don't believe you, he snarled. Doesn't explain why you're here. That's because. I stopped as the two of them turned away. The paramedic a few feet from Storm Tiger had bolted, and was drawing a gun as she ran toward the closest patch of darkness. As she got close to her destination, still running, she turned on the spot and raised her gun to fire at Storm Tiger and Hook Wolf. Hook Wolf barely reacted as the bullets punched into his chest, and even that was just the inevitable force of being shot. Storm Tiger raised one arm as if to protect himself, but the bullets were already veering off before they could hit him, leaving a trio of hazy trails in the air where they had turned. Handle her, Cricket, Hook Wolf spoke, pressing a hand against his collarbone where a bullet had struck him. The scarred girl with the buzz cut dashed forward, reaching behind her back to draw two scythe-like weapons, each only about as long as her forearm. Coil's soldier turned to fire at the incoming villainess, but Cricket ducked to the right, then evaded left, in time with the noise of the gunfire. The distance between them closed rapidly. I didn't see what happened next, as Coil's soldier disappeared into the darkness and Cricket followed her in. Hook Wolf turned back to me, suspiciously competent for an ambulance driver. Pretty fucking sure that's one of Coil's people. What are you doing with her? I didn't answer. My bugs reacted to a funny noise from the direction of Cricket and Coil's woman, but I couldn't hear it myself. Gru's power did strange things to sound. I had more immediate concerns. Hook Wolf dropped his hand to his side, and I saw how the bullet had penetrated skin, but had failed to get any further than the interlocking grid of metal that sat in place of Hook Wolf's muscle. He smiled. I was hoping you wouldn't answer. It means we get to interrogate you. Options, what were my options? Bugs? They were around, but I got the impression that Hook Wolf wasn't going to suffer that much if I swarmed him, and Storm Tiger had some kind of aerokinesis, which was bound to be pretty effective against the lightweight bugs. Knife, baton? Not much better. These guys were capable in hand-to-hand. I wasn't. Where was Gru? I felt out with my power, and found him at the back of the ambulance with the driver. Whatever he was doing, I hoped he would do it soon. I needed his help. I looked for Cricket, and found her in the blackness, dragging Coil's soldier back toward us. I saw her emerge from the darkness, one of the miniature scythes buried in the woman's upper arm, the other buried in her thigh. With a full-body effort, Cricket swung the woman forward and pulled the scythes free. Coil's soldier rolled onto the ground before Cricket. If her powers didn't give her an edge in fitness, she was pretty damn fit for her frame. Was Coil's woman dead? No. The woman was breathing. She was making lots of short, fast breaths, not moving, but she was breathing. Hook Wolf watched for a second before turning back to me. Maybe I'll give Storm Tiger some practice at getting answers out of people. Those claws of his? They're compressed air. Every second, he's drawing in more air, shoving it into that claw-shaped space, to make them denser, harder. And when he releases it, he offered me a low chuckle. Come on, Gru. I couldn't handle this alone. Want to see what happens when one of them is buried inside you when he turns it into one of his blasts of wind? Hook Wolf asked. Again, the low laughter at my expense. Gru was moving toward me with purpose, Now. I stirred bugs from the ground around him to place them on his body, get a sense of what he was doing. He was carrying something 3.5 feet long, nearly a foot wide, a rounded off shape that was all smooth metal. Shit. I flipped over and scrambled away. Storm Tiger was behind me, and he kicked me in the back as I tried to rise up and start running, shoving me back to the ground, hard. I was glad for my mask as my face bounced off the pavement. Go with it. Remembering the tips Brian had given me during our sparring session, I used the fact that Storm Tiger had created a bit more distance between us and continued to move away as fast as I could manage. Running. Hook Wolf laughed, you can try. Gun oil, Storm Tiger called out, whipping around to face Gru. I smell gun oil. Gru hefted the long metal object back with both hands, then flung it forward. He didn't drop both his arms as he let go. Instead, he used his left hand to follow up with a directed blast of darkness to cover it as it rolled into the clearing. I clamped my hands to my ears, painful as it was with the bandage on my right ear. Gru's right hand was already withdrawing a gun from his jacket pocket as he backed up. His arm jerked twice as he fired the gun at the oxygen tank he'd fetched from the back of the ambulance. The first shot missed. The second didn't. It was so quiet I thought I'd been deafened by the sudden explosion. Hook Wolf's delayed scream of pain and rage was a bittersweet relief. Wasting no opportunity, Gru marched forward, gun in hand. Storm Tiger had been farther away, and lay face down on the ground, bleeding badly but intact, from what I and my bugs could see. Gru stopped, aimed, and shot him once in each leg. Hey. Cricket's voice was strangled, strained. I wondered if one of the injuries that had given her one of those scars had done something to her vocal cords. She lowered one of the scythes toward Coil's soldier. I got a. Gru covered her and her hostage in darkness and turned toward me and Hook Wolf. The message was clear. He wasn't negotiating. I was pretty sure I couldn't have made that call, even knowing that stopping for the woman's sake was almost inevitably going to lead to a worse situation. Hook Wolf staggered to his feet. He'd taken more damage from the blast than anyone, and his skin hung off in tatters around the arm he hadn't yet transformed, most of the trunk of his body and his thigh, with lesser damage over the surrounding area. Beneath the tatters of skin, as I'd seen with the bullet wound, there was only blood-slick bands and blades of metal. Hooks and knives all laid side by side in the general shape of human musculature. Hook Wolf thrust his damaged arm out to one side, and the muscles unhinged like a Swiss Army knife, revealing still more blades and hooks that unfolded, swelled, and overlapped to cover and patch the injured area. His arm grew with the use of his power, and the resulting limb was 3 times the normal size, ending in what looked like a 2-foot-long fish hook. Skitter, Gru called, run. I climbed to my feet and hurried toward him. Hook Wolf turned to face me, then lunged my way, closing more distance than I might have anticipated. I abandoned my attempt to rejoin Gru and headed to my left, straight into the darkness. My bugs dotted the surface of a mailbox, 3 paces into the blackness. I ducked around it as Hook Wolf blindly followed me in. Swinging blindly, he struck a fire hydrant, but no water was forthcoming. He lunged left, gouging chunks of brick from a wall, then he leaped right, striking the mailbox and cleaving it in half. I was already scrambling in Gru's general direction, the mailbox well behind me. I felt a surge of relief at realizing that Cricket had abandoned her hostage in favor of going after Gru, to initiate a brief exchange of blows. Unfortunately, my relief was short-lived, because the combat wasn't brief in a good way. Gru fired the gun twice, and twice she dodged the bullet, standing only 10 and 7 feet away from the barrel. It wasn't super speed, either, though she was quick. Her movements were simply too efficient, and if there was any delay in her reactions, I wasn't seeing it. He swung a punch as she closed in. Cricket leaned out of the way, then swung her scythe to rake him across the chest. From the way he staggered, I knew she'd struck home. He jabbed, she avoided it as though it were easy, then followed up with 2 more swings, and he failed to avoid either. He staggered back, clutching one arm to his chest. He blanketed the area around them in darkness, filling the clearing, and Cricket immediately switched to swinging blindly and ferociously around herself as she advanced toward where Gru had been. Gru backed away, but this had the unfortunate effect of putting him closer to Hook Wolf, who was doing much the same as Cricket. Gru turned and ran to create some distance and avoid being hemmed in. Then every bug in the area reacted to that sound I couldn't make out, the one I'd heard when Cricket went after Coil's soldier. It was loud enough for them to hear through the darkness, but entirely out of my range of hearing. I couldn't say for sure, but I got the impression the ones closer to Cricket had heard it a fraction of a second sooner. Gru. I screamed into the oppressive shadow. Move. Cricket turned toward him and lunged in one motion, bringing both scythes down in an overhead swing. Gru moved out of the way just in time. She has radar. I shouted, my voice barely audible to myself. Didn't matter. Gru could hear me. Cricket passed one of the mini scythes into one hand and then used her newly freed hand to wipe bugs from her skin. They were gathering on her, and she was starting to feel it. Good. Again, that pulse emanated from her. She maintained it this time, and my bugs began to suffer for it. Their coordination suffered, they began to move slower, and their senses such as they were in the darkness began to go haywire. After a second or two, I thought maybe I was starting to feel it too. A bit off balance, nauseous. Gru was hunched over, his hands on his knees, but I wasn't sure if that was Cricket's power or the injuries she'd inflicted. From the way Cricket was moving, I gathered that she couldn't see us. Was it echolocation? Did it not work if she simply blasted the noise continually rather than use it in bursts? Annoying as it was that everyone seemed to have a way of dealing with my bugs, I was at least putting her in a position where she couldn't both find us and deal with them. I was having trouble getting a sense of her powers. I'd heard of her, seen pictures, read up on her on the wiki and message boards. She was rarely more than a footnote, typically a suspect in a murder or arson case alongside Storm Tiger and Hook Wolf. Never had I come across something like Cricket has limited precognition or Cricket is a sound manipulator. The bugs started to fall away from her, losing their grip or ability to navigate through the air. Knowing our advantage would soon disappear, I advanced towards her, drawing my knife. I checked on Hook Wolf, and found him scaling a building a distance behind me. Was he trying to rise above the cloud of darkness to spot us or get his bearings? I was 3 paces from Cricket when I felt the sound die off, then resume again for one brief second. Another radar pulse. Careful! I shouted, adjusting my momentum and hurrying to back away. Too slow. She was already pivoting to swing at me. The handle of one scythe struck me in the side of my throat, the actual blade hooking around behind my neck to halt my retreat. Before I could do anything, she pulled me toward her. I stumbled forward, and she adjusted her grip to swing the other scythe up and into the side of my stomach. I doubled over and crumpled to the ground. Gru shouted something, but his words didn't reach me through the darkness. Cricket emitted another radar pulse, then lunged for Gru. She caught him in the arm, this time. Then she backed off, going for the continuous, sense-warping noise to put my bugs on the fritz once more. Gru raised his borrowed gun and his arm bucked with the kick. Cricket was oblivious as the gun fired off several times in a row, but whatever she was doing with her power was screwing with Gru's ability to aim. None of the bullets struck home. He stopped. Either he was out of bullets, though it seemed too soon for that, or he wanted to conserve ammunition. I climbed to my feet, feeling my side protesting in agony. The blade hadn't penetrated my costume, but the sides of my stomach weren't armored and the cloth had done little to soften the jab of it, even if it had prevented me from being cut or disemboweled. Cricket was bigger than me, stronger, and she knew how to use her weapons. It had hurt. When I was sure I could move without falling over, I lunged, knife in hand. I'd hoped that if I was quick about it, I could act before she used her radar again. I wasn't so lucky. She was already moving by the time I realized she'd made another pulse of noise, scythe points whipping around toward the side of my head, where my mask provided only partial coverage. I had too much forward momentum to avoid walking straight into the incoming blades. I half fell, half ducked, and instead of driving my knife into her back like I'd intended, I wound up burying it in the side of her thigh. Whatever technique let her dodge bullets, it apparently didn't work if she couldn't see. As much as it might have hurt, she didn't waste an instant in hefting her weapon to retaliate and swinging down at my head. I wasn't in a position to get out of the way. Gru caught her by the wrist mid-swing and pulled her off balance before she could follow through. She moved fluidly, considering the blade buried in her upper leg. She reversed her grip on her weapon with her free hand, stuttered her power to create what I took was another radar pulse, then readied to swing it at Gru. I twisted the knife, and pulled it out of her leg with a two-handed grip. Or, to rephrase, I pulled the knife through her leg, dragging it horizontally through the meat of her thigh, toward her hip, and out. She toppled, and Gru put his hand on my shoulder to pull me back away. Cricket lay on the pavement, pressing her hands to her injury. "You okay?" Gru asked me, as he cleared the darkness within 1 foot of the both of us. "I'm bruised but yet. I should be asking you that question. How bad is it?" He banished the darkness around his body, and in the gloom, I saw how the blades had neatly cut through his jacket and t-shirt to draw criss-crossing lines of red across his chest. An uglier wound marked his right arm from elbow to wrist, all the more visible because the cut had extended to the cuff of his costume, leaving the sleeve to hang loose around his elbow. "Looks worse than it is. I've fought people like her before, in sparring and fighting classes." She was showing off with the first few cuts. "Shallow, inflicting pain, not really meant to disable or deal real harm." "That's stupid," I muttered. "I'm glad, but it's stupid." She probably didn't think about it. I'd bet it's something she learned and incorporated into her style while fighting for a crowd. He looked over in Hook Wolf's direction, then winced at how the movement pulled against his injured chest. "We should go." Agreed. Gru opened a path in the darkness for the faux paramedic. We checked that she was alive, and then helped her limp to the ambulance, with me doing most of the heavy work for once. I hurried to grab some first aid supplies, packing ointments, pills, and bandages into a bag. Coil's soldiers retreated back toward the police barricade before I was finished, each supporting the other. Gru flooded more of the area with darkness while I gathered most of the swarm back around myself. I left only the bare minimum of bugs necessary to navigate the sightless world of Gru's power and the ones I needed to track Hook Wolf's presence. There were more I couldn't touch because they were caught helpless in the endless, subsonic drone that Cricket still emanated, but I had enough that I could deal. We hurried away before Hook Wolf thought to attack the spot where the ambulance had crashed. We were nearly 4 blocks away before Gru felt it safe to dismiss the darkness around us. Rationally, I knew we were safer in the shadows, that it would prevent most ambushes, but a primal part of my psyche was glad to be in the light and noise once more. I shot Gru another worried look as we walked. "Looks like it's my turn to give you some stitches. You going to be okay?" "Fuck." He touched his chest tenderly, not giving me a direct answer. "What were her powers?" "Overclocked reflexes, and what was it you said?" "Radar. Enhanced reflexes is a better guess than what I'd come up with." She was making some sort of subsonic drone. It was the source of that disorientation effect. She could use it like echolocation or something. It's times like this I can say it's worth having Tattletale on the team. I hate not knowing someone's powers. We stopped at an old church with boards up where there should have been stained glass windows. Litter and more than one half-full trash bag occupied the ground at the base of the building. Together, we walked inside. Regent was perched on the lip of the stage beneath the altar. Tattletale sat on the back of one of the benches, her feet resting on the seat. Bitch paced at the rear of the church, the point farthest from the front door, and her dogs moved like gargantuan silhouettes in the darkness of the aisles. If it weren't for the light filtering in between the plywood on the windows, I wasn't sure I would have known they were there. Gru. Tattletale leapt from her seat. What happened? Ran across Hook Wolf, Storm Tiger, and Cricket. Those three like to cut people, Gru spoke. We were lucky to get away as intact as we did. Sit, I ordered Gru. Hissing between his teeth, he pulled off his jacket, then turned his attention to his t-shirt, which was sticking to his chest with the blood that had leaked from the cuts. Rather than have to remove his helmet and drag the cloth over his injured chest and arm, he tore his shirt where it had been cut, and pulled it off in tatters. He sat down, shirtless, his helmet on. I began getting the stuff out to clean his wounds. Did you guys run into trouble? Gru asked. Just enough that we've been getting a little restless. Bitch took down some thugs, but they scattered, and word's probably out that we're in the area. Purity? He asked. She's out there, Regent spoke, in his characteristic distracted, disaffected manner. We saw the lights and heard the noise as she was knocking down more buildings. She moved away from this area a little while ago. Tattletale turned to me. Here, give me that. I'll work on his arm. I duly handed over the cleaning solution and some antiseptic wipes. I heard Gru mutter, shit, I hope Cricket isn't the type to put poison on her weapon. Don't say that. I gasped, horrified. Not to worry, either of you, Tattletale sounded exasperated. My power says no. I nodded, but my heartbeat was still cranked up a notch from that momentary alarm. When I glanced up from the stash of medical stuff I'd grabbed from the ambulance to see how Tattletale was doing with Gru's arm, I saw Gru's skull visor pointed at me. Was he looking at me? What was he thinking? What expression was on his face? I'm thinking guerrilla strikes, Gru spoke, turning to Tattletale. We have the dogs, we use their mobility to harass, catch any roaming groups off guard, take them down, disappear before reinforcements or heroes show. Tattletale shook her head. One problem with that. Which is? She pointed at his chest. You may not be poisoned, but you've lost some blood. I'd lay even money that you'd pass out if you did something as high exertion as riding the dogs. Don't take a bet with Tattle, Regent chimed in, she cheats. We need to end this fast, Tattletale said. Not just because of Gru's injuries, but because Purity's going to wipe out our neighborhood soon if someone doesn't stop her. We take the most direct action we can. Direct action, I echoed her. I didn't like the sound of that. We go straight for her Purity. Fuck that, Gru shook his head, there's no way. Way, Tattletale retorted. It's not pretty, it's risky, but it's our best bet at ending this, one way or another. Thing is, we've got to move fast or our opportunity will disappear. Skitter, we'd better get started on the stitches, I'll explain while we do it. I swallowed, nodded, turned my attention back to the bag of medical stuff, and found the needle and thread. Like you said before, I told Gru, quiet, pulling the pre-threaded needle free of the spool, let me apologize in advance. Damn it, he muttered. Bus 7.9. You going to be okay? I asked, as Gru zipped up his jacket. With his t-shirt removed, he was wearing the leather jacket over his bare, freshly stitched skin. I couldn't imagine it was remotely comfortable. I'll be fine. Let's end this ASAP. Bitch. The dogs. I winced. I wasn't looking forward to riding. It was too soon after our previous escapade, and I was still sore. Bitch whistled and pointed, and we headed out the front door of the church. The moment we were outside, Gru hauled himself up onto Judah's back, and I could see him hunch over for a moment in pain. Seriously, are you going to be? I'm fine, Skitter, Gru spoke. He was creating darkness around himself, and his voice had that hollow quality to it. Just drop it. The drop it line hit a little too close to home, echoing what I'd said at the mall after Brian's rejection, and once or twice after that. I was made acutely aware of that little rift I'd generated in what had been a fairly easygoing friendship. Regent and Bitch were climbing onto Brutus, while Tattletale was examining her phone. That left 2 dogs to ride. I looked at where Gru sat, and decided it would be less awkward if I didn't ride with him. I approached Angelica, extended my hand for her to sniff, then climbed onto her back. Tattletale, Gru spoke. I thought we were in a hurry. She put the phone away, then climbed up behind Gru. Coil. I guessed. Yab. And he's saying. To be careful. Gru gave a hand signal, Bitch whistled to give the dogs the order, and we rode. Angelica was happy to follow the others, which freed me from the burden of getting her to follow my instructions. That only left me the task of holding on and ignoring the ache in my leg muscles and stomach. Tattletale was able to give us a general idea of which direction Purity was, using her power, and it only took us a few minutes to spot the telltale pillar of white in the distance. Purity's light, not aiming at a building, but lashing out. As we got closer, the situation became clearer. Purity, a flare of white against the backdrop of the grey sky, was surrounded by other figures, easy enough to make out with their predominantly white costumes. New Wave. The leader of New Wave had named herself Lady Photon, but in the wake of New Wave's founding, and the revealing of their secret identities, the media had latched onto the idea of a superheroine mom and dubbed her Photon Mom. It was apparent to anyone who followed Cape News that the name really bugged her. Lady Photon's daughter and niece were in the air with her. Laser Dream and Glory Girl. Mother and daughter shared the same general powers: flight, the ability to raise force field bubbles around themselves, and the ability to project lasers from their hands. As a consequence, their fight with Purity was something of a light show. Below, it seemed, there was an all-out war. As she targeted Glory Girl, one of Purity's blasts of light slammed into the edge of a rooftop. Debris showered down, but was deflected by a bright blue force field. That would be Shielder's power at work. He fought alongside Flashbang and Brandish, and I could identify Krieg, Victor, Uthula and Alabaster in their immediate vicinity. Further away were Night, Fog, Panacea, Vista, and Clock Blocker. Around. Tattletale pointed over Gru's shoulder. Wordlessly, Gru steered Judas into a turn. Bitch, astride Brutus, a bit ahead of Judas, looked over her shoulder and turned to join them. Angelica was happy to follow after. Together, we detoured left to a side street running parallel to the ongoing battle. Why? I called out. Safer. Tattletale replied, without turning to face me. A crash behind me made me duck. Manpower, a powerful 7-foot-tall athletic figure decked out in white and yellow, had been thrown through a brick wall. Maybe more than one. He seemed unhurt, but he was a fairly durable guy. Personal electromagnetic shielding, if I remembered right. He was still struggling to his feet after we left him behind. What's our plan? I shouted, raising my voice to be heard as one of Purity's blasts crashed down to the street to our right. Get her attention. Gru replied. He pointed, up. Bitch whistled, and Brutus surged forward in our pack. Brutus turned partway into an alley and leaped. He latched his claws on one wall of the building, half-turned, then leaped across to the neighboring building. Zigzagging upward, he ascended to the roof in a span of seconds. Oh hell no. Judas followed, and Angelica was only a heartbeat behind. If I'd thought our travel over the rooftops on our last escapade had been rough, this was sadistic. Or masochistic. It depended on where I assigned the blame. We reached the rooftop just in time to nearly be squashed by a huge chunk of building that dropped from the sky like a meteor. Angelica lurched under me as she leaped to one side. New Wave's flyers and Purity weren't the only ones in the air. Aegis was also up there on the side of the good guys, but Purity had backup from Crusader and Rune. Crusader was flanked by a half-dozen translucent replicas of himself, each armed with a 10-foot-long spear. He could use his power to generate ethereal simulacrums of himself, a legion of ghosts, if he wanted to be dramatic. I was more willing to peg them as some sort of semi-sentient force field molded in his shape or some telekinetic energy infused with fragments of his ego. Whatever. The important thing was that his images could carry him up into the air, letting him fly, and they could pass through walls, armor, and other solid barriers to impale you with those spears of theirs. Rune was the source of the debris that had struck us, which was rising back into the air as I watched. A teenage girl in the service of Empire 88, Rune was a powerful telekinetic capable of lifting nearly a ton. Several things weighing up to a ton, judging by what I saw. She hovered in the air, crouched atop a piece of building as big as a garbage truck, with more similarly sized pieces of rubble orbiting her. The drawback to her power was that she needed to touch things before she could move them with her mind, but that seemed fairly inconsequential right this moment. The pair of villains were running interference for Purity, distracting and trapping the heroes to set them up so Purity could blast them out of the sky. Purity was too high up for us to interfere with, which meant we had to find another way to get her attention. Regent handled that for us, sweeping his arm to one side. Rune slipped from her position on her floating piece of balcony. Another gesture from Regent, and the girl was left hanging from the side. Don't kill her, I told him. Right, he looked up at the girl. Seeing her struggle, he shouted, better make sure you can land somewhere safe. I'm dropping you in 3 seconds. The rock drifted in our general direction, and we backed the dogs up. When Rune was over the rooftop, Regent swept his hand to one side and brought her down to a painful landing. Fuckers, the teenager in the cowl and robe screamed, I'll squash you. The big pieces of rubble in the sky above drifted our way. One suddenly stopped levitating and dropped. We were already kicking the dogs into motion, leaping to the neighboring rooftop, when the debris struck with a series of crashes that suggested the debris had punched through the roof and even the 1 or 2 floors below it. Crusader was apparently too occupied covering for Rune's sudden absence to come after us. That meant that all we had to worry about was keeping from being crushed by Sabrina the teenage Nazi. Note to self, I apparently wasn't one of those capes that was good at the repartee, banter, or name-calling. One piece of debris soared over our heads, then plunged to stab downward through the roof in front of us. The dogs were agile enough to leap out of the way. In the heat of the moment, we didn't anticipate it rising again. The debris thrust up through the edge of the building's roof, and the dogs had to skid to a halt to avoid treading on crumbling rooftop. With the damage the building had sustained, our footing grew unstable. The ground sloped, Angelica scrabbled for a grip, and then the section of roof beneath us began to slide down toward the street. Brutus pulled clear easily enough, but the continued drifting of the piece of debris forced Bitch to direct him down toward the alley, off the rooftop. The rest of us had a harder call to make. We were sliding off a precipice, and it was a good 10-story drop to the street. The nearest and only available rooftop to leap to was the one we'd just left, which was in ruins. Judas, I saw, managed to clutch the edge of the sliding raft of rooftop and get the leverage for a jump. Brian, Tattletale, and Judas reached the alley, where they could rebound off the walls until they reached relative safety. I was about to urge Angelica to do the same, when that drifting debris of runes shifted position to block off the alleyway. Another of runes pieces of building approached from her direction, promising to smash us if through some miracle, the section of roof Angelica and I were standing on didn't break free. But we had another option. If I could only convince Angelica. Go. I shouted at her, kicking my legs. She pushed forward, and the movement only accelerated the decay of the fractured rooftop beneath her paws, prompting it to slide and tilt. Angelica ran toward the building to our right. To the right of the alley. She clearly intended to leap to the building face, use her claws to dig into position there, and there would be nowhere to go from there. Even if she could hang there indefinitely, or scale the wall back to the street, Rune would scrape us off the wall with a levitated piece of rubble. I grabbed a horn at the side of her head and hauled on it, pulling her left. She resisted, hauled right, but I tugged again. Go. I shouted at her. She lunged straight for the floating piece of debris. Her claws latched on it, and for a moment, we hung there, Angelica in an undignified pose with her upper body hanging onto the thing, back legs dangling. It drifted downward, slow at first, then faster, as though Rune couldn't support the weight of us and the chunk of building. Angelica scrabbled for a grip, pulled her body up and forward, and found the footing to leap. We reached the alley, Angelica found footing on the wall, and then made her way safely to the ground. As we landed heavily, I fell from Angelica's back. My hands were stiff from the death grip I'd just maintained, and my legs were a wreck. Still, hard to complain. You okay? Tattletale called out. Yeah. You guys? Not so hot, Gru replied. He was leaning against a wall, with Tattletale at his side. Darkness radiated from every part of his body but his chest, and I could see how he'd unzipped his jacket to investigate the damage. He was bleeding from the cuts on his chest. Fuck, I knew you weren't good to go. I struggled to my feet and rushed to his side. You pull your stitches already. Other things to worry about. Regent called out. Incoming. I looked, and sure enough, Night and Fog were striding into the alleyway. Night sported high-heeled boots that clicked as she walked, and there was the gender difference, but the two were otherwise very similar. Cloaks, cowls, no logos or other decoration. Grey for him and black for her. Retreat, Tattletale spoke, just don't turn your backs to them. Fog moved forward, his limbs and legs dissolving into a cloud as he advanced on us. His pace was slow, only a little faster than we moved walking backward. Bitch had to whistle twice to get a growling Angelica to retreat. The dog seemed set on protecting her master, attacking this threat, and was slow to obey. The fog reached her, and we heard a strangled yelp, an unnatural sound from the throat of an unnatural animal. I saw Bitch start forward. No. I caught her shoulder. I might have argued, told her why she couldn't or shouldn't attack, how useless it would be against a man that turned to a sentient gas. I didn't get a chance. While our attention was on Angelica, Night took the opportunity to blindside Brutus. He was thrown bodily into our group with enough force to bowl us and even Judas over. Night just stood there, standing straight, heels together, one arm outstretched in front of her. I hurried to my feet, my legs and knees aching, putting one hand on Brutus' shoulder to steady myself. It was then that I saw the damage she'd done to him. A dozen gouges crisscrossed his side, each wider than my hand span. One of the gouges had even shattered some of the protective bone plating. Brutus exhaled slowly, shuddering. She'd done that? I sent my bugs at the woman, but the delay Night had created had bought time for Fog to get close. His mist blocked the path to Night, reduced the woman to a faint silhouette, and where the cloud passed, my bugs were crushed alive in midair. The mist swelled forward, and we backed up as best as we were able. I checked our escape route. It was blocked by none other than Night herself. Had she teleported? Cloned herself? No, it wasn't cloning. I couldn't see her silhouette anymore. What the fuck is this woman? I asked, Tattletale. You know how the Manton effect could maybe be a psychological block that comes parceled with our powers. I nodded, once. Okay, well, imagine that this woman got powers that let her turn into something so wrong that she's got some sort of mental block that keeps her from transforming if anyone can see. Maybe because she's so ashamed of being seen like that. When nobody's looking, though, she's a monster. Lightning fast and all sharp. That's not even remotely close to the truth, Tattletale confessed. But it's the best I can offer you. Don't take your eyes off her. Right. I began massing my bugs. I was going to need to catch Night off guard, debilitate her enough to take her down before she retreated to safety. Swarm her, swat her down, then we'd figure out how to deal with Fog. A bit optimistic, but it was a plan, anyways. Night reached into her sleeve and retrieved a canister. I recognized it immediately. A flashbang grenade. Tattletale. I see it, she murmured her response. Gru, we're going to need you to cover this shit. I felt a ton of weight suddenly press heavily against my back. Gru. Tattletale shouted. Gru had fallen against me, and he slid from that position to stagger to the ground at my side, landing with his hands and knees on the ground. Blood loss, Tattletale intoned. Fuck, Gru, pay attention, you've. Night pulled the pin from the flashbang and threw it high into the air above us. Buzz 7.10. Whether I shut my eyes or suffered the effects of the flashbang grenade, the effect would be the same. The moment we took our eyes off Night, she'd become what Tattletale had termed all monster. I opted to have more control over my temporary blindness, clamping my hands over my ears, dropping into a crouch to shove my face against my knees, eyes wrenched shut. I sent every bug in my immediate vicinity toward Night, in the hope of slowing her down even a fraction. The flashbang went off while it was still over us. The last time I'd been around one when it went off, I'd had a wall between me and the detonation. I wasn't so lucky this time. It wasn't just bright and loud. The blast rattled through me, left me dizzied, unable to balance, almost incoherent. It was scarily like the concussion I'd endured. Night was already moving. My bugs were my only sense that still worked, but they couldn't get a grip on the surface of her body. She moved too fast, and her skin was smooth and oily, slick with some sort of lubricant. The result was that I couldn't really make her out in the darkness. I only got flashes, the vaguest sense of how she was put together. I was reminded of the ink blots I'd seen during my brief stay in the mental ward. Every fraction of a second, it was a different set of ink blots, a different shape, all edges and angles and sharp points, entirely up to interpretation. She struck at Judas a half-dozen times in the span of a second, her limbs flashing out and striking hard enough that I could feel the vibrations in the air. Judas staggered away from her, colliding with me and one of my teammates. I felt Judas crushing weight against my own body, the raw meat feel of his flesh and the stone hardness of his bones smothering me, before he shifted his weight and lurched back her way. From the way Judas' movements followed Knight's as she moved back, and the rigidity of his face and neck, I knew he'd managed to get a grip on her with his teeth. He weathered the hits as she continued to thrash him. He seemed to be getting the worse end of the exchange, but he'd taken away some of her leverage. Blinking, I tried to focus on Night, but I saw double. For several long, terrifying seconds, I was unable to bring what I was seeing into focus. Judas was thrown against a wall, and went limp. The furrows Night had carved into his face left more gouges than untouched flesh, his face a mess of shattered bone and hamburger meat. With Judas' bulk out of the way, I could make out Night, backing away. My bug settled on her, and she pulled her cloak up to shield her face, still walking backward. Snapping my head around to check, I saw our escape route barred by fog's mist. I could see Angelica's silhouette in the midst of the cloud. Bitch and Tattletale were struggling to drag Gru back away from the advancing mist. Gru, too weak to stand, was trying to use his darkness to wall fog off. Gru might have stopped fog entirely, except he was so weak that his darkness was dissipating almost as fast as he produced it. Fog slipped through the largest gaps and continued a slow but inexorable advance. Night was still struggling to get away from the bugs as they navigated around the folds of her cloak and the coverage of her mask. Drawing my baton, I started to advance on her. Night was human like this, vulnerable. She drew her hand from her sleeve. Another canister with a pin in it. Regent. I shouted. He snapped his hand out, and Knight's arm bent in a palsied, twisted angle. The grenade fell to the ground, and Night fell on top of it. I thought that Regent had been the cause of her fall, until I saw her raise her head, her good hand holding the grenade, pin held in her teeth through the fabric of her mask. She pulled the pin free, and black smoke began billowing from the upper end of the canister. It was suicidal, perhaps one of the dumbest things I'd done yet. I charged her. She was already standing, holding the canister out in front of her to ensure the plumes of colored smoke obscured her quickly. I struck at her hand with my baton, knocking the smoke grenade to the ground. I stooped for it, but she stepped forward, blocking it with her body, seizing my shoulders. She wrestled me to one side of the alley, perhaps to try and push me away and buy time for the smoke to build up, maybe for another angle. I wouldn't find out, because I brought my baton against the side of her face. I got a sense from the feeling of the hit that she didn't wear any armor or protective wear beneath the cowl and mask. Night staggered from the blow, and I drove my shoulder into her. It wasn't as effective as I'd hoped, but I did get her far enough away from the canister that I could duck down and scoop it up in one hand. I dashed away, past her, and she struck me from behind. I knew from the magnitude of the impact that she wasn't in her human shape as she hit me, and for one paralyzing moment, I suspected I'd made a terminal error. The blow was enough to knock me to the ground and make me roll a half-dozen times before I could stop myself. I cast a glance over my shoulder as I stopped. Night was there, and the residual smoke from the canister that surrounded her had apparently been sufficient to block my teammate's view. Stupid of me to turn my back. I was lucky that she hadn't had more than a second or two in her transformed state to act. I scrambled to my feet, not taking my eyes off her, and rapidly backed up. A piece of the armor on my back dangled from where she'd cleaved through it, swinging against my backside in time with my steps. I held the smoke grenade low, to minimize how much it obscured my vision. When I'd backed up enough that there was an alley to my right, I threw the smoke grenade away. Night stopped following me, then swept her cloak up to shield against the bugs that still swarmed her. I couldn't go as all out as I normally might with my swarm, without risking that I'd obscure my own vision of her and give her another opportunity to transform. Second try, then. Baton in hand, I charged her. She was thrashing beneath her cloak, 6 or so paces away. The bugs were nipping and stinging flesh. Good. 1 or 2 more good hits with the baton, she'd be disabled. Night bent low, and I thought maybe she was down for the count. Then she swept her cloak off and threw it up into the air. It opened wide and momentarily filled my field of vision. I heard her footsteps, 2 normal ones, heels clicking rapidly as she ran, then the noise of claws scraping against hard ground. She tackled me, keeping the fabric between us, and my baton slipped from my grasp as her weight slammed into the trunk of my body. The cloth of her cloak caught on my right hand and face. An angular arm with too many joints seized my right leg, another 2 latched onto my right arm and neck, respectively. Her grip and proximity to me held the cloth in place, kept her obscured. I was hefted high into the air with a speed that dizzied me. She dropped me, making me grunt as I landed. Above me, my bugs touched her very human body. I struggled to pull the cloth free, but it caught. After a few seconds of ineffectually trying to remove the cloak from myself and see what was happening, I was almost frantic. I brought my own bugs down on top of myself to get a better sense of what was happening. Hooks. The black fabric of the cloak was woven with black painted hooks at regular intervals. She'd worn that layer facing the outside. "You're boring people, you know," I heard Tattletale's voice, and felt a fractional relief. I focused on pulling the hooks free. Not that many were caught on the fabric, but there were some caught on the textured exterior of my armor, others on the straps that held my armor in place, a couple in my hair. "I saw your info. Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt. First located in Hesse, Germany, moved to London, then Brockton Bay, Boston, then Brockton Bay again. No kids. Cat. Nothing interesting about you, besides the obvious. I'm thinking you even have your dinners on rotation. Chicken and rice on Mondays, steak and potatoes on Tuesdays? Something like that." I pulled the cloak free and held it in my hands. I saw Tattletale on the other end of the alley. Fog had advanced quite a bit, but Regent and Bitch had apparently grew up on Brutus' back, and both Brutus and Judas were with them, Brutus moving painfully slowly, while Judas was apparently blind or nearly blind from the damage to his face. They all stood not far behind Tattletale, masked by traces of the smoke from the smoke bomb. Night stood closer to me than the others. I could see how she had various pieces of equipment strapped to her hips, forearms, and back. Grenades, canisters, knives, something that looked like spray paint. She swatted at the bugs that were crawling around her face and eyes, but her attention was on Tattletale. I could have stood, maybe, but I didn't want to draw her attention. So I was at a loss to figure out how to fuck with you. You're two-dimensional. Until I remembered that you left the Empire when Purity did. And when she came back. So did you. Night cocked her head a little to one side, listening. Again, she slapped at the bugs on one side of her face. Her face didn't feel swollen, from what my swarm was conveying. Her eyes were open, blinking closed when a bug touched her eyelash. I suspected she healed back to perfect condition whenever she entered her other form, which would include cleansing herself of any toxins or allergens. Night looked down at me. Pale blue eyes. "Hey." Tattletale spoke, "Pay attention." Night drew a knife from a hip sheath. She bent down over me. I dropped her cloak and struggled to reach behind my back for my own knife, but she was faster. The blade pressed against my throat. My hand caught her wrist, stopping her from going any further. I was pretty sure my costume could take a cut from a knife, but if she found the gap where my mask was separate from the body portion of my costume that extended around the lower part of my neck, she could slide the blade through with no difficulty. "Damn you!" Tattletale shouted. I was only aware of Night's unwavering, unblinking gaze, the feel of her wrist in my grip. Then the gunshots. Night didn't even scream. She dropped partway on top of me, falling onto her side, her weight on my legs. The villainess lay there, silently writhing, hands behind her back. Blood welled from holes in her lower back and the space where her buttock met her thigh. I glanced at Tattletale, who had her gun raised, looking slightly surprised and disturbed by what she'd just had to do. Any sense of relief I felt at Night being taken out of action was short-lived. Too bright to look at, Purity hurtled down from the sky to land just beside Night and me. I saw her raise one hand toward Tattletale and the others, energy welling up. The blast of light momentarily blinded me, and it struck me just why Purity had Night and Fog working as part of her personal squad. There were no happy coincidences there. She must have calculated how their powers could collectively work together. Her light and Fog's mist could blind their foes, with Night leveraging any opportunities gained. Alabaster and Crusader? Probably intended as the front line, to slow the enemy down, take out the problem targets and buy time for the core group to do what they needed. Or to do what they were doing now, and occupy enemies elsewhere. When I could see again, I tried to grasp what had changed and what had happened. Dust filled much of the alley, Night stood beside Purity, unhurt, and my teammates were on the ground. No blood. Nobody dead or dying. At least, nobody that hadn't been dead or dying when Purity arrived. I was getting worried about Gru. He didn't look nearly as lively as he had 2 minutes ago. A channel had been carved out of the brick wall to Purity's right. Motes of light still danced around it. An intentional miss? No. It would have been Regent throwing off her aim. Purity. Kaden. Not looking for a fight. Tattletale called out. She raised her hands, her gun dangling from one finger by the trigger guard. Purity just raised her hand, and more light began glowing in her palm. Dale and Emerson. Tattletale added. Purity didn't lower her hand, but she didn't shoot either. What? Asked her. Tattletale stood up. She's at Dale and Emerson. Outskirts of town. The PRT has a safe house there, for when a villain's after someone, or in case some member of the Protectorate or wards gets outed, and their family needs a spot to stay. How? You worked alongside me when we were dealing with the ABB. Your subordinates and allies have as well. You know I have my sources. Don't believe you. You have no reason to tell me this, you told everyone. Tattletale interrupted, we didn't tell the media that stuff. I'm even a little pissed about it. Not just about us getting blamed, but that they didn't just attack you, but your families. It's fucked up. Entire reason we came here was to set the record straight and get you your kid back. Kaiser said. Kaiser thought he'd get more out of this debacle if he turned you against us, First, before directing you at the people or person who really sent the email. Purity shook her head. Tattletale added, it's up to you. Who are you going to trust, when Aster is on the line? Me, or Kaiser? That was her argument. I started to move to where I could attack Purity if it came down to it. A spear point pressing down against my collarbone stopped me. I looked up and saw Crusader behind me. Purity dropped her hand to her side. She told Tattletale, you're coming with me. Didn't expect any less. But you're letting my team go, and this destruction stops. And how do I know you're not just sacrificing yourself for them? Because whatever else you might be, Kaden, you somehow, in some warped perspective, see yourself as an upstanding person. And if I wasn't an honest person when it counted, I wouldn't trust you to hold to that. Makes sense. It didn't to me. It was circular reasoning. I wouldn't have listened if it were Tattletale trying to convince me. The question was whether it would get through to Purity. Purity stared at Tattletale for a long time. I was acutely aware of the spear at my chest, which Crusader could thrust through my costume and into me with a momentary use of his power. How easily Purity or Fog could give Night the opportunity she needed to slaughter my teammates. You're aware of the consequences if you're wrong. I'm not stupid, Tattletale spoke. You take out your anger on me, I wind up dead or maimed. Purity stepped forward and grabbed Tattletale's wrist. The others walk. Purity spoke to her subordinates, leaving no room for argument or discussion. She wrapped one arm around Tattletale's ribs, and they were gone in a flash of light, a trail of firefly-like lights dancing in Purity's wake. In that same momentary glare that had carried our teammate and Purity away, Night had moved into the midst of our team. She had a knife held with the blade pointed out of the bottom of her fist, pressed to Regent's throat. I get it, Regent replied, with a disinterested tone, you could kill us right here. May we go? Night sheathed the knife and walked through the group to Fog, who was gathering himself up in a human shape again, turning away to exit the alley. Crusader, on the opposite side of us, was rising back up to the sky. I breathed a sigh of relief as Purity's squad disappeared. I held my breath again when I saw Gru and, further down the alleyway, Angelica. Gru's darkness was reduced to mere wisps around his body, which I took to be a bad sign. Hurrying toward him, I retrieved my cell phone, went down to the bottom of the contact list. It rang 3 times before it picked up. I heard ambient noise, maybe a fan, but the person on the other end didn't respond. Coil, I spoke, it's Skitter. We need that doctor of yours. Fast. Can you get to the same location as last time? I don't know. Gru and the dogs are hurt. We may need a ride. I will arrange it. Expect a call from the driver shortly. He hung up. Not quite so friendly as the last time we'd talked. I set to helping Alex steady Angelica while Bitch worked with Judas, who'd been effectively blinded in the fight with Night. She guided his head and shoulders under Angelica's body, so the smaller dog was draped over him. Once Angelica was in position, I hopped up behind Gru and helped him turn him over, to examine his chest. I applied pressure and used the remainder of the bandage I had in my utility compartment to try to staunch the bleeding. When I talked to him, asked him to verify that he was okay, his replies were monosyllabic and fairly nonsensical. Between Judas's canine burden and the damage Brutus had apparently sustained to his side, the 2 dogs moved slower than I normally walked as they plodded down the alley. Every moment was nerve-wracking. I kept waiting for someone in the wards, New Wave, or Empire 88 to find their way into the alley, spot us and pick a fight. Worse, I harbored grave concerns that Gru might stop breathing. The phone call from Coil's people came when we'd reached the beach, the closest spot I could think of that would put us out of line of sight in the continued fighting. I directed the guy on the phone to our position, and in my nervousness, I had to get them to verify, twice, that they'd safely made it through the barricade without any trouble. All we needed was another ambush at the barricades from more of Hukulf's underlings. The moment the pair of ambulances arrived, we loaded Gru into the back of one, the 3 dogs into the other. Brutus and Judas had shrunk, having shed the layers of added bulk, and were more or less all right underneath it all. Angelica, though, had been in Fog's mist, and wasn't any better even though she was almost normal size. She'd inhaled the mist, drawn it into her lungs. I could only surmise that it had consequently made its way into her bloodstream, and from there, to the rest of her body. Only time would tell how much damage Fog had done to her from within. I went in the ambulance with Gru, and watched as they gave him extra blood and tended to his chest. Between my first-time job patching up his chest, the fact that he'd torn it open, and my haphazard attempts to wad it with bandages and stall the blood loss as we retreated from the scene, it was a mess. I cringed, feeling guilty, waiting for one of Coil's medics to call me on something I'd done wrong. They worked in silence, which was almost worse. I sent Tattletale a text. Frog A. Got Coil's people to pick us up. Brian is getting help. Dogs are mostly okay. Text me back. We pulled in behind the doctor's office, and Tattletale still hadn't replied. I was surprised that the ambulance with Bitch, Regent, and the dogs hadn't come with us. The doctor was a cranky old guy that Coil's medic referred to as Dr. Q. He was a thin-lipped man, about my height, which made him fairly small. His hair was either recently cut or he got it cut regularly, was slicked close to his scalp, and seemed too dark given how old his face and hands were. He took over for the medics as they carted Gru in, and they left with a nod to me. I nodded back, unsure of how else to respond. I stood by Gru's bed with my arms folded and watched. Dr. Q checked the work the medics had done in suturing up Brian's chest and muttered to himself that it was competent. When he'd verified they hadn't screwed up, he took the time to clean Brian's chest and remove the remaining threads from the first job. The bug girl, he finally commented. Yet. I'm really sorry about bringing the bugs to your place, last time. I see they're gone now. They are, was his response. I nodded. I checked my phone again. Still no response from Tattletale. Minutes passed. Okay, he pulled off his latex gloves, nothing more we can do for this lug. You unhurt? I shrugged, more or less. Got jabbed in the stomach, I have my aches and pains, hurt my ear earlier, but I already got it taken care of. I'll verify that for myself. He checked my stomach, which required me to take off the top of my costume, and he prodded the bruise Cricket had left me with cold, dry fingers. Then he had me remove my mask to examine my ear. Apparently, he didn't deem Brian's job satisfactory, so I was set down on a stool so he could clean it up. He was partway through the job when my phone vibrated. I read it and heaved a sigh of relief. Tattletale. Avocado C. She got what she needed. Amu. Bus 7.11. The skeleton of a building loomed over us. Girders and beams joined together in what would become one of Brockton Bay's high-rises, 20 stories tall. At the base of it was a sea of crushed stone, with innumerable bulldozers, pile drivers, loaders, mixers, and graders standing still and dark. The only light came from the buildings and streetlights on the surrounding streets. Tattletale put key to lock and let us through the fence that surrounded the site. She held the gate open as Gru, Regent, Bitch, and I filed through, followed by Judas and Brutus. The two dogs were nearly normal in size, nothing that would raise alarm if someone saw us at a distance. When we were through, Tattletale shut the gate and reached through the gap to put the lock back in place and click it shut. Gravel crushed underfoot as we made our way to the unfinished high-rise. Tattletale pointed to a hatch, surrounded by a rim of concrete. The hatch itself had a yellow warning sign reading drainage, sporting images beneath of a man wearing a hazmat suit and a man wearing a gas mask. She fiddled with the keyring to get the right key, undid the lock and raised the hatch. Stairs led down into a darkness that looked and smelled very much like a storm drain. As we descended, the smell got stronger. We passed through a door with metal bars, and then traveled down a long hallway. The room at the end of the hall was small, with one other door and a small surveillance camera in one corner. The door we faced had no handle, forcing us to wait. It took about 20 seconds before someone opened the door for us. One of Coil's men. The interior of the sub-basement had none of the smell of the previous chambers, and consisted of 2 tiers with walls of poured concrete. The upper level we stood on was an arrangement of metal walkways that extended around the room's perimeter. Crates and boxes filled the level below, and I could see 15 or so of Coil's people down there, sitting on crates or leaning against them, talking among themselves. Each soldier was outfitted in a matching uniform, shades of grey and some black, hard vests with raised collars to protect their necks. Only a few wore their balaclavas, and I could see a variety of nationalities in a group that was mostly men. All of the soldiers had assault rifles somewhere nearby, slung over shoulders with straps and leaning against walls or crates. Polished steel attachments on the underside of each gun's barrel contrasted with the dark gunmetal tone of the rest of the equipment. The man who had opened the door for us inclined his head in the direction we were to go. We traversed the metal walkway, and passed more of Coil's soldiers. I saw one squad of 6 below us was gearing up, pulling on masks and checking their guns. 5 seconds later, we passed Circus on the walkway, in a costume and makeup of red and gold. Oblivious to us or our passing, she was leaning against a wall by a stack of cardboard boxes, standing intimately close to a young soldier with close-cropped red hair and an ugly scar running down one side of his neck. We found Coil at the end of the walkway, talking to 4 people who most definitely weren't soldiers. Each wore a suit, and none seemed the type to carry a gun. There was a heavy-set woman, a man who must have been 50 or 60, a man who stood no more than 4 feet tall and a blonde woman who barely looked out of high school. Cranston, can you have it for tomorrow? Yes, sir, the blonde woman replied. Good. Pierce, the soldiers. Squads Fish, Nora, and Young are suited up and ready for your okay, the short man spoke. And the replacement recruits. Pierce handed Coil a set of folders. I've put post-its on the most promising. We need 2 to make up for 1 soldier that was recently injured, and 1 that decided to skip town. Coil tucked the folders under one arm. Good. Duchesne, I'll talk to you later tonight about our preparations. The rest of you, I'll see you tomorrow night. The suits marched off, with all but the fat lady passing us to go the way we'd come, along the metal walkway. The woman headed down the stairs to the lower area with all the soldiers, and a group of people that weren't in uniform flocked to her. People with clipboards and crowbars. The construction crew? Undersiders, Coil spoke. You've recuperated this past week. More or less, Gru replied. He had his arms folded. Excellent. And what do you think? He gestured to the underground complex around us with a sweep of his arm. It's impressive, Gru spoke. Once things are set up, some of this will be a base of operations for the travelers, the rest of this space serving as a place my men can meet before they deploy. Right, Gru replied. So. I expected a reply once you felt you were healed and ready for more work, or if you decided on a reply for my deal, but I got a sense this isn't quite that. Tattletale spoke. We can't keep doing this, Coil. It was hard to tell, but I suspected that did something to knock Coil off his stride. Elaborate. We keep getting through these fights by the skin of our teeth. We're not up to it. Just a few days after we helped take down the ABB, a situation that had 2 of our members facing down Lung and Oni Lee, we were up against the Protectorate, the Wards, and Empire 88 in the span of 48 hours. Even with your people and your powers to help, we're not strong enough for this. I see. Coil turned to face the lower section of the sub-basement and looked down at his people. He rested his hands on the railing. Are you terminating our arrangement? Tattletale shook her head. We'd rather not, but it depends on what we agree to here and now, in this meeting. We talked this over for the past week, and I'll be blunt. The one person who wasn't keen on taking your deal changed her mind, but the rest of us now have some serious reservations. And it's not just the issue of our safety. Coil nodded. Well, let me start by saying I'm pleased to hear about your change of heart, bitch. Can I ask what prompted it? Bitch shot Tattletale an irritated look, clearly unimpressed that Coil had been informed on our negotiations. Still, she gave him a response. Decided it wouldn't be so bad to get help with my dogs. I still think you're full of shit, but way I see it, you can be as full of shit as you want, so long as I get what I want. I suppose I'll take what I can get. Coil sighed a little, which leads me to our subject of discussion. Would I be right in assuming these reservations our Tattletale has mentioned have something to do with me, and how I operate? Gru and I both nodded. And you're among these individuals with doubts, Tattletale. Sorry. I've worked with you for a while now, I know what you can do, I even like and respect you. What you're going for. But this last play of yours was fucked up on a lot of levels. Yes, Coil conceded, turning back towards us, you're right. Too heavy-handed a maneuver. A tactical nuke where a rocket launcher might have sufficed, with undeserving parties suffering for being too close to the real targets. Us, and the families of the members of Empire 88 that you outed. Coil nodded, so the two main points we need to discuss are the apparent carelessness of my maneuver against Empire 88, and the risk your group has been facing in the field. That said, if these issues are addressed in a satisfactory manner, would I be right in thinking you are prepared to accept my deal? Tattletale glanced at each of us, myself included, then told Coil, maybe. Good. Shall we walk? I'll be more able to answer your second concern when we get to the other side of this complex. He stepped away from the railing and extended a hand, inviting us to join him. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, leading us around the end of the room to the walkway opposite the one we'd traveled to reach him. First off, apologies are in order, Coil spoke. Your concern over the way I outed the Empire's members is entirely deserved. In truth, it was a plan I had begun before I even knew of your existence, Undersiders. My initial attempts to divine the secret identities of my enemies were slow to bear fruit, and my hired men often underwent weeks of investigation only to find they had been barking up the wrong tree. For almost 4 years, I have invested funds and time in the possibility that I could find the weak point of my enemies, their civilian lives, the faces under the masks. For years, I was disappointed. In my early days, I had less money to fritter away, my facility with my own power was not what it is today, and many of the failures on these fronts were costly. As I began to amass my fortunes, this became easier. I could hire better investigators, pay the right people to divulge information and unseal court records. Pieces began falling into place. With my recruitment of Tattletale, I was able to avoid a number of wild goose chases. It was still slow, and the turnover rate of Empire 88 was frustrating, especially as I aimed to have the complete picture, with no member of Kaiser's empire left unmasked. My efforts with the local heroes were no better, if for different reasons. For some time, aside from regular payments and some direction, my attention was elsewhere. It was only 2 weeks ago that I was contacted by my investigators and told that I had what I wanted on Empire 88. To have it come together at that time, when the Empire was one of the sole barriers remaining before me, it seemed to be serendipity. I jumped on the opportunity. Gru spoke to Coil's back, and you forgot about us. What it might look like. Coil turned his head, yes. I'll admit I am not proud of my failure to see the bigger picture, and I assure you, it is not a mistake I am prepared to make again. That's it. You say I'm sorry and we're just supposed to accept it. Regent spoke for the first time since we'd arrived. Coil stopped, and we were forced to stop or we would have walked right into him. He spoke, if you accept my deal, I will undertake no plan of this scale without first consulting you, the travelers and the independent villains that work for me. It is my hope that you would be able to inform me about any flaws or unintended consequences regarding my schemes. Gru unfolded his arms, I can't say for sure. Maybe. I spoke, I like the idea, but no offense, I'm not sure I trust you that far. And don't say that Tattletale would find out and tell us if you bent the rules and tried to slip something past us. She's not infallible. Sorry, Tattle. Tattletale shrugged at that. I'll leave you to think on the idea, Coil spoke, there's no action or gesture I can really take that will earn your trust in one fell swoop. All I can do is to work with you, giving you no more reason to distrust me. Sure, I replied, non-committal. Now, that leaves one final issue to remedy. Your worries for your safety. I wish to show you that you are in good hands, and I'm prepared to reveal one of my secret weapons. Coil came to a stop outside a door. A soldier stood nearby, smoking a cigarette. Fetch her, Coil ordered. The soldier nodded, squashed the cigarette against the wall, pocketed the butt and went through the doorway. Coil walked over to the wall where the soldier had extinguished the cigarette and used his thumb to wipe the smudge on the wall away. He spoke to us, if I told you I knew where Kaiser was hiding out from the heroes, alongside his bodyguards and perhaps a handful of his lieutenants, that I wanted you to defeat them in a nighttime ambush, this would be an example of the sort of situation you're concerned about facing. Yep, Tattletale replied, even with your power. You have your worries, yes, Coil finished for her. Forgive me if I do not elaborate on the subject of my abilities, or give Tattletale permission to do so. Here she is. The soldier came through the door, with the girl in tow. 12 years old or so, she had dark circles under her eyes, and straight, dark brown hair that was in need of a trim. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt, white pajama bottoms and white slippers. She didn't make eye contact with anyone, staring at the ground. Her right hand gripped her left elbow, and the fingers of her left hand drummed an inconsistent beat against her thigh. Coyle bent down and pushed the hair away from the girl's face. She looked at him, then looked away. I need some numbers, Coyle spoke, gently. I want candy. All right. Candy after 6 questions. 3, she grew more agitated, turned as if to walk away, then turned back in his direction. She was fidgeting more. 5 questions. Is that fair? Coyle turned and sat on the metal walkway, beside where the girl stood. Okay. 5. I'd like these people, Coyle pointed at us, to go fight Kaiser, tomorrow night at 11 in the evening. You remember them? The Undersiders. And you remember Kaiser? From the pictures I showed you. Yes. You asked me this before. I did. But I want the Undersiders to hear what you say. Give me a number. How would they do, without my help? 46.62354% chance they all come back. 33.77901% only some come back. That's one question. Coyle paused to let that sink in, then looked up at us. She calculates possibilities. We think she does it by seeing all the potential outcomes of an event in a fraction of a second. Her power categorizes these outcomes and helps her to figure out the chance that a given event will come to pass. It isn't easy for her, and I try not to tax her abilities, but you can surely see why this is so valuable. I hugged my arms close to my body. When I glanced at the girl, I caught her looking at me. I looked away. Candy, now. She started to bite at her thumbnail. Looking at her other hand, I saw her nails were bitten to the quick. He moved her hand away from her mouth. 4 more questions, pet, then candy. Tell me the numbers for the same situation, but if I sent the travelers instead. 60.21009% chance they all come back. 44.1743% chance but someone gets hurt or killed. Good girl, he turned to look at us. The travelers are powerful, so it stands to reason their chances are higher. But I've found that your group benefits more from a use of my power. Pet, tell me the numbers for the same scenario, for both the travelers and the Undersiders, but let's say I was helping them in my usual manner. That's 2 questions. 2 teams, 2 questions. No cheating. I get really bad headaches when I try to get too many numbers. Okay. Answer those 2, then there's one more before you get your candy. I just need to know the chances that the teams will come back intact. The girl nodded, a little too quickly and eagerly. Those people there have a 32.00583% chance to come back with nobody dead or seriously hurt if you help them. The travelers have a 41 point. No, stop, Coyle stopped her, that doesn't make any sense. You gave me different numbers before. Those numbers are lower than the ones they'd have if I didn't help. It's the numbers in my head. The numbers are wrong, pet. She shook her head, raised her voice in a surprisingly sudden fit of anger. No. They're right. You just don't want to give me any candy. Coyle put a hand on her shoulder. She pulled away, but he held her firm. He had to raise her voice to be heard over her squeals, and he shook her just a little to be sure she was listening. Last question, then you'll get your candy, I promise. She began to settle, and Coyle was calmer when he spoke again, more like his usual, reasonable self. Just give me the number, again, if I sent the Undersiders out to fight Kaiser, without giving them my help. What percentage, that they come back intact? 12.3133%. Coyle stood, swiftly. He turned to the soldier that stood nearby. Give her what she wants. The soldier guided the girl back through the door. Coyle muttered to himself, there's some anomaly at work, here. The numbers can't skew that much, that fast. More than a 30% drop. Coyle. Tattletale spoke. She looked a little pale. Tattletale, do you know why the numbers would change? Does your power tell you anything? She shook her head, started to speak, but was interrupted. Then go, he ordered her, ordered us. I will contact you later, and we will finish this conversation then. Please, he stressed the word, see yourselves out. This situation, whatever it is, demands my attention. Tattletale nodded. Together, we headed around the walkway to the door we'd come in. We were halfway up the stairs to the hatch when Regent commented, well, that was surreal. Not the word I'd use to describe it, I replied, quiet. What's her deal? Is she like Labyrinth? Powers fucked with her head. I looked at the others, then turned to look at him. I couldn't help but let a little venom seep into my voice as I asked him, are you dense? What? She said she got headaches. Coyle said it was hard on her, using her power. It's not a stretch of the imagination to think there's something going on mentally, especially seeing how she acted. The candy she was asking for was a euphemism for drugs, I spoke, and saying it aloud made it somehow more real. I hugged my arms tighter against my body. He's keeping her strung out so she'll cooperate. Give him his numbers. I don't think. Shut up, I cut Regent off. Just shut up. I can't argue with you on this. Please. He stopped. I looked at the others. Gru had his arms folded, and was standing very still. Bitch just had her usual angry look. Tattletale looked pale, even for the single light bulb's worth of light we had in the stairwell. She wouldn't meet my eyes. You'd know if you watched the news, I told Regent, if you read the paper. I hate that I have to explain this, when I don't even want to think about it. She's the missing kid. Remember our bank robbery? How we weren't even front page news because an Amber Alert took priority. That was her. Dinah Alcott. The revulsion and anger that was welling up in my chest and throat made me want to throw up, hit something, right there. Some of that emotion, a lot of it, was directed at myself. I looked to Tattletale, tell me I'm wrong. Please. She broke eye contact, which was answer enough. Get it, Regent? I asked him. The bank robbery was a distraction for the local capes, so Coyle could be sure to get away with taking the kid. We played a part in that. We made that happen. Bus 7.12. We're not to blame for what Coyle did, Gru told me. We sure helped it happen. There was no way we could know what he was really doing. Because we were complacent, not paying attention. Because of that, and because we assisted Coyle in distracting the capes, Dinah has been held captive for what, 3 weeks? Almost a month. Almost a month, Tattletale echoed me. I looked at Tattletale, noted how she was refusing to look anyone in the eye, and I had an uncomfortable thought. Did you know about this? She stopped to give a little sigh and briefly make eye contact with me before staring back down at the ground. I had an idea, sort of. I didn't think it would be this ugly. It's hard to explain. Try, I spoke, my voice hard. She disappeared from the middle school near Arcadia the same day we robbed the bank. Obviously, Coyle wanted to ensure the wards weren't close enough to interfere, probably why he was so keen on us doing the bank job, after I suggested it. I made the connection, after. I just didn't think nothing he said or did led me to think it would be a serious kidnapping. What else could it be? Gru asked her. Her uncle's one of the mayoral candidates in the election this summer, you know that? I knew Coyle was putting a lot of value on getting hold of her. I thought maybe he was kidnapping her to use her to ransom for the uncle's campaign funds, or to get the uncle to drop out of the race in a more direct play. I had a suspicion he got her to cooperate with some sort of incentive. Figure out she's unhappy at home, give her a place to stay and some sort of bribe. Either way, it's more fitting with his methods to date, and it would have been short-term or more benign. Not so bad. Kind of off there, I said, bitterly. I'm aware, Tattletale answered, with just as much emotion in her voice. I don't like it either. He's been around me enough, communicated with me enough, to have an idea of stuff that I won't necessarily know or think to look for. I didn't even know she had powers, or how Coyle would have found this out or found her. This is out of character for him. Ruthless, power-hungry. If it bothers you that much, tell him to fuck off, bitch cut in, sounding irritated. It's more complicated than that, I said. We can't just walk away and leave her like that. And some of us are kind of relying on Coyle for some major stuff, Gru spoke. Some of us have people we can't leave behind. I looked at him, surprised. I don't want to say your sister isn't important, but, are you really willing to let Dinah stay in captivity, just for Aisha? If it comes down to it. Yet. I stared at him. I'm being practical, Taylor. Gru lapsed into using my real name. People are suffering all around the world. We ignore what's happening elsewhere every second of every day, focusing only on our country, our city, our neighborhood, or on the people we see daily. We only really care about the pain and unhappiness of our loved ones, our friends and families, because we couldn't stay sane if we tried to support and save everyone. Nobody could try to do anything like that, except maybe Sion. I'm applying that concept to a smaller scale. My family and my team, they take priority, and they take priority in that order. If I have to choose one way or the other, I'm going to take the option that includes Aisha and you guys. This is different from ignoring starving kids in a third world country or ignoring some homeless guy on the street, I told him. You've seen Dinah in person, you've looked her in the eye. You're already involved, you've played a role in her situation. I'm not saying I like it, I am definitely less sure I want to work with Coyle, now, but I'm saying it's something that we should discuss and come to a consensus on. I looked at the others. You feel the same way? Bitch gave me an annoyed look. Okay, I wasn't expecting an ally there. Regent shrugged. I've told you where I come from, how I grew up. I've seen similar stuff before, only it was my dad's powers, not drugs. I've got a high tolerance for that shit. I tried to convince him. Didn't you leave Heartbreaker because of stuff like that? Aren't you just getting back into the same situation with Coyle? I left my father because he was trying to control me and force me to be someone and something I wasn't. It wasn't even remotely interesting or fun anymore. The day that happens with Coyle, I'll leave him too. For now, it's a good gig. These are the people I've been associating with. I looked to my last hope for a backup and support. Tattletale. She had her thumbs hooked into her belt, her shoulders hunched forward a little, where she leaned against the wall. She didn't look happy. When she met my eyes, she gave a little shake of her head. Coyle's not stupid, Tattletale told me. He knows what he just did. He had every reason to suspect that 1 or 2 people in our group might find his methods distasteful. He calculated this. He's testing us, making sure we'll stick around when it's time to make the hard calls. If this is a test, I spoke, feeling my heart sink, I think I fail. Don't say that, Tattletale spoke. Gru's right, we need to discuss this as a team. Discuss what? Whether to stay with Coil. Yeah, the word was a half sigh coming out of her mouth. That you guys even think it's negotiable is pretty fucked up, I replied. The anger and betrayal I was feeling made my tone harsher, harder. I don't know what I expected, but I stood there for a few seconds. Maybe I was waiting for an apology, some sort of excuse, or an admission from them that I was right. None of them opened their mouths to offer any of that. I turned to leave, pushing the hatch open as I stepped back into the gravel lot that surrounded the high-rise in construction. Come on Taylor, Gru called out behind me. I didn't listen. Hey. He raised his voice. I didn't reply. I was too angry, and as moronic as it sounded, I didn't want our parting words to be me cussing at him. I was 3 paces away from the hatch when I heard the crunch of gravel behind me. I wheeled around to see Gru closing the gap behind me, one arm outstretched, as if to grab me. My temper exploded at the same time my bugs did, spilling out from beneath my costume. At my instruction, they swept between Gru and I, creating a barrier of sorts. I was already thinking of how I'd deal if it came down to a fight. His costume covered his skin, but I remembered the vents on the edge of his mask, that redirected the flow of his darkness from his face out the edges of his mask, so the skull image would stand out. In a pinch, my bugs could get in that way. His power didn't really affect me, but would a slow trickle of my bugs into his mask compensate for his obvious advantages in hand-to-hand fighting? I heard the growling of bitch's dogs. They weren't full size, but they were bigger than normal, locked into the beginning stages of their transformations. In the dimly lit lot of the construction area, I could see their shadows through the haze of my swarm. Dealing with them would be hard, if not impossible. No, Gru spoke, on the other side of the swarm. Fuck. Let her go. I turned and fled. The loft was empty, with only Angelica present. Behind her, the TV had been left on, a low level of background noise and activity to reassure the dog, maybe, or just Alec being lazy about turning everything off. Angelica moved very slowly as she climbed down from the couch and approached to investigate me. Whatever her past experiences, she had never learned to like any humans other than bitch, so I only got a cursory sniff before she turned to shamble back to the couch. Whatever energy she'd expended to get to me, check me out and return to where she'd been resting, it didn't leave her with enough of a reserve of strength to hop up. She settled down under the coffee table, watching me with her one intact eye, a perpetual wink, if winks could be wary or threatening. Fog had done a number on her. It was hard to believe, but she was better than she'd been a few days ago. Bitch had intended to use her power on the dog, but Lisa had advised against it, warning about the threat of cardiac arrest. As a consequence, Angelica had spent the better half of a week so lethargic, weak, and still that I'd frequently looked at her and wondered if she'd stopped breathing. I wasn't so attached to her that I'd be upset if she died, but knowing how much the loss of a dog would gut bitch had given me enough of a reason to worry about the critter. It was strange to think I was walking away from this, the loft, the dogs, and the others. I didn't know how to parse what I was feeling or thinking. I felt angry, betrayed. Standing in the living room of the loft, the feeling of being lost was particularly keen. I didn't have a plan, and I'd had a plan for a while, now. For my first year and a half of high school, it had been all about getting through to the end of the day, reaching the weekend. When the weekend came, it was about recuperating, rebuilding my mental and emotional strength to face the coming week. Then I had gotten my powers. I'd reached my very limit, the moment I might have cracked, and my powers had given me something else to strive for, being a superhero. There'd been so much to do, so much to plan, prepare, and research, that it had given me a reason. I was hesitant to define it as hope, but it had given me something to focus on beyond the next 24 hours. Everything else had flowed from that point. Meeting the Undersiders, committing to a new plan as an undercover agent, with the new goal of getting info on them and their then anonymous boss. When I couldn't do that in good conscience, I changed my plan to getting to know the others, being a friend to bitch, bonding with Brian. Admittedly, I'd had varying degrees of success, in the short period I'd traveled that road, but it had been enough for the present. And now I was adrift. I was, in a way, back to square one. I had to get through today, then get through this week. I'd figure out where to go from there. I headed to my room. My backpack sat beside my bedside table, and a quick investigation revealed it still contained a lot of what I'd stashed in there a week ago, back when I'd expected to spend a few days at Brian's. Clothes, basic toiletries, cash, an unused disposable phone. I added more money, the card with the info for my supervillain bank account, and a few more things. Checking the room for anything I thought I might need, I found myself looking at my dresser. Resting on top were the katana I'd claimed as a prize from one fight, and the piece of amber Brian had given me. I stuck the amber in my bag, surrounding it with clothes to pad it, and then zipped it up. The alarm clock marked the time at 6:40 in the morning. If Coyle hadn't called for the meeting at this strange hour, if I hadn't been packing, this would be about the time that I headed out the door for my morning run. Leaving like I was, hurrying to be gone before the others caught up with me, I was leaving a lot of stuff behind. Clothes, furniture, pictures. Without even realizing it, I'd sort of begun making this space my own, decorating and personalizing it. Settling in a way I hadn't when I'd been planning to betray the group. I was putting clothes on over my costume when Lisa's voice came from the doorway, "Where are you going to go?" I turned to look at her, and her expression changed. Was it the look on my face? I wasn't sure what emotion I was conveying. Anger? Disappointment? Regret? A motel, maybe, I said. Why? Are you going to have to hunt me down? Tie up a loose end? You know we wouldn't. Sure. I suppose he'll send the travelers after me if he goes that route. I pulled my mask off and put it away in the backpack. This feels bad, Taylor. You really have to go. I don't even want to look at myself in the mirror, right now. Even if we came to some sort of agreement, made a plan to save her together, go against Coil, I trailed off, trying to find the words. I can't face everyone else and pretend like things are normal. Even if we were working to save her, it feels disrespectful. Dinah deserves better than that. Believe it or not, Brian's as freaked out as you are. If he's being weird or out of character, it's just him defaulting to his core programming, you know what I mean? Like bitch getting angry, or you going quiet and wary. I shrugged, tied my sweatshirt around my waist, told her, in hindsight, I don't think it was that out of character for him. Part of the reason I'm leaving. Is this leave permanent or temporary? Don't know. Are you going to do something stupid like try to rescue Dinah yourself? Don't know, I repeated myself. You're aware that there's an outside chance that if you try, we might have to try and stop you. Depending on what agreement the rest of us come to about the current sitch. Do what you have to, I'll do the same. Alright, then. I slung the bag over my shoulder, faced the door. Tattletale spoke, I'm not saying goodbye, because this isn't. I'll resolve this situation with Coil and his captive myself, if I have to, if it means we can have another civil conversation in the near future. Stay alive, don't do anything rash, and be open to hearing us out in the future? Surely our friendship is worth doing that much. After a moment, then I gave her a single nod. Lisa moved out of the doorway to let me through. When I turned in the direction of the living room and the stairwell, Lisa almost deliberately turned in the other direction, toward the kitchen. As if following me to the exit constituted some vague sort of farewell, and she was sticking to the idea of refusing to say goodbye. I was halfway down the stairwell to the first floor when I heard it. A whining noise, like you might hear from a particularly large baby preparing to scream. The nasal WA sound stretched out, so loud it was painful to listen to. A siren? An air raid siren. I reversed direction and ran back up the stairs. Tattletale was already in the living room. The TV was showing evacuation directions in a rotation of images. Leave your homes. Find the nearest shelter. Follow the directions of local authorities. Leave your homes. Bomb. I asked, raising my voice to be heard over the siren, but could I leave something behind? Lisa shook her head. I'd seen her in the presence of Lung, around Glory Girl, Bakuda, Purity, Night, and Fog. Looking at her, now, I saw an expression on her face that I hadn't seen in any of those scenarios. There was no trace of her vulpine grin, none of her characteristic humor or reckless abandon. Then what is it? I asked her, though I already had a dark suspicion. Even the Bakuda's terrorism campaign against the city hadn't warranted the sirens, and that left very few possibilities. Her response was one word, final. Endbringer. What? But I turned toward the stairs, then back to Tattletale, my dad. I've got to. Tattletale cut me off, he'll evacuate or get to a shelter like everyone else. Taylor, look at me. I did. The others and I, we talked about this possibility. It came up before we met you. You listening to me? You know what happens, the usual response. I nodded. We all decided we'd go. That we'd try to help, however we could. But you weren't a part of that talk, and there's tensions in the group. You're pretty much not on the team, right now, so if you don't want to, I'll go. I didn't even need to think about it. I would never be able to forgive myself if I walked away, knowing there was something I could have done to help. Interlude 7. The soldier barked in Turkish. He jammed his gun between her shoulder blades, hard. He was twice as tall as her, far stronger than her, so there could be no fighting or resisting even if he wasn't armed. She stumbled forward into the shrubbery and trees, and branches scraped against her forearms and face. One foot in front of the other, Hannah told herself. Her feet were like lead weights as she trudged forward. The needles on the trees and shrubbery scraped against her skin. Even the twigs were coarse, almost thorny, catching on her dress and socks, biting through the cloth to scrape her skin and stab at her shoeless feet. The soldier threatened. He said something else, longer and more complicated, but Hannah's Turkish wasn't good enough to make it out. She looked over her shoulder and saw the man back the way she'd come. He made his meaning explicitly clear by waving his gun toward the other children, who were corralled in the midst of a half-dozen other soldiers. If she didn't move faster, someone else would pay for it. 7 years had given her village false confidence, let them believe that they were far enough away, secluded enough in the valley and forest, that they could escape the worst fighting of the ongoing war. That illusion had been shattered just hours ago. She had been hidden in the cellar beside her house. She had heard the screams and gunfire. Too much gunfire, considering how few working guns the men and women of her village had. Guns and bullets were too expensive when you lived off your garden and what you could hunt, and a trip to the nearest city to buy such things was dangerous. What they had were the leftovers, the handful of weapons taken off enemies by the guerrilla fighters and left behind or traded in barter when they passed through the village for supplies and medical care. Those who had the guns lacked the skill or training to use them. The fighters were supposed to defend them against people like this, stop them from getting this far. She hurried to take another step forward and flinched as a twig broke underfoot. The smallest of whimpers escaped through her lips. When the enemy soldiers had found her in the cellar, dragged her into a group with the 9 other children of her village, she'd known that her parents were already dead or dying. As the soldiers had marched them through the village and into the woods, she'd stared hard at the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks, unwilling to look at the blood, the bodies, that littered her hometown. People who she had seen every day of her life. Her eyes scanned the forest floor, but she had no idea what to look for. A hump of earth? Twine? A dense patch of dry, brown needles? She took another step forward, waited for disaster. When it didn't come, she stepped forward again, paused. Only a short while ago, she had watched from a distance as Coven, the fat older boy that had once called her names, stepped forward and had his leg fall into a hole. He'd screamed, and when Hannah and the rest of the children had rushed forward to try and lift him out, they had only increased the volume of his shouts and the ferocity of his thrashing. With the Turkish soldiers watching silently behind them, Hannah and the others had used their hands to scrape at the hard, rocky earth, revealing the wooden stakes that were lodged in the sides of the hole. Each was set in the earth so they pointed downward at an angle, with some at the bottom to pierce his foot. Supple, the wood had bent enough to let the leg fall down deep into the hole, but attempts to raise Coven had only pulled his leg and foot up into waiting wooden points. It was, she knew, one of the traps that had been placed by her village's hunters or by the guerrilla fighters that defended their village. They were all over, set throughout the woods, around her village, near roads and other important places. She had overheard one of the fighters describing this very trap to her father. She had been told, over and over, that she wasn't to play in the woods for much this reason, that if she had to travel into the woods for any reason, she needed an adult to guide her. The full reality of it hadn't registered until she saw what had happened to Coven. They had tried for a long time to dig the boy's leg free, knowing as they uncovered more and more of his pierced leg, saw the injuries and the quantity of blood, that he wasn't going to be able to walk very far. It was hopeless, they knew, but Coven was someone they had gone to school with. Someone they had seen every day. A soldier had put an end to their efforts with a bullet through Coven's head, making Coven the second of the children to die. Hannah was picked to go next. To test the path. She clutched the front of her dress, balling the fabric up in hands that were still covered in dirt and scrapes from her efforts to dig Coven free. One foot in front of the other. Every single one of her senses was on edge. She was hyper-aware of the rustle of dirt underfoot, the scrape of pine needles against the fabric of her dress. She could feel the warmth of the sun heating her skin when she stepped into a spot where the light filtered through the pine trees. She blinked hard to clear her eyes of tears. So stupid. She needed to be able to see. Any clue. Any at all, to see a trap. Crying was the worst thing she could do. One foot in front of the other. She stopped. Her feet refused to go any further. Trembling, she looked around. If she took one more step, she knew, she was going to die. There was no rationale for it, no reason or clue. This patch of forest was no different from the rest. A bed of red-brown needles underfoot, shrubs and trees pressing in around her. But she knew. Whether she took a step forward, to her right or left, she would be stepping into a trap. A hole like the one that caught Coven, or perhaps an explosive device, like the one that took Ashti. At least she'd gone quickly. The soldier that was watching her called out from a distance behind her, the ever-familiar that was a threat and an order at the same time. Sick with fear, Hannah looked around, searching for something that could tell her where to go, how to move. In that moment, she knew she wasn't going to die right away. She couldn't walk any further, it was physically impossible, as though her feet were as rooted to the ground as the trees were. They would make her watch as they tortured one of the other children to death. Then they would start on the next, maybe Hannah herself, until they had another child willing to act as decoy and clear the traps from their way in the simplest, most dangerous manner possible. Wall. She saw something vast. It wasn't big in the sense that the trees or even the mountains were big. It was big in the way that transcended what she could even see or feel. It was like seeing something bigger than the whole wide planet, except more this thing that was too large to comprehend to start with, it extended. She didn't have a better word to describe what she was perceiving. It was as though there were mirror images of it, but each image existed in the same place, some moving differently, and sometimes, very rarely, one image came in contact with something that the others didn't. Each of the images was as real and concrete as the others. And this made it big in a way that she couldn't describe if she were a 100-year-old scholar or philosopher with access to the best libraries in the world. And it was alive. A living thing. She knew without having to think about it, each of those echoes or extensions of the entity was as much a part of a connected whole as her hand or nose was to her. Each was something this living entity was aware of, controlled and moved with intent and purpose. As though it existed and extended into those possible selves all at once. It's dying, she thought. The outermost extensions of the creature were flaking off and breaking into fragments as it swam through an emptiness without air, not moving but sinuously adjusting itself through the existences that held the echoes, shrinking away here and swelling there, carrying itself away at a speed that outpaced light. In its wake, flakes and fragments sloughed off of the entity like seeds from an impossibly large karahinduba, or dandelion, in a steady wind. Seeds more numerous than all the specks of dirt across all the earth. One of those fragments seemed to grow, getting bigger, larger, looming in her consciousness until it was all she could perceive, as though the moon was falling, colliding with the earth. Falling directly on top of her. The soldier finished without missing a beat. Hannah stirred, she was still in the forest, hands stinging with the scrapes, feet sore from the walking. Her heart pounded and she could taste fear like bile in her mouth. Already, the memory was fading. Had it even happened? As hard as she struggled to retain it, it was eluding her. It was like a dream that escaped her when she woke, but so slippery that even the idea that she'd dreamed in the first place was quickly retreating from her mind. The soldier shouted something too complex for her to understand, directed at his comrades. Hannah let the scraps of the memory slip from her attention. This, here, was the priority. Either she walked forward, and she would die, or she would stand by and watch the others die for her cowardice. With just the vestige of an idea that something had happened, she had been shaken from her paralysis. Maybe she could step forward. She raised her foot. And stopped. Something stood in her way. A blur hung in the air at chest level, crackling, shifting with a manic ferocity. She let her foot fall back down where it had been a moment ago and stared at the kaleidoscopic shimmer of black and green. She touched it, and felt a weight settle into her palm. Her hand automatically closed around it, feeling the warmth of it. It felt almost like when she pet a friendly dog. An odd thought, given what she found herself looking at. A gun, polished grey steel. Somehow familiar. Identical to the smallest guns she had seen the guerrilla fighters carrying. I can't use this. The thought was cold in her mind. If I use this, they'll kill the others the second I fire. The gun shimmered, became that blur of green and black, then settled into a new shape. She'd seen this, too. One of the fighters had been talking to Hannah, showing her his English gun magazine, in an effort to get in good graces with her older sister. This was similar to the gun she'd just had in her hand, but there was a metal tube on the front, nearly doubling the gun's length. The tube, she knew, made guns quieter. The rest of the children and the other soldiers were far behind. It was still nearly impossible, but... The soldier behind her shouted. She wheeled around, holding the gun in both hands. She took a second to steady her aim, and the Turkish soldier's surprise bought her just enough time to pull the trigger. Hannah's eyes snapped open. This is why I don't sleep. She was still wearing her costume, she noted, as she rose from her bed and walked to the bathroom. At least she'd had the sense to remove her scarf so she didn't strangle while she rested. She was the only one who remembered. Everyone else forgot that impossibly huge being, if they were even graced with a glimpse of it. She couldn't be sure. If any others saw it, they would inevitably forget it before they could gather their thoughts enough to speak of it. Like she was supposed to. But she remembered. She touched the combat knife that was sheathed at her hip, as if to remind herself it was there. She harbored her suspicions about her gift, her powers had taken a part of her psyche and given it concrete form. The angriest parts of her, the most childish parts, the parts of her that dreamed, and those that forgot. The knife at her hip slept for her and dreamed for her, she imagined. She had gone nearly a year at a time without needing to stop and put her head to rest on a pillow. When she closed her eyes and let herself drift off, it was because she felt it was something she ought to do, not because she had to. Even then, she never dreamed. She remembered, instead, her mind replaying past events in perfect detail. And through some chance of fate, this meant she remembered the entity, and she remembered forgetting it, as paradoxical as that was. And she would never speak of it to anyone. She'd killed the soldiers that held the other children of her village hostage. After the first, she had feigned fear, pretended the guerrilla fighters were in the woods. Then she had waited for the moment they were too busy watching the woods and mowed the rest of the men down with an assault rifle. She didn't even feel bad about it, nor did she lose much sleep that one of the children, Beer, had been shot in the skirmish. She regretted the deaths, that went without saying, but she didn't feel guilty about it. Of the 10 of them, 7 had made it back, because of her and her gift. They had returned to their village, moved the bodies out of sight, and did what they could to conserve their food until the guerrilla fighters came through once again. Hannah had made the others swear a promise, to not speak of her gift. She knew the guerrilla fighters would recruit her, use her, if they knew. Whatever this power was that she had received, she didn't feel it was for that. When the fighters had returned, they saw the state of the children and elected to evacuate them. The fighters took them to a city, and a man there saw that Hannah and the others were shipped off to the United Kingdom, where many other refugees were going. They were split up, and the others were sent one by one to homes for orphans and other troubled children. Hannah's turn came late, nearly last, and she was taken to fly on another airplane to her own new home. It was there she ran into difficulty. She'd moved through the archway what she would later learn was a metal detector and it sounded an alarm. Guards had found the weapon she couldn't drop or leave behind, and Hannah was carried off to another place. Interrogated, asked many questions. She was taken to the bathroom, patted down on her re-entry to the interrogation room, and they found the same gun on her that they'd taken away just half an hour ago. Everything else had happened very fast, after that. It was an American in a military uniform that rescued her. He took her to America, saw that she was put with a family there. When the first 3 wards teams were established, she was enlisted. She barely knew 100 words of English, her numbers, and the alphabet, when she first went out in costume. Hannah bent over the sink and washed her face. She found a toothbrush and cleaned her teeth, then flossed, then scraped her tongue. Too easy to forget those things, without the rhythm of sleep to break up the continuity of days. Better to do these things a little too often, than to forget. She gargled with mouthwash, then bared her teeth to see the dentist's work, where he had kept them. Teeth that were perfectly shaped, white. Not really hers. Her weapon found its way into her hand at some point after she put the mouthwash down, a handgun not unlike the first shape it had taken for her. She spun it around her finger by the trigger guard a few times before holstering it as she left the bathroom. She went to the window and stared at the city across the water. Colors shifted subtly in the refracted light of the PHQ's force field, oversaturating the view like a TV with bad picture settings. Even if she never dreamed, America still had a surreal, dreamlike quality to it. It was so distant from where she had come from, so different. There was no war here, not really, and yet the people here managed to find so much to complain about. Men in suits, trouble in love, medical care, and not having the latest touchscreen phone. Such complaints often carried more emotion and fervor than anyone in her village had used to bemoan the death of loved ones or the methodical eradication of their people. When she heard the complaints of her friends and co-workers, she simply nodded and gave the necessary words of sympathy. Bright lights and conveniences and wanting for nothing and televisions and sports cars and capped teeth and chocolate and the list went on. It had taken her the better part of a decade to even start getting used to it, and everything moved so fast that any time she thought she was getting a grasp on it, there was something new, something she was supposed to know or understand. She'd accepted without complaint when her adoptive parents told her to start writing her name in the more American Hannah. She'd agreed and signed the papers when they took the last name her parents had given her and replaced it with their own. Small things, so minor, compared to what she had seen and done. It didn't bear complaining about. Everyone praised her for how dutiful she was in school and her training. She never gave up, never quit. Why should she? This was nothing compared to those hours she spent in that forest. So hard to believe that the events from her dream had occurred just 26 years ago. It never felt entirely real. More than once, she had let herself begin to believe she'd died, that she'd taken that step forward and never made it out of the forest. She had made mistakes when she let herself think that way, had put herself in too much danger, back in her earliest years as a hero. Now, when she found herself slipping into that mindset, she often tried to sleep. Her memories as she slept were perfect, unblemished, almost more real than real life, which was why she never did it too often. Ironic, given how necessary it often was, to keep her grounded in reality. She'd grown to love this country. Truly love it, for what it stood for. She'd had to fight to wear the flag as part of her costume. America wasn't perfect, but nothing touched by human hands could be. There was greed, corruption, selfishness, pettiness, hatred. But there were good things too. Freedoms, ideas, choices, hope and the possibility that anyone could be anything, here, if they were willing to strive for it. As she accepted her new country, she let herself make friends, boyfriends, let herself get close to her parents and their church. By the time she started college, her accent had all but disappeared, and she knew enough to at least pretend to know what others were talking about when they spoke of pop culture, music, and television. People were judgmental, she knew, and so she would never speak of what she had seen in that moment she received her gift. Even among other faithful, she would be met with suspicion and scorn, were she to say she'd seen God, or one of his warrior angels, such as they existed beyond the scope of human understanding. That he had given her this ability so she could save herself. Others would offer different interpretations, argue that he had given such gifts to bad people, too, they would point to the science of it. Maybe some small part of her suspected these hypothetical individuals were right. Still, she preferred her faith to uncertainty. The notion that this thing she had seen was something other than a benign entity watching over humanity, that it might be malign, or even worse, that it existed with no conception of the effect it had on mankind? An elephant among gnats? It wasn't a comfortable thought. She glanced at the clock, 6:30 in the morning. She draped her flag-printed scarf loosely around her neck and lower face, then left her room. The energy became an assault rifle hanging at her side, bouncing a comforting beat against her hip as she walked. She made her way up a flight of stairs and down to the end of a hallway. She heard a male voice, a female one. She paused at the open doorway and knocked. Yet. Arms Master called out. Am I interrupting? No. Come on in, he replied. She stepped into the room. It fell somewhere between a workshop and an office. 2 spare suits stood at one side of the room, each with minor functional differences. A set of halberds were placed on a rack behind Arms Master's desk, one shattered in pieces. One of the spaces on the rack was empty. Arms Master had the halberd in front of him. You worked too hard and forgot to go to sleep again, Colin? Hannah asked, though the answer was obvious. He frowned, reached over to his computer and hit a button. He saw the time, muttered, damn it. Good morning, Miss Militia, a woman's voice came from the computer. Hannah blinked in surprise. Dragon. Sorry, I didn't realize you were there. Good morning. You're up early, Dragon commented. And you were out late, from what I'm seeing on the web. Trouble sleeping? I don't sleep, Hannah confessed. Not really, since I got my powers. Oh? Me either. Colin leaned back and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. I'd give my left foot for that little perk. Hannah nodded. There were others like her? She asked the computer screen. Do you remember? Sorry? I don't understand, Dragon replied. Never mind. If Dragon did remember, Hannah knew the answer to that question would have been different. Dragon was too smart to miss the connection. We were talking shop, Colin spoke. He motioned to the halberd he had in front of him. Procrastination through tinker stuff. I think tonight's project was a success. Oh. Arms Master stood, seizing the halberd in one hand. He pressed a button on the handle, and the blade blurred. Without even swinging the weapon, he let the heavier top end fall against an empty stainless steel mannequin that might have held a spare suit of his armor. Dust blossomed where the blade touched the mannequin, and it passed through without resistance. Pieces of the mannequin clattered to the ground. Impressive, she told him. He pressed a button, and the blur around the blade dissipated in a steel-colored smoke, leaving only the normal axe head top of the weapon. Only problems are that it's vulnerable to force fields, fire, and other intense energy, and the apparatus takes up too much space in the upper end. Even with my power, it likely means I'd have to do without some of the kit I've gotten used to. I trust you'll figure it out, Hannah told him. Then with mock sternness, she put her hands on her hips. Now, no more distracting me. Just what are you procrastinating on? Colin ran one of his hands over his short cropped brown hair, sighed. Right. You have as much say as I do, in this. He walked back to his desk and slumped down into his seat. He kicked a screwdriver and a pair of pliers from the corner of the desk to put his feet up, one ankle crossed over the other. Reaching in the opposite direction, he grabbed a stack of folders and let them fall to the desk. Pickett has decided to take action in reflection of recent events. Both the wards and the protectorate are being restructured. Hannah winced. How bad? Shrugging, Colin told her, as far as the wards go, we're losing Aegis. Pickett and the PRT want to see how he does leading a different team, and the boy's parents are amenable. He'll stay in the wards for a little longer, to suggest he's younger than he is. A shame. Who do we get? It's a swap. It'll be Weld from the Boston team. I don't know him, Hannah admitted. He's a good kid with a good record, Dragon chimed in from the computer. Ferrous biology, absorbs metals through his skin. Strong, tough, good grades across the board, high marks in the tactics simulations. Likeable, and a scan of the web shows feedback for him is higher than average, which is impressive, considering he's one of the Case 53s. He's got the tattoo? Hannah asked. The mark is branded into his heel, not tattooed, but yes. Hannah nodded. What else? Colin frowned. We're supposed to pick 2 others from our ward's team to transfer to one of the other major teams, nearby. I settled on Kidwin, I'm stuck on the others. Browbeat? Too new. Might be able to sell it to Pickett, but my suspicion is that she'll think it looks bad, giving up our newbie. Gallant won't be able to leave for Boston. Too many logistical issues. Hannah glanced at the computer. She couldn't say more. You can speak freely, Colin spoke. Dragon has either read the record in question, or she's reading it as we speak. Gallant has local responsibilities, and is expected to start helping with his father's local business enterprise. Dragon spoke, giving truth to Colin's words. Miss Militia is right, he's a local fixture. And his girlfriend is here. Hannah nodded, painful to give up Vista or Clock Blocker. There are big guns, and they're local heroes after the role they played in that bomb scare. Shadow Stalker. Colin shook his head. There would be more trouble handing over someone like Shadow Stalker to another team than there would be if we gave away a newbie like Browbeat. Discipline problems. Still, she asked. Arms Master nodded. Hannah frowned. All right. This is what you do, then. Propose Shadow Stalker and Kidwin. If Pickett does refuse Shadow Stalker, and you should make an argument that Shadow Stalker might need a change of scenery, Pickett will have a harder time refusing Browbeat, right after. Colin rubbed his chin, where his beard traced the edges of his jaw, nodded. If she doesn't agree to giving away either of the 2, and you really should play hardball on that, you can offer Clock Blocker. He graduates this summer, anyways, and I'd say he's got enough friends and contacts here that he might apply to come back to Brockton Bay to join our protectorate when he turns 18. Best case scenario for us, and it's not like Boston or New York need more capes. Colin sighed. You're better at this than I ever was. Hannah wasn't sure how to respond. Colin had his strengths, but he was right. He went on, congratulations. He picked up the second folder and held it out to her. What? She took it, opened it. There's a change to our team, too, according to Pickett and the rest of the oversight. You've been promoted. Within the next 2 weeks, this building and this team will be transferred to your command. She stood there, paging through the folder of paperwork, stunned. Where are you going? Chicago. Hannah broke into a smile. Chicago. That's fantastic. A bigger city, a bigger team. Where's Merton being moved? He stays in Chicago. Hannah shook her head, but, she trailed off. The hard look on Colin's face was telling enough. I'm so sorry, she spoke. It's the politics, Colin spoke, leaning back. I'm good at this. Better than most, if you don't mind me boasting. Everything I bring to the table, I worked my ass off for. But when it comes to shaking hands, managing people, navigating the bureaucracy, I'm not good at it, won't ever be. Because of that, I'm getting demoted, and I can probably give up on ever being in charge of another team. I'm sorry. I know how much you wanted. It's fine, he said, but it was clear in the curtness and hardness of his tone that it wasn't. He turned away and touched his keyboard. In the darkness of the room, his face briefly reflected the blue light of the screen. His brow furrowed. Dragon. That program you gave me, predicting the patterns of Class S threats, remember it? I made a few modifications, to see if I couldn't catch any highlights. I'm running a dozen of them concurrently. 1. I called HS203. I want you to look directly at this. I've put it behind some pretty heavy security, but if you wait a second, I'm already looking over it, Dragon interrupted. I see what you did. Linking my data to atmospheric shifts. I think I see it. Hannah walked around the desk and leaned over Colin's shoulder to see the screen. A map of the East Coast was superimposed with a rainbow-hued cloud. This doesn't mean anything to me. Nothing's truly random, Colin explained, his voice tight. Any data shows a pattern eventually, if you dig deep enough. Dragon started work on an early warning system for the Endbringers, to see if we can't anticipate where they'll strike next, prepare to some degree. We know there's some rules they follow, though we don't know why. They come one at a time, months apart, rarely hitting the same area twice in a short span of time. We know they're drawn to areas where they perceive vulnerability, where they think they can cause the most damage. Nuclear reactors, the birdcage, places recently hit by natural disasters. He clicked the mouse, and the image zoomed in on a section of the coastline. Or ongoing conflict, Hannah finished for him, her eyes widening. The ABB, Empire 88, the fighting here? It's coming here? Now. Colin didn't have a reply for her. Dragon? Brockton Bay falls within the predicted zone, and the city is on the list of locations that rate high enough on the sensitivity or negative media scale. Add my data, the correlations between abrupt microshifts in temperature, air pressure and... The data is good. Dragon's voice, synthesized to mask the most telling details about her identity, held no trace of doubt. Good enough to call for help. Good enough. Colin moved quickly, spinning in his chair to reach a small console. He opened a glass panel and flipped a switch. Air raid sirens immediately began their ominous whine. Dragon, I'll contact Pickett and the Protectorate teams. You get hold of everyone else that matters. You know who's most needed. Already on it. He turned to Hannah, and their eyes met briefly. Much was communicated between them in that moment, and she wasn't sure she liked what she saw in his eyes. A glimmer of hope? Miss Militia. Recruit the locals. And we need a place to gather. She swallowed her concerns. Yes sir. Arcade Extermination 8.1. The crush of bodies was a tide that Tattletale and I had to push through. There were 1,000 or more scared people in our immediate area, surging against and around us. Even our costumes didn't give people much pause or reason to give us space. Thoughtless in their panic, the crowd was guided only by the barricades of policemen and police cars that had been established at the intersections to guide the masses to the shelters. Everybody had been informed, in the pamphlets that came in the mail and in schools, about emergency procedures. There were multi-level shelters spaced around the city, enough for people to hunker down in for a few hours. They'd all been told that they could bring our larger pets if the animals could be trusted to behave. They could bring only necessary medical supplies and what they could have on their person. People weren't allowed to use their cars, unless they were in one of the areas on the periphery of town. Too easy for there to be an accident in the panic and hurry, leaving everyone else stuck in a traffic jam when disaster arrived. But people were stupid. A chronic condition of our society, that so many people somehow thought they were special, the exception to the rule. In this panicked crowd, every rule was being broken. There were people with luggage on wheels, one kid carrying a lizard in a glass cage. People were pushing and shoving, shouting and swearing. Pets were reacting to the ambient stress with barks and snarls, dashing around and getting others tripped or tangled up in leashes. Tattletale and I passed 2 cars that were even making their way forward in the midst of stampede, inch by inch, honking their horns the entire time. Between the air raid sirens and the honking horns, I couldn't make out the words people were shouting. I could barely think. We reached a trio of police officers, who had used their cars and yellow tape to cordon off 2 sides of an intersection. I could see the eyes on the officer nearest me widen in recognition. He was about to say something, but the officer next to him put a hand on his shoulder, reached in the window of the police car. He pushed pieces of paper into each of our hands. I glanced over it, found what I needed, and gave him a curt nod. Tattletale grabbed my hand and pulled me away. The paper, labeled at the top with the words Para-Human Response, contained a picture of our destination in black and white and directions on how to get there. It wasn't far the area which divided the docks and downtown, a short distance east from the mall where Brian and I had gone. The closer we got to our destination, the more the crowd thinned out. We saw another crowd moving toward a different shelter as we got close, but we could avoid that by teetering around that particular set of streets. As we got close enough for me to wonder what direction to take, I saw the streak of smoke as a huge armored suit plunged down from the sky, just a block away. It was clue enough for Tattletale to pull me forward to follow it. Reaching the end of the street, we saw our destination on the other side of a nearly empty 4-lane road. The building was fairly nondescript. 6 stories tall, it featured dark brown brick and dark-tinted windows, and sat alone on a grassy hill. A nearly empty parking lot sat between us and the building, and a stretch of beach sat on the far end. People in PRT uniforms stood guard around the parking lot and entrance, and 4 of the 5 vehicles in the parking lot were PRT vans, with turret-mounted hoses and armored exteriors. As good an indication as any that this was the meeting place. Past the hill and to the left was Dragon, in a mechanical suit that was as large as 2 PRT vans put together, 4-legged, with what looked like a single jet engine on top, still smoking from her recent flight. On either side of the engine or oversized jetpack or whatever it was, were 2 shoulder-mounted missile launchers, each preloaded with 4 missiles longer than I was tall. She was facing the water, unmoving, like a gargoyle standing guard. I saw what she was watching. A storm cloud in the distance. It hung over the water with an opaque curtain of rain descending down from it. It was gradually getting closer. As we approached the parking lot, a squad of PRT officers blocked our way. I felt a moment's trepidation. Were any of these the same people we'd attacked at the Protectorate's fundraiser? I couldn't tell, with their helmets and tinted face guards covering their faces. With a sound like a muffled thunderclap, a half-dozen people appeared in the center of the empty lot. When I saw who they were, I was awestruck. That wasn't hyperbole or whatever, I was using the word awestruck in the original, zero embellishment sense of the word. Alexandria stood at the head of the crowd that had just arrived. Her head turned from one side to the other as she surveyed her new surroundings, the long, straight black hair that spilled from the back of her helmet sweeping from one side to the other. She was everything that made you think superheroine, athletic, Tall, muscular, but still feminine. Her costume was black and light grey, with an image of a tower in the center of her chest, and she featured a wide, heavy cape that flowed over her shoulders and draped onto the ground beside and behind her. Alexandria. Her team people I recognized but couldn't necessarily name followed behind her in a loose formation. Only one man in a blue and black uniform and cap stayed behind in the middle of the parking lot. He looked around for a few moments, then disappeared with a crack and a whoosh, smaller than the one that had brought the entire group there. Tattletale and I circled around the parking lot, to avoid getting in the way of any incoming teleporters. We were nearly to the door when we heard another group arrive behind us, the same way Alexandria had come. Teenagers, this time. I couldn't place them, but the brighter colors of their costumes led me to suspect they were heroes. The man who teleported them in said something I couldn't make out over the wailing air raid sirens, and they quickly set to marching in our direction. Leading them out of the parking lot was a shirtless, muscled boy with metal skin, eyes, and hair and a strange texture to his shoulders and spine. Among other things, I noticed the tines of a fork sticking out near his neck, and what might have been the wires of a chain-link fence half melted into his opposite shoulder. But where that strange half-melted metal texture didn't cover him, his metal body was exceedingly detailed and refined. His skin was a dusky dark gray metal with the slightest of swirls of lighter metals in it, and his Adonis musculature was perfectly edged out in the metal, with silver lines tracing his muscle definition like veins of metal in raw ore. His eyes, too, were silver, and 2 lines ran from the corners of them down his cheekbones and to the sides of his jaw. He clapped one heavy hand down on my shoulder as he passed me and offered me a tight smile. It seemed we were allies, at least for the time being. Tattletale and I followed his group into the building. Folding chairs had been set into rows and columns in the center of the lobby, facing a trio of widescreen television sets, which in turn were backed by a series of large windows overlooking the beach. Through the windows, we had the perfect view of the looming storm. As daunting as the approaching clouds were, what drew my attention was the crowd. There were people filling the lobby. Only a few were local. Empire 88 was here, at the back corner of the room. I saw Hook Wolf there, half covered in a layer of his metal hooks and barbs. I didn't see Cricket or Storm Tiger. He glared at Tattletale and I. The travelers were all present, I noted, the only other local team of villains to show. Fault Line's crew was absent, and I couldn't help but note that Coil wasn't around. He wasn't a front lines kind of guy, but he'd at least supplied his soldiers for the ABB situation. The local heroes were present in force. I wasn't surprised skipping this fight, as a hero, let alone a team of heroes, would be unforgivable to the public. Aegis was talking with the metal-skinned boy who'd arrived at the same time as Tattletale and I. A large group of 15 or so other teenagers were gathered and talking amongst themselves. There was some joking, the occasional laughter, but it felt forced, strained. False bravado. I was assuming they were all wards, from at least 3 different cities. The kids from New Wave were near the wards Glory Girl, Panacea, Laser Dream, and Shielder, but they weren't really joining in with the conversation the wards were having. I could see Glory Girl and Gallant standing together, she was holding his hand. Panacea was sitting backwards on a chair just beside where Glory Girl stood, her arms folded over the chair back, chin resting on her wrists. She glared at the two of us, though the look was mainly directed at Tattletale. Near Panacea, the adults of New Wave had pulled the folding chairs into a rough circle so they could sit while they talked in a bit of a huddle. The Protectorate was present, and it wasn't just the locals, but the big guns. Arms Master, standing a little taller and looking more confident than I'd seen before, with not 1 but 2 halberds connected to his back, was having a quiet conversation with Miss Militia and Legend. It took me a second to absorb that picture. That was the head of the Protectorate, the leader of the largest team of capes in the world. What's more, he was right in front of me, having a conversation with someone I'd talked to. Ridiculous as that sounded, it affected me. Legend sported a skin-tight blue costume with a design in white that fell somewhere between flame and electricity in style. He had a perfect physique, one I didn't mind giving a second glance over a strong jaw and wavy brown hair. If Alexandria was the flying bruiser that just about every other flying bruiser strove to match up to, then Legend was at the head of the pack when it came to being flying artillery. His firepower was on par with Purity's, if not outright surpassing her, and he was far, far more versatile. Knowing I'd seen 2 members of the leading 3 figures of the Protectorate, I looked for the third. I glanced past Murden, from Chicago, with his brown burlap robe and wooden staff, Chevalier, in gleaming silver and gold armor, carrying his cannon blade, and Bastion, who had earned a great deal of bad press, lately. Someone used a cell phone to catch Bastion using the word spick several times as he yelled at a kid who only wanted to take his picture. He was studiously ignoring Kaiser, who was standing nearby, staring at him, taunting him without speaking or doing anything. It was only at the back corner of the room that I found the third member of the Protectorate's triumvirate. Eidolon stood behind one of the large television sets, staring out the window. He wore a blue-green skin-tight suit that expanded into a voluminous hood, cape, and sleeves that draped over his hands. The interior of the hood and sleeves wasn't shadowy, but illuminated with a soft green light. Debating the relative strengths of various capes was common enough, in the schoolyard and elsewhere. If Alexandria and Legend fought, who would win? Would Boston's Protectorate win against Brockton Bay's team? What if you removed Boston's weakest members until the sides were even in number? When the question inevitably got to who was the strongest, the big 5 were generally ruled out, in the sense of, well, yeah, but besides them. Sion got counted as a part of that group because the powers he did have were head and shoulders above just about everyone else's. Eidolon was almost the opposite, because he had every power, though he could only hold on to a handful at a time. Then there were the Endbringers, because they mandated situations like this, where even Scion or Eidolon plus multiple teams of capes weren't necessarily enough. Sure, some loyal people might argue that Legend was better than Eidolon, or maybe even some other cape like Dragon or Alexandria. Generally speaking, though, Eidolon was a top dog. I looked away from Eidolon, to check out the rest of the crowd. There were a few other unofficial teams of heroes, including Haven, the Christian team from the Bible Belt, and 2 teams with corporate sponsorship that were being very careful to not interact with one another. Some sort of bitter rivalry, there. A scattered few independent heroes and villains were around as well. Few I could name. I saw a girl dressed up like an old-fashioned doll. Perian. She was local, and she wasn't hero or villain. A rogue, who only used her powers for business or entertainment. She could sometimes be seen doing some promotion for a store downtown, giving life to some massive stuffed animal or a store mascot. She'd done an interview in a magazine I'd read back before I had powers, and I knew she was a fashion student, though she wasn't revealing just who she was until after she was more established. She looked as though she were trapped in a conversation with a curly-haired, dimple-cheeked villainess that looked no older than 8, who wore a frock that was maybe from the same period as Perian's. The pseudo-child was Bambina, if I was remembering right. Perian was rescued by one of the out-of-town wards, a girl in a skin-tight costume with a visor covering her eyes, nose, and ears, with a quiver of what looked like giant needles and a massive crossbow. The ward said something to Bambina, who scowled and managed to look cute while doing it. Then the heroine ushered Perian over to where she'd been talking with Shadow Stalker. What in the world could that group talk about? I might not have been alone in thinking that Shadow Stalker seemed unimpressed with the new addition to their group, judging by her body language. Tattletale spotted the Undersiders before I did. I'd been looking for Bitch and the dogs as things that would stand out in the crowd, but they weren't present. Tattletale squeezed my hand and gave me an apologetic smile before letting go, patting me on the upper arm, and crossing the room to head over to where Gru and Regent sat. The 2 boys glanced my way, then turned their attention to Tattletale. Ignoring me. That really stung. It was sort of inane that I was concerned over something like that, given the seriousness of the present situation. We were here because we faced the very real possibility of facing down one of the Endbringers. I shouldn't be worried about broken friendships. But I was worried about it, stupidly. I felt like I was back in school, the only kid left when everyone else had found their groups, and a hit to my confidence was not what I needed on a day like this. I looked for a place to sit, and settled for a chair in the overall vicinity of the Undersiders and the Travelers. Sundancer glanced at me, noted my presence, then she seemed to go out of her way to avoid looking at me again. That caught me off guard, because I'd somehow let myself believe I'd left our cooperative battle against Lung with a good impression. It seemed she wasn't so willing to look past the fact that I'd carved out Lung's eyes. Feeling more and more like an outsider, more out of place, I watched as others filed into the room. More of the Protectorate, and a small few members of the guild. Narwhal turned heads as she entered the lobby. She stood 7 feet tall, with a curtain of glossy, pale hair extending almost to the backs of her knees. She was unclothed, not even wearing a skin-tight costume on her long-limbed body, but it somehow wasn't obscene. Her skin was layered with fine crystal scales that caught the light and scintillated with faint rainbow hues. A single horn stood out from the middle of her forehead, 3 feet long. She ignored stares as she found a space to lean against a wall near the front of the room. She had her chin against her chest with her eyes closed, as though she were resting, or concentrating. Or maybe it was a habit she'd picked up when standing straight meant stabbing the average ceiling with her horn. Yet more were continuing to arrive when Arms Master and Legend turned away from their conversation and walked up to the front of the room. The din in the room quieted, and every set of eyes was on them. Legend cleared his throat. He had the kind of voice that you listen to. We owe thanks to Dragon and Arms Master for their early alert. We've had time to gather, and that means we have just a few more minutes to prepare and brief for Leviathan's arrival, instead of jumping straight into the fray as we arrive. With this advantage, some luck, teamwork, and hard effort from everyone, I hold out hope that this could be one of the good days. A pre-battle speech from Legend. It almost made the lousiest, most painful, and dangerous situations I'd put up with since putting on my costume worth it. But you should know your chances going in. Given the statistics from our previous encounters with this beast, a good day still means that 1 in 4 of the people in this room will probably be dead before this day is done. Or not. Extermination 8.2. There was a quiet murmur through the room at Legend's words. 1 in 4 dead. And that didn't mean the rest of us would get away unscathed. I'm telling you your chances now because you deserve to know, and we so rarely get the chance to inform those individuals brave enough to step up and fight these monsters. The primary message I want to convey, even more than briefing you on the particulars of his abilities, organizing formations, and battle plans, is that I do not want you to underestimate Leviathan. I have seen too many good heroes, he paused for a fraction of a second, and villains, too, die because they let their guard down. Legend paused, glanced out the window. The storm clouds had reached the beach, and torrential rain stirred the water into a froth. Not just rain, but buckets of water. We think of Leviathan as the middle child, he was the second of the 3 to arrive. He is not the physical powerhouse Behemoth is, nor the cunning manipulator that the Cymurg so often proves to be. That said, I would advise you to think of him as having many of the strengths of both siblings at once. You've seen the videos on television and the internet. You know what he is physically capable of. I want to be clear that despite the image he might convey, he is not stupid, and he can display a level of cunning and tactics that can and will catch you off guard. I will tell you what you may not know from the videos. He feels pain, he does bleed, but few attacks seem to penetrate deep enough past the surface to seriously harm him. He is like the other two Endbringers in this respect. What sets him apart is his focus on water. You're likely aware of his afterimage, his water echo. This is no mere splash of water. At the speeds Leviathan can move, surface tension and compressibility make water harder than concrete. He also has a crude hydrokinesis, the ability to manipulate water, and there will be water on the battlefield. We believe that this is what lets him move as fast as he does when he is swimming. Faster than he is normally, far faster than any speedster we have on record. He went on, were it just that, this fight might still warrant a show of force like what we've gathered here. But things are more serious than that, which brings me to our primary concern. As much as Dragon and Armsmaster's advance warning might give us the opportunity to make this a good day, other issues threaten to make it just the opposite. I spoke of Leviathan as a hydrokinetic. I can't state this enough. Leviathan is primarily a hydrokinetic on a macro scale. There is no better illustration than the days where Leviathan won Newfoundland, he spoke. I knew exactly what he was speaking of, and mouthed the date as he spoke it, May 9, 2005. Nearly 500,000 dead. The Canadian island simply gone, after the shelf of land holding it up cracked in the face of what we now understand were incredible pressures beneath the water level. Kyushu, the night of November 2nd and the morning of the 3rd, 1999. His sixth appearance. 9.5 million killed when the region was swamped with tidal waves from every direction while Leviathan disrupted prearranged evacuation attempts. Nearly 3 million evacuees rendered homeless, a nation sundered. These were errors, grave mistakes from defending heroes. We had but one strategy at the time to hem him in, minimizing the effects of growing waves and casualties until Leviathan was beaten into a retreat or Scion arrived. These areas, however, were too vulnerable. Waiting let Leviathan build up the strength of his attacks, and we lost. He paused. We have since classified the locations the Endbringers target as either hard targets or soft targets. The hard battlefields are where we stand our ground, buy time, wear him down. The soft ones are locations where we cannot afford to do this. The television screen showed a cross-section of Brockton Bay as seen from ground level. The west end of the city was bordered by hills, and the terrain sloped gradually from the base of the mountain down to the water. Directly below the image of the buildings that marked the city's location, there was a large cavern, bordered by rock on all sides except the part nearest the beach, which was sand. It was marked blue filled with water. Brockton Bay, this location, is a soft target. The city was originally founded at this location because of the proximity to the coastline for trade routes and an aquifer that provided the first settlers with access to fresh water. This aquifer, essentially an underground lake beneath the city, is our weak point. From the moment Leviathan shows himself, we expect Leviathan will stir and manipulate this underground reservoir to erode the surrounding sand, silt, and rock. Add the tidal waves from above, with the resulting tremors and impacts. I doubted anyone failed to understand what would follow. A section of the city, perhaps most of the city, could collapse into the aquifer. He paused. We have to end this fast. Each wave he brings on top of us is stronger than the last. This means we have two priorities. First, we cannot let him out of our sight. From the moment the battle is initiated, we hem him in, sustain an offensive onslaught. If we let him slip past our defensive lines, precious time will be wasted chasing him, getting him in another situation where we can contain his movements. Our second priority is that we need to find ways to hurt him. If you cannot, if your attacks are deflected or prove otherwise useless, work to support those who can. It is vain to hope to kill him, but he can be whittled down enough that he will flee back to the ocean, and if we hurt him enough, it may delay the time before he is capable of making another attack elsewhere. Legend frowned. The windows were rattling with the force of the rain against them. It was almost impossible to see through them with the water that streamed down, and the overall gloom beyond. This is what the Endbringers are. As of yet, we've been unable to stop them, unable to get through even one confrontation without grievous losses, be it civilian casualties, the loss of a city, or the loss of the lives of some of the bravest and strongest of us. And they will keep coming, one after another, winning these small victories, and winning some major ones. You are doing a good thing. The greatest thing. This is why we are tolerated, why society allows and accounts for the capes that walk the streets and fight in its towns. Because we are needed for situations like this. With your assistance, we can forestall the inevitable. Your efforts and, if you choose to make them, your sacrifices, will be remembered. He looked to Armsmaster. Armsmaster spoke, authoritative, less impassioned, but confident. The wards are handing out armbands of dragon's design. These are adjustable to slide over your arm and should be tightened around your wrist. The screen on the top of the armband notes your position on a grid, as well as Leviathan's last updated location. Use this. You'll also note there are two buttons. The button to the left lets you send messages to everyone else wearing an armband. It will not, unless you are a member of the Protectorate or otherwise a veteran of these fights, directly communicate what you say to everyone else wearing an armband. Dragon has a program screening messages and passing them on through the network based on priority, to cut down on unnecessary chatter that could distract from crucial information. If you must bypass this 3 to 5 second delay, speak the words hard override before conveying your message. Abuse of this feature will lose you the ability to send any further messages. The second button is a ping. Use it in the case of an emergency, to alert others if you are in danger or hurt. If it is not an emergency, but you want assistance, such as a flyer to get you to another vantage point or you see an opportunity to turn the tables, press both buttons, tell the armband what you want. Dragon's program will prioritize your needs, with assistance being directed your way if others are not occupied with more pressing matters. The armband tracks your condition and will automatically send a ping if you are badly injured or unconscious. Legend called out, Capes. If you have faced an Endbringer before, stand. I watched as the rest of the Protectorate, about a third of the out-of-town wards, Bambina, half of a commercially sponsored Cape team and the travelers stood. I couldn't help but notice Arms Master lean over toward Miss Militia, whisper something in her ear, and point at the travelers. Miss Militia shook her head. When in doubt, follow the orders of the Protectorate first. We have trained, organized, and planned for this. The others who are standing, now, are the ones you listen to if we aren't contradicting their order. They have been through situations much like this, you go with their instincts. We are splitting you into groups based on your abilities. If you are confident you can take a hit from Leviathan and get up afterwards, or if you have the ability to produce expendable combatants, we need you on the front line. You will be directed by Alexandria and Dragon. As a share of the crowd moved toward one corner of the room, Arms Master stepped down from the podium to approach Tattletale, Gru, and Regent. Where's Hellhound? At least call her by her real name. Tattletale glared up at him. She's not here. You knocked her dogs around enough to know they aren't that tough, and that means you're implying they're expendable. Be glad she wasn't around to hear that and figure that out. Arms Master opened his mouth to respond, but broke off when Legend called out his name. Arms Master and Chevalier will be leading the hand-to-hand combatants who do not fit in Alexandria's group. Anyone who thinks they can harm or hamper Leviathan in close quarters, you will be assisting and reinforcing the front line. Arms Master strode away from the Undersiders, and I saw Assault, Battery, Brandish, Knight and Fog move to join that group, among others. Smaller than the first group, but I suppose it took a certain amount of bravery to be willing to get close to an Endbringer when you weren't invincible or close to it. The boy with the metal skin began to pass through my row. He handed me an armband from a bag, and I slid it over my hand and cinched it in place. A flat, square screen showed a satellite view of the building we were in, and the surrounding parking lot and beach. A display read, State Name. I pressed the communicator button and spoke, Skitter. My name appeared on the display, with a yes and no display in the corners over the respective buttons. I confirmed it. Legend was still organizing the groups. Force fields, telekinesis, whatever your power, if you can interrupt Leviathan's movements or help reduce the impacts of the waves, you're the backup defense. Bastion will direct you. I was also all too aware that the size of the group that was still sitting was dwindling, and I had no place to go. Movers. We need flyers, teleporters, runners. You will be responding to pings. Rescue the fallen, get them to emergency care, assist any others where needed. Murden will give you your orders. Long-ranged attackers, with me. If you fall in more than one category, go with the group where you think you'll be the greatest assistance. Did I count as a long-ranged attacker? No, my power wouldn't hurt Leviathan. I turned to look at those of us who were still seated. I recognized Gru, Tattletale, Regent, Athala, Victor, Panacea, and Kaiser. There were a half-dozen more who I'd never seen before. People from out of town. The rest of you. Legend was interrupted by shouts. Bastion bellowed, pointed, and the people in his team moved. Layers of force fields went up around the far wall in front of and behind the front windows, and they weren't enough to take the hit. The building rocked with an impact, the force fields to the left collapsed, and the water began to rush in, carrying chunks of brick, glass, and the metal window frames into the lobby. One of the television screens toppled in the onrushing flood. The other two showed a flickering series of images, a half-second of each. The coast of Brockton Bay being struck with a wave. The ferry, the harbor down at the south end of town, the boardwalk, all smashed by the initial wave. I saw a glimpse of a tall figure in the middle of one shot, little more than a blur behind the spray of water and the rain. There was a loud groan, and the ceiling at one corner of the room began to descend swiftly toward the ground. Narwhal flicked two fingers up in that direction, and shored the ceiling with some force fields, but I saw other portions of the ceiling begin to sag, gallons of water pouring through the gaps in the ceiling tile. Strider. Legend bellowed, over the noise and chaos, get us out of here. A voice sounding from the armband, female, synthesized, except I couldn't make it out over the noise. The air was sucked out of my lungs, and there was a noise like thunder. My entire body was rattled down to the core, and I thought I might have been struck by lightning. I was outside, I realized, on my hands and knees in what I first took to be the middle of a shallow river. The rain that pounded down on us was more like a waterfall than any rainstorm I'd been in. The taste of the salty ocean water filled my nose and mouth. My soaked mask clung to my lower face, forcing me to hang my head to keep my breaths from pulling more water into my mouth. A few coughs and heavy exhalations cleared the worst of it away. We'd arrived in the middle of a road, one I'd crossed several times when going to the loft or leaving it. It was still dark out, either the sun hadn't started to rise yet, or the storm was enough to obscure it. The river that I was kneeling in was the ebb of water from the first tidal wave, receding downhill toward the beach and the ocean. It brought waves of trash, litter, broken windows, wooden boards, and dead plants with it. I looked around, saw the other heroes and villains composing themselves, climbing to their feet in the knee-deep rush of water. A few flyers were conveying our ranged combatants up to the rooftops. At the end of the road, downhill, was the boardwalk, or what was left of it. From what I could see through the downpour, the wooden pathways and docks had been shattered by the initial wave, to the point that many were standing nearly straight up, or were buckled into fractured arches. Water frothed and sprayed as it rushed back against the ragged barrier that had been Brockton Bay's high-end shopping district. He was there, too. I could see his silhouette through the rain and the spraying water that was the tidal wave's aftermath, much as I had on the television set. 30 feet tall, the majority of him was muscled but not bulky. His hunched shoulders, neck, and upper torso were the exception, bearing cords of muscles that stood out like steel cables. It gave him a top-heavy appearance, almost like an inverted teardrop with limbs and a tail. His proportions were wrong. His calves and forearms seemed too long for his height, his clawed fingers and digitigrade feet doubly so. He moved with a languid sort of grace as he advanced through the spraying water. His arms moved like pendulums, claws sweeping against the water's surface, while his upper body swayed left and right, as if to give counterbalance to his great height. His tail, 40 or 50 feet long and whip-like, lashed behind and around him in time with his steps, perhaps born of the same need for balance that gave him his teetering gait. Gallons of water poured around him in the wake of his movements, roughly the same amount of mass as the body part that had just occupied the space. This afterimage streamed down him and splashed violently against the water he waded through. As he got closer to the heroes and villains that were organizing into lines, shouting something I somehow couldn't hear over the buzz of fear and adrenaline, I could almost make out his face. It was something you never really saw in the videos or pictures. He had no nose or mouth, no ears. His face was a flat, rigid expanse of the same scaly skin that covered the rest of him, like the scales of a crocodile's back. The hard, featureless plane of Leviathan's face was broken up only by 4 cracks or tears, 1 on the right side of his face, 3 on the left. In each of those dark gaps, the green orbs of his eyes glowed with a light that pierced through the rain. His head moved faster than the rest of him, twitching from one angle to the next like someone's eyeball might flicker left, right, up and down, taking us all in, uncannily out of time with the rest of his body. Get ready. Legend howled the words. It was hard to say whether Leviathan heard the command or if Legend had spotted some tell, but Leviathan dropped to all fours at the same time Legend gave the command. With Legend's cry still ringing in the air, Leviathan moved. He was fast. Fast enough that his clawed hands and feet didn't touch the road beneath the water after the initial push. His forward momentum was enough to let him run on the water's surface. Fast enough that before I could finish drawing in a breath, to scream or shout something or gasp in horror, he was already in the middle of us, blood and water spraying where he collided with the lines of assembled capes, and the armbands were beginning to announce the hopelessly injured and deceased. Carapacitor down, CD5. Creek down, CD5. WCM deceased, CD5. Iron Falcon down, CD5. Saurian down, CD5. Interlude 8. I think we've got a stray, Tasha. Tasha frowned as she looked up from her cell phone, and looked to where Daniela, behind the register, was pointing. Her lip curled in distaste. It was a girl, 14 or 15, with dirty blonde hair both in the sense of being greasy and in color tipped with streaks of blue. Her clothes looked like they had only barely made the cut for the Goodwill bin, and had been worn for weeks or months since she'd gotten them. The girl was pretending to look through a collection of jackets that were still left over from last spring. People like that weren't supposed to be able to walk around the boardwalk and bother people. I'll handle it, Tasha told Daniela. She quietly cleared her throat, straightened her back and approached the girl with a fake smile plastered across her face. Can I help you? I'm good. The girl shoved one jacket to the other end of the rack, and Tasha couldn't help but imagine a fingerprint being left on the leather. She wouldn't be able to get that image out of her head until she evicted the kid and checked over the jacket herself. It bugged Tasha that the girl hadn't left. Most cleared out when confronted, well aware they were in the wrong place. I'm going to be blunt, then. You can't afford these jackets. That one you just pushed aside? That's a design by Fendi. It's over $4,000. No shit? It's ugly. Tasha pursed her lips, glanced at the other customers in the store. A pair of college-age girls, a woman, and her boyfriend. Nobody seemed to have heard the vulgarity, or the crass insult. Leaning close, Tasha hissed, "Do I need to call security, you little idiot?" Security served as a euphemism for the enforcers on the boardwalk, paid uniforms who patrolled the streets and the stores, keeping an eye out for the homeless, gang members and shoplifters. Their methods were as blunt as methods got. Victims generally weren't in a position to go to the cops and complain, or the police simply overlooked the enforcers' activities. I really hate being called stupid, the girl spoke, meeting Tasha's eyes with a glare. You must be new around here if you aren't. Shut the fuck up, the girl interrupted her, with enough force and hostility that Tasha stopped mid-sentence. Breathe in my face again and I'm gonna gag. Your breath smells like vomit in a half-hearted attempt at covering up the smell with candy. Unconsciously, Tasha's hand rose toward her mouth. She stopped and folded her arms, as if to prevent her hand from straying again. She tried to gather her composure, tell off the girl, but the girl was already speaking. Your boyfriend is cheating on you, Tasha Fowler, sleeping with your best friend. Pretty fucking ironic, given how unattractive your friend is, and your continued attempts to puke yourself thin and make yourself pretty for him. Tasha felt a cold feeling in the pit of her stomach. If you hurry and run the entire way, you can catch them in the act. But you can't waste a second. How do you? Tasha asked, but the girl was already looking through jackets again, clearly not listening. Tasha glanced at the door. Go, the girl suddenly barked at her. Startled, Tasha moved toward the door, and then she kept moving, running. As the saleswoman left the store, the door banging closed behind her, Daniela stared first at the door her coworker had just escaped through, then at the ratty little girl. The girl turned her head, pretending to examine a jacket, so she could hide a vulpine smile that spread across her face. They arrived on site in a clap of thunder. She almost lost her footing, but Gru offered her a steadying hand. The downpour immediately drenched every part of her that had still been dry when the tidal wave crashed into the lobby. She used her hands to pull her soaking hair back out of her face, combing it back into place with her fingertips. "He's down there, Tattletale," Gru spoke. "Yep," she replied. Leviathan was in the midst of the shattered boardwalk, pushing one section of the wooden walkway out of his way with the tip of his tail. "Bigger in person," Regent spoke. His normally loose-fitting shirt clung to him. After moving his arms and watching the water dripping off of the soaked sleeves, he pulled it off, so he wore only the closer-fitting mesh armor he'd had on beneath. Tattletale grinned. "Sometimes you couldn't do anything else. We are so fucking out of our depth. Everyone is. Even Legend," Gru replied. "Listen," she said, "if I die." "None of us are dying," Gru spoke, his voice hard. "Odds are one of us is going to. Statistically speaking," Tattletale pointed out. "As there's only 4 of us." 3. "Bitch isn't here and Skitter's not in the group," Gru spoke. "Right," Tattletale answered. She looked for Skitter and spotted her in the jumble of people, on her hands and knees in the receding waters from the tidal wave. The girl stood, coughed a few times, water spraying from the fabric of her mask, then turned her attention to surveying the scene in that peculiar way she did. Skitter was so focused on the scene that she didn't even seem to notice the bugs congregating around her. More than one out-of-town cape gave her a weird look when a bug flew by, to settle on a wall or somebody's shoulder, but the girl was oblivious. Maybe she was so used to being self-conscious and imagining people avoiding her or looking at her funny, she couldn't see it when it was real. Funny, that Skitter had turned her ability into such an effective tool for sensing and assessing her environment, yet she was so unaware of some things. She'd be better at using my power than I am. Skitter had a piece of wet paper hanging off her shoulder, some trash that the wave had picked up, but there was nobody to point it out or pick it off. She was alone. Tattletale felt a pang of sympathy. She'd never been able to stand being isolated, had always had her family, with roommates, friends, and fellow squatters living with her after she'd run away. Taylor, though, seemed to gravitate towards solitude. She pushed people away, and when it came down to the nitty-gritty, when their group had found out the details with the kidnapped girl, Taylor had left. Tattletale couldn't imagine doing the same thing, and she had strong suspicions Taylor was closer to the others than she was. It was a damn shame that things had gone that way, because she'd been blossoming as a person, lately, actually connecting to others. To bitch, even, of all people. Tattletale couldn't help but feel regret, too. She had to admit the schism was at least partially her own fault. Not paying attention, not getting the right info. Tattletale couldn't help but feel she should have been watching out for this sort of thing, knowing that it would take so little to spook the most sensitive member of their group. She'd grown lax. It had been easy to, with the knowledge and comfort of the fact that Coil's power gave them something of a safety net. But when she'd phoned, informed him, her fingers crossed, he'd told her that he was already focusing on other things. He could only make the call on one series of events with his power, after all, and in the wake of the Endbringer's arrival, he had greater priorities. The opportunity had been lost. "If I die," she spoke, leaving no room for further argument, "an envelope should arrive in the mail for me, a week or 2 after I've bidden it. I wrote it. It's got all my passwords and account numbers for the money I've set aside, so far. You guys take it, give some to Taylor if you run into her." "All right," Gru spoke. Tattletale quirked an eyebrow at him. She'd expected more resistance. "And if you happen to get yourself killed, we'll make sure Aisha gets what she needs. Just so you know." He didn't voice a response, but he nodded once. She cast another glance Skitter's way. She should have asked, before they parted ways. Would Taylor want her dad to know what she'd been up to? It was impossible to say. Taylor wouldn't want her dad to know about her villainous activity, but to at least have him know she'd gone out as part of a huge sacrifice like this. Maybe. "Get ready!" Legend cried out. Tattletale grinned, turning her full attention to the Endbringer from beneath the waves. It was crouching, preparing to charge. Using her power wasn't a switch she turned on. It was letting the walls come down, letting the information start pouring in. It meant a killer migraine if she used it too much, especially on people or living things, but if she had a headache 3 hours from now, it would be a damn good thing. It would mean she was alive. Getting rid of the saleswoman had been easy peasy. The bit about the cheating boyfriend had been an outright lie. In a similar vein, the part where she'd mentioned the best friend had been an educated guess, but the salesgirl, Tasha, wasn't the type to have a friend prettier than her. The way she'd obsessed over her phone and the revelation about the eating disorder were clue enough that the woman had been deeply insecure. By the time she realized she'd been played, she would still feel compelled to hurry home and check. Probably bad karma to leverage that sort of weakness, but it meant getting one obstacle out of the way. The woman had been a bitch anyways. Lisa watched out of the corner of her eye as the cashier picked up the phone, her eye on attitude, posture, body language, volume of speech. Worry, calling coworker, not getting response. Quiet, hushed, hiding anxiety from customers. Wants to convey professionalism, confidence. Anxiety, wants to convey professionalism, new to the job, only started 2 weeks ago. Doesn't know how to open safe, not much money in register. Doesn't know how to close store alone. Still no response, desperately needs break for bathroom and to sneak a smoke, not allowed to smoke on the job, looks bad for customers and manager has hard stance on it, making clothes smell. Lisa closed her eyes briefly, took a small breath to center herself. This power was new, untrained. It had a way of running away from her, overwhelming her and leaving her bedridden with headaches if she wasn't careful. People were too random, too chaotic, too complex. She could only push herself like this for an hour or two every few weeks before she started to suffer. It was getting better over time, as far as her tolerances, but the rate of improvement was agonizingly slow. No, she had to focus on the essential detail. The girl behind the counter wasn't calling security. This was good. And given the other bits of information Lisa had picked up, she could be sure the cashier would probably be calling other co-workers before getting someone to kick her out of the store. Which meant Lisa could do what she came here to do. She turned her attention to the man that sat on the leather-covered bench by the change rooms. 30-something, wearing fashionable clothes and a nice jacket that was perhaps a bit too big for him, hair recently cut. He waited with his attention on his smartphone, while his girlfriend or wife tried on something deserving of a little more scrutiny. Expensive clothes, expensive phone, wealthy. Confident, patient despite being in a position many guys hated, mature, adult. Clothes style match his personal tastes, not the type to dress according to girlfriend's tastes. Tall, athletic, exercise habits developed in military but not currently enlisted. This ties into confidence and patience he's used to waiting and. She stopped. Needed to get back on track. Just needed a starting point to get at the stuff he'd keep secret. Confidence, military. How would he pick a 4-digit number? Confident and military trained, goes out of his way to keep numbers random. Looks early 30s, born late 70s. Tendency to go with higher number to start. 8 or 9, mid-range number like 4, 5, or 6, then high, low, no repeating numbers. Dressing in darker jacket, pants, trimmed beard, conservative, number will be even odd or odd even. Something else, she murmured to herself, as the flow of information began to slow. If it slowed enough, it meant that there weren't enough points of reference to generate new data. It could even mean her power would start supplying information based on speculation or falsehoods. She chanced to look at the cashier, but the girl was studiously ignoring her, for the time being. She looked back to the man. Shoes were nothing special. No logos or brand names on anything he wore, that she could see, but he was using his left hand on the touch screen of his phone. Southpaw, tendency to go for numbers on left side of keypad, 8, then 4, 7, then 1 or 3. 1. 8471. Good. And his wallet. Southpaw, confident, wallet in left jacket pocket. He was distracted. She abandoned the coat rack and approached the man, being careful to stay directly behind him, in his blind spot. His jacket was unbuttoned, and the end with the pocket was draped beside him on the bench, the pocket facing her. Easy grab. Wallet in left jacket pocket, intended to help mask presence of gun holstered at left hip. She turned 180 degrees on the spot and walked back the direction she'd come. Concealed gun? Not worth it. Her retreat stopped when she saw the man that was entering the store. Maroon uniform, cap, belt. One of the enforcers from the boardwalk. Shit. She glanced at the cashier. She didn't need her power to read the girl's look of surprise and relief to know that the girl hadn't made the call. Bad luck? She looked at the enforcer. Moving with purpose, going out of his way to avoid looking at her, most definitely coming for her. Had it been the girl she'd scared off, Tasha? Probably not. Did it matter? She turned and looked for another exit. The boyfriend with the smartphone was standing up, saying something to his girlfriend in the changing room, walking towards the clothes rack. Placing himself in way of exit, position of hand, preparing to draw on her if she gets too close to making a run for it. In cahoots with the enforcer. Which could only mean one thing. She looked back at the enforcer that was getting closer to her. Working with the boyfriend, not an enforcer. Ex-military. Has gun. To top it off, the girlfriend was leaving the Changi room, talking cheerfully to her boyfriend as he pulled a dress off a rack. Her hand was too close to her oversized bag, which was open. That one was a gimme. A team of 3, each with guns, all of whom were after her. Trap. No kidding, she muttered to herself. How had they tracked her down? She had been careful to stay out of sight of security cameras, and she had avoided poaching at the same location more than once. She'd used a different ATM each time she drained some rich schmo's bank account, hidden her face from the hidden cameras at each. She bolted, shoving a display of sunglasses on top of the enforcer, ducking around to his right, out of his reach. It was a miscalculation, he didn't care about the sunglasses. He pushed the rack to the ground, hard, and closed the distance with a single long step. He had superior reach, strength. His fist swung in one fluid movement with his step forward, striking her in the stomach, just below her ribcage and off to one side. Striking solar plexus, trained in martial arts, striking to inflict maximum pain, disabling. Gun, she swore, as she crumpled to the ground. Oh my god, what the fuck did she do? The merchandise. The cashier shrieked, shrill. I'm going to be in so much trouble, oh my god. Phone the security office after I'm gone, the not enforcer spoke, my supervisor will take it out of my pay. Oh my god, the cashier spoke, hands over her mouth, oblivious to his words. Lisa began to speak, then grunted and choked as she was heaved up to her feet by the back of her shirt. The not enforcer twisted the fabric of her shirt until his hand was knotted up in it, the collar tied against her throat. He's not. She gave up before going any further with her protests. It didn't matter. Nobody would believe her. A ratty young teenager from the poor part of town, being paranoid about the cops? Nobody would step in for her, here. I'll talk to her, he spoke. Let's see. He patted her down with his free hand, brusque, not giving a second's thought to the fact that she was a girl and a minor. He reached his hand into her back pocket and when he pulled it out, he had a small knife clasped in it. Not hers. He placed it on the counter. The cashier stared at the knife, eyes widening, then she turned her attention to the merchandise. Ignoring him. What the enforcers did wasn't something that few bystanders were willing to dwell on. But these people wouldn't step in. Not for a potentially dangerous teenager that had been carrying a concealed weapon. Had he been a real enforcer, Lisa would be scared enough. There were stories. People having their fingers broken for shoplifting, being beaten insensate, and there were even tales of the rare girl or boy getting raped by the really twisted fucks. When the enforcer was done making sure the offender in question wouldn't come back to the boardwalk, they left the bloodied person in the back of an alley, worked with another to stick them in a dumpster, or if it was late enough that nobody would see, they would toss them off the side of the boardwalk. A 15 to 20 foot drop, depending on the tides and the location of the drop, onto sand or into water that was freezing cold for half the year. He marched her out of the store, heaving her to the right to keep her from bumping into the door frame. He wasn't an enforcer though. And he had a gun. The looming punishment was a little more final than what the enforcers tended to pull. Has gun, has killed before. He might kill her. It wasn't like she hadn't done something worth killing over. She'd drained people's bank accounts, pocketed the funds. Thousands of dollars, sometimes. A spot of light hung in the center of her vision. She'd pushed too hard with her power. She'd have to conserve the use of her power, now, or the migraine would knock her out cold when it arrived in force. There were people all over the boardwalk. The tourists watched with idle curiosity while the locals averted their eyes. Such a contrast there, the locals knew what was up. It was just inconvenient to pay attention to it. He forced her into a side street, then rounded a corner so they were behind the row of stores. He shoved her against a wall, held her there. She spoke, "Tell me what they're paying you, I'll double it. I won't have the money right away, but..." Not negotiating, the enforcer spoke. A few long seconds passed. She pushed the welling nervousness down, did her best to offer him a smile with her face smushed against the brick. She asked him, "What's next?" "For now, we wait." Waiting she could live with. Waiting wasn't getting shot and left for some store employee to find as they took out the trash. It took a minute before the boyfriend and girlfriend rounded the corner. "Marcus, you know that's no way to handle a lady," the girlfriend spoke. She had a posh English accent. When she spoke again, the accent remained, but the upper-class lilt was gone, her voice serious. "Turn her around." Marcus, the enforcer, hauled on Lisa's shoulder, flipping her around, before planting his palm on her collarbone and pushing her back against the wall. The boyfriend was holding a phone to his ear. He handed it to the English woman. "You have a phone call. We advise you take it," the woman smiled at Lisa. Lisa accepted the phone and held it to one ear. "Sup," she injected playfulness and good humor she definitely didn't feel into her voice, grinned for the benefit of the three adults with guns. "I apologize for the manner of our meeting, I hope my soldiers were not too rough on you, Lisa Wilburn." The voice on the other end was smooth, calm, unruffled, or is it Sarah Livesey? "Either or," she replied, "Lisa these days." "As you wish. I have been watching you for some time, Lisa Wilburn, I have become aware that you are something special, and I would like to buy your services." Word choice, buy versus hire, large amounts of money involved. Word choice, buy versus make an offer, not really a negotiation. She glanced at the weapons the three hired guns had in hand. "I'm listening." Leviathan whipped his tail around, slamming it through the ranks of capes. Immediately after, a lash of water followed in the wake of his movement, cutting down yet another line of gathered heroes and villains. The armbands announced the losses to the defending side with every attack Leviathan made. Tattletale hung back, further than even the ranged attackers, and watched. Steady blood flow from small wounds, asynchronous movement, has blood but no comprehensive cardiac system. No cardiac system, no mouth, no nose, no apparent ears, non-standard nervous system. Educated guess says your power doesn't work so hot on him, she told Regent, as the two of them backed away. "Fuck, no. If I can do something, my power's probably gonna backfire like crazy, and I think that bastard's quick enough that he's not about to fall flat on his face." Tattletale glanced at where Skitter was hurrying to assist one of the wounded. Even knowing Taylor was out of earshot, she was careful to lower her voice, "And I guess your secret weapon isn't going to work either. Take 2 or 3 times as long, probably, if it worked at all," Regent grumbled. "Fuck, I'm useless. Then use that first aid training Gru made us get, help out, and keep an eye out in case your power's needed." Alexandria flew toward Leviathan like a black arrow. Leviathan charged forward as if to meet the heroine in a head-on collision, then stopped abruptly. His echo, like a model of himself shaped out of water, continued forward with the same momentum he'd had while sprinting forward. The heroine used her hands to break the surface tension of the water with a deafening crash, plunged through the water and out the other end, toward Leviathan. She caught him around the neck and slammed him down against the road hard enough that even Tattletale, at the rear lines of the battlefield, had to adjust her footing as the impact rocked the ground. Whatever advantage Alexandria had gained, it didn't last long. Leviathan's tail snaked up and around the heroine's neck, catching her. He whipped her into the ground, beside him, up into a wall, then back down. This time, He held her beneath the water, using one claw to help pin her. Dragon, racing forward through the air with an ear-splitting roar, launched the full complement of missiles she had on her suit. Before the munitions even struck Leviathan, Dragon was shedding the jet engine atop her, the missile launchers, and other extraneous devices, much as a space shuttle cast off pieces of itself as it launched. The suit collided with Leviathan a half-second after the missiles exploded against his torso and shoulders, and steel claws gripped his limbs. The face of her armored suit opened up and began discharging a blue-white flame into his face. The flames didn't move like flames should, spilling off him and down into the water, where they pooled on the road and continued to burn after a fashion beneath the water. Leviathan, for his part, began tearing into Dragon, clawing away layers of armor with each swipe of his claws, almost uncaring as to the liquid fire that was spilling over him. Between the smoke from the missiles and the steam that arose where the liquid fire touched water, Tattletale was having trouble seeing the battle. Tattletale pressed the 2 buttons on her armband. Give me a flyer to get me to a better vantage point. Moderate priority. It took only 10 seconds before one of the Silicon Valley capes arrived. The man with the jetpack gripped her wrists and carried her up a dizzying height to the roof of the nearest building, 5 stories tall. She moved to the edge, being careful to stay out of the way of the other capes that were already set up, raining bullets, flames, lasers and other projectiles down on Leviathan at every opportunity. The Endbringer was still battling Dragon, had dug deep enough through metal and armor to reach the center of her suit. Dragon ejected, skidded to a stop 80 feet away, a smaller suit of armor with thin arms and legs, each tapering down to points. The suit Dragon had left behind glowed red, orange, white, then exploded violently around Leviathan, as though every crevice had been packed with high explosives. Leviathan reeled, lashed his tail, and then lunged back toward the gathered capes. He was intercepted by 3 flying capes this time, who harried him with super strength in the case of one hero, an oversized battle axe. Dragon enters battle with suit packed with explosives, risky, current suit has insufficient room for arms and legs, suit unmanned. Remotely controlled? Tattletale raised an eyebrow. She hunkered down to watch the fight, mentally opening those doors that let more information flow. Leviathan, non-standard cardiac, nervous systems, irregular biology. No standard organs or weak points. No brain, heart, or center of operations for rest of his body. Irregular biology, no vulnerable organs, body divided into layers, extending down to hyper-durable core body, each layer down is slightly more than twice as durable as previous. Exterior skin is hard as aluminum alloy, but flexible, lets him move. 3% deeper in toward core of arms, legs, claws, tail, or 0.5% in toward core of head, trunk, neck, tissues are hard as steel. 6% in toward core of extremities or 1% toward core of main body/head, tissues strong as tungsten. 9% toward core of extremities, 1.5% toward core of main body, head, tissues strong as boron. 12%. She had to start again. Her power did that, if she didn't focus, kept giving her a steady flow of information but not information she could use. Leviathan had dispatched the 3 flying heroes and was dueling with Narwhal. Ballistic from the Travelers was providing supporting fire, sending trash, dumpsters, rubble, and pieces of the street careening into Leviathan. Another try. Durable layers to body, no conventional organs, irregular biology, tissues meant from the inside out, layers expanding to fill wounds and integrating into surrounding structures. Not human. Knew that much. Not human, never was human. That gave her pause. But she could imagine Gru shouting at her, something we can use, and that was nudge enough to get her to focus her efforts. Weak points. No vulnerable organs, hyper-durable tissues, simple organs exist at core of torso, where there is highest amount of surrounding tissues. Optimal thickness of layer and narrowness of body part at upper arms, just before shoulder joint, and upper thighs, just below hip joint. Something everyone could use. She pressed the button for the communicator on her armband. He's got weak points, sort of. He'll take the most damage at the arm. She was cut off by a blared warning from the armband, and a shuddering rumble of the roof she and the squad of ranged combatants had gathered on. The rumbling only intensified with each passing second. Wave, someone screamed. Force fields went up, and being as high as they were out of reach of the worst of it. She could see it, a tide of water several stories high. The impact was reduced to a manageable level only by the shattered boardwalk and fallen buildings at the end of the road, the uphill slope. The crash when the wave rolled against the side of the building was enough to knock over nearly everyone on the roof. Structure, building age, strength of wave, building will hold. Hope the people on the ground are as fortunate. Except another problem became immediately clear. Without the interference of the most durable frontline combatants, Leviathan was able to move freely. The building shuddered, one wall of the building began to crumble, and Leviathan climbed fast enough that his momentum carried him 20 feet above the rooftop. He landed in the midst of them, and the roof crumbled beneath his mass. 2 people closest to him were swallowed up as the roof disintegrated underfoot, tumbling towards Leviathan. He adjusted the position of his feet in one hand, to place them at the still intact portions of the roof's edge, where the structure was strongest. Only a second after he'd landed, the water that followed in his wake crashed down on the roof, splashing out to push everyone present 10 or 15 feet away from Leviathan, tearing the gaping hole in the roof open even further. Tattletale gripped the edge of the roof to keep from being pushed over, choked as water forced itself into her nose and mouth. A less fortunate cape screamed as she fell. This would be a good fucking time to act, Regent. Wave, Regent briefly incapacitated. Fuck, she muttered. Hadn't Taylor been in a situation like this when they'd met? With Lung? How had she coped? Right, she hadn't. We stepped in. Great. The armband was still rattling off the casualties from the wave. As Tattletale coughed, tried to clear her mouth enough to breathe, Leviathan lashed out with the one claw that wasn't planted against the walls of the building, easily striking 2 heroes down. From the damage done, it was painfully obvious that they weren't invincible or anywhere close to it. A third person gravely injured by the crushing flow of water that followed in the wake of his claw momentum and a lack of attachment to Leviathan's own body, letting it extend well beyond his reach. Some cape-wearing armor studded with stone imagery retaliated, some sort of power that let him generate matter, like chunks of rock or metal pouring out in a stream, spraying into Leviathan's face, making the creature pull back. Leviathan retaliated with a whip-like lash of his tail, bisecting the man. Of the 12 or so that had been on the roof a minute ago, only 3 remained. Not even looking her way, Leviathan raised one claw in Tattletale's general direction. The water on the roof shifted, surged toward Tattletale in an isolated wave as tall as she was, lifting her, pushing at her. The sting of the spray and the salt of the water blinded her. There was a brief dizzying moment where she realized she couldn't tell which way was up. She realized she was falling. Stupid, the thought was an accusation, biting, directed wholly at herself. She was the last to arrive. She grinned as she joined the group that had gathered by the entrance to the train yards. So these are the people Coyle found. You aren't wearing a costume, and you're late, spoke the tallest of the 3 present, his voice echoing as if from some place more distant than he was. He was covered in darkness that smoldered like a low flame, obscuring him, drifting off in faint wisps. At times, she could see the image of a skull in the midst of it. Intriguing. Darkness generation, muffles sound. Muffles sound, light, inhibits radiation, microwaves, radio frequencies, minuscule effects on the transfer of kinetic energy. Don't have one, Lisa replied, before she could get lost in the flow of information and took too long to respond. You'll have to get one. Orders, demands, statements, condemnations, use of skull in costume, solo operator, organized, careful to divorce emotion from action and agenda. Falls back on order, rules, self-discipline in times of stress. I was sort of thinking I'd take a backseat role, serve as your contact, the gal on the other end of the phone, keeping you guys on track, feeding you info. Fuck that, the only other girl in the group spoke, jabbing a finger at her, if you're taking an equal share, you're gonna get your hands dirty too. One of the dogs that accompanied the girl growled, as if to punctuate the statement. Word choice, 2, haunted by demons. Swearing, antisocial. Unhappy with status quo, seeking to change things, seeking money, power, prestige. Antisocial, swearing, clothes prioritizing function and comfort over style, not seeking human connections, prefers company of dogs. Powers relate to dogs. Powers relating to dogs, not seeking human connections, antisocial, inner demons, powers side effects disconnected standard human empathy and understanding, no longer grasps full extent of human relations, signals, signs, cues. Tattletale shrugged, admitted, my power isn't so good in a direct confrontation. Figure it out, the darkness generator told her. All right, can do, she assured him. As much to test his patience and see his limits, she grinned and offered the words, should be fun. The darkness generator folded his arms. Folded arms, irritation, doubt. She glanced at the one person who hadn't spoken yet. Hard ceramic mask with a blank expression frozen on it, a coronet set atop black hair, Renaissance-era clothing. Only his eyes were visible. Barrels of fun, the boy spoke, in a tone that might have been sarcastic, or might have been disinterested. His eyes met hers. Disinterest or affected disinterest, lack of engagement, lack of pupil dilation or contraction coinciding with eye contact, limited emotional depth, deeply repressed emotions and / or depression. Sociopath. Odd as it was, she felt better, knowing these things. She liked to think that everyone had roughly the same measure of fucked upness in them, some weird or offensive element. Knowing that it was so close to the surface, or relatively close in the darkness manipulator's case, it was almost reassuring. It meant that she didn't find out something ugly days, weeks, or months down the line. Which was a set of memories she was not keen to dwell on. She pushed that thought and the emotions that boiled up with it out of her mind and grinned as though she found Regent's comment amusing. The darkness generator made a noise, which she realized was a sigh. He spoke, all right. We do this team thing, we're going to do it properly. Of course, she smiled wider. As much to irritate him as anything else, she added, how hard could it be? Extermination 8.3. As tough or invincible as a given cape might be, most were still hemmed in by the restrictions and boundaries of physics. Getting hit by something that weighed nearly 9 tons sent men, women, boys, and girls in costume flying, if it didn't kill them outright. Leviathan's echo added surprising quantities of water to the battlefield. Every step and movement he made, he filled the space he'd just left with water. How much water did it take to displace something as big as he was? However much it was, he created something like 3 times that amount when he took a single step forward, when you accounted for the space his body moved through. A hard amount to eyeball, because it had the same momentum his movements had, and some of it crossed great distances as he lunged and clawed his way through the front line of capes. Sham down, CD5. Acoustic deceased, CD5. Harsh mistress down, CD5. Resolute deceased, CD5. Woebegone down, CD5. I had to help, somehow. I pressed both buttons on the armband and spoke into it, direct me to the wounded I can help. I do not have mobility powers. I am not very strong. I do have basic first aid training. There was a pause, then a female voice, synthesized, just sharp enough to be heard over the noise of lasers, guns, and rain, acknowledged. The response both relieved and terrified me. I'd halfway expected that to fail. My armband beeped and flashed, and I saw a red dot on the map, along with an arrow at the edge of the square screen. As I moved my arm, the arrow adjusted to keep pointing the same way. It was directing me to near where Leviathan was. Lashing out with tail and claws, he was advancing steadily through the ranks of defenders. The occasional strike from a strong hero or one of the ranged combatants slowed him, made him stumble, if it hit in the right spot or pushed him off balance. I hesitated to get closer. I hated myself for doing it. I was here for a reason, to do something. Legend fired a salvo of lasers at Leviathan, and the beams turned at right angles to strike Leviathan in precise areas, knocking his feet from under him, slamming him down into the road, catching him under the chin. Leviathan raised a hand, and a geyser of water rose to block more incoming lasers. Legend's lasers simply turned at angles to circle around Leviathan, strike the Endbringer from behind. They left Leviathan so hot that his flesh glowed a yellow-orange around the areas they struck him. I took the opportunity, found some measure of courage and hurried forward to my target. There was a leg, half floating, weighed down on one end by a metal boot on the foot. Someone in a leather costume lay on their back, barely conscious, bleeding from a gash that had opened them from the left hip to their right shoulder, a cloud of blood spilling out in the filthy water that came halfway up to our knees, an inky black color in the gloom. I couldn't help them, as much as it pained me to ignore them, move on. I had to trust that the armband would direct me to someone I could help. I found the person my armband was directing me to, some teenage boy with a metallic bird design to his costume. The helmet that covered the upper half of his face looked like a bird's head, maybe an eagle. I knelt by him. There was a crash as Leviathan whipped his tail toward Legend, a blade of water soaring through the air to strike the hero out of the air. The onslaught of lasers interrupted. Leviathan shifted from a crouch on one side of the road to being the midst of the defending heroes in one fluid motion, resuming the carnage in the span of a heartbeat. Fear ceiling deceased, CD5. Adamant down, CD5. He was way too close to me for comfort. A single leap on his part would close the distance to me, but freaking out over it wouldn't help anyone. I could only hope that the front line would hold for long enough for me to help this person. What can I do? I asked the bird costume. Leg, he said, voice strained, help me stand. His left leg, I realized, was smashed into pulp from the knee down. I crouched, helped him get his arm over my shoulders, and used my legs to heave both of us into a standing position. The bird costume was below average in weight for a teenage guy, but it wasn't exactly easy. He was wearing armor. I might not have been able to get both of us up to a standing position like that if it weren't for my weeks of running. He leaned on me heavily with each step forward, and we retreated from the front lines. Someone with the ability to fly landed not far from me to pick up the man with the gaping wound across his torso, flew off with him. 2 seconds later, a teleporter blinked into existence near us, touching 2 fallen capes, and disappeared with them in a bathtub's worth of water. I wanted to apologize for not having a better power to help this person, but the breath would have been wasted. It was hard work to help him along, to slog through the water. The fight was ongoing, with a dozen heroes in Leviathan's vicinity, more than 20 others shooting at him from range whenever there was a clear shot. Yet more were on the fringes, to keep him from slipping past the combatants and to take the place of the fallen. It wasn't enough the damage we were doing was negligible, and his long strides were advancing him further and faster than the rest of us could back away through the water. Trash and debris threatened to trip us up with every step we took. He forced a fighting retreat, moving quickly and often enough to avoid being caught by any concentrated fire. Our progress was agonizing. Moved too slowly, and we fell behind, moved too fast as we waded through the trash-ridden water, and we risked falling, lost precious time. Had to find the middle ground, and we weren't moving fast enough even if we did find that sweet spot. Hell, it would have been kinda difficult even without my burden. Chubster down, CD5. Good neighbor deceased, CD5. Hallow deceased, CD5. It was Alexandria who speared forward to confront Leviathan. He saw her coming, ceased his onslaught to rear back and then lunge ahead to meet her. When they were only 15 feet apart, he stopped, let his water echo rush forward to meet her. Anyone else might have been staggered in the face of several tons of water moving forward at the speed of a locomotive. Alexandria intertwined her fingers, swung her arms forward as though she were holding a baseball bat, and cracked her hands against the image a second before she disappeared headlong into it. There was a sound like a bomb going off, water spraying everywhere, followed by an earth-shaking crash as Alexandria used the crook of her arm to catch Leviathan around the neck and heaved him backwards and onto the ground. Most of the capes took the chance to retreat and expand the gap between themselves and the Endbringer, firing lasers or sonic blasts or whatever else at him as they retreated. It was so strange to think I was just like the rest of these people. Even after all this, the last few long weeks to get used to being in costume, it felt like I was the bystander. Maybe it was that my power was ineffectual here, in the water and the rain, maybe everyone felt that way. A flyer with fringes of ribbons down the sides of her arms, legs and body landed next to me. Give him to me. We transferred the bird boy to her grip, and they were gone in an instant. My armband flashed and pointed me toward the next target. A series of explosions and a massive collision marked Dragon firing a full salvo of missiles and entering close quarters combat with Leviathan. Alexandria was gone. No, wait, she was rising from the water, where Leviathan had been holding her down. Standing, staggering, falling again. Had he been drowning her? Dragon began breathing out a stream of what might have been plasma in Leviathan's face. From his increased struggles and frenetic clawing at her, I gathered he didn't like it. Still, it was doing surprisingly little damage to him. Leviathan found a point to get a solid grip on Dragon's armor, and tore off a plate. His next swipe took off another, and it careened a good 20 feet before landing with a heavy splash, close enough to me that I was caught in the spray. I hurried to the next target on my armband. It was a woman with a white costume, white hair, and what was probably skull paint on her face. It was hard to tell, and not just because of the rain smudging the makeup. Nearly half her face was torn off. Glanced by one of Leviathan's claws, maybe, or caught by the lash of water from his tail. Hey, I shook her gently by the shoulders, you awake? You alert? Maybe a stupid question. I didn't even know if she could talk with her face like that. A small wave sloshed against us, she sputtered and turned her head, didn't respond. That was a no to at least one of my questions. I suspected her condition was a combination of shock and blood loss as much as anything else. Too heavy for me to lift, and I didn't have first aid supplies. Fuck, I could have kicked myself for that. Anything I did have EpiPens, smelling salts were probably spoiled by the water and the septic conditions. Not that they would have helped. I looked up, looked around. Spotted what I needed. Someone was manifesting green fireballs in his hands, lobbing them at Leviathan, where they exploded violently. I rose, hurried to him, keeping low so I didn't walk face first into anyone's laser blasts or gunfire. Your fire, is it radioactive? Is it anything special, extra dangerous? He gave me a look, lobbed another fireball. It's fire, it combusts if I concentrate it. Okay. Great. I need your help. He nodded. I showed him the woman. Blood loss is a problem. She needs the wound cauterized. His eyes widened. I can't do that. Her face is half scraped off. She's not going to care about a burn. There's nothing close to a clean bandage anywhere here, and she's going to die if we don't stop the blood loss. Looking a little sick, he nodded, wreathed his hand in flame and then pressed it against the woman's face. She pulled away, made a gurgling noise. I gripped her head and shoulder to keep her in position. Come, I said, after he pulled his hand away, help me move her. Greenfire, I wasn't sure on his name, and it didn't seem the time to ask. Hooked one arm under her armpit, I used both hands under the other one, and we hauled her off to one side, into an alley, propped her up sitting. I'll stay here, Greenfire said, keep an eye on her. You go. I nodded, pressed both buttons on the armband and spoke, next. As we emerged from the alley, there was a massive explosion, 5 times what had followed when Dragon launched her missiles at Leviathan. Leviathan reeled. He had a shallow burn along one side of his neck, more on his face. One of the 4 glowing orbs of eyes were dim, but it wasn't as much damage as I might have suspected. He lashed his tail violently, as if in anger, or maybe he intended to use the echo of his tail's lashing to strike down others. I couldn't be sure. It was a contingent of lesser heroes that joined the fray, now. It was as though the tougher fighters were staggering their attacks, to ensure that just the right amount of force was being exerted to keep Leviathan on his heels, taking the maximum amount of damage while being prevented from taking out too many capes at once. These 3 were clearly members of the same team, flying in formations, moving in sync. 2 of them had super strength, and were gripping at the damaged areas of Leviathan's flesh, tearing, pulling away as he lashed out in response, while the third had a massive battleaxe with what looked like a chainsaw set up on each blade, opening more wounds. The damage was superficial, only taking off slices of Leviathan's hide, but surely stripping away his hard exterior would help in the long run? The armband directed me to someone that was already getting assistance. An obese cape and armor, getting CPR from a man with a Princess Bride-style mask over the upper half of his head, a goatee, a chainmail-lined mantle and a shotgun 3 times the normal size. He didn't know what he was doing. The fat man's chin was almost touching his collarbone. When I moved to take over, Shotgun Wesley left without a word, wiping his mouth and unslinging his gun as he ran back to the fray. I was irritated. Hugh down, CD5. It was my first time giving CPR for real. So much harder than it was in the class, on so many levels. I don't know if it was the fat man's powers, his weight, his armor, or some combination of the 3, but it took incredible effort to actually fill his lungs. Just doing it made me want to gag. He'd vomited a little at some point, and though I'd wiped it away as best as I could when I was done checking his mouth for blockages, the taste lingered. The taste of salt water only accented that flavor, sort of the same way table salt did with a cooked meal. Strapping lad down, CD5. Intrepid down, CD5. I was aware of Narwhal stepping into the fray, in my peripheral vision. She raised her hands, manifesting a dozen force fields like oversized crystal shards around her, then flicked them forward. Like guillotine blades, the force fields raced toward Leviathan, faster than the eye could follow, sunk into his flesh. Those that glanced off stopped midair to turn around, edges against his body, getting in the way of his legs moving. There was a horrendous crash. I looked up, pausing to catch my breath, saw the remains of a car falling apart around Leviathan. Another crash, a piece of rubble turning to dust from the speed of the impact. I couldn't see through the bodies, but I had an idea of who it was. Ballistic. A dumpster hit Leviathan in the upper body with the speed of a bullet, and he folded backward, his shoulders hitting the ground while his legs and feet were still held against the ground by a mess of razor blade force fields. Narwhal sent another force field flying into his neck, and it cut as deep as any attack had yet. Blood spilled down from the opened wound, thick, more like ichor than anything I was used to seeing. I heaved another breath of air into the lungs of the fat man. He sputtered, coughed up a mouthful of dark water. I knew I was supposed to follow up on the CPR, but there was no way I could move or roll this guy. Unable to do anything but wait and see if he recovered, I raised my head to watch the continuing battle, feeling just a touch dizzy. The ranged attack continued. Miss Militia had a bazooka as long as she was tall, and was firing a series of warheads into Leviathan. She wasn't reloading, either. Between shots, the weapon crackled with energy, fresh ammunition loaded into the chamber by her power. One projectile fired off each second. There was the girl with the crossbow, who had been with Shadow Stalker. She had a teammate next to her, handing her the needle-like bolts from a quiver, was loading them into the large crossbow and firing them as fast as she was able. More than any other attack, the bolts were stabbing deep into Leviathan. The attacks were actually having an effect. He was on the defensive, now, and he was hurting. We're winning, I thought. A flash to my left caught my eye. It was my armband. The screen was ringed by a square of yellow, a yellow triangle with a black exclamation mark pointing in Leviathan's general direction. People were shouting. Screaming. Narwhal was moving force fields up in between us and Leviathan, other force fields were going up. To me, someone near me shouted. I turned to look, saw Shielder from New Wave. Tidal Wave. The fat man's eyes weren't even open, he moved too slowly as I shook him. There was no helping it. I gave the fat man one backwards glance, and bolted for Shielder. I mouthed an apology I didn't have the breath to utter, more for my conscience than for the man I hadn't saved. Shielder waited until the last second to erect his cerulean bubble around himself. I caught a glimpse of one cape, a step too slow, getting trapped on the outside, a half second before the wave hit. Crushed against the exterior of the solid light force field by the onrushing waters. I'd been in an earthquake before. A3 on the Richter scale, brief. I'd been at home, and a check of the house afterward only found a few books knocked off the shelf, a mirror fallen from the wall in the front hall. This was 100 times more intense, the water rolling over us, against the nearby buildings, making the ground shudder. For one brief moment, we were submerged, currents running past Shielder's bubble. Water in front of us, to either side, behind and above. Outside the translucent bubble, I saw a massive dark shape zip past us, saw Shielder fall to his knees, as though the force of the water against the bubble in Leviathan's wake was nearly more than he could bear. Heavy casualties, please wait, a chorus of identical voices announced, coming from the armbands of those 10 or 12 of us in the bubble. Telling us that we'd just taken losses so heavy that the dragon's computer system couldn't or wouldn't list them all. The water surging around us stopped abruptly, evaporated into a mist in a second. Swirling, the mist began drifting. Murden, working with Eidolon. They stood in the center of the road, Eidolon turning the water into mist, while Murden gathered it. Murden's wooden stick was held aloft, and the mist was forming a sphere the size of a beach ball at one end. Okay, I could almost buy the wizard angle, seeing that. Leviathan leaped from the roof of a nearby building, landing in the midst of one group that was still reeling from the wave, started tearing through them. The armbands remained ominously silent, even as I watched the casualties. Murden pointed his staff and launched that orb at Leviathan. It hit harder than anything yet, and the brute was sent flying into the interior of a nearby building. Seal him off, someone shouted. Chevalier. Make him come back our way. Force fields went up around the exterior of the building. The building itself bulged and warped as Vista exerted her power, thickened the walls, made the middle floors of the building draw together slightly, a slight hourglass shape. I saw her, wet and worn out, one hand raised, shouting something I couldn't make out at one of the out-of-town wards. The ward was speaking into his armband, replaying some message. Depart from the rooftops, buildings may come down imminently, my armband announced. Flying capes left the roof of the building, each carrying someone. They were still leaving as Leviathan lunged through the side of the building and the force fields that had been reinforcing the walls. He tried to retreat, was stalled by more force fields. I saw a figure on the far side. Bastion. The hero who had been in the news over his racist tirade. Bastion bellowed, do it. Leviathan lunged, crashed through one barrier, making it shatter like glass, only for another to appear immediately after. He turned to head our way, was stopped by another. Fucking do it. Bastion called out, barely audible. The building above him bent in the midsection, unable to support the upper floors, crumbled. The upper half of the building crashed down atop Leviathan and Bastion. Vista turned, wrapping her arms around the ward next to her, burying her face in his shoulder. Move forward. Arms Master called out, he's going to want to escape to recover. We cannot let him. Leviathan had more than halved our ranks with the wave. I could see people face down in the water. Others were crumped up, their bodies contorted, broken, still. And the damage to the city was just as bad, in a different way. I stared at the wreckage, the block and a half of shattered buildings, and saw a looming mess of arches and massive iron beams and girders, unable to comprehend what it was. It dawned on me. The PHQ. The headquarters of our local super team, tourist attraction, torn from whatever fixtures had rooted it in place, smashed to ruins against our coastline. The armband spoke. Losses are as follows: Debaser, Ascendant, Gallant, Zigzag, Prince of Blades, Vitiator, Humble, Halo, Whirlijig, Knight, Crusader, Uglamug, Victor, Furrow, Barker, Elegance, Quark, Pelter, Snowflake, Ballistic, Mama Bear, Mr. Eminent, Flashbang, Biter. The names kept coming. I almost wanted to cover my ears, but not knowing for sure was worse. Cloister, Narwhal, Vixen, the Dart, Geomancer, Oaf, Tattletale. The recitation continued, but I was numb to them. Tattletale? I started, looked around, as if I could find her. Where had she been? No, what I suddenly really wanted to know was what the armband meant by losses. Were all those people dead? Was Tattletale dead? Why wasn't the armband directing me to help someone? Was there no point, or were our numbers so reduced we couldn't afford to? I could hope it was the latter, but having seen some of the injuries I had, it didn't make me feel better. It was almost worse, thinking that Tattletale might be lying somewhere, bleeding out or unable to breathe, not getting help. Be ready. Arms Master called out. Leviathan heaved himself up out of the building's remains in one motion, used his tail to pick up and fling a mess of broken wood, concrete, and rebar at us. Aegis threw himself into the cluster of projectiles, but 2 capes were struck down by smaller chunks. A third was folded in half by the arc of water from Leviathan's tail. Brigandine deceased, CD5. I couldn't afford to dwell on what might have happened to Tattletale. I wiped beads of water from the lenses of my mask with my gloved hands, pushed my hair out of my face, and made a note of my bugs. There were scant few in the way of bugs that could navigate in this storm. Murden had banished the water from the wave, somehow, but the downpour was making the streets flood fast enough that I didn't trust anything to crawl. No, my power was dead useless, here. Leviathan turned around, lashing his tail behind him to cast 3 lashes of water our way, then crouched. He's running, someone called out. Leviathan dashed away from us, fast, only to skid to a stop and turn a corner for cover as Legend, Lady Photon, Laser Dream, and a half-dozen other heroes opened fire from the skies above. Others had picked themselves up, were moving into the side streets and alleys to follow, intent on cutting him off. I looked around, glancing over at the injured and wounded, knowing Tattletale was among them. Eidolon was staying behind, raising his hands, and green sparks began rising from the ground, clustering around Eidolon and the fallen, obscuring them. A second later, he and half of the bodies that had been scattered around the battlefield disappeared, the sparks blooming outward in 20 small firework explosions. I took that as my cue to join everyone else in the pursuit. Eidolon could help the wounded. I couldn't, really. I ran after the others, nearly tripping into a pothole in my hurry. My armband showed a green icon for Leviathan, and I followed it. Rounding a corner, I came up at the rear of a small crowd, perilously close to the Endbringer. Fog was blocking one route, while Sundancer stood at another, her superheated orb between her and Leviathan. The remaining capes were divided between the other 2 possible alleys Leviathan might have moved through in the air above him. Legend was hammering Leviathan down to the pavement with a series of laser blasts. Care! Miss Militia cried out, fire in the hole. She fired a shot from her grenade launcher, grabbed another grenade with a blinking lead from her vest and loaded it into her gun. Why? She'd shown with the bazooka that she didn't need to load ammunition, hadn't she? Then I realized why. It wasn't the kind of ammunition you found in normal guns. The first shot exploded into a mess of golden sticky ribbon, familiar, though it somehow escaped my memory where I'd seen it. The second exploded in midair, near Leviathan's shoulder, leaving the tips of the scales and one gaping wound glinting like crystal. As Leviathan moved to recoil, the edges of the crystal separated from his flesh and seeped with that dark ichor. The third was a modified explosive I recognized. It bounced off the ground between Leviathan's foot and the hand he had planted on the ground, landed a ways behind and to the side of him, and exploded much like any other grenade might. What I recognized was the shimmer in the air around it, a near-perfect sphere encompassing the surrounding area, catching Leviathan's leg, the end of his tail, part of his waist and stomach. The explosion made Leviathan rear back, and the water that followed in his wake moved slower in that bubble, slowed down with each passing second. Leviathan himself wasn't as affected, and he had one foot and an upper body outside of the bubble to help him pull himself free. He raised his leg free of the golden string goop and up out of the sphere, lashed his tail toward the crowd I was at the back of, catching 3 people, entwining the tip around their arms, legs and necks. He flicked them into the center of the time distortion bubble, where they got caught, unable to make their exit fast enough to avoid being frozen in time. Jotun deceased, CD6. Dauntless deceased, CD6. Alabaster deceased, CD6. He lashed his tail, sending out a side-like blade of water toward the other group, turned and leaped. Miss Militia down, CD6. Fenja and Menja moved to attack him, each tall enough to be at his shoulder level, but Leviathan was quicker. He darted backward, gripped the side of a building, and turned to run up the wall. He used his tail to radically adjust the angle of his ascent, hooking it on an open window and swinging himself forward over the edge of the roof, before anyone on the ground could get a bead on him. Debris fell where his tail had pulled through a section of the wall. Though he'd disappeared from my line of sight, I saw his afterimage continue rising. Shielder, floating in the air with the help of his sister, used a force field to stop the pair of them from being pulverized. The shield flickered out of existence a fraction of a second later. His reserves were exhausted, after helping save me and others from the last wave. He wasn't strong enough to take a hit from Leviathan or his afterimage. Legend fired a barrage of lasers at Leviathan, but the Endbringer was quick to hop to one side, landing on the roof's edge. He made a sudden, standing leap a good 80 or 100 feet into the air, tail extending to reach for the airborne heroes. The whip-like tail struck Legend, and there was a firework display of light and sparks, Legend tumbling out of the sky, head over heels. In the same movement, the tail reached for Laser Dream and Shielder. Legend down, CD6, the armbands announced, just in time to coincide with Legend hitting the ground. Laser Dream put her own shield up, and I could remember how Photon Mom, Laser Dream, and Shielder all had the same basic powers. The difference between them was that while Photon Mom's powers were well-rounded, Shielder had a far better force field, almost no flight ability and weak laser blasts. Laser Dream was the opposite, her lasers and flight were good enough, but her force field, not so much. Leviathan wrapped his tail around the spherical force field that surrounded the siblings, bringing it and the pair down toward the roof as he fell. When they were halfway down, the constriction of the tail broke through the force field, snaked around Shielder's body and Laser Dream's arm. The Endbringer landed on the roof with a shuddering impact and a showering of detritus, crashing through the roof. He bounded up to the edge of the roof, lunged off it. I could see it like it was slow motion. Laser Dream's hand glowed and she fired, using the concussive force of her laser to get her trapped hand free, flew up and back out of the way as Leviathan continued to fall. Shielder, still in Leviathan's grip, had his upper body brought down against the ragged edge of the building in passing. Shielder deceased, CD6. Laser Dream's ragged scream was like something distant, something I was barely aware of, because Leviathan was landing back in the area where the two alleys met. He leaped in Sundancer's direction, caught the ground with the claws of his hands and feet to halt his momentum. His echo surged forward, some striking the superheated orb, where it blossomed into massive clouds of steam. The rest went low, catching Sundancer below the waist, sweeping her legs out from under her in one violent rush. She flipped forward, her upper body colliding with the ground. The miniature sun winked out of existence. Sundancer down, CD6. Turning on the spot, Leviathan moved his claw, creating a wave with all of the water he'd generated since entering the alley, driving it into one of the two gathered groups. As those capes stumbled and fell back, Leviathan leaped over the time distortion bubble, landing at the front of the other group. The group with some of the local wards, Velocity, some of Empire 88, and out-of-town capes I couldn't name. The group I was at the rear of. Someone stepped up to grab him mid-lunge, some woman I didn't recognize, who Athela was touching. She was granting this woman some form of invincibility that let her take a hit and not get knocked away by Leviathan. Invincible though she might be, she couldn't do anything to stop the afterimage from crashing against and around her, through our assembled ranks. I was shoved back not by the water itself, but the tide of bodies that were struck, crushed, and thrown by the afterimage. As I was pushed backward, hard, I was spun by an impact at my shoulder. My arm slammed against a windowsill, and it exploded with a sharp, jarring pain. I landed on my back, saw someone else get sent head over heels over the crowd, colliding against the wall with an audible cracking sound, landing limp as a rag doll, a matter of feet from me. He had a trumpet and a flag on his chest. Iskutchin deceased, CD6. Harold deceased, CD6. Kaiser, I hadn't even seen him in the group, erected a latticework of blades across the front of the alley, between us and Leviathan. It wasn't enough. Leviathan tore through them like I might tear through a wicker basket. Edged pieces of steel spun through the air and clattered to the ground. Kaiser changed tactics, creating columns of steel instead, each 3 or 4 feet across, harder to shatter. They were slower to emerge, but they bent rather than broke. Leviathan responded by pushing. He exerted his full strength on the barrier of blades and the columns, leaning against them. The walls broke around the base of the columns, and the pieces of steel fell. A stab of pain from my arm reminded me I was hurt. Fuck, it hurt a lot. It throbbed, and each throb seemed to be worse than the last. I felt shaky as I used my good arm to stand. Leviathan didn't make noise. I kept expecting a roar, or hiss, or something, but Leviathan was dead silent. I somehow imagined a victorious howl as he broke through the barrier, crouched, and lunged into the crowd. He stopped, and I thought he was using his afterimage, halting so it could rush forward, but even the watery echo stopped a second after it appeared, only the very edges of it continuing forward to crash violently against the sides of the alley. For several long heartbeats, it was nearly quiet, but for the sound of rain, people's noises of pain, mine included, and the sound of one of Kaiser's iron columns ripping free of the wall and falling atop a pile of blades. It took me a second to realize what had happened. Leviathan hung frozen mid-pounce, and his emerging afterimage similarly stood there, frozen in time. In the midst of the afterimage was Clock Blocker, half immersed in water. Someone get him out of there. He's going to suffocate. I shouted, my voice made that much more edgier and strained by the pain I was in. My voice, though, coincided with no less than 5 other cries, all rising to be heard over everyone else. Trap Leviathan, contain him, use more of those grenades to get him before he got free. Someone was even shooting arcs of lighting at Leviathan's frozen form. Too many commands from too many people who hadn't fought with or against Clock Blocker, who didn't know how his power worked, who had conflicting ideas on what we had to do. This chaos would fuck us over, keep us from accomplishing anything before Leviathan got free. We needed order, and most of the people who could have given it to us were out of action or nowhere nearby. The armbands. Arms Master had said it prioritized orders based on need. My left arm hung by my side, and I couldn't even bring myself to raise it. Just gravity and the weight of my hand pulling down on it was excruciating. The idea of pressing the buttons was too much. I reached for the person next to me, grabbed her wrist. Some woman with a crescent moon on a blue costume. She gave me a startled look with a lost, shell-shocked expression. When I first pressed against the communications button, she moved her arm, as if she thought I was guiding her movements. Stay still. I snarled at her. When I pressed again, depressing the two buttons with my pinky finger and thumb, she held her arm firm. I shouted into the armband, clock blocker down, CD6. Need a teleporter to get him free, stat. The time freezing effect of clock blocker's power lasted anywhere from 30 seconds to 10 minutes. How long had we spent, here, since clock blocker had given us this momentary reprieve? It was hard to judge the passage of time with the adrenaline, the frenetic pace of the ongoing battle. Trickster appeared in the place of the Blue Moon Woman, tipped his hat at me. Clock blocker, in there, I pointed with my good hand. Trickster frowned, looked around. I apologize for desecrating your body, brave hero, he spoke, looking down at where the cape with the trumpet icon on his chest had flopped, dead. You do good work even in death. Was he mentally cracked? Was he serious or was he playing around? I suspected the latter, but kidding around and wasting time in a situation like this? In a second, the cape was replaced by an unconscious clock blocker. The pane of his helmet was cracked and leaking a trail of blood. I bent down to examine him, was pushed out of the way by someone else. Some woman with a costume that outlined her bones, like a really good version of the skeleton costumes you saw on Halloween. She began using her fingers to check clock blocker's neck, and I couldn't help but suspect she was a doctor. Listen, the voice that cut through the shouts and the frantic chatter was authoritative, strong. Arms master. He had Murden, Eidolon and Chevalier just behind him. People turned to listen, myself included. He's torn through our front line, he's taken down some of our best, and he's deliberately targeted and eliminated most of the capes who were in Bastion's group. We have precious few left who can take a hit from this creature and survive it, and we're running low on those who can wall off another tidal wave or block his path. We're not going to be able to go on with Plan A. The words hung in the air. This brute is hurt, but we don't have the resources to hold him down while we hurt him anymore. We're too tightly packed, like this, and it's too easy for him to take us down in droves. 2 or 3 more minutes of this, and there won't be any of us left. Arms Master turned, looked up at where Leviathan stood, frozen. He pointed up at the Endbringer with his halberd. We spread out. The second this beast is free, he's going to look for a way out, to run and heal up what we've done to him. So we cut him off, we slow him down and keep him from getting to any areas where he can do real damage. Eidolon is going to leave, do what he can to minimize the damage from the waves and ensure the rest of the city doesn't get leveled while we're fighting here. The rest of us are going to slow Leviathan down best we can, take any opportunities we can to hurt the motherfucker. In just a second, we're going to organize you guys, put the toughest and strongest closest to this bastard, space out the people who can hurt him, get the weakest ones positioned to pass on word if they see him slip past us. This is our plan B. We stall, from here on out we prioritize survival over putting this abomination down, and we fucking pray that Scion notices there's an Endbringer around and shows up before the city and everyone in it is a memory. Extermination 8.4. I got my orders and left behind a bizarre scene where Arms Master was working hand in hand with Kaiser, of all people. Kaiser worked to build the same sort of trap that he'd imprisoned Lung in, some time ago, creating bars of metal between and around each of Leviathan's limbs, a cage tied to the body. Rune and another telekinetic were working to bend the metal from Kaiser's shaken barrier around Leviathan's limbs and face. It wouldn't last. Leviathan was too big, his tail extended a long distance behind him, and it was thin and supple enough to slip through almost any barrier Kaiser could erect, strong enough that it could bend metal. Leviathan would get free, there could be no illusions on that front. While Kaiser worked, Arms Master was simultaneously ensuring that he could maximize the damage delivered the second Leviathan moved again. Gingerly, he worked with the grenades the Protectorate had liberated from Bakuda, the same explosives Miss Militia had been firing at Leviathan, and hooked them up as motion-activated or proximity mines. A complicated affair, I imagined, when your target could start moving any second, and when you couldn't fully know or understand what the individual bombs did. In the end, though, it was still our best bet to do one final measure of damage against Leviathan before he was free to wreak havoc once more. There were a little more than 50 of us left. Hookwolf, Fenja, Menja, Genesis, Aegis, and Manpower were among the 15 or so standing combatants that remained and were able to go toe-to-toe with Leviathan. Parian, the girl in the doll costume, had formed some massive stuffed animals, a lion and a pig that stood as tall as Leviathan's shoulder. Tougher than they looked, according to her. I had my doubts. I mean, it wasn't just that they were stuffed animals, but according to Parian, this was her first fight. Too many others were capable of delivering the hurt, but were too fragile, Browbeat, Shadow Stalker, Lady Photon, Purity, Laser Dream, Brandish and others I didn't know. The ward with the crossbow, some guy with crimson skin. There was a light show in the sky above as Kidwin teleported in pieces of the cannon he'd had at the bank robbery, manifesting them onto a hovering platform set directly in front of Leviathan. He'd get anywhere from a few seconds to a minute's worth of concentrated fire with the gun firing on the highest settings, directing a beam through a gap in the bars to where Narwhal's razor-sharp force field had opened a gap in Leviathan's neck. Beyond those first few moments after Leviathan woke up, it will be anyone's guess. I hurried away from the sight Arms Master had indicated to me, my right hand on my left elbow, keeping my arm from moving too much. Sector CC7, a block and a half south, a block west. So strange, to think that this was an area I'd walked through a dozen times, on my way to or from the loft. Now I was looking at it as a battlefield, trying to figure out what routes Leviathan would take. What things I had to watch out for: the grates leading down to the storm sewers, the rain barrel on top of one of the buildings that might or might not be intact enough to retain any water in it. Puddles. Stuff I could use. Hardly. It wasn't like there was any weapon I could deploy, no feature of the terrain I could use to deliver the critical blow. This was Leviathan. A creature that had killed more people in the last 12 years than I had even seen in my entire life. Seen in person, anyways. I was scared. A huge part of me wanted to just close my eyes and hope Leviathan didn't come, that I wouldn't have to deal with him. It would be nice to join the 350,000 other Brockton Bay residents that were trusting the heroes to handle things, find a peace of sorts and surrender in helplessness. Except I couldn't. I'd seen firsthand how Leviathan had taken down some of the strongest capes. I couldn't find refuge in that kind of trust anymore. My mental and emotional resources were better spent on figuring out how to help than they were on hope. I was hurting, too. The only thing keeping the throb of my arm from consuming my attention was the fear. It was a kind of grim cycle, the pain reminded me of why I should be scared, but the emotion and the adrenaline kept the pain as this intensely unpleasant background chatter in my brain, where it might have crippled me otherwise. It was a teetering balance that had me on edge in a way I'd never experienced to this degree. There were probably people who lived for that hypervigilant, heart-racing, brain-going-in overtime experience. I wasn't one of them. Priorities. Back to what I was thinking about, there obviously wasn't anything to be found here that would win me a fight against Leviathan or even hurt him. Ridiculous to think that way. Any advantages to be gained would be ones that kept me alive. I wiped the beads of water from my lenses with my glove, which only seemed to divide each of them into a mess of smaller droplets. Leviathan was bigger than me, stronger, faster, tougher. I had to think like a mouse who might run into a murderous cat at any moment. Like prey. Use my small size. Hide. I needed a position that kept me out of sight, gave me a good vantage point, but left me free to make a run for it. A spot where I had an escape route if things got bad. To top it off, in the event Eidolon couldn't stop the wave, I could also do with cover. It was the sort of street you saw often enough in the docks. Large buildings lined either side, like giant boxes made of concrete or brick. I could have maybe found a fire escape to climb up, in the hopes that I'd be out of reach of the wave, but my experience with Lung back on day one had taught me better. The higher ground was an advantage, sure, but if your opponent could get up or down from that location faster and more easily than you could, that stopped being an asset really damn quickly. If there was anything that was going to be useful, it would be on ground level. I saw a rusted van that had sat in front of an old workshop since I'd first passed through this area, all tires flat, windows broken, interior gutted. A chain link fence stretched between two buildings, but someone had cut the wires that connected the fence to the frame, so half of it was curled back and waving slightly in the wind and rain. No, those things weren't useful. Larger scale? There was an old roof supported by two pillars, attached on one side to a building, a carport, perhaps. The roof was mostly intact, corrugated steel with a smallish hole in one lower corner, which meant the area beneath it was largely dry, but for a small puddle. It was also exposed on three sides, which meant I couldn't stay there. My bugs could. It was a place they could keep dry until I needed them. I'd been acutely aware of my bugs since the battle started, and for the second time I could remember, I found my power was responding far more effectively as I called for them. My reach extended further, my bugs were fractionally more responsive. The last time this had been the case, it had been when I teamed up with Bitch, Sundancer, and Neuter and wound up fighting Oni Lee and Lung. I couldn't explain it, but I wasn't going to complain. I needed every small advantage I could get. As they began gathering under the carport, my mind returned to that notion of being successful prey. When I'd originally designed my costume, I'd picked the darker colors, made sure that the varieties of chitin I used to make the armor were spaced out so the individual shading would retain some speckling after being painted, all for a reason. Camouflage. I'd known I'd have my bugs all around me. I'd known I would be standing in the midst of them while they gathered into swarms, would have them crawling on me from time to time. So I'd picked darker colors and made my armor model to blend in with the bugs that were, obviously, specks. Just hiding inside my swarm wouldn't be enough. Too easy for him to attack just the one cluster, tear through me. So I gathered more than one smaller swarm, clustering them in areas where it was dry. The interior of the rusted van, under eaves, in door frames, and on a roof, under a large rain barrel. Then, struck by a little inspiration, I condensed the 9 swarms into humanish shapes. Black silhouettes crouched, stood tall with arms akimbo, leaned against walls, leaned partially outside the driver's side window of the van. In the gloom, through the rain, it was deceptive. Deceptive enough? I couldn't be sure. I felt the bite of cold air. A chill breeze, going straight through the soaked fabric of my costume. When I looked down to where the long road sloped to the edge of the water, I saw the reason for the chill. Eidolon was flying at the coast, focusing blue rays on the water around the shattered boardwalk and debris at the water's edge, hardening the waves into irregular sheets and glacier-like formations of ice. Dangerous. I could remember seeing on TV that they'd tried something like this a few years ago. A tinker using an ice engine, I think. I didn't know exactly how or why, but judging by the fact that they hadn't used the tactic again, I got the impression it had turned out really badly. My guess was based on the notion that hydrokinesis was the movement of water, and ice was just water in another form. It wasn't that Leviathan would levitate the chunks of ice. Nothing so blatant. Rather, when a tidal wave did break through the ice, rolled up onto the battlefield with frozen shards and chunks caught up in the current, Leviathan might move those chunks a little faster in the wave's passage, make them hit a little harder, and give them a tendency to strike where they could do the most damage. That was my suspicion, anyways. The heroes didn't exactly dish out the full details at press conferences, afterward, so I could only make an educated guess. Either way, it was a delaying tactic. Holding off the damage, in the hopes that we could end this or get reinforcements before Brockton Bay became another Newfoundland. We were hoping for a scion. The first cape, the golden-skinned man. The guy that could go toe-to-toe with an Endbringer and win, if things hadn't already gone too far south. If Behemoth hadn't already turned the area into a radioactive, magma-ridden wasteland. If Leviathan hadn't built up enough momentum with his waves. If the Cymurg. Okay, the Cymurg was different, I had to admit. The issue with her wasn't so much winning the battle. It was what came after. Win every battle against her, lose the war, more or less. The problem with waiting on Scion was that the guy wasn't exactly in touch with the rest of us. There was speculation he had at least one human contact, someone that had given him clothing and a costume, at least, but he never bothered to stop long enough for anyone to pass on any requests, to tell him to go to X place when we gave him Y signal. He rescued people 24/7, 365 days a year, handling crises only as they came to his attention, which meant that sometimes an Endbringer came and Scion was wholly occupied with saving sinking ships, stopping landslides, and putting out house fires. I wondered what he was doing now. My swarms were in place, which left me having to decide where to hide. The carport was too in the open, none of the eaves left me a good enough escape route, and as for the space under the rain barrel on the roof, well, I wasn't that stupid, and I'd already dismissed the roof as an option anyways. I started toward the rusted van. I was halfway there when I reconsidered. As comforting as it might be to have the safety of metal around me and to be more or less concealed, it posed some of the same problems as the rooftops. If things turned sour or if an unexpected situation arose, I'd be trapped. After a moment of tense consideration, I reluctantly decided on the carport, hunkering down in the gloom and hoping the shadows there would help conceal me. It offered me an escape route around the back of the building, or through the side door, it gave me cover from the rain and any debris, and it gave me concealment. I'd have to cope with the lack of cover from any incoming waves or Leviathan himself. Secure in the amount of bugs around me, I collected the ones that could go out in the rain and manage reasonably well. Primarily roaches. I sent them out in the general direction of where Leviathan and the others were. The better a sense I had of any imminent encounters, the better I could react. Manpower deceased, CD6. Aegis deceased, CD6, my armband spoke. At the same moment my bugs reached the area around where Leviathan had been. He was awake again. Aegis would have been covering an aerial route, keeping Leviathan from heading to the rooftops, which meant Leviathan went up. I had the mass of roaches ascend, trying to get a sense of his location. I tried to use my armband to help gauge the direction he was traveling, but since I couldn't move my arm, it was difficult at best. Fenja down, CC6. My head snapped up. I found them. Fenja and Menja were duking it out with Leviathan. Both were nearly as big as he was, which was saying a fair bit. I knew their power warped geometry to make them bigger, simultaneously reduced the effective size of incoming attacks by an inversely proportionate amount. 6 times as tall and a sixth of the hurt, on top of the benefits of being bigger. Fenja deceased, CC6. It wasn't doing them a lot of good. Not Fenja, anyways. I saw a light as Kidwin rose above the level of the buildings, fired a painfully bright beam down at the Endbringer. After the laser petered out, he rose up higher again, to keep out of reach. He was in the middle of firing another beam when the laser flicked around nearly 360 degrees, spun by a massive impact. Kidwin down, CC6. And then Leviathan was in view, entering the same street I was on. As if to herald his coming, a massive wave crashed hard against the barrier of ice Eidolon had erected around the wrecked boardwalk, the spray seemingly reaching nearly to the storm clouds above. One shoulder was bloated, 5 times the normal size, twisted, like it was covered in elephantine tumors, bleeding openly. He was injured in other places, had a hole through the side of his stomach, a larger blackened wound at the base of his neck, and a fifth of his face was missing, torn off below the cheekbone. He didn't seem to be suffering much. He held Kaiser's upper torso in the one claw, tossed it casually to one side. The man's legs were nowhere to be seen. Wait, what? I hadn't heard the report on Kaiser's death. I checked my armband, where my arm hung immobile at my side. It was dead, offline. Black screen. I didn't have another second to worry. Leviathan was extending one claw in my general direction. The water that had pooled shallowly beneath the carport trickled his way, as if it were moving downhill, gathered in a rising bulge of water on the street in front of the carport, swelling to 5 feet in height, 15 feet across. Unsure what to do, I remained absolutely still. A movement of his claw, and the bulge broke, spilled to one side as an onrushing wave. It swept beneath the rusted van, suddenly rose to heave the vehicle in Leviathan's direction. The van rolled once, skidding toward the Endbringer, threatening to strike one leg out from under him. He stopped it by punching it through the roof, into the front end of the van. He stabbed the other claw through at the same point, tore the van into 2 halves that he tossed to either side of him. A flick of his tail, and he sent a blade of water slashing through the air at the rain barrel, slicing through the swarm and stilts. The barrel crashed to the rooftop, and water cascaded out. A twisting movement of his claw, and that cascade of water flowed off the roof in a small, controlled wave, moving like a speeding car, straight towards the carport on the other side of the street, toward me. I caught a glimpse of Leviathan rearing back in reaction to something as I legged it, left my swarm behind as I ran perpendicular to the wave's direction, away from Leviathan. I leaped as I felt it make contact with the swarm, felt it slam into my legs a fraction of a second after. I'd cleared enough ground that the angle of the hit didn't throw me straight into the side of the building. I was thrown a distance, rolled on my side, on top of and over my probably broken arm. Pain consumed me. I writhed, my good hand pressing on my bad arm. I gagged, pulled my mask up to throw up, as if my body was trying to find some way to rebel against the pain. I tried to climb to my feet, but I was too weak, dizzy, and my good arm gave out. I landed face first in dirty water. I had no idea how long it took me to pull myself together. It could have been 2 minutes, it could have been 10 seconds. I managed to climb to my feet. Stumbled back toward the carport, staying to the shadows. As I approached the corner of the building, I saw Arms Master fighting toe-to-toe with Leviathan, a halberd in each hand. One was similar to the one he'd used the night we attacked the fundraiser, capable of unfolding into a grappling hook, the other was simpler, a dull stainless steel from tip to butt end, with no decoration or style to it. The head was surrounded by a strange blur that seemed static, unmoving around the blade and point. Leviathan slapped his tail at Arms Master's legs, and Arms Master leaped over it, swiped out with the blurry halberd. It carved a chunk out of Leviathan, left a cloud of dust that the rain quickly drove down into the expanse of water beneath them. The Endbringer reared back in pain, and Arms Master stepped forward, leaped up higher than any normal human could, and caught Leviathan just above the knee with the halberd, driving the blade nearly a third of the way to the bone. Leviathan retaliated, swiping at Arms Master, but the hero planted a foot on the uninjured part of the knee, and kicked himself back and out of the way. The afterimage followed him, and he swiped at it with the other halberd. The blade erupted with a flame like a giant purple blowtorch, turning the worst of the afterimage into steam before it could crush him. He turned his back so the steam didn't billow against the exposed flesh of his face. Some remains of the afterimage struck his armor, but he slid back and rolled with the impact, keeping his feet on the ground the entire time, enabling him to leap and roll to one side as Leviathan's tail came down from behind and directly above him. Leviathan was badly injured. Ichor poured from 6 large wounds that hadn't been there when he'd arrived on the street. "You dumb brute," Arms Master growled. He was panting for breath. "Every fight you've done so far, that we've got on camera? I've watched it, put it through programs. I've got a computer on my back that's relaying to a super network, noting your every move, using subsonic pulses to read every aspect of the street, the surrounding buildings, every feature of the terrain. I know exactly what you are going to do next. You are going to try to catch me from behind with a wave." Leviathan lunged, swiped with the oversized claw. Arms Master rolled to one side, then swung both halberds behind him to intercept the wave that was coming from behind, vaporize it. "You don't even speak English, do you? Or you'd know what I was saying, you'd know I already won. The others helped, slowing you down, stopping the waves. But this victory, this killing blow? It's going to be mine." Leviathan lunged, stopped, letting his water echo get ahead of him, then lunged again, a half-second later. Arms Master leaped out of the way of the echo, drew his knees to his chest to avoid a claw swipe while he was still airborne, and sent his grappling hook between Leviathan's feet to pull himself to the ground in a flash. He skidded with the momentum, right between Leviathan's legs, and raised the blurry halberd to strike Leviathan between the legs, against the first 10 feet of Leviathan's tail. The tail was turned to dust where the blade made contact, the plumes of it briefly obscuring Arms Master. "This cloud around my blade? Nanotechnology. Nanostructures engineered to slide between atoms, sever molecular bonds. Cuts through anything. Everything. Like a sharp knife through air." Leviathan whipped his tail at Arms Master. Arms Master stepped out of the way, slapped at the tail with the broadside of the blade. More dust, another chunk of flesh gone, ichor pouring from the injury. He ducked the echo as though it were an idle afterthought. Leviathan turned to run. Arms Master sent out one blade like a grappling hook, circled the smaller of the Endbringer's claws with the chain. Leviathan moved, oblivious or uncaring, and Arms Master waited until the slack was out of the chain, pressed a button. The chain and halberd ceased moving, and even Leviathan's strength ceased to move it. Rather than pull away, the Endbringer skidded, fell on his back, wrist still held by the chain. A half-second later, the chain went briefly slack, then rigid again as Arms Master reeled himself in. He drove the blurry blade straight into Leviathan's face with all the force of his forward momentum. He pulled it free, slashed again, then freed the chain and used it to pull himself across the street, out of reach of Leviathan's violent response. Arms Master called out, "Let's see how quickly you respond to classical conditioning. Every time you try to run, I'll do something like that." Leviathan had no reply. He simply climbed to his feet, swiped a claw through the air. Arms Master parried the afterimage that sailed through the air toward him, using the purple flame. For the record, that last trick was a temporal stasis trigger, with thanks owed to the cooperation of a subordinate of mine. "Drains my battery reserves, but you don't understand that, do you?" Leviathan lunged, and Arms Master fired out the grappling hook, stopped it in midair by freezing it in time. Leviathan ran himself through on the chain, the thing spearing deep into his neck and out the back of his torso. Uncaring, the Endbringer continued to charge at Arms Master. Arms Master let the chain go slack, ducked a swipe of the tail, leaped forward and to one side to avoid the claw that followed. Another small hop and roll ensured he moved right beneath the afterimage, and he made 2 swipes with the blurry halberd at the back of Leviathan's thighs as he passed behind the Endbringer. His chain reeled in, pulled free of Leviathan's neck. A spray of blood came down and across Leviathan's hip to snap back to the top of the halberd. He fired it off again to get himself more distance, pulling himself across the street, spinning to face Leviathan once more as he stopped. He passed one halberd to the other hand, so he held 2, wiped some frothing spittle from his mouth with his gauntlet. I am going to be the one to take your head, abomination. I can only hope you know mortal terror in your last moments, know what you've inflicted on so many others. Leviathan stood, straightened itself, touched its claw to its ruined face, then its neck. The amount of blood it was losing it seemed somehow more than Leviathan should have been able to contain within himself. I mean, he was big, but this was a lot of blood. For several long seconds, Leviathan didn't move. Delaying, buying time for a tsunami. Arms Master laughed, and Leviathan cocked his head at the display of emotion. No. 3.4 minutes before the next big wave breaks through the ice. Dragon's probes are giving me the data on that. This will be over before then. He stepped forward, then stepped again, waiting for some cue from Leviathan. On Arms Master's third step, Leviathan took a small step back, lashed his tail behind him. Finally scared. Arms Master taunted. Good. Nausea and pain was welling up in me again as I watched from the corner of the building, under the carport, threatening to override my sense of awe. It was all I could do to keep quiet, keep from distracting Arms Master, or distracting Leviathan and throwing some wrench in Arms Master's data. The last thing I wanted was to become the hostage that made Arms Master hesitate for the fraction of a second that cost us all the fight. Arms Master went on an all-out offensive, slashing as fast as his arm could move, cutting leg, knee, tail, leg again, moving out of the way of Leviathan's attacks as though it were easy. For 10 seconds he continued, relentless. I should thank you, monster, Arms Master spoke, after he'd just finished a backflip that had carried him near enough to Leviathan's torso to strike the creature across the lower belly. Leviathan lunged, dropping to all fours, as if trying to swamp Arms Master with a huge volume of water by way of his afterimage. Arms Master was already casting his grappling hook out, pulling himself out of the way. In the final moment before he pulled away, his other halberd swung up and into Leviathan's neck, making a wound mirroring the spot where Narwhal's force field had cleaved deep. The one Kidwin had undoubtedly opened wider with his laser turret. Arms Master reeled the hook back in. The Endbringer turned, as if to run, only for the loop of the grappling hook's chain to pass under his chin. Arms Master heaved himself up and onto the Endbringer's back, drove the halberd into one side of the neck, lengthening the cut he'd just made. He stepped on the top of the Endbringer's head, leaped down, catching the Endbringer across the face with the halberd as he descended. Leviathan collapsed, going spread eagle. Arms Master slashed at Leviathan's forearms as the Endbringer started to CLMB to his feet. More damage done, though it didn't stop Leviathan from rising. While Arms Master pressed the attack, his armband hissed with a message I couldn't make out. I glanced at mine still broken. This will be over before then, Arms Master echoed an irregular statement, speaking more to himself than to the armband or Leviathan. Leviathan hopped backwards to create some distance, staggered a little as the more injured of his two legs failed to take his weight, used his smaller hand to stop from falling a second time, poising himself on three limbs. Arms Master used his grappling hook to haul himself close, readying to make another slash for the neck. He changed his mind as the ground rumbled, pulled the hook free to latch it on a garage door. Countering his forward momentum, he swung himself to one side of the road, staying out of Leviathan's reach. The ground rumbled again, brief, intense, stopped. Arms Master touched a hand to the side of his visor, and I thought I saw his lips crease in a frown before he turned his head away from me. Another fierce rumble, and a crack appeared like a seam down the center of the street, a straight line as far as I could see in either direction. Leviathan raised his claw, and the road suddenly split, heaving upward as a concrete pipe wide enough to fit a man crested from the pavement like a whale rising from the waves. A second later, water gushed forth, veering toward Arms Master. The storm sewers. Arms Master hesitated, then threw his grappling hook halberd forward into the onrushing waves like a javelin. The gush of water froze in time, and he leapt forward, stepping on the furthermost extensions of the immobile spray in a parkour-style ascent over the water and the pipe. The water resumed its regular motion as Arms Master took his final leaping step off the top, heading straight for Leviathan. Leviathan moved faster than he had in the last minute, caught the blade in his claw. Dust rose from the claw as the blade sank deep, blood poured out, but the blade remained fixed in place. Arms Master tugged, failed to dislodge it. He tried to pull away, but I could see Leviathan had caught onto his hand and wrist with his claw tips, while the halberd sat embedded in his palm. How? Arms Master roared. I didn't hesitate a moment in sending out my bugs. 3 swarms, shaped like people, more as a general cloud. The bugs all sagged beneath the drenching rain, the ones on top taking the brunt of the downpour. Leviathan planted one foot beside Arms Master for balance, reached out with his free claw, and pressed the tips against the side of Arms Master's throat and torso. Still holding on to Arms Master's hand and wrist, he pushed against the side of the man's body. Arms Master screamed, a frantic noise that seemed to redouble in urgency with every breath. He tipped over and fell with a splash. The Endbringer stood, showing none of the frailty or pain it had been displaying seconds ago. The injuries were there, to be sure, his head hung at an angle because of the way the weight of his head hung on the intact portions of his neck, but he wasn't suffering, had no trouble putting his full weight on his more injured leg. Had it been an act? The Endbringer dropped Arms Master's arm and halberd, where the weight of the metal armor and device pulled them beneath the water. A lash of his tail dispatched 2 of my 3 swarms. He watched, seeming not to care, as the third ran up to him, smashed against his leg. The bugs spreading out, burying themselves deep into his injuries. I was hoping to find some weakness, devour him from the inside out, but the bugs might as well have been biting on steel. Nothing budged beneath their jaws, their stings couldn't penetrate. He turned, crouched, bolted west, away from the coast, Full speed. I hurried to Armsmaster's side. You, he groaned. His left arm was gone at the shoulder, torn out of the socket. Blood poured from the wound. You're dead. Hey, you're not making any sense. He killed you. Had my armband announced my death when it glitched out and died? Assumed total destruction of my unit, and me with it. I'm alive. Listen, I'm going to try and find your arm. My armband got broken, maybe something got dislodged when Leviathan broke my arm. He only groaned unintelligibly in response. I ran over to the general area where Leviathan had dropped Armsmaster's arm. I tripped over the crack that ran down the middle of the street, got my feet under me to keep running, and began feeling through the water. I came within inches of touching the submerged blade, turning my hand to molecular dust. Finding the arm, I picked it up. Heavy, almost too much to hold in one hand. It wasn't just the weight of the armor or the fact that it was a muscular, full-grown man's limb. The gauntlet had been crushed around the pole of the halberd, crumpled like tinfoil. With the arm and weapon in a bricklayer's grip that was painful to maintain, I hurried back to Armsmaster's side, dropped them near him. I shook him, hoping to get him alert, to no avail. With my only working hand, I pried the halberd free of his glove, rested his arm across his chest, and pressed the button. Armsmaster down. CC7. Leviathan is heading west. I felt the bugs I'd clustered in Leviathan's wounds change direction. The compass point between west and northwest was what? More wests than north. Cancel that. He's going west-northwest from my location. My voice echoed back to me in the armband's tinny voice a half-second after I'd finished. Armsmaster's armband changed to display a red dot, tracking Leviathan's movements, or the closest approximation the system could guess. Roger, sounds like he might be heading for one of the shelters, lots of people packed into a space where they can't run, vulnerable, someone replied, medical help incoming. Whoever this is, you can track Leviathan. Yes, as long as I'm within a few blocks of him. Again, the system relayed my message. Affirmative. Range restriction of a few blocks. Did it really need to reword what I said? Can you fly? Chase him. No negative. Then I'm sending a flyer your way, to ensure you stay close enough. We need eyes on this bastard, and you're them. Got it. There was only silence after that. Teeth clenched, shivering, I pressed my good hand as hard as I could manage against the ragged mess of Armsmaster's shoulder, trying to slow the blood loss. Extermination 8.5. Lady Photon and the 18-year-old Laser Dream landed beside Armsmaster, making a small splash as they touched down. You could see the family resemblance. They weren't supermodel good-looking, but they were attractive people, even with their hair wet and plastered to their heads and shoulders by the rain. Both wore costumes with a white base color, had heart-shaped faces, full lips and blonde hair. Lady Photon's costume sported a starburst on her chest, with several of the lines extending around her body, or down her legs, going from indigo to purple as it got further from the center. Her hair was straight, shoulder length, held away from her face by a tiara shaped much like the same starburst image on her chest. Her daughter had a stylized arrow pointing down and to her right, on her chest, with a half-dozen lines trailing behind it, over her left shoulder, one line zigzagging across the others. The entire design gradually faded from a ruby red to a magenta color in much the same way her mom's did. Similar rows of lines with the zigzag overlapping them ran down her legs and arms. She didn't dye her hair in her color like her younger brother did past tense, or wear the tinted sunglasses, but she did wear a ruby red hairband over her wavy hair, to ensure she always had a coquettish sweep of hair in place over one eye, and to pull the magenta, red, and white color scheme together. More than anything else, though, the two of them had the look of people who had seen half their immediate family brutally and senselessly torn apart over the course of one terrible hour. As though they'd had their hearts torn out of their chests and were somehow still standing. It wasn't that I had seen anyone in those circumstances before, but that look existed, and they had it. It was painful to look at. It reminded me of when my mom had died. I'd been in a similar state. Lady Photon mom to Brockton Bay residents and the local news media bent down by Armsmaster. She created a shaped force field tight against his shoulder, lifted him with a grunt. Take him, Lady Photon's voice was strangely hollow, though firm. No. I'm a better flyer, and more likely to hurt that thing in a fight. I'll take the girl and help against Leviathan. Laser Dream had a little more life in her voice than her mother did. The girl. Like I didn't warrant a name, or it wasn't worth the effort to remember. A part of me wanted to stand up for myself, a larger part of me knew this wasn't the time or place. After a long few seconds of deliberation, Lady Photon nodded. She looked like making that decision aged her years. Laser Dream and her mom looked at me. I felt like I should say something. Give condolences? Tell them that their family had died well? I couldn't think of a way to put it that didn't tell them something they already knew, or anything that wouldn't sound horribly offensive or insincere coming from a villain. Let's go get that. I stopped, both because I suddenly felt that something like motherfucker was too crass, and because I wanted to bend down to pick up Armsmaster's halberd, the one with the disintegration blade, grabbing the pole of it with my good hand. Let's go get him, I stated, lamely. It took some doing for Laser Dream to lift me without pressing against my broken arm or touching the blade. She wound up holding me with an arm under my knees and the crook of her elbow at my neck. She held the halberd for me. I resigned myself to being cradled. There was no dignified way to be carried. She had morning breath, a strangely mundane thing. She'd likely been woken up at 6:30 in the morning by the sirens, hadn't had time to brush her teeth or eat before coming here. She took off, smooth. It felt like an elevator kicking into motion, except we kept going faster, had the wind in our faces. My first time flying, if you discounted the experience of riding a mutant dog as it leapt from a building, which was sort of half flying. It wasn't half as exhilarating as I'd thought the experience would be. Tainted by the somber, tense mood, the sting of the rain and the bitter chill that went straight through my damp costume and mask. Each time she adjusted her hold on me, I had to fight that deep primal instinct that told me I was going to fall to my death. She was adjusting her grip a lot, too. She didn't have super strength, and I couldn't have been easy to carry, especially soaking wet. My powers range was almost double the usual, and I had zero clue as to why. I wasn't about to complain. Using Laser Dream's armband in my right hand, I passed on details. He's at CA4, heading northwest. The roads beneath us were damaged, shattered. When Leviathan had shifted the position of the storm sewers, he'd gone all out, and he'd gone a step further than just the storm sewer. He'd also torn up the water supply network for the city. The occasional pipe speared up between the slats in the sidewalk, fire hydrants were dislodged, and the water that poured from these was barely a trickle now. That might have meant too much was leaking from the damaged pipes to give the water any pressure. As he'd beaten a path deeper into the city, he had found opportunities to do damage on the way. A police car had been thrown through the second story of a building. A half-block later, as he'd rounded a corner, he had elected to go through the corner of a building, tearing out the supporting architecture. The structure had partially collapsed into the street. We passed over a gas station he'd stampeded through, and Laser Dream erected a crimson force field bubble around us to protect us from the smoke and heat of the ongoing blaze. BZ4, I reported. Then I saw movement from the coast, called out through the armband's channels, wave. I was glad to be in the air as the tidal wave struck. The barrier of ice and the wreckage at the beaches did a lot to dampen the wave's effect, but I watched as the water streamed a good half-mile into the city. Buildings collapsed, cars were pushed, and even trees came free of the earth. No Cape casualties announced from Laser Dream's armband, at least. We passed over the Weymouth shopping center. It had been devastated by Leviathan's passage, then had largely folded in on itself in the wake of the most recent wave. From the way the debris seemed to have exploded out the far wall, it didn't look like Leviathan had even slowed down as he tore through the building. That wasn't what spooked me. What spooked me was that I'd been through the Weymouth shopping center more than 100 times. It was the closest mall to my house. When I sensed Leviathan turning south, towards downtown, I didn't feel particularly relieved. There were enough shelters and enough space in the shelters to handle virtually every Brockton Bay resident in the city proper. From what I remembered, not everyone had participated in the drills that happened every 5 years or so, choosing to stay home. It was very possible that some shelters near the residential areas might prove to be over capacity, that my dad, if he arrived late, might have been redirected to another shelter. One closer to downtown, where Leviathan was going. I couldn't trust that he was out of harm's way. He's at or near BZ6, heading south. The area we were entering had been further from the heroes with the force fields, where waves hadn't had their impact softened or diverted by the PHQ's force field or the larger, heavier, blockier structures of the docks. Entire neighborhoods had been flattened, reduced to detritus that floated in muddy, murky waters. Larger buildings, what I suspected might have been part of the local college, were standing but badly damaged. Countless cars sat in the roads and parking lots with water pouring in through shattered windows. Laser Dream changed course, to follow Lord Street, the main road that ran through the city and downtown, tracing the line of the bay. What are you doing? I asked her. The wreckage goes this way, she responded. I looked down. It was hard to tell, with the damage already done, the water flooding the streets, but I suspected she was right. One building that looked like it should have stood against the waves thus far was wrecked, and mangled bodies floated around it. It could have been the tidal wave, but it was just as likely that Leviathan had seen a target and torn through it. Maybe, but he might have been faking us out, or he detoured further ahead, I said. I pointed southwest. That way. She gave me a look. I turned my attention to her armband, tried to discern where Leviathan fell on the grid. Around the same moment I figured it out, I felt him halt. The X8 or very close to it. He's downtown, and he just stopped moving. You sure? Came Chevalier's voice from the armband. 99%. Noted. We're teleporting forces in. Laser Dream didn't argue with me. We arrived at the scene of the battle a matter of seconds later. Familiar territory. I had been near here a little less than 2 hours ago. The skeleton of a building in construction was in view, a matter of blocks away, an unlit black against a dark gray sky. Beneath that, I knew, was Coil's subterranean base of operations. Parian had given life to 3 stuffed animals that lumbered around Leviathan. A stuffed goat stepped forward, and sidewalk cracked under a hoof of patchwork leather and corduroy. A bipedal tiger grabbed at an unlit street light, unrooted it, and charged Leviathan like a knight with a lance couched in one armpit. The third, an octopus, ran interference, disrupting Leviathan's afterimages before they could strike capes and wrapping tentacles around Leviathan's limbs if he tried to break away. Parian was gathering more cloth from the other side of a smashed display window, drawing it together into a crude quadruped shape, moving a series of needles and threads through the air in an uncanny unison that reminded me of my control over my spiders. Leviathan caught the streetlight lance and clawed through the tiger's chest, doing surprisingly little damage considering that it was just fabric. After 3 good hits, the tiger deflated explosively. The octopus and goat grappled Leviathan while Purity blasted him with a crushing beam of light. By the time he recovered, Parian was inflating the half-created shape in front of her, so it could stumble into the fray. She turned her attention to repairing the tiger. I was curious about her power. Some sort of telekinesis, with a gimmick? She had a crapton of fine manipulation with the needles and threads, that much was obvious, but the larger creations she was putting together, whatever she was doing to animate them with telekinesis or whatever, it left them fairly clumsy. Did her control get worse as she turned her attention to larger things? Why manipulate cloth and not something stronger, sturdier? I wondered if she was one of the capes that thought of what she did as being magic. Her power was esoteric enough. A slash of Leviathan's tail brought down two of the stuffed entities, and Hook Wolf tackled him to ensure the Endbringer didn't get a moment's respite. Leviathan caught Hook Wolf around the middle with his tail, flecks of blood and flesh spraying from the tail as it circled Hook Wolf's body of scurrying, whisking blades. Leviathan hurled Hook Wolf away. Browbeat saw an opening, stepped in to pound Leviathan in the stomach, strike him in the knee arms master had injured. Leviathan, arms caught by Perian's octopus and goat, raised one foot, caught Browbeat around the throat with his clawed toes, and then stomped down sharply. Browbeat deceased, BW8. Leviathan leaned back hard, making Perian's creations stumble as they maintained their grip, then heaved them forward. The octopus remedied latched on, but the goat was sent through the air, a projectile that flew straight for Perian. Her creation deflated in mid-air, but the piles of cloth that it was made of were heavy, and she was swamped by the mass of fabric. Leviathan darted forward, held only by her octopus, and the afterimage rushed forward to slam into that pile of cloth. Perian down, BW8. All of the stuffed animals deflated. The girl with the crossbow and Shadow Stalker opened fire, joined by Purity from above. Laser Dream dropped me at the fringe of the battlefield with the halberd before joining them, flying above at an angle opposite Purity's, firing crimson laser blasts at Leviathan's head and face. Leviathan readied to lunge, stopped as a curtain of darkness swept over him, the majority dissipating a second later, leaving only what was necessary to obscure his head. It took Leviathan a second to realize he could move out of that spot to see again, a delay that earned him another on-target series of shots from our ranged combatants. Gru was here, somewhere. It wasn't much, I didn't have many bugs gathered here yet, but I was able to pull some together into humanoid forms. I sent them moving across the battlefield towards Leviathan. If one of them delayed him a second, drew an attack that would otherwise be meant for someone else, it would be worth the trouble. I looked around, trying to find brandish, chevalier, assault or battery, or even someone tough. Someone that could take the halberd and make optimal use of it. One of Crossbow Girl's shots, like a needle several feet in length, speared under the side of Leviathan's neck, out the top. Shadow Stalker's shots, at the same time, failed to penetrate Leviathan's hard exterior. Flechette. I'm getting closer. Shadow Stalker called out, looking back at her new partner. Careful, the Crossbow Girl Flechette, I took it replied, loading another shot. Shadow Stalker timed her advance with a pounce on Hook Wolf's part. Empire 88's most notorious killer latched onto Leviathan's face and neck, blood spitting around where the storm of shifting metal hooks and blades made contact with flesh. Shadow Stalker ran within 20 feet of the Endbringer, firing her twin crossbows. The shots penetrated this time, disappearing into Leviathan's chest, presumably fading back and while inside him. Flechette fired a needle through Leviathan's knee, and the Endbringer's leg buckled. He collapsed into a kneeling position, the knee striking the ground. Leviathan used his claws to heave Hook Wolf off his face, tore the metal beast in half, and then threw the pieces down to the ground, hard. One landed straight on top of Shadow Stalker, the other almost seemed to bounce, rapidly condensing into a roughly humanoid form before it touched the ground again, landing in a crouch. Hook Wolf backed away, the blades drawing together into a human shape, skin appearing as they withdrew. He brought his hand over his head and pointed forward at Leviathan. A signal for the next frontliner. Shadow Stalker down, BW8. I didn't recognize the next cape to charge into attack. A heroine in a brown and bronze bodysuit. She flew in low to the ground, gathered fragments of rock and debris around her body like it was metal and she was the magnet, then went in, pummeling with fists gloved in pavement and concrete. You could tell, almost right away, the woman didn't have much training or experience. She was used to enemies that were too slow to move out of her way, who focused their attention wholly on her. Leviathan ducked low to the ground, letting the heroine pass over him, then leapt for Flechette. In the very last fraction of a second, the girl flickered, and was replaced by the brown-suited cape, who took the hit and stumbled back, fragments of rock breaking away. Flechette dropped out of the sky where the cape had been, landed hard. It took her a few seconds to recover enough to fire another bolt at Leviathan, strike him in the shoulder. Trickster had just spared Brown Suit from making a fuck-up that got someone killed. The boy with the metal skin formed one hand into an oversized blade, as long as he was tall, managed a solid hit at Leviathan's injured knee as the Endbringer whirled around to face Flechette. Leviathan slapped the teenage hero down, swiped at one of my swarm people, then was forced down onto all fours as Purity struck him square between the shoulder blades with a column of light. A metal shelving unit shot from the interior of a store, ballistics power, I was almost positive, and made Leviathan stumble back. We had the upper hand, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing. More than once, in the past hour alone, the Endbringer had demonstrated that any time the fight was going against him, he'd pull out all the stops and do something large-scale. A tidal wave or tearing up the streets. We did not have what it took to withstand another wave. No force fields, no barriers. I had one of my gathered swarms explode into a mass of flying insects as they got close enough to Leviathan, make their way against the drenching rain to rise up to Leviathan's face. Many clustered in the recessed eye sockets that looked like tears or cracks in his hard-scaled exterior. Others crawled into the wounds other capes had made. Briefly blinded, he shook his head ponderously, using his afterimage and one swipe of his claw to clear his vision. He scampered back as his sight was obscured yet again by one of Gru's blasts. He lunged forward, stumbling into and out the other side of the cloud of darkness. A swipe of his tail batted the metal-skinned boy away. Another strike dispatched Brandish, who was moving in to attack with a pair of axes that looked as though they were made from lightning. Brandish down, BW8. Flechette fired one needle into the center of Leviathan's face, between each of his 4 eyes. It buried itself 3/4 deep, speared out the back of his head. He reared back, as if in slow motion, stumbled a little. His face pointed to the sky. He teetered. Yeah, no. Much as I'd liked it to be, there was no fucking way it was going to be that easy. That top-heavy body of his toppled forward, and it was only his right claw, slamming down to the pavement, that stopped his face from being driven into the ground. The impact of his claw striking the ground rumbled past us. The rumble didn't stop. Run! I shouted, my cry joining the shouts of others. I turned, sloshed through the water to get away, not sure where to get away from, or to. Leviathan and the ground beneath him sank a good 10 feet, and water swirled and frothed as it began pouring to fill the depression. He used his arm to shield himself as Purity fired another blast from above. As the ground beneath him continued to sink, the water lapped higher and higher around him. The Endbringer descended, and the area around him quickly became a massive indent, 10, 15, 30, then 60 feet across, ever growing. The force of the water pouring into the crater began to increase, and the ground underfoot grew increasingly unsteady as cracks spread across it. I realized with a sudden panic, that I wasn't making headway against the waves and the ground that was giving way underfoot. The growing crater was continuing to spread well past me, rising above me as the ground I stood on descended. Need help! I screamed, as water began falling atop me from a higher point, spraying into me with enough force that I began to stumble back, fall. The ground in front of and above me folded into a massive fissure. The movement of the cracked sections of road created a torrent of water that washed over me, engulfed me, and forced me under. The impact and pain from the force of the water on my broken arm was enervating, drew most of the fight out of me when I very much needed to be able to struggle, get myself back above the surface. I tried to touch bottom, to maybe kick myself back up, but the ground wasn't there. Feeling out with the pole of the halberd, I touched ground, pushed, failed to get anywhere. A hand seized the pole of the halberd, heaved me up, changed its grip to my right wrist and pulled me up and free of the waves. When I blinked my eyes clear of water, Laser Dream was above me. She faced the epicenter of the growing depression in the ground, flying backwards. Her other hand clung to an unconscious Parian. It seemed like the two of us were too much for her to carry alone, because she hurried straight for a nearby rooftop, carefully lay Parian down. We hadn't sat down for more than 10 seconds before the building shuddered and began to collapse. The ground beneath the building cracked and tilted, no doubt because the underlying soil and rock was being drawn away by churning water. The flooding in the streets was diverted into the deepening bowl-shaped cavity Leviathan was creating, filling it. It was almost a lake, now, 3 city blocks across and growing rapidly. Only fragments of the taller buildings in the area stayed above the waves. Some buildings were already toppled onto their sides, others half collapsed and still breaking apart as I watched. Some capes were climbing out of the water and onto the ruined buildings, with the help of the more mobile capes. Velocity and Trickster were working in tandem, Velocity running atop the water's surface to safe ground, Trickster swapping him for someone who was floundering, rinse, repeat. As our footing dropped beneath us, Laser Dream reluctantly grabbed at my hand and Parian's belt, hauled us back up into the air. Above me, her armband flashed yellow. Armband. I called up to her. Tidal wave. Can't see unless I drop you, she responded, over the dull roar of the waves beneath us. With a bit of sarcasm and harshness to her tone, she asked me, do you want me to drop you? Right, I'd kind of messed with her cousins at the bank robbery. She counted me as an ally, here and now, but she wouldn't be friendly. Murden and Eidolon moved from the coast to the lake in the upper end of downtown. I saw and sensed Leviathan leap from the water like a dolphin cresting the waves, moving no less than 200 feet in the air, toward the pair, lashing out with his afterimage in every direction. I didn't see how it turned out, because Laser Dream carried Parian and me away. I could sense the Endbringer through the bugs that had made their way deepest into his wounds, the ones that had found spots where his afterimage couldn't flush them out each time it manifested. With my power, I could track him beneath the water. He was moving so fast that it was almost as though he were teleporting, finding the drowning and executing them. Scalder deceased, BW8. Cloister deceased, BW8. The Erudite deceased, BW8. Frenetic deceased, BW8. Penitent deceased, BW9. Smackdown deceased, BX8. Strider deceased, BW8. Setting down again, Laser Dream said. But if there's a tidal wave. I don't see one. I joined her in looking toward the coast. The water was as stable as it had been since the fight started. If it's a trick. With a little anger in her voice, a hard tone, she spoke, either we set down or I drop you. I can't hold on much longer. Right. She carried me 2 blocks away from the crater. The ground was wet, but no longer submerged, the road was torn up, shattered, covered with debris. Laser Dream checked her armband, it's one of the shelters. They sprung a leak, need help evacuating. I'm going. Dad. It could be my dad. Bring me, I said. She frowned. I know your arms are tired. Mine is too, and I was just hanging there. I can't tell you how thankful I am that you've done this much to help me, but we have to stick together, and you can fly low enough to the ground that you can drop me if you have to. Fine, but we're leaving the doll kid here. She laid Perian down in a recessed doorway, then pressed the ping button on the girl's armband. I held the halberd out while Laserdream walked around behind me. She wrapped her arms around my chest and lifted us off. Uncomfortable, and she was jarring my broken arm, which hurt like a motherfucker, but I couldn't complain after just having asked to come. Murden down, BX9. Laserdream carried us around the edge of the lake that was still growing, if not quite so fast as it had been. I saw others gathered at the edge of the water, forming battle lines where Leviathan might have a clear path to make a run for it. If he wanted to make a run for it. As it stood, he was entirely in his environment, in the heart of the city, where he could continue to work whatever mojo he needed to bring more tidal waves down on our heads. To my bug senses, Leviathan was deep beneath the waves, moving rapidly, acting like he was engaged in a fight. Against Eidolon? I couldn't tell. Every darting, hyper-fast movement dislodged a few bugs, made him harder to detect. The shelter was set beneath a smallish library. A concrete stairwell beside the building led below ground to the 20-foot-wide vault door. Fragments of the building and the ledge overhanging the stairwell had fallen, blocked the door from opening fully. Making matters worse, the door was stuck in a partially ajar position, and the stairwell was flooded with water, which ran steadily into the shelter. 2 capes were already present, shoulder deep in the water, ducking below to grab stones and rising again to heave them out. What's the plan? I asked, as Laserdream set us down. I immediately sent out a call to summon bugs to my location, just to be safe. Do we want to shut the door or open it? Open it, one of the capes in the water said. He ducked down, grabbed a rock, hauled it out with a grunt. We don't know what condition they're in, inside. Laserdream stepped forward and began blasting with her laser, penetrating the water and breaking up the larger rocks at the base of the door. I was very nearly useless here. With one hand, I couldn't clear the rubble, and my power wasn't any use. There weren't even many crabs or other crustaceans I could employ in the water around us, and the ones that did exist were small. Then I remembered the halberd. Hey, I stopped one of the capes that was heaving rocks out of the stairwell. Use this. As a shovel, he looked skeptical. Just try it, only, don't touch the blade. He nodded, took the halberd, and ducked beneath the water. 10 seconds later, he raised his head. Holy shit. This works. Use it on the door. I suggested. He gave me a curt nod. Enemy location unknown, I could hear the cape's armband announce. Defensive perimeter, report. There was a pause. No reports. Location unknown. Exert caution. I'm going to try cutting the door off, the cape spoke. He descended beneath the water. I could barely make out his silhouette. Laserdream ceased firing as he made his way to where the heavy metal door was, stepped around and set to burning long channels in the side of the stairwell. I realized it was intended to give the water in the stairwell somewhere to flow that wasn't towards the people inside. The door tipped into the stairwell and came to rest against the opposite wall, resting at a 45-degree angle, sloping up toward the railing. The water in the stairwell flowed inside, an unfortunate consequence. The cape with the halberd set to using the blur of the halberd to cut lines into the back of the door and to remove the railing, so there was sufficient traction for people walking up and out of the door. I stepped down to investigate, sent a few bugs in to get the lay of the land. The interior of the shelter was surprisingly like what Coil's headquarters had been like, concrete walls with metal walkways and multiple levels. There were water coolers and a set of freezers, bathrooms, and a sectioned-off first aid area. It was clear that one of the waves or Leviathan's creation of that massive sinkhole in downtown had done some damage to the shelter. Water was pouring in from a far wall and from the front door, and 20 or so people were in the first aid bay on cots, injured and bloody. A team of about 50 or 60 people were moving sandbags to reduce the flow of water into the chamber from the cracked back wall. A second, smaller team was blocking off the room with the cots, piling sandbags in the doorway. In the main area, people stood nearly waist deep in water. Everyone out. Laserdream called out. Relief was clear on people's faces as they began wading en masse toward the front doors. My dad was taller than average, and I hoped to be able to make him out, see if he was in the crowd. As the group gravitated toward the doorway, however, I lost the ability to peer over the mass of people. I didn't see him. I hung back as people filed out in 2s and 3s. Mothers and fathers holding their kids, who otherwise wouldn't be tall enough to stay above water, people still in pajamas or bathrobes, people holding their dogs above water or with cats on their shoulders. They marched against the flow of water from the stairwell, up the back of the vault door and onto the street. Mr. Gladly was near the back of the crowd, with a blonde woman that was taller than him, holding his hand. It bugged me, in a way I couldn't explain. It was like I felt he didn't deserve a girlfriend or wife. But that wasn't exactly it. It was like this woman was so many who maybe liked him, heard his side of things, validated his self-perception of being this excellent, cool teacher. A part of me wanted to explain to that woman that he wasn't, that he was the worst sort of teacher, who helped the kids who already had it easy, and dropped the fucking ball when it came to those of us who needed it. It was surprising how much that chance meeting bugged me. A shriek startled me out of my contemplations. It was quickly followed by a dozen other screams of mortal terror. Impel deceased, CB10. Apotheosis deceased, CB10. I felt him arrive, a small few bugs still inside him, though most of the rest had been washed away in his swim. There were so few I'd missed his approach. Leviathan. People ran back inside the shelter, screamed and pushed, trampled one another. I was forced into the corner by the door as they ran into the shelter, tried to make some distance between themselves and the Endbringer. Laser Dream down, CB10. And he was there, climbing through the vault-like door, so large he barely fit. One claw on either side, he pushed his way through. Stood as tall as he could inside the front door, looking over the crowd. Hundreds of people were within, captive, helpless. A lash of his tail struck down a dozen people in front of him. The afterimage struck down a dozen more. No death notice from the armband for civilians. Leviathan took a step forward, putting me behind him and just to his right. He lashed his tail again. Another dozen or 2 dozen civilians slain. Mr. Gladly's girlfriend was screaming, burying her face in his shoulder. Mr. Gladly stared up at Leviathan, wide-eyed, his lips pressed together in a line, oddly red-faced. I didn't care. I should feel bad my teacher was about to die, but all I could think about was how he'd ignored me when Emma and the others had me cornered. One hand on my shoulder to steady my throbbing broken arm, I slipped behind Leviathan, hugging the wall, slipping around the corner and moving up the vault door with padded feet. It was a dark mirror to what Mr. Gladly had done to me. What Emma and her friends had done, I couldn't say for sure that I would have had the mental fortitude to put up with it if I hadn't gotten my powers, and for all he knew, I hadn't. I couldn't know whether I could have dealt with everything that had followed the incident in January, if I could have made it this far if I hadn't had my powers, these distractions. In every way that mattered, Mr. Gladly turning his back on me, back there in the school hallway, a time that felt so long ago, could have killed me. A fitting justice, maybe, leaving him in that shelter with Leviathan. I saw Laser Dream lying face down in the water, bent down and turned her over with my good hand and one foot, checked she was breathing. The 2 capes, who I took to be Impel and Apotheosis, were torn into pieces. I ran past them. Ran past the civilians who Leviathan had struck down, ripped apart. I stopped, when I found the halberd, picked it up. Found Impel's armband, bent down and pressed the buttons to open communications, Leviathan's at the shelter in CB10. Need reinforcements fast. Chevalier replied, shit. He must have gone through some storm drain or sewer. Our best teleporter's dead, but we'll do what we can. Which left me only one thing to do. I had to be better than Mr. Gladly. I ran past Impel and Apotheosis, past Laser Dream, and reached the shelter's entrance once more. Leviathan was further inside, crouched, his back to me. His tail lashed in front of him. Terrified screams echoed from within. It was agonizing to do it, but I moved slowly, to minimize the noise I made, even as every second allowed Leviathan more time to tear into the crowd. To move too fast would alert him, waste any opportunity I had here. A backwards movement of Leviathan's tail arced through the air, fell atop me, forcing me down into the water. Gallons of cold water dropping down from 10 feet above me. I swallowed the scream, the grunting of pain that threatened to escape my throat, stood again, slowly. With only one hand, I didn't have the leverage to really swing the halberd. I had to hold it towards the top, near the blade, which meant having less reach, having to get closer. When I was close enough, I drew the blade back and raked it just below the base of his tail. Where his asshole would be if he had human anatomy. Easiest place for me to reach, with him crouched down like he was. Dust billowed and Leviathan reacted instantly, swiped with one claw, fell onto his side when the damage to his buttocks and the hampered mobility of his tail screwed with his ability to control the movement of his lower body. His claw swipe went high. His afterimage was broken up by the wall above the door, but enough crashed down in front of and on top of me to throw me back out of the shelter, into the toppled shelter door. I was pushed under the water, the halberd slipping from my grip. I climbed to my feet at the same time he did, but I had a clear route up the back of the shelter door while he had to squeeze through the opening. I was on the street and running well before he was up out of the stairwell. I gathered my bugs to me, sent some to him, to better track his movements. As he climbed up, I gathered the swarms into decoys that looked humanish, sent them all moving in different directions, gathered more around myself to match them in appearance. With the effects of my slash of the halberd combined with the damage Arms Master had already done, Leviathan didn't have the mobility with his tail he otherwise would. When he attacked my decoys, he did it with slashes of his claw and pouncing leaps that sent out afterimages to crash into them. A swipe of the claw's echo to disperse one swarm to his left, a lunge to destroy one in front of him. Another afterimage of a claw swipe sent out to strike at me. Water crashed into me, hard as concrete, fast as a speeding car. I felt more pain than I'd ever experienced, more than when Bakuda had used that grenade on me, the one that set my nerve endings on fire with raw pain. It was brief, somehow more real than what Bakuda had inflicted on me. Struck me like a lightning flash. I plunged face first into the water. My good arm on its own wasn't enough to turn me over the road just a little too far below me. I tried to use my legs to help turn myself over. Zero response. I'd either been torn in two and couldn't feel the pain yet or, more likely, I'd been paralyzed from the waist down. Oh. Not like I really should have expected any different. Neither case was much better than the other, as far as I was concerned. My breath had been knocked out of me at the impact, but some primal, instinctual part of me had let me hold my breath. I lay there, face down in 2 or 3 feet of water, counting the seconds until I couldn't hold my breath anymore, until my body opened my mouth and I heaved in a breath with that same instinctual need for preservation, filled my lungs with water instead. The lenses of my mask were actually swim goggles. It was a strange recollection to cross my mind. I'd bought them from a sports supply store, buying the useless chalk dust at the same time. Durable, high-end, meant for underwater cave spelunkers, if I remembered the picture on the packaging right. tinted to help filter out bright lights, to avoid being blinded by any fellow swimmer's headlamps. I'd fitted the lenses from an old pair of glasses inside, sealed them in place with silicone at the edges, so I had 20/20ths vision while I had my mask on without having to wear glasses beneath or over it, or contact lenses, which irritated my eyes. I'd built the armor of my mask around the edges of the goggles so the actual nature of the lenses wasn't immediately apparent, and to hold them firmly in place. Even so, when I opened my eyes, looked through those lenses for their original purpose, all I could see was mud, grit, silt. Black and dark brown, with only the faintest traces of light. It disappointed me on a profound level, knowing that this might be the last thing I ever saw. Disappointed me more than the idea of dying here, odd as that was. Through my power, I sensed Leviathan turn, take a step back toward the shelter, stop. His entire upper body turned so he could peer to his left with his head, turned the opposite way to peer right. Like a dog sniffing. He dropped to all fours, ran away, a loping gait, not the lightning-fast movement he'd sported when he first attacked. Still fast enough. My chest lurched in a sob for air, like a dry heave. I managed to keep from opening my mouth but the action, the clenching of every muscle above my shoulders, left my throat aching. 2 seconds later, it hit me again harder. 2 blocks away, Leviathan crashed down into the water. Another lurch of my throat and chest, painful. My mouth opened, water filled my mouth, and my throat locked up to prevent the inhalation of water. I spat the water out, forced it out of my mouth, for all the good it would do. I'd left the fat cape to die like this when the wave was coming. Was this karma? Something splashed near me. A footstep. I was hauled out of the water. I felt a lancing pain through my midsection, like a hot iron, gasped, sputtered. Through the beads of water on my lenses, I couldn't make out much. Bitch, I realized. She wasn't looking at me. Her face was etched deep with pain, fury, fear, sheer viciousness, or some combination of the four. I followed her gaze, blinked twice. Her dogs were attacking Leviathan, and Leviathan was attacking back. He hurled 2 away, 3 more leapt in. How many dogs? Leviathan pulled away, only for a dog to snag his arm, drag him off balance. Another latched onto his elbow, while a third and fourth pounced onto his back, tearing into his spine. More crouched and circled around him, looking for opportunities and places to bite. He clubbed one away with a crude movement of his tail, used his free claw to grab it by the throat, tear a chunk of flesh away. The dog perished in a matter of seconds. Bitch howled, a primal, raw sound that must have hurt her throat as much as it hurt to listen to. She moved forward, pulling me with her, lifting me up. When I sagged, she gave me a startled look. I looked down. My legs were there, but there was no sensation. Numb wasn't a complete enough term to explain it. Back's broken, I think, the words were weak. The calm tone of the words was eerie, even coming from my own mouth to my own ears. Disconcertingly out of place with the frenzied, savage tableau. Leviathan wheeled around, grabbed another dog by one shoulder, dug a claw into the dog's ribcage and cracked it open, the ribs splaying apart like the wings of some macabre bird, heart and lungs exposed. The animal dropped dead to the water's surface at Leviathan's feet. Bitch looked from me to the dog, as if momentarily lost. In an instant, that look disappeared, replaced by that etching of rage and fury. She screeched the words, "Kill him. Kill." It wasn't enough. The dogs were strong, there were 6 of them left, even, but Leviathan was more of a monster than all of them put together. He heaved one dog off the ground, slammed it into another like a club, then hurled it against a wall, where it dropped, limp and broken. With that same claw, he slashed, tore the upper half of a dog's head off. "Kill." Bitch shrieked. No use. One by one, the dogs fell. 4 left, then 3. 2 dogs left. They backed away, wary, each in a different direction. Bitch clutched me, her arms so tight around my shoulders it hurt. When I looked up at her, I saw tears in the corners of her eyes as she stared unblinking at the scene. Scion dropped from the sky. Golden-skinned, golden beard-trimmed clothes, or perhaps it never grew beyond that length. His hair was longer than mine. His bodysuit and cape were a plain white, stained with faded marks of old, dirt and blood, a strange juxtaposition to how perfect and unblemished he looked, otherwise. There was no impact as he landed, no great splash or rumble of the earth. Leviathan didn't even seem to notice the hero's arrival. Leviathan struck at one of the remaining dogs with a broad swing of his tail, caught it across the snout. It dropped, neck snapped. A short leap and a slash of the claw dispatched the last. Scion raised one hand, and a ball of yellow gold light slammed into Leviathan from behind, sent the Endbringer skidding across the length of the street, past Bitch and I. Leviathan leaped to his feet, reared around, swung his claws at the air ferociously. Water around him rose, rushed towards Scion, a wave 3 times as high as Bitch was tall. 3 times as tall as I might be if I could stand. Scion didn't move or speak. He walked forward, and ripples extended from his footsteps, soared past us with some strange motive force. The ripple touched the wave, and the tower of water collapsed before it got halfway to us, dropping straight down. Liquid as far as the eye could see was being flattened out into a disquieting stillness by the ripples of Scion's footsteps, like a great pane of glass. Leviathan lunged up to the side of a half-ruined building, leaped down to a point 3/4 of the way between himself and Scion. His afterimage slammed into the hero. Scion turned his head, shut his eyes, let the water wash over and past him. When the attack was over, he squared his head and shoulders, facing Leviathan head-on, raised a hand. Another blast of yellow gold light, and Leviathan was sent sprawling. I saw the ripples and waves of Leviathan striking the ground wash past us. Saw, again, how the ripple of Sion's footsteps seemed to wipe out and override that disturbance, returning the water to a perfect flatness. Leviathan grabbed a car, twisted his entire upper body to toss it in the style of an Olympic hammer throw. The car hurtled through the air, and Sion batted it aside with the back of one hand. The vehicle virtually detonated with the impact, falling into 1,000 pieces, each piece glowing with golden yellow light, disintegrating as they splashed into the water. Sion raised one hand, and there was a brilliant flash, too bright to look through. When the spots faded from my vision, I saw that one of the damaged buildings was emanating that same light the pieces of the car had, was toppling, tipping towards Leviathan. Sion, fingertips glowing, started his slow advance as the structure was pulled atop the Endbringer. The ripples of his footsteps erased any disturbance in the water from the building's collapse. Leviathan heaved himself out of the rubble, turned to run, only for water to rise and freeze solid in one smooth movement, forming a wall as tall as Leviathan was, 100 feet long. He paused for a fraction of a second, to gauge which way he might go, poise himself to leap over. Sion caught him with another golden yellow blast before he could follow through. The movement of the water and the creation of the ice hadn't been Sion. Eidolon approached, flying close, raising one hand to create a ragged mess of icicles where Leviathan was to land. Some impaled the Endbringer, but by and large, they shattered beneath him, left him scrabbling for traction and footing for long enough that Sion could shoot him again, send him through the barrier of ice as though it were barely there, tumbling. Sion paused, turning to look at Eidolon, his eyes moving past Bitch and me like we weren't even there. His eyes settled on the hero, the most powerful individual in the world staring at the man who was arguably the fifth. His expression was so hard to read. I knew, now, what people had meant, when they said they thought his face was a mask, a facade. Though it was expressionless, though there was nothing I could point to explain why I felt the way I did, somehow I sensed disgust from him. Like nobility looking at dog shit. Sion turned away from Eidolon to focus on the enemy once more. He blasted the Endbringer again. Floated up and moved past Bitch and me faster than I could see, to strike the Endbringer a fraction of a second after the blast of light struck, stopping there in midair to blast Leviathan a second time as the Endbringer was still flying through the air at the punch's impact. Everything about Sion and his actions was utterly silent. His movements or attacks didn't even stir the air. Only the effects, Leviathan striking the water, the breaking of ice, generated any movement, shudders or sounds. Eidolon froze the water around Leviathan's four claws, giving Sion the opportunity to land another blast. Leviathan turned, raised a spraying wall of water to cover his retreat. Sion sent out one blast of his golden light to strike the wave, following up with a second blast before the first even made contact with the water. Seeing the second blast coming, Leviathan leaped to one side. No use, the blast of light curved in the air to head unerringly for him, struck him down. Edges of the Endbringer's wounds glowed golden yellow, drifted away into the air like flecks of burning paper caught in the updraft of hot air. A fist imprint near the base of Leviathan's throat glowed with edges of the same light, the wound continuing to spread and burn as I watched. A tidal wave appeared in the distance, at the furthest end of the street, near the horizon. Sion sent out a blast of golden light the size of a small van, darting to the center of the wave, disappearing into a speck of light before it made contact with the distant target. The middle third of the wave buckled, fell harmlessly into a splash of water, all momentum ceased. The other two sides of the wave curved inward, bent, to bear unerringly towards us. Another blast of golden light, and one side was stopped, stalled. A third blast was spared for Leviathan, who was getting his hands and feet firmly on the ground, crouching in preparation to run. The Endbringer was knocked squarely to the ground. Sion stopped the third wave in its tracks with a fourth blast, but the water was still there, and it still bowed to gravity. The water level around us rose by a dozen feet, momentarily, slopping as gently over us as physically possible, like a lap of water on the beach. When the flow of water was past us, I could see a fifth blast of light following Leviathan, who had used the cresting water to swim away. He was making his way to the coast. Sion rose, flew after his target with a streak of golden light tracing his movement. Eidolon followed soon after. 15 seconds passed, Bitch holding me, averting her eyes from the corpses of her dogs, jaw set, not speaking or moving. A teleporter appeared beside Laser Dream, a distance away. He looked at us, startled, glanced at his armband. "You okay?" he called out. No, I tried to shout back, but my voice was weak. Bitch spoke for me, she needs help. Bring her here, I'll take her back. Bitch carried me, dragging me by my collar to where Laser Dream lay. I grunted and groaned in pain, felt those hot pokers through my upper back and middle, but she wasn't the type for sympathy or gentleness. The teleporter touched one hand to my chest, another to Laser Dream, who turned her head to look at me. There was a rush of cool air, and we were in the midst of chaos. Nurses, doctors, moving all around us. I was lifted and placed on a stretcher, hauled up by 4 people in white. There were shouts, countless electronic beeps, screams of pain. I was placed on a bed. I would have writhed with the pain of being shifted if it weren't for my general inability to move. There was a heart monitor on one side, a metal rack with an 4 bag of clear fluid on the other, thick metal poles beside each, stretching from floor to ceiling. Curtains loomed on either side of me, making for a small room, 10 feet by 10 feet across. The emergency room, triage, or whatever was in front of me, past the foot of the bed, a dozen more cots, doctors doing what they could for the massed injured, civilian and cape alike. All around me, nurses moved with a rote efficiency, to put a clip on my finger, and the heart monitor started beeping in time with my own heartbeat. One put some sticky glue on my collarbone, pressing an electrode down there. My back, I think it's broken, I said, to no one in particular. Nobody in particular replied. All of them too busy with set tasks. People seemed to approach my bedside and leave to go attend to another patient elsewhere. Your name? Someone asked. I looked to the other side of me. It was an older woman in a nurse's uniform, pear-shaped, gray-haired. A man in a PRT uniform stood behind her, holding a gun on me. Skitter, I replied, confused, feeling more scared by the second. Please. I think my back's broken. Villain. I shook my head. What? Are you a villain? It's complicated. My back. Yes or no, the nurse asked me, stern. Listen, my friend, Tattletale, do you know? She's a villain, the PRT uniform cut me off, touching his way through some BlackBerry device with his free hand. Designation Master 5, specifically arthropodavoyance, arthropodokinesis. No super strength. The nurse nodded, thank you. Handle it. The man in a PRT uniform holstered his gun and stepped up to the bed. He grabbed my right wrist, clasped a heavy manacle around it, fixed it to a vertical metal pole by the head of the bed. My other arm's broken, please don't move it, I pleaded. He gripped it anyways, and I couldn't help but scream, strangled, as he pulled it to one side, clasped a manacle down on my wrist, hooked the other side of the manacle to the second pole. What I started to ask a nurse, as I forced myself to catch my breath, stopped as she turned her back to me and pulled the curtain closed at the foot of the bed, walked past it. Please, I tried again, looking to the PRT uniform, but he was pushing his way past the curtain, leaving my company. Leaving me chained up. Alone. Extermination 8.6. All of the adrenaline, emotions, and endorphins that had been building since I first heard the sirens, maybe even before them when I learned about Dinah Alcott, made for one hell of a rush. More relevant to the present, it made for one hell of a mental wipeout as I came down from the rush. A low point to equal the high. The background noise of screams, shouted orders of doctors and nurses, 100 heart monitors beeping out of sync, and my cell of 3 curtained walls cutting me off from everything else. Didn't help. My arm hurt, and hanging from the manacle made that 10 times as bad. My back was the worst thing, a slow, steady, pain that terminated in my midsection. It seemed to build in intensity every second I paid attention to it, settling into a dull blistering of pain when I focused my attention elsewhere. If I didn't focus on keeping my breathing steady and deep, I found that I unconsciously held my breath to minimize the pain. That only made it worse when I did have to breathe again, because it brought tightness in my throat and chest, along with agonizing coughing fits. None of that was even touching on that growing terror over the fact that, hey, I couldn't feel my legs, and it wasn't getting better. If my back was really broken, it could mean my best case scenario was surgery and years of physical therapy, years of crutches and wheelchairs. My worst case scenario would be never walking again. I didn't have a power that would help too much on that front. It would mean the end of my career as a cape, never having sex with a boy the natural way, and never going for another morning run. I made myself take a deep breath. It shuddered as I exhaled slowly, and not just because it hurt to breathe. I couldn't do anything about my back, in the here and now. My arm? Maybe. The metal pole was fixed to the wall at every foot or so by horizontal bars, and the end of the manacle was stopped from descending any further by one of the bits that extended to the wall, 3 feet or so above my head. I couldn't really believe they were going to arrest me. Like Tattletale had said, there were rules. Largely unspoken rules, but still more important than anything else in the Cape community. You didn't profit from an Endbringer attack, you didn't attack your nemesis or take advantage of undefended areas to steal. You didn't arrest a villain that came to help. Because when people started doing that, the truce broke and things became 10 times easier for the Endbringer. The manacle on my wrist made me wonder. I'd made some enemies with the good guys. Maybe I was getting some rough treatment because of it. One ominous idea nagged at me, and I couldn't get it out of my head. It was that I might not get any treatment at all for my back, specifically because of grudges against me and capes who could suggest that maybe the doctor's resources could be better directed elsewhere. If they went that route, 100% deniable, excusable, then there'd be nothing I could do about it. If that was what was going on, being manacled like this would be something of a slap in the face, a way of letting me know it was intentional, while keeping me from contacting anyone to complain. My arm shifted involuntarily as I cringed at a painful intake of breath, swinging a little, and I clenched my teeth. I turned my head, gripped the fabric of my pillow with my teeth, tugged and pulled my head forward at the same time. It moved to my left. I did it again, bumped my shoulder, making my arm swing on the chain once more. I suppressed the noise I might have made at the pain, choked back the gorge that rose in my throat. Whatever was going on with my back, it prevented me from sitting up, denied me the use of my abdominal muscles. I could only work with my shoulders, my head, my teeth. Shifting the pillow over several long minutes, I managed to gingerly ease it under my shoulder and upper arm. Provided I didn't move, which I couldn't, really it gave my arm something to rest on, prevented all of the weight from dangling off of my cuffed wrist. Of course, I was now absent one pillow for my head and neck, and the propped up shoulder and arm made my back twist slightly, which only intensified the pain there. I closed my eyes, focused on just breathing, tried not to pay too much attention to how slowly time was passing by, or the cacophony of noise from the rest of the triage area. I hated this. Hated not knowing, not having any information about what had just happened, what was happening, what was going to happen. Roughly half of my nightmares about being bullied took place in the classroom, knowing that a class was just about to end, or that a teacher was about to assign us group work. That some group of faceless bullies were waiting to pull the worst prank yet. It was the idea that I was about to be put in a situation where something bad was about to happen, that it was inevitable. Being helpless to do anything about it. Maybe it was stupid, but I'd never failed to wake up drenched in sweat after that, even when I woke up before the follow-through. The dreams had come less often after I got my powers, but they still came from time to time. I had suspicions they might come even years after I left high school behind me for good. But that state of mind in the nightmares? I felt like that now. Trying to keep from panicking, knowing that no matter what I did, I was counting on luck and forces beyond my control to not ruin my day, my week, my month. Ruin my life. I'd done the heroic thing. Drawn Leviathan away from those in the shelter who were still alive. A part of me was proud of myself. The rest of me? Faced with the idea of spending the rest of my life in a wheelchair? I felt like an idiot of epic proportions. I'd bought into the idea of the grand, noble gesture, and in the here and now it felt like I had to convince myself that what I had done mattered. It sure as shit didn't seem to matter to anyone else. The chain of my manacle clinked taut as I yanked my right hand forward angrily. The pain that caused me in my midsection stopped me from doing it again. A girl in a nurse's uniform pushed the curtain aside to enter. I identified her as a girl rather than a woman because she barely looked older than me. Bigger in the chest, for sure, but baby-faced, petite. Her brown hair was in a braid, and the lashes of her downcast eyes were long as she stepped to the foot of my bed, picked up a clipboard. She was very carefully not looking my way. "Hi," I spoke. She ignored me, turned her attention to the heart monitor, made a note on the clipboard. "Please talk to me," I spoke. "I have no idea what's going on, and I feel like I'm losing my mind, here." She glanced at me, looked away hurriedly the same reflexive way you'd pull away from a hot stove with your hand. "Please? I'm pretty scared right now." "Nothing." She took more notes on the clipboard, noting stuff from the screen the electrode ran to. "I know you think I'm bad, a villain, but I'm a person, too." She glanced at me again, looked away, returned her eyes to the clipboard and frowned. She stopped writing as she glanced up to the monitor, as if she had to find her place or double-check her numbers. "I have a dad. Love him to death, even if we haven't talked lately. I love reading, my mom taught me to love books from the time I was little. My best friend, it wasn't so long ago that she helped pull me out of a dark place. I haven't heard how she's doing. If she's dead or if she's here too. Have you seen her? Her name's Tattletale. We aren't supposed to talk to the patients." "Why not?" "While back, some cape sued the rescue workers after a battle much like this. Hadaish, I think. That's one of the other names for Behemoth. Lex's is for the Cymurg. Yes, some heroes got hurt badly enough they wouldn't recover, they knew they had no more income from their costume career, so suing, it was a way." She stopped, closed her mouth deliberately, as if reminding herself to stay silent. "You can't tell me if my back's broken or not." She shook her head. "No. I won't tell. I won't sue. Saying that isn't legally binding," she frowned, again, "and it's not that. I'm just a nursing student. I haven't even graduated. They recruited us to help meet demand, to do the paperwork and check that patients weren't coding, so the people with experience could focus on handling the patient load. I don't have the training to diagnose you on any level, let alone your back." My heart sank. "Have you seen Tattletale? Have you heard if she's dead or injured? She wears a lavender and black costume, and there's this eye in dark gray on the black part across her chest." "I'm sorry," she hurried to the foot of the bed, hung up the clipboard. "I'm sorry?" Was that an answer condolences or was it a refusal to speak on the subject? I might have made a noise, because she turned back, stopped. I couldn't be sure, though, over the sounds from the other nurses, doctors and patients. "We've got a code," someone screamed, just beyond the curtain. "Need paddles." "Paddles are in use." "Then get me someone with electricity powers." "And you, resuscitate." I closed my eyes, tried to stop myself from imagining that they were talking about Tattletale, or my dad, or even Brian, though I was pretty sure Brian had made it out okay. Even as I managed to dismiss those images from my mind, a voice in the back of my head noted that whoever was on the table was important to somebody. So many beloved family members, friends, co-workers, gone from people's lives. "Do you want to call your dad? Or try calling your friend?" the nurse in training offered me. If she was offering for me to call Tattletale, that at least meant she hadn't seen Tattletale's body. That was some relief. I wasn't sure if I should take the offer. If I called my dad, would they track the call? Find out who I was? Would they track down Tattletale, if she wasn't dead or dying? Who else could I call? Coil? Way too many issues if they traced the call, and I wasn't sure if Lisa had passed on word of our recent argument and/or breakup. Gru, Regent, bitch. I wasn't on their team anymore. A darker thought struck me. Would that be my one phone call? "These cuffs, am I being arrested?" She shook her head. "I was just offering. I don't know if they're arresting you. Only thing they said was that I was supposed to fill in the charts for the patients on this end of the room that have the red tags." She pointed to a set of plastic tags that were clipped to the curtain rod, so that one large tag hung down on either side of it. Was it to designate the seriousness of my injuries? No, They hadn't even examined me. I drew a connection to my line of thinking from earlier. Was it because I was a villain? Did I get a mere check-in from the nurse in training while the heroes got actual nurses and doctors? I hadn't seen anyone put the tags up, but then again, I hadn't been looking at the curtain rod right after I was stuck here. Okay, I spoke, quiet, my thoughts going a mile a minute. The phone call, I can let you use my cell phone if you promise not to, she trailed off, as if realizing the possibilities of what could happen if a villain had her phone number, contact info for her friends and family. Yet she could hardly back out, not without potentially upsetting a bad guy. I shook my head. No. But it's really good of you to offer. Thank you, I tried to put as much emphasis on the thanks as possible. With that kind of empathy, I'm sure you'll become a great nurse. She gave me a funny look, then backed out through the curtain. I could have called after her, asked for something for the pain, asked if maybe I could get some help, but I suspected she didn't have the power to give me any of that. I had no idea how long I'd be here, and I suspected it'd be worth more to have a potential friendly face around than go for the long shot and risk seeming manipulative or alienating her. That, and I didn't want to get her in trouble. Minutes ticked on. No more than 3 seconds passed without someone screaming or shouting orders or updates regarding a patient in crisis. It would have been interesting to listen to, if I could make out more than half of it, and if the half I could hear wasn't so horrible. The anxiety over my circumstances and not knowing what was going to happen was gradually overridden by a maddening boredom. I couldn't move, had nobody to talk to, didn't know enough about my present situation to think up contingency plans. I closed my eyes and used my power, because it let me be outside my own body in a way, because it was something to do. A handful of cockroaches from near the kitchen made their way through the walls, through an air intake grate in the wall, and up to my bed. They gathered on my stomach. I gathered them into a pyramid on my stomach, let them collapse. Made a kaleidoscopic starburst pattern, then moved them all in sync to expand out into a perfect circle. You're so creepy, you know that, the voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I've heard worse, I replied, opening my eyes. Panacea was entering my curtained enclosure, shutting the curtain behind her. There was a PRT uniform with her. I'm sure you have, she frowned. Her hood and scarf were down, so I could see her face, much as I had during the bank robbery. She had dark circles under her eyes that looked painted on. She spoke, sighing the words, I need your permission to touch you. What? Liability reasons. Someone overheard you say you've got a broken back. There could be other complications, and that takes people, time, equipment, and money that the people in charge of this hospital are reluctant to spare at a time like this. You could refuse to let me touch you, make the hospital give you the x-rays and MRI, get months or years of treatment paid for by the Preservation Act, all under oppressive confidentiality agreements that could cost the hospital millions. It's an option, but the treatment wouldn't be as fast, good or effective as it would if I used my power. You'd be shooting yourself in the foot for the sake of being stubborn. Just agree, so I can move on to other patients. What was it you said during the bank robbery? You'd make me horribly obese? Make everything I eat taste like bile? What's to stop you from doing something like that here? Nothing, really. I mean, you could sue me after I did it, but you'd have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and that'd be damn hard if I gave the symptoms a time delay before they showed up. Plus I'm a valuable enough resource that I could get help paying the legal costs. And, let's not forget, Carol, my adoptive mother, is a pretty kick-ass lawyer. Whatever you did by trying to sue me probably wouldn't cripple me as much as what my power did to you. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be reassuring. I suppose maybe you'll just have to either trust in the fact that I'm a decent person or refuse my help, she shrugged, glaring at me, there's a kind of poetry to this. Like, a thief fears being stolen from the most, a scumbag, well, you get the drift. The more horrible a human being you are, the more you'll agonize over what I might have done to you, with a time delay of minutes, hours, days, years. Yet if you're a decent person, you'll be more inclined to think better of me. Are you? What? Are you a decent person, Amy? She gave me an offended look. I envy you, that it's so easy for you to think of things in terms of black and white. I'd like to think I'm a good person, believe it or not. Everything I've done, I did because I thought it was right at the time. In hindsight, some of the ends didn't justify the means, and sometimes there were unforeseen consequences. Like Dinah. But I don't think of myself as a bad person. Then you're either ignorant, deluded, or you have a very twisted perspective. Maybe. She went on, don't really care which it is. If you're going to call yourself a good person, she paused, shook her head a little, then don't waste my time. Give me an answer, one way or another, so I can get on with helping people. It wasn't really a choice. A long, hard road to recovery, possibly with no recovery at all, fraught with any potential health complications that the universe decided to hand my way, or healing for a broken back, with the potential health complications that Panacea decided to give me. I mean, whatever she deigned to inflict on me would be calculated to make me miserable, if she went that far, but at least then I'd have someone to hate. Please, I spoke, use your power. She nodded at the PRT uniform, who left the enclosure. Then she approached the side of the bed. I'm going to have to move some of your mask aside, to touch your skin. Permission granted, I spoke, though I've been wondering since the bank robbery why didn't you reach up and touch my scalp? No comment. Ah. Something about hair, maybe? A weakness in her power. Maybe it was mucked up or confused by dead tissue. She fumbled with my mask for a second. Lower, I informed her, the mask and body part of the costume overlapped just above the collarbone. She found it, separated the two, and touched a fingertip to my throat, like she was taking my pulse. The pain left in an instant. My breathing became easier, and I felt a steady pressure deep in my broken arm. You have a brain injury that's not fully healed. Bakuna's fault. Outside the scope of my abilities. Ominous, but I wasn't ready to put too much stake in what she told me, and what she might be leaving out. Okay, my voice was stronger, without the crippling pressure in my chest and back. Microfracture in your shoulder, nerve damage to your left hand, reduced fine dexterity. Really? I hadn't noticed. It's there. I'm not going to bother with that, either. Wasn't expecting you to. Couldn't let her ruffle me. Broken arm, broken spine, fractured ribs, small perforations in colon, kidney, and liver, some internal bleeding. This will take a minute. I nodded. It was more severe than I'd thought. That unsettled me some. A part of me wanted to apologize for what had happened at the bank robbery, but the tone of our earlier conversation made it feel like I'd be trying to dissuade her from doing something malicious with her power. Relief overwhelmed me as sensations began returning to my legs. They were quick, like being shocked, but they ranged from hot to cold to the unfamiliar, running from my abdomen to the tips of my toes, tracing every internal area of my legs. Ow, I muttered, as one line of pain drew itself from my hip to my ankle. I've got to test your nerves as I re-establish the connections, but I'm too tired to do it all with my power, and I can't dope you up with endorphins because Arms Master, Miss Militia, and Legend will be coming to talk to you in a bit, and I've been told you need your head 100% clear for that. So some of this is going to hurt. Wait, what? Why do I need my head clear to talk to them? Why are they talking to me? I can feel your emotions in your body, hormones, and altered chemical balances. You're scared. Damn right, I'm scared. Ouch. Fuck, that stung. My leg jerked. It's going to happen anytime my concentration slips. Best to stay quiet. No, seriously. Why are they talking to me? Is that why I'm in handcuffs? To keep me here until they, arrest me? No comment, she smiled a little. Hey, no. You can't call yourself a decent person and then leave me here agonizing over details. I can. I don't know what they want to talk to you about, though I have strong suspicions. Her eye drifted to my manacle. But I have been informed that you are to be lucid and fully mobile. Why? I had a growing suspicion as to why, helped by her glance to my restraints. If they were arresting me, they couldn't have me agree to any deals or plea bargains while I was drugged up, or it would be thrown out of court. I was pretty sure. One semester of a law class didn't exactly leave me an expert. According to the woman from the PRT that I talked to, it will work best if all of you are kept in the dark for as long as possible. All of us. It wasn't just me. A slip of the tongue. She smiled slightly, as if enjoying stringing me along. Do these others include Tattletale? I asked, did you heal her? She quirked an eyebrow. No. I can tell you I didn't. You didn't. Because she didn't need your help, or because she was already dead. Ow. My leg jerked again, a muscle in my thigh clenching hard, not unlike a Charlie horse. It subsided. I think we're done here. Hey. I raised my voice again, give me an answer. Stop fucking with me. She lifted her finger from my throat, and many of my smaller bruises and scrapes began making themselves felt once more. I could breathe without a problem. I wiggled my toes experimentally, felt them move against the solace of my costume. I moved my left arm, felt no pain. Tugged on the chain with it and felt everything working as it should, no pain. She leaned close, so her mouth was by my ear. Not so fun, is it? Let me tell you, this isn't 1/100th of the mindfuckery that your teammate was pulling on me, back then. That wasn't. I stopped. What? Wasn't you? You stood by and watched it happen, played along, took advantage of it. Or maybe you were going to say it wasn't that bad. You really don't know. You don't know me, you don't know Glory Girl, you don't know what Tattletale was saying, how she was threatening to ruin my life. Imagine the person you care about most, finding are your darkest secrets. Secrets that, even if they eventually came to accept it, you know they would taint and color every single conversation you have with them afterward. I couldn't help but picture it. My dad finding out I was a villain, what I'd done. Forevermore having doubts about me. I'm sorry, I spoke, my voice low. Maybe you are. I doubt it. I'm sorry to leave you wondering what happened to your teammate, what the big name capes are going to say to you, but I have others to help. She didn't sound sorry at all. Hey. I raised my voice again, come back here. She turned her head to give me a dark look as she walked away, good luck with Arms Master. I pulled on the chains, angrily. I almost sent the cockroaches on the bed after her. I stopped when I saw the PRT uniform hold the curtain back for her in courtesy. When Arms Master and Legend arrived, it would be too late. I sent the roaches after him, the PRT uniform. They landed on him, individually squeezed into the pouches on his belt and bandolier. Found the keys on his belt. Getting the keys out of the pouch was harder. I had to be smooth, and the keychain was heavy enough that the roaches couldn't pick it up with their mouths. Instead, I tried lifting it up with the middle of a roach's body, supported by the rest. No luck, it slipped free off of the convex exterior of the cockroach's shell. I turned it upside down, instead, used the more textured underside to catch the loop of metal. The rest of the roaches latched on, hauled the roach up and out of the pouch, squeezed it through the flap-covered opening, breaking it nearly in two against the metal of the ring as they drove it through the too narrow gap. One roach dead, but the keys were falling free of the pouch. Instinct took over, and I unconsciously bid roaches to move into place beneath the keys as they fell to the floor, muting the noise of metal against the ground. They skittered my way, the weight of the keychain managed between them. Hopefully people were too busy to notice the falling keys or the small number of bugs. I suspected it was crowded and busy out there, from what I had glimpsed when I was brought in. If people did notice, well, I was still getting arrested anyways, right? Getting the keys up onto the bed would be harder. I had the roaches put the keys beneath the bed, set them on the blanket, to start unraveling it. 10 sets of mandibles - 11 now, as another cockroach came from the air vent, each working at individual threads. I was torn between rushing this and doing it right. I had to convince myself that I wouldn't be dragged off to jail in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Probably. It probably took that long to get a long enough piece of thread. One group of bugs set to looping the thread around the keychain, tying it into a firm knot, while the others brought it up the side of the bed, up my body, my arm, and to my hand. Once I had the thread in my fingers, I started winding it up around my fingers with a circular motion of my hands, reeling in the keys. In a matter of seconds, I had the keys in hand. Good. The cockroach that had brought me the thread helped me figure out the keys that would work, traveling over them to eliminate the ones that were too large, acting as an added digit to help sort through them and putting the right keys between my fingers. It guided the end of the keys into the lock. The first key didn't fit, too large. The second unlocked the cuff. I hurried to unlock the cuff on my left hand, flexed my hand and arm, rubbed at my wrists. I pulled the covers off, swung my legs over the side of the bed, and gingerly tested them against the ground. They supported my weight. The relief was palpable. Almost something I could feel, making me want to hug my arms around my body in quiet joy. But my priority was getting out of here. Not so easy, with the amount of capes and PRT personnel around. No windows around me, but if I stepped outside the curtain and into the main area, I risked running into someone like Legend or Arms Master. I was assuming from what Panacea had said that they had been treated for the injuries that had taken them out of the fight and were up and about. No, a better plan of action would be to keep out of sight. I sent my bugs forward, tracing the lines of the curtains and wall. Once I was sure that the curtains in the next few patient enclosures were closed, I moved the curtain to my right and headed that way. Some cape I didn't know was unconscious, blood smeared around his nose and mouth, almost caking the upper half of his mask to his face. Another enclosure, an empty cot, with red stains on the sheets from whatever patient had been there earlier. There was a window past the next enclosure. I wasn't sure if I could climb out, or if there would be somewhere to go once I had, but it gave me hope. I pushed my way into the next curtained enclosure. Stopped. Oh. There were shouts behind me, which might have been someone noting my absence. I was at the point of not caring anymore. I tried to take a step forward, to move to the bedside or around it, but my newly healed legs gave out under me. I crumpled into a kneeling position. Staring up at the occupant of the bed, a few things came to me. For one thing, I got to experience firsthand what Brian had told me, about how he'd gone cold, still and quiet inside on that day he'd gotten his powers. For another, I realized why they'd had me chained up. Kind of stupid not to, in retrospect. A glance at the curtain showed a blue tag, the same style as the red one that had been on my curtain, plastic, unlabeled. The bed's occupant lay on her back, tubes running into her nose and mouth, and 4 in her arm. An ugly cut marred her right breast and shoulder, which were bare. Smaller cuts covered the rest of her body. Running footsteps and the sound of a curtain being heaved open in a neighboring section didn't stir me from my daze. The bed's occupant wore Shadow Stalker's costume, Sen's mask. I recognized her. Sophia Hess. Extermination 8.7. Sophia Hess was Shadow Stalker. I tried to pull all the individual pieces and clues together, fill in the blanks. Did this mean Emma was a cape, too? No, I'd seen Emma in the presence of other capes. At those times, I knew, she'd have reason to be in costume if she had powers. But those times I was thinking of, when my cape and civilian lives had crossed. Emma had been at the mall, where Shadow Stalker had been on duty. She'd been at the fundraiser, too. As Shadow Stalker's +1? Emma's dad had been there as well. Was that a clue? A sick feeling in my gut told me that Emma knew about Sophia and Shadow Stalker. I could even guess that Emma had found out sometime before high school started, while I was at nature camp. It would have been an exciting revelation, a juicy secret, being a part of the Cape community. Seduced by that drama, Emma would have turned her back on me, became Sophia's best friend. The civilian sidekick and confidant to the young heroine, it was cliché, but clichés had their basis in something. I was probably wrong on some level, but it gave answer to questions I'd assumed I'd never get an answer to. A hand seized me by the back of the neck, hauled me to my feet. Numb, I wobbled, relying heavily on the painfully hard grip to stay balanced. He turned me around, and I saw Arms Master, his lips curled in a silent snarl of anger. A glance at his shoulders showed no sign of the ragged mess from when I'd last seen him, but there was no arm either. I thought I saw a glimpse of a flat expanse of skin. Panacea's work? What are you doing here? He roared the words to my face. When I couldn't formulate an answer for him, he marched me out of the curtained enclosure, kicking the curtain so it slid shut, moved me towards the nurse's station where Miss Militia and Legend were talking. I apparently didn't move fast enough for him, because he swung his arm forward, forcing me to stumble forward to keep my feet under me. It was looking increasingly likely that I would get arrested, but my thoughts turned to the trio, and their crime and punishment. Had Sophia, Emma, and Madison had gotten off easy because Sophia was a superhero? I had my suspicions that the schools worked alongside the wards. Things wouldn't work if they didn't, and the schools were a government institution just like the wards were. Did Sophia get easier treatment? 2 weeks suspension when she deserved expulsion? Had my teachers been looking me in the eye while calculating ways to make things easier on their resident superhero? Maybe. More likely that it was some combination of ineptitude, laziness, and ignorance, on top of being influenced by the school's link to the wards program. Arms Master slammed my upper body down against the counter of the nurse's station, hard. I grunted, as much in reaction to being brought back to reality as in reaction to the blow. Arms Master. Legend's tone was a rebuke to Arms Master for the show of force. More able to take it in stride than the leader of the Protectorate, Miss Militia asked, "What happened?" Escaped her cautionary restraints, caught her peeping on one of the blue tags. "Damn it," Legend muttered. "Who?" Miss Militia asked, "And how bad?" "Shadow Stalker." Saw her unmasked. "I see," Miss Militia spoke. "Nurse? Would you see that everyone without clearance is put to work elsewhere, while we resolve this?" "Yes ma'am," the reply came from a man I couldn't see. I struggled to turn over, failed. When I found I couldn't budge Arms Master's grip, I gave up, slumped onto the counter. "Who is she?" Legend asked. "Skitter, member of the Undersiders, a group of teenage villains," Miss Militia replied. "Master 5, bugs only." "This situation is serious," Legend spoke, walking around the counter until I could see him. I saw nurses and others behind him staring, some of them being ushered away by an older nurse in scrubs. "Do you understand?" He nodded at Arms Master, and Arms Master eased his grip some, as if it would make it easier to talk. I was opening my mouth to speak when the thought struck me, if Sophia was Shadow Stalker, did she know who I was? She'd heard me talk in costume, hadn't she? I knew from the time the trio had overheard me in the bathroom and doused me in juice, that at least one of the girls could recognize my voice. I shook my head a little, as if it could get my thoughts back on track. Nobody explained anything. "You guys were going to arrest me, so I thought I'd leave. Hospital personnel aren't permitted to talk to patients, liability reasons," Miss Militia told me, echoing what I'd heard earlier. Figured as much when the nurse didn't answer my questions, I muttered. No use dragging that nurse in training down with me. She'd been nice. But Panacea did have words with me when she was putting me back together, and Panacea is a member of New Wave, Arms Master spoke, and I got the impression the explanation or excuse was meant more for Legend than it was for me. "She's not official. She's the only person who would talk to me." I raised my voice. "I would ask you to keep your voice down," Legend spoke, his voice hard. "There's very few ways a situation like this can go, with a Cape's civilian identity at stake. If you start shouting, specifically shouting what you know, it would severely curtail what options you have left to you. Understand?" When I didn't come up with a response right away, he added, "If the tables were turned, if it was you who had your identity uncovered, you would want us taking the same firm hand, giving you that same respect." I couldn't help but chuckle silently for a second there. The armor of my mask clacked against the countertop as I let my head rest there. Respect? For Sophia? Besides, I had suspicions that if the tables were turned, Shadow Stalker wouldn't be pinned against the counter of the nurse's station. Taking a deep breath, no use digging myself in deeper, I asked, "You were talking options. What are they?" "If you were judged to have used an Endbringer situation to your advantage, you would meet the most serious penalty we can offer. Those who violate the Endbringer truce are almost always sent to the birdcage." He let that last word hang in the air. I had to keep myself from laughing again. This shit was too ridiculous. This was Sophia. She was 5 times the villain I was. The only difference between us were the labels that we stuck on ourselves. I told him, it was an accident. "Okay," Legend told me. Arms Master told him, "Skitter here has been building a fairly strong reputation as an adept liar, so be cautious." "Oh. She's fooled my instincts and my hardware on more than one occasion. Well, I suppose I'll have to keep that in mind." When Legend returned his attention to me, his lips were creased in a frown. What could I say to defend myself now? Anything I said would be colored by Arms Master's undeserved comment on my personality. "Another option would be for you to join the wards. We were willing to offer you this when we got around to talking to you, before seeing you on your way. You would be placed under varying degrees of probation based on your past crimes, but you would earn a paycheck, you'd have a career." No, the word left my mouth before I even thought about it. And when I did think about it. No. Not with Sophia there. No way, no how. If I stepped on her turf, I suspected one of us would kill the other. Besides, there wasn't one thing about joining the wards that was even remotely redeeming. "No," he sounded surprised. "Just, no. I'd sooner go to the birdcage." I was surprised that I actually meant it. My contempt for the heroes was growing. Arms Master had refused to cooperate with me on any level. Glory Girl and Panacea hadn't done anything to earn my respect when I ran into them. Topping it off, they had a personality like Sophia's on their team. I couldn't even imagine joining them, now. "I don't think you understand what you're saying," Legend spoke as if choosing his words carefully. I took a deep breath. "Is there a third option? You do not get to negotiate." Arms Master roared. Heads turned. Feeling a flare of anger, I retorted, so he gets to yell, but I don't. We have the authority here. Arms Master shouted. The only authority you have is the authority people give you. It wasn't me who responded. The voice was male, familiar. Gru. I called out. You're alive, Gru responded. We thought. Is she okay? Tattletale. I'm at about 90%, Tattletale's voice informed me. You're the one that gave us a scare. I sagged in relief. I would ask you to step back and let us handle this, Miss Militia told him. If any of you do decide to stay, and Skitter divulges the confidential information she's happened upon, you could be just as culpable, face the same restrictions and penalties. Gru replied, so you want us to leave a teammate in your custody, here? No. That's ridiculous. I can't speak for the others, but I'm staying. Teammate. He'd said I was his teammate. There was a pause. All four of you, then, Miss Militia replied, sighing, I expected as much. I simply thought you should be informed. Skitter, she went on, just to be clear, you would be well advised to keep your mouth shut, until we've come to a consensus here. Or you could get your team in trouble. Noted, I replied. Arms Master let me stand, but he settled his one hand on my shoulder, held on with an steel grip that left me no illusions about my ability to walk over and join my friends. Ex-friends? I wasn't sure where we stood. I hadn't expected them to come to my defense. Gru looked much as he ever did, a human shape wreathed in smoky darkness. His skull mask showed through, when he was still like this, but his face was impossible to make out, let alone his facial expressions. Even his body language was masked beneath a layer of darkness, when it was billowing around him like it was, making him seem larger. I thought maybe he had his arms folded, but I couldn't be sure, and he had his feet planted shoulder-width apart. Regent looked a little worse for wear. He was wet, dirty, spattered in blood, and he had a long cut running from the side of his neck to his shoulder, down to his elbow, all neatly stitched up. I hadn't heard any alerts about him being taken out of action, so I assumed it wasn't that serious. That, or it was serious, and my broken armband hadn't caught the message. Bitch, by contrast, looked to be in better shape than anyone present, physically. She stared at the ground, hands jammed in the pockets of mud-caked, soaking wet jeans. Her hair was wet, pulled straight back and away from her face. A hard plastic dog mask was raised so it sat on top of her head, cord dangling. She was intact. Physically. Mentally. Emotionally. Her dogs were the closest thing she had to family, and she had watched 7 or 8 of them die. She was rigid with tension and repressed anger, but she didn't have anyone to direct it at, so it broiled inside her, just waiting for the slightest of excuses to be released and vented. I wondered if Gru had told her to keep her hands in her pockets to keep her from lashing out and hitting someone. Tattletale was on crutches with one leg bent to keep it away from the ground, had a bad bruise on her face, but was otherwise in one piece. Her eyes darted to watch the 3 heroes and myself. Skitter escaped her restraints and uncovered another cape's secret identity, and we can't say for sure whether it was intentional or not, Miss Militia explained to the rest of the group. In the interest of protecting that cape, who I assume isn't well enough to join the discussion. She looked at Arms Master, who shook his head. We're left with 3 options, she finished her thought. Jail time, especially if it's discovered that this was intentional. Joining the wards under a probationary program. Regent snorted. Or, as a final option, some sort of collateral. That option is generally reserved for capes we can trust, Arms Master spoke, his voice low. My pulse picked up as I heard Arms Master's words. This was a dangerous situation, all of a sudden. Collateral? Explain. Gru asked Miss Militia, apparently not gathering the deeper meaning of Arms Master's statement. This isn't the first time we've run into a situation like this, though this is a first for an Endbringer event that wasn't a blatantly intentional attempt to gather information on a rival. In the previous case, the villain couldn't be detained conventionally, and the birdcage wasn't yet running. To top it off, he wasn't protectorate material. For reasons I won't explain. Yet every individual involved was concerned that if we didn't resolve the case, it would be a costly loss of resources on both sides with an ongoing pursuit by the heroes, and there would be potential escalation leading to serious harm or death on one side or the other. Gru nodded, so he agreed to reveal his real face to the other cape, so that any abuse of the knowledge on his part could or would be just as damaging to him. Reveal myself to Sophia? No. On so many levels, no. I'm sorry, I told her, that doesn't work either. Arms Master tightened his grip on the armor of my shoulder until I could feel the pinch. Miss Militia leveled a very cold look at me. I saw Tattletale staring at me. I met her eyes. She was easiest to look at. You're making a difficult situation even more difficult for you, by being stubborn, Legend spoke. Knowing Skitter, I'm sure she has her reasons, Gru replied. She always does, Arms Master replied. Gru turned his head sharply to look at the hero. No. He wouldn't. Well, you've made a good case, Tattletale spoke, let me make mine. 1 second, Legend spoke. He turned to Arms Master, I need more details on this group. The one that is speaking is Tattletale, member of the Undersiders, Arms Master spoke, his voice a hair away from being a growl, a master manipulator, penchant for head games, likes to pretend she's psychic but she isn't. We don't know her power, possibly clairvoyance, psychometry, or some combination thereof, but we've got her pegged as a thinker 7. 7? I'm flattered, Tattletale replied, grinning. It's reason enough to end this conversation here and now, Arms Master spoke, before you find some angle. Fine, Legend nodded, that's all I need. Miss Militia? Escort them away. Green-black energy leapt to Miss Militia's hand, materialized into the shape of a gun. She didn't raise it, and she kept her finger off the trigger, but the threat was implicit. You start a fight here, Gru spoke, you better pray to some higher power that you can fucking spin this well enough with all those others looking, because it's an end to the truce if you don't, too many eyes on this. Gru turned his head, and I leaned forward a little to see what he was looking at. There were capes at the far end of the hallway, staring at the scene, kept out of the main triage area by a set of PRT officers. Trickster leaned against a wall with a cell phone raised, recording video. It's not a concern, Legend spoke. Miss Militia. Come on, let's walk, she told the others. No, Gru replied, his chin raising an inch, challenging, defiant. Tattletale raised one hand, if could just say my piece, I. Quiet, Arms Master interrupted her. Nobody ever lets me talk, she spoke, turning on her heel to walk away, flouncing, almost. It was a bit theatrical, overacting. I wondered if someone that didn't know her would catch it. Whatever. Gru, let's go. Gru looked at her. It's cool, she gave him a little smile, then she offered me one, hey Skitter, don't sweat it. We'll handle this, K. K, I muttered. In a way, I was relieved at the idea of them leaving. I had no idea what I'd do, but it was a relief anyways. Miss Militia raised her gun a fraction, waved it toward the others to prod them onward. One by one, they turned. Tattletale led the herd in walking away, followed my regent and bitch. Gru was the last to turn away, with Miss Militia following him. When they were out of earshot, Legend floated over the counter to land in front of me. We've given you 3 options. Pick one or I'll choose for you. I opened my mouth, closed it. The only things I could think of to say would only get me in more trouble. This working? This on? Good. The tinny female voice rang out from the armbands of the 2 heroes. Arms Master snapped his head around. I followed his line of sight to where Gru, Regent, and Bitch were standing in between Tattletale and Miss Militia. For those of you who don't have a front row seat, the very well-armed Miss Militia is currently doing her best to point a Beretta 92FS at my head. If this broadcast ends prematurely, you can all rest assured that the Protectorate is willing to kill and break the truce if it means censoring its dark, dirty little secrets. Legend grabbed me, hauling me into the air as he crossed the length of the room, Arms Master hurrying behind as we raced towards the scene. Free speech is a wonderful thing, isn't it? I saw Tattletale's lips moving as she broadcast the message. She wasn't holding any buttons down on her armband, but it was going through with no difficulty. Miss Militia held a handgun pointed at Gru's heart. Other capes were in the vicinity, some of the travelers, new wave, out-of-towners. Not quite in earshot, maybe, but close enough to see everything unfold. The heroine looked at Arms Master as we arrived, she said something about deep access, offered your name, then the armband asked her for your password. She knew your password. Armband, pause announcement, Tattletale spoke. Acknowledged. Her armband replied. With his one arm, Arms Master reached for his shoulder, but his halberd wasn't there. Photon Mom had apparently decided not to bring it when she'd carried him here. No EMP burst possible. Let's negotiate, Tattletale spoke, taking a step to one side, ducking a little to ensure that someone else was always in between herself and Miss Militia. Bitch scowled as the gun moved to point toward her head, with Tattletale roughly on the other side. Negotiate? Legend asked. Sure. Let's turn things around. You gave Skitter your 3 options. Here's my 3. Number 1, shoot us now, and confirm to everyone in this room, civilian and cape alike, hero and villain, that you've got something to hide. It doesn't even have to be lethal, people will still have their concerns if you knock us out rather than let us talk. Legend nodded, okay. 2, I do my little announcement, and the truce ends. I really don't want to do that. I recognize how necessary it is. But if you decide that one cape's identity may be getting publicly revealed is worth the truce, well, that's on you, not me. And the 3rd option is that we release the girl, Legend guessed. You got it, Tattletale spoke. Except that you could be bluffing, Legend frowned. You're a master manipulator, according to Arms Master. True enough. You know, Alexandria was giving me a recap on what I missed, in exchange for my intel on the Endbringer. Let's see. Armband, find me the largest break in casualties from the earlier Leviathan encounter. Found. Mark this time period. Marked. The notifications in the minute before the mark. Sundancer down, Ed 6. Escuchan deceased, CD 6. Harold deceased, CD 6. What is the point of this? Legend asked. Please replay us the notifications following the mark, until I tell you to stop. Manpower deceased, CD 6. Aegis deceased, CD 6. Fenja down, CC 6. Fenja deceased, CC 6. Kidwin down, CC 6. Skitter deceased, CC 6. Kaiser deceased, CC 6. Stop. What is the point of this? Legend folded his arms. Skitter's right here, she's not dead. My armband broke, I replied. Did it? Or did someone break it? Tattletale's gaze went to Arms Master, her voice dropping in volume to ensure that our audience didn't hear. What are you implying? Arms Master growled. I'm implying that you set things up to guarantee yourself a one-on-one fight with Leviathan. Who cares, after all, if some villains get murdered in the process, if it means stopping an Endbringer. Arms Master raised his voice. This is exactly the sort of manipulation. Elaborate. The one spoken word from Legend was sufficient to cut Arms Master off. Arms Master has a fancy computer system in his suit, set it up to predict Leviathan's movements and actions. Clock Blocker tagged the Endbringer, put him on pause long enough for Arms Master to set up the playing field the way he wanted it, with that predictive program. Leviathan's going after the people who can make force fields, and Arms Master uses this, dangles Kaiser like bait, puts more villains Fenja and Menja in the way to Kaiser. Sure enough, Leviathan marks Kaiser as a target, charges through the conveniently arranged villains, and goes straight to the spot where Skitter is. Oh no, I heard Miss Militia mutter under her breath. This is nonsense, Arms Master spoke, stabbing his index finger towards her. Heroes died too. Tattletale didn't hesitate a second in replying, to your credit, if any credit is due, that was an accident. Your program can't account for that many variables, probably, in the chaos of a bunch of capes trying to keep Leviathan pinned down. Either way, Leviathan did as you wanted, followed the path you plotted. You used a directed EMP blast to nuke Skitter's armband, ensuring that she couldn't report Leviathan's position and call in reinforcements, buying you time to take on Leviathan one-on-one. Who cares if she dies, after all? She's a villain, and you're positive you'll win, that it'll be worth the body count you just allowed Leviathan to rack up. Except you lost. Arms Master scowled at her. This is a serious set of accusations, Legend spoke. Sure. But it's speculation. Tattletale shrugged, take Skitter's armband. It'll have damage from the EMP hit. You bitch, Arms Master snarled, this is a lie. Check the armband, Tattletale repeated, and you'll see the truth. Convenient that this would take days or weeks to check, Arms Master spoke. True, so how about I just do another announcement? Tell everyone that's still wearing an armband an abbreviated version of the same story I just told you? How do you think they'd react? If you're really innocent, I'm sure your name would be cleared eventually, after the test results came back from the armband. If it's wrong, we get in everyone's bad books for fucking around with an Endbringer situation. Hell, I'll even submit to being detained while you get things checked out. You can take me from there to jail if I'm wrong. Either way, you get some jerk in custody. Legend frowned. Arms Master lunged forward, swatting Gru aside with his armored hand. He shoved Regent aside, reached for Tattletale. A laser to the right shoulder spun him around, sent him sprawling to the ground. His armor smoked where the laser had made contact. Who? Why? Arms Master flopped over, saw Legend with one open hand aimed at him. Legend. Miss Militia pointed her handgun at his lower face. So, I'm guessing you don't want this getting out, Tattletale spoke, looking at the heroine. Let us walk away, I keep my lips sealed. I know you were tired, that you hadn't slept all last night, Miss Militia told Arms Master, ignoring Tattletale, frustrated, your dream taken from you. But to go this far. It was for the greater good, Arms Master replied, without a trace of shame or humility. If it had worked, Leviathan would be dead, the man holding Empire 88 together dead. All of us survivors would have been legends, and this city could have risen from the ashes, become something truly great. It didn't work, Tattletale spoke, couldn't. Shut up. You've said enough, Arms Master spat the words, looked away from her, breathing hard. The way the Endbringer's physiology works? You could detonate a small atom bomb in his face, he'd probably survive. Take him 2 or 3 years to recover, but he'd survive. Shut up. Arms Master raised his head to shout at her. He stopped, eyes flickering to me. When he spoke again, his voice was almost calm. You don't know everything. No. Her, he pointed a hand at me, she's not who you think she is. I spoke quickly, Gru, shut him up. Gru raised his hand. But he didn't blanket Arms Master in his darkness. She's a wannabe hero. Has been from the start, since the Night Lung was first brought into custody. Gru's hand dropped to his side. I met her that night. She said she was a hero, that you undersiders mistook her for a villain. I didn't think twice about it until she arranged a meeting with me, the night before the bank robbery. Told me she had joined your group as an undercover agent, getting the dirt on you so she could hand that group over to us. Talked to me again the night you raided the fundraiser, out there on the balcony. Told me if I let her go, she'd get the details on your boss to me. Guess she hasn't gotten around to figuring that little detail out, yet. I tried to speak, to say something, even I changed my mind. My throat was too dry to form the words. Arms Master turned, shouted at the capes who stood watching, you want to look down on me? I tried to save the city, I got closer to killing the fucking Endbringer than Sion. That girl is the person you should be mocking, spitting on. A wannabe hero without the balls to do anything heroic. Planning from the start to betray teammates for fame. I stepped back, swallowed hard. Is this true? I turned to look at Gru, but he wasn't asking me. The question was for Tattletale. Yeah, Tattletale confirmed, sighing. Bitch stared at me wide-eyed, teeth bared, as if all basic human expression had left her as she regarded me. Regent looked me up and down, turned away, as if in disgust, one fist clenched hard enough to make the area around the long stitched-up cut on his arm stand out in white. I couldn't see Gru's face, could barely make out his body language, but I knew that it would have stung 10 times worse than anything else if I could see his expression in that moment. Tattletale was the only one who didn't look surprised. I backed away a step, and nobody moved to stop me. The heroes were preoccupied with Arms Master, the Undersiders couldn't or wouldn't go around the gathered heroes to follow me. Some of the capes that were in the vicinity were staring at me, murmuring. Panacea was among them, looking at me as though I were from another planet. I turned and ran out of the hospital, out the door and into the street, kept running. Except I had no place to run to. Extermination 8.8. How was a city like Brockton Bay supposed to pay its respects to all the heroes, villains, and miscellaneous others that died to protect it? Until about 5 years ago, the answer had been a funeral. It really hadn't worked out. On the surface, it was a great idea, had made for an amazing scene. Grand speeches about great moments of true selflessness from even despicable villains, good guys doing the most heroic of sacrifices. Except problems started to stack up. Could the people in charge of the event really let someone stand up and give a eulogy for someone like Kaiser? If they did, you earned the wrath of the dozens or hundreds of people who'd had their lives changed for the worse by Empire 88. The uneasy solution had been to avoid saying anything about the local villains, beyond the fact that they had participated, but problems had stemmed from that, too. Subordinates or teammates of the fallen villains had made a scene over these omissions, sometimes during the funerals, and villain participation in Endbringer situations started to decline. More issues came up, rooted in the reality that people who went out in costume were more theatrical or dramatic as a rule. Too many vying to take the spotlight, hero and villain alike, even some of the fallen, with measures or requests placed in advance. It didn't happen every time, but enough events became sideshows and media circuses that the whole purpose of the events was defeated. The media was banned from recording the event, but the capes who'd sought to stand out only tried harder. Fights had erupted. So the funeral services became less frequent. Then they stopped altogether. A memorial was simpler. All who had joined the fight could be treated equally. There could be no snubs, really, nor could there be insults, dramatic oaths, taunts or speaking ill of dead rivals and nemesis before cameras or audiences of capes. It was simply a dedication to the dead, a list of names, sometimes with a statue, if the groups involved could decide on something that didn't too closely resemble a particular hero or villain. Ever a difficult, delicate balancing act. Brockton Bay's memorial had no statue. It seemed to be black marble with stainless steel in the core of the monument, so that the edged letters stood out in a metal gleam, even reflecting the sun's light if the time and viewer's position was right. The overall shape formed an obelisk, with the corners and base unpolished and rough, only the four sides smoothed and polished. It was out of the way, placed atop Captain's Hill, at the base of the mountains to the west of the city. I wasn't sure if it was put there to stay or if they intended to move it after reconstruction and city revival efforts. Even with the memorial being out of the way, set down in place 5 days after the attack, it had taken a full week before the worst of the crowds were gone. 4 times, I'd felt compelled to come see it and pay my respects, only to see the press of people and turn back. Now I was here, along with a little less than 100 people, only a small fraction of whom were actually viewing the obelisk. Others sat on the hill or picnicked. As strange and vaguely inappropriate as it seemed, I couldn't really blame them. The memorial had been put here, specifically, because the rest of the city had been devastated. In any given area of Brockton Bay, there was flooding, shattered streets, collapsed buildings, septic conditions or ongoing reconstruction. Often 3 or 4 of those things at once. More than half of the city was without power, 2/3 had no running water, and even with the rest of the country and the world pitching in, uneven food distribution, health concerns, lack of facilities and rampant looting and crime made for dangerous living. Buses were leaving every hour with evacuees, but the city was still thick with crowds of people just struggling to get by. Too many were people who had no relatives or friends to go to, who wouldn't leave their remaining possessions behind to be taken by unscrupulous thieves. Captain's Hill, for now, was a place that was safe, dry and clean. I walked around the monument, noting the names. Escutcheon/Tyrone Venson. Erudite/Mavis Schaff. Fenja/Jessica Bierman. Fair Ceiling/ Frenetic/ Furrow/ Gallant/Dean Stansfield. Geomancer/Tim Mars. Good Neighbor/Roberto Peets. Hallow/ Harold/Gordon Eckhart. Humble/ Gallant was dead. Unsettling to think that I'd met him and fought him. Or, rather, I'd fought against his team in the same skirmish, even if we hadn't actually paid attention to one another in the fight. Now he was gone. I could guess that the ones without names either hadn't given permission for their names to be released, hadn't written any will or had reason to keep their names private, protecting teammates. I circled the monument, walking around to the right. Impel/Corey Stephans. Iron Falcon/Brent Woodrow. Jotun/ Kaiser/Max Anders. Manpower/Neil Pelham. Mr. Eminent/ Oaf/Wesley Schaefer. Pelter/Stephanie Lamana. Penitent/ Quark/Caroline Ranson. Resolute/Georgia Wu. Saurian/Darlene Beckman. I noted Iron Falcon on the list. A few nights ago, trying and failing to fall asleep, managing a half-sleep where my thoughts drifted, I'd made the connection between the boy I'd helped and the Iron Falcon down report I'd heard from the armband. The name had maybe stuck with me because I could remember reading about how it was becoming a trend for heroes to go the easy route and stick Hawk or some other bird of prey on the end of their names. Laser Hawk, Flame Falcon, Steel Eagle, and so on. It had become unfashionable, but apparently Iron Falcon had stuck with it. If his name was here, it meant he hadn't made it. Hadn't it been a problem with his leg? How did that kill someone? It was hard to figure out how I felt about it. Disappointed? Sad for him? It was hard to figure out how I felt, period. Not just about the dead. I shivered, and rubbed my arms to warm up. It was sunny out, but cool air rolled down from the nearby mountains, and the amount of moisture in the air made for a damp cold. Should have brought something warmer to wear. I stepped back and out of the way so a pair of parents with a toddler could pass by me. Rubbing my sleeves against my arms, I traveled around to the right, to the far side of the memorial, which faced the city. Shielder / Eric Pelham. Smackdown / Jenny Ryan. Snowflake / Charlotte Tom. Strider / Craig McNish. Uglimug / Velocity / Robin Sawyer. Vitiator / WCM / Zigzag / Benny Debold and Jeff Skier'n. It was shorter than the other lists, the last list of names, so there was space at the bottom. Someone had used the empty space to etch words into the marble. It was crude work, with scuff marks around each notch where the tool had been off target. The letters were all in capital letters, all straight lines, the O's were squares, the B's 2 triangles joined at one corner. Coro Bullet. Milk Stumpy. Brutus Judas. Axel Jing. How long had it taken her? She would have had to come late at night, well after the crowd had left, sat there with a chisel, hammer and flashlight, painstakingly chipped the letters into the marble. If she even had a chisel. She might have done it with a screwdriver or something else she had at hand. I bent down and ran my fingers over the letters. Sickening. I glanced over my shoulder to see the father holding the toddler. He shook his head, added, vandalizing this? So soon. Their names, and this took time, I said in answer, turning back to the memorial. They mean something to someone. I think you're right, a girl said. The father didn't respond, just continuing to walk around the memorial. I waited until the father was gone before I stood, checked to see that most of the people who'd been visiting were off getting their lunches, the rest out of earshot. I turned to face the girl, sticking my hands in my pockets. Lisa D had the sense to dress warmer than me. Her hair was up in 2 tight buns, just behind her ears, and she wore sunglasses, an oversized sweater and a skirt with tights underneath. She had a backpack slung over one shoulder. She smiled lightly, almost sadly. You getting by? She asked me. I shrugged. I've got a cot in one of the shelters for people who lost their homes, and I have some of the cash I brought with me, so I have the basics of what I need. Not sure if Coyle cancelled my bank account or what, but I might have that too. I'm surviving. I figured you would be. What I want to know is if you're okay. I shrugged. How did I respond to that? Confess that I wasn't sleeping? That I had nowhere to go? That I was angry enough in general that I'd been asked to leave one shelter, for yelling at someone who hadn't entirely deserved it? Could I even bring any of that up? Instead, I guessed, so. You knew. Yeah, Lisa replied, bobbing her head in a nod. I'm so sorry. You're apologizing. I asked, caught by surprise. I'm the one who planned on screwing you guys over. But you didn't. You changed your mind. Me? I had an idea of what you were up to. I lied to you, misled you. Manipulated you. Kept it all a big secret. And I'm sorry for that. Really? How long did you know? When I was lying on my cot in the shelter, wondering whether you did know, thinking back to your expression and the things you've said in the past, I thought maybe it was when I decided to leave the group over. I paused, looked at the people nearby, who might or might not be in earshot. You know. But no. You've known from the start. Since before we met. That was unexpected. What? How? She turned her head, surveying the scene, the handful of people still around the monument, over there. I nodded. We walked over toward the railing above the sheer drop to the base of the hill. The position gave us a view of the entire city. There was the ocean, the coastline with crews and machinery clearing away the wreckage of buildings and the PHQ. Blinking lights marked the barriers and trucks around the perimeter of the massive hole Leviathan had made in the upper end of downtown. The hole was still largely filled with water. People were still trying to verify if it would ever empty on its own, or if it would be a permanent part of downtown. I couldn't make out the details of the docks, but I saw flattened and ruined buildings. I'd scouted it early one morning, pulling on my costume and traveling the streets at an hour that even the roving mobs were asleep. From a distance, with the help of my bugs, I'd verified it. The loft was gone. My dad's house was intact, at least, if not in the best shape. Still, even with 2 nights in a row with barely 3 hours of sleep between them, I'd held off on returning. Too much I couldn't explain. Lisa leaned on the railing. I didn't think we'd win. I joined her, leaning beside her. Maybe she could read something in the fact that I put myself far enough away that she couldn't reach out and touch me, couldn't push me over if she had a mind to. Paranoid. Looking over the city, thinking of the devastation, the hundreds of thousands of hungry, dirty, homeless people still in the city, I thought aloud, did we? We're alive. That's a win in my book. I didn't respond, and a silence stretched between us. Okay, Lisa told me, no more secrets. Sounds good, I admitted. And I'm trusting you to use that brain of yours to know what parts of what I'm about to say should stay between us. Okay. Imagine this. You walk down a street in an unfamiliar city, you've got an appointment to go to, but barely any directions. You follow. I nodded. You come to a branching path. Do you go left? Do you go right? Whatever decision you make, you've got to live with it, walk down that path, and if it's wrong, you have to figure out how to get over to the other path. And that keeps happening, until you get where you need to be. Maybe you got lucky, picked the right paths, got there on time. Maybe you were unlucky, and you were late. I nodded, not sure where this was going. That's everyone's situation, day to day, making choices. Through resourcefulness, like using a cell phone to call for directions in our hypothetical situation, or talent, like me using my power, we can make it more likely we find the right paths, but we inevitably come to a choice between A or B at some time, right? Right. What if you could choose both? Choose both A and B, so your A self knows what your B self knows and vice versa. When you know path B is the right choice, you can make it so. The world where you chose to go down path A is gone, vanished, so when you comes to the next choice, you can do it again. Sounds pretty useful. Trick being that you can only have two realities running in parallel at a time, and the only differences between those realities hinge on the choices and calls you make. So you delegate. You find people who will follow orders. Sometimes you send them out to do something in only one world, so that if things don't go the way you want, you can default to the reality where you didn't send them. Or, in simpler terms, in one world, you flip a coin. In the other, you hold on a second, delay, say something. Until every coin you are flipping gives you a heads. You're talking about Coil, I realized. Tattletale nodded. He's been doing that from the start. The bank robbery, he had our back. But timing was sensitive, and I guess he wanted to maximize the chances that he'd get Dinah, so he didn't have a concurrent reality where he kept us out of action. And, according to him, we succeeded in both cases, though bitch got hurt in a fight with Glory Girl in the other one. Lucky for us, I suppose, that the world where she didn't get hurt was the same one where Coil got his captive. I winced. Even an offhand mention of the role I'd played in what happened to Dinah elicited a painful stab of guilt. We didn't have him for the fight with Bakuda, but we did have him for the fundraiser. He had the other version of us in reserve. And the fight with Empire 88. Lisa frowned, apparently that was one case where he saved our hides. Remember that call I got? Telling me to be careful? Same thing he did with the bank robbery. Tells one version of me to push us to be careful, tells the other to go in for direct confrontation. Knowing how he works, I tried to nudge us in one direction or the other. The group of us that went in for the headlong attack? We got taken down. That happened, my eyes widened. That would have been the fight with Night and Fog, and it hadn't been pretty as it was. Did we die? Lisa shrugged, not sure. He didn't elaborate, often doesn't, unless it's key info. But Coil decided not to go with that option, so it was clearly worse than what did happen. Or worse in his eyes. Damn, I muttered. What had happened? Not knowing was almost worse than hearing we'd all been slaughtered. Anyways, point of this explanation is this, knowing we had an imminent fight with Lung coming, knowing Lung planned to pyrokinesis our general area until he rooted us out, got civilians to finger us or brought in enough capes to make life difficult for us, I called Coil. He said he'd help, told us to wait 5 minutes, then take the more direct route, straight into the heart of ABB territory. We go, we take out a contingent of ABB gangbangers and scare off ONI Lee. Then I get a call back from Coil. The other reality? We left earlier, went a different route. Got in a fight with Lung before you showed. You decided to attack both our groups while we were occupied fighting each other, worn out, only Lung was stronger at that time, too strong for you to do too much. By the time you realized you'd have to work with us to stop him, which wasn't long, it was too late. Lung was too tough. I tried to picture that scenario. I got away, managed to call Coil, let him know what had happened. Coil, in turn, informed me in this reality, the one you remember. Told me to watch out for a junior hero in the area. I nodded. So I told the group to hold up, fibbed a bit about needing to use my power, get a sense of things, like Lung's location. I was hoping that you were a new member of the wards, that you'd call and help and deal with Lung without our involvement, that you'd leave, or even start the fight on your own. You attacked him on your own. She shrugged, smiled a little, gave me an apologetic look with a tilt of her head, and my plan worked out. Of course. Of course, I replied, dryly. It might have ended there, but then Gru mistook you for a villain, and you didn't correct him. It was interesting enough that I played along. The idea of recruiting you came when he was finishing his introductions. So everything I've been through, all of this, it's my fault, pretty much. That's why I'm saying I'm sorry. I mean it, too. I sighed. It's okay, I told her. I think if it happened again, I'd still want to be part of the group, want to have met you guys. I'd want some stuff to go down differently. Dinah, my dad, having things come out like they did after the battle with Leviathan. We can't take back what happened, Tattletale said. But we can try to fix it. Some of it. You could go back home. Face the music. Tell your dad some or all of what happened. You could go somewhere else, or I could convince the others to leave you and your dad alone, if you wanted to do that. I'm not ready to go home just yet. No? I mean, I knew you hadn't gone home yet, but I thought maybe that was our fault, you protecting your dad, staying away from places we'd know you frequent. I'm still hurt, still mad at him. Mad at myself, too. I guess, more than anyone, I expected my dad to understand, to give me the benefit of a doubt. And going home would be going back to the way things were, which is the last thing I want. So you don't want to go home, you obviously don't want to go to the birdcage, and you turned down an offer to join the wards. I hesitated, yet. So, what are you going to do? I don't know. Become a hero? Strike out on your own. I shook my head, stressed the words, I don't know. No hard feelings if you want to go that way. Again, I can talk to the others, ensure they don't go straight for revenge or any of that. We don't hate you, now, hurt as some of the others might be. Except maybe bitch. She probably hates you. Really, I don't know, I told her, exasperated, I don't like or even respect any of the heroes I've met, I don't even see the point of it. As villains, we faced down other villains. It wasn't so different from what I'd be doing as a hero, but what did we really accomplish? What does anyone accomplish, if all we end up with is this? I gestured out at the cityscape stretching out below us. Maybe you don't know what you want to do because what you really want to do is come back. I didn't reply for a minute. The quiet was disturbed by the noise of not too distant helicopters moving over the city, some capes flying alongside them as guards. It would be another drop of much-needed supplies. I sighed, they wouldn't have me, and those guys won't budge on the thing with Coil and Dinah. Not really. Probably not. I mean, even if they took you back, you'd have to eat crow, accept a few concessions, like Coil's pet. There'd be no more playing around. You'd have to go all in, from here on out, if you expected to convince them you were legit. I shook my head. You want to be forgiven for what you did? It's not going to be easy. There's going to be a sacrifice on some level. And that starts with giving up that stubbornness, being willing to talk to them. To talk to me. You might even change your mind, find yourself able to look past thing with the girl, for the sake of having friends, doing the things you want or need to do in other areas. I stood away from the railing, stuck my hands in my pockets to keep them warm. Never. Never's pretty final. If you're so certain, what do you have to lose by hearing everyone out? Hearing me out? I've got coffee and lunch in my bag, we can sit down, talk it all out. If you're willing, we can then go meet the others. I'll talk to them with you, back you up, keep bitch from murdering you. I shook my head, turned and rested my back against the railing, looking at the memorial, rather than the city. So many dead. So pointless. What was wrong with this world, that it was this fucked up? That people like Sophia and Arms Master were heroes? That there couldn't even be a proper funeral for the people who had given their lives, because of a small handful of grandstanding idiots? The wind blew hard from the north, cold, blowing my hair into disarray. I pushed my hair out of my face, tucked it behind my ear. When I gave Lisa a sidelong glance, she was putting her hood up. She spoke without looking at me. I'd go on, ask about whether you prioritize friends or morals, talk about how you've grown as a person in so many ways since joining us, except my power informs me that you just settled on a decision. She was right. As I stared at the monument, a goal was crystallizing in my mind, a focus. I knew, now, what I wanted to do. I had to change things. I had to be better than them. Than Arms Master, Sophia, Coil, and all the others. Yeah, I replied. She turned to glance my way. And does this plan feature the Undersiders? I gave her my answer. Interlude 8. Coil held firmly to the philosophy that one couldn't be too paranoid. Every moment of every day was a delicate balancing act, anticipating any number of unseen threats from every possible angle, whether he was speaking with his subordinates or simply rising to meet the day. In one reality, he was safely ensconced in his underground base, costumed, with no less than 20 armed soldiers between himself and the multiple sets of heavy metal doors. He had spent his night reading, following the news and checking his stocks. His location was known only to those who worked for him, individuals paid well enough that even if they did have reason to attack him, their co-workers would have incentive to stop them. Second reality, he was waking up in an ordinary, slightly run-down home in the southwest end of the city. He prepared and ate his breakfast, then stepped outside in his bathrobe to pick up the paper and the mail, pausing to wave to the neighbors as they led their 2 girls out of the house. The flooding hadn't affected their neighborhood as much as others, but the schools weren't yet up and running, so the mother and father would be taking their girls to work with them for a short while. He headed back inside, showered, then dressed in a button-up shirt, khakis, and a silk tie. He got in his 4-year-old Prius and headed into the city. What was normally a 10-minute drive took him 3/4 of an hour, as he was forced to detour around destroyed roads, fallen buildings, and reconstruction work, move with the other drivers in a perpetual traffic jam from the moment that he left the little cul-de-sac where his house was. To all appearances, he was an ordinary man leaving for work. His identity, fabricated, was complete, a real job at a real company, records going back 10 years in health, taxes, dentistry, house payments, and more. The soldier that met him was known to the other soldiers as Creep. No captain would have the man in their squad, his predilections made him unemployable in the public sector, and the fact that Coil was the sole person who could and would provide him with the payment he craved makes Creep as loyal as men can get. Everyone had a hook, a vice, or something they needed on a primal, desperate level. Sometimes that need needed to be created, or nurtured, so it could later be hand-fed. Those people who were driven by such things, carried that craving for something especially close to the surface, were among Coil's favorite people, coming in a very close second to people who were useful. Those who were both useful and desperate for something Coil could provide? Well, they were the travelers, creeps and grus of the world. Wealth would have to suffice for anyone and everyone else. Creep remained the one individual that had the opportunity to discover Coil with the mask off, so it was worth buying his loyalty. The man waited in the front seat of the white van, eyes forward, until he heard the 3 knocks on the back door of the vehicle. He pressed a button, opening the door to allow Coil to enter. Once inside the back of the van, hidden from Creep's view by a barrier between the seats, Coil removed his clothes, folding them neatly. He donned his costume, his second skin. A zipper was hidden in the image of the long white snake that weaved up around the body of the costume to the head. He drew it together around himself, tucked the metal tab of the zipper into a flap at his ankle. The fabric of the costume allowed him to see and breathe through it, but was an opaque black-gray to outside observers in all but the brightest light. He was spending less and less time in his civilian identity, these days, to the point that he was pondering dropping it altogether. He could be Coil full-time, when the base was fully set up. For now, though, so long as he needed a bed, and a place to get away from the noise of construction, the ruse was necessary. He seated himself in the one chair at the back of the vehicle. To outside observers, Creep was an ordinary laborer driving an electrician's van to the construction site. Coil's underground base had fallen just beyond the scope of the massive lake in the middle of downtown. Had the crater extended another 40 or 50 feet, it might have done more than crack the interior walls, cost Coil months of time rather than days, hundreds of thousands rather than thousands. Creep directed the vehicle down the ramp and into the parking garage. He stayed behind with the van as Coil departed. Coil entered a doorway in the lowest, most secluded corner of the parking garage, entering a room with an electrical system behind a metal cage. Opening the door to step into the cage, passing around behind the electrical box and passing through the concealed doorway there, he reached the heavy vault door that marked the entrance to his underground base. Even after he was inside, with 2 employees waiting to greet him, a contingent of his squad captains standing at the ready, he remained careful. Back in the other reality, he stood from his computer, traveled into the room beside his own. He paused in the doorway, staring at the girl who lay on the cot. She was dressed in white, unmoving but for the rise and fall of her ribcage, her eyes open. "It's morning, pet. You know what questions I ask you?" "It's morning," she asked, head rising. "I feel like I just had dinner." "Candy?" "No, pet. It's too early. Now please answer my question." Petulant, she replied, 0.252% chance there's any problems here in the next hour. 3.7441% chance there's any problems before lunchtime. "Good girl," he spoke. With that, he collapsed that world where he had stayed up all night, studying the news, following international business trends, tracking the details on his troops' most minor operations. He helped ensure the success of the major ones with his power. The reality swiftly faded, leaving only the world where he had a full night's sleep, ate a hearty breakfast, drove to the base with Creep. Only the memories and knowledge remained. Standing before his employees and soldiers, he divided realities once more, leaving only a heartbeat between the erasure of one existence and the creation of another. He often wondered if he really was creating the realities, or if it was solely in his perception, foretelling futures to the extent that they hinged on his actions. He'd asked his tattletale, and she hadn't had an answer for him. He had hated these moments, before he'd acquired his pet and the assurances she provided. These were the times when he was most vulnerable, when he'd just started a fresh use of his power, his selves so close to one another. It was sadly inevitable, unless he found a way to expand to a third world. Though he knew the chance of danger was minuscule, that his pet could not lie to him if she had wanted to, he still made efforts to distance the 2 worlds as much as possible. The first reality, captains, with me. Empire 88 is divided, and I'm going to direct you on a series of strikes to ensure we deal as much damage as possible before the 2 factions can merge once more. The other, I wish to survey the base. Captains, as you were. 2 groups traveling in separate directions. One of his selves traveled with the troops, down the metal staircase to the lower level, the other moving in the other direction, across the metal walkway, the 2 employees hurrying to keep up with his long strides. He eyed the base as it was developing. The massive quantities of crates and boxes were being unpacked, bunk beds for soldiers on call, a fully equipped medical bay, stocks and facilities for the kitchens, innumerable weapons. It was taking shape, fine details emerging where there had been only right angles and neatly organized stacks boxes. He owned the company that had built the underground shelters in Brockton Bay and neighboring cities. Hiding the details on his base in construction was a matter of intercepting information at the right time and place, paying with his own money rather than the city's, controlling what was reported and to whom. His pet's powers had assured him that nobody would be noticing any disparity anytime soon. The traveler's room, it was more statement than question, but it required an answer. A man in a sweater and small round-rimmed glasses, Mr. Pitter, spoke, "Done. Individual rooms, furnishings, kitchen, and wardrobes. Some minor modifications are needed to make it more handicap accessible, but they could all move in today." "And the containment facility?" he asked, though he already knew the answer, from the interruptions while he spent the night in the facility. He'd heard the noise of the work just hours ago, been informed that people were arriving. "The vault door was placed just last night." "She was." Mr. Pitter paused, agitated. "We had to call Trickster in to talk to her. He's here now. I'll speak with them." "Yes, sir." He didn't like interacting with people, especially not subordinates as important as the travelers or undersiders, without the ability to create or banish the reality if the discussion didn't go his way. Here, he was safe. His other self was giving orders on movements, targets to attack, individuals to watch out for, informed by the night he had spent tracking the deployments and patrol patterns of the Protectorate and wards. He let Mr. Pitter take the lead as they headed to the travelers' apartments. The man was small, unassuming, ordinary. A registered nurse, he had an exemplary 8-year record of acting as nanny and caretaker to a pair of very ill children. Then he had found out his wife had cheated on him, attempted to divorce her. Deciding that wasn't acceptable to her, the woman had set about dismantling his life, ruining his careers, friendships, familial relationships, and everything else, laying accusations and planting evidence of the worst sort of crimes. The sort of accusations and suspicions that a male nanny had to be leery of at all times. Mr. Pitter was one of those particular people who was both useful and bought with stronger things than currency. He would ensure the travelers were comfortable and well stocked. More specifically, he would take care of Dinah, ensure any and all dosages were clean and properly administered, that the girl was kept in the best of health. All he had required was for his wife to disappear, the chaos and problems the woman had caused him discreetly sorting themselves out in the aftermath of her death. He had gone from being a broken man to a person who was so unflinching in his duties that it had given even Coil pause. Mr. Pitter knocked on the door, waited. It was almost a minute before it opened. Trickster stood in the doorway, unmasked. His skin tone was darker in a way that left his ethnicity ambiguous, to the point where the boy could have been a darker-skinned Caucasian, biracial, Middle Eastern or Eastern Indian. His dark hair was long, hanging to his shoulders, and a hook nose coupled with a widow's peak gave him something of a severe appearance. His eyes, normally sharp, were bleary with sleep. "Are you really that sadistic, Mr. Pitter? I get dragging me here at 5 in the morning if Noelle needs it, but waking me up 3 hours later." The nanny didn't reply, instead stepping out of the way, to give Trickster a better view of Coil. Trickster leaned out of the doorway to look his employer up and down, picked some sleep from the corner of his eye with his thumbnail. "Damn it. Okay. Thank you," Coil replied, "I would like to speak with your friend, downstairs. Past experience has suggested this works best if you act as an intermediary. I don't know if that's a great idea. Indulge me. Would you like me to wait while you wash your face? Get dressed. If we're just going to talk to her, and if you don't have anything else for me to do, I'll probably go straight back to bed, after." "As you wish." Trickster pulled on a black bathrobe, cinched it around his waist, then stepped onto the metal walkway. "Is there at least anything I can tell her?" Trickster asked. "Anything encouraging. Nothing definitive. I had intended to introduce Tattletale from the Undersiders to this situation, ask her for her opinions. That is, if she doesn't already have some idea of what's going on. Either way, her talents might turn up some details we have missed." "Had intended? I take it that she can't, now, because of what happened at the hospital." "Something like that. She's informed me that there's currently difficulties within her group and requested that I not distract her or give her tasks until things have been settled one way or the other." Her words. "That's not really anything that's going to give Noelle hope." "No. No it isn't." They headed back onto the walkway, then down the stairs. A vault door, 20 feet across, was set into the concrete wall. It loomed over them, 3 times as tall as even Coil was. Coil stepped to the side, gestured toward the small monitor and keypad to the left of the door. Trickster touched a button on the keypad. "Noelle? You there?" The monitor flickered. A girl's face took up most of the screen. Her face was framed with brown hair, greasy, and she had dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes moved as she looked at the monitor on her end, but she didn't reply. "Hey," Trickster spoke. "Hey," her voice had a ragged quality to it, as though she had screamed herself raw. "Coil wants to speak to you." There was a pause. "Okay." Coil stepped forward so he shared the camera with Trickster. "Noelle. I'm sorry the construction work disturbed you. We shouldn't have been doing that so late in the night. You locked me in," Noelle accused him. "For your safety, and ours," Coil spoke. "You agreed to this," Trickster told her, "we talked about it. You asked us to do this." "I know. I didn't think it would be this claustrophobic. Or lonely. I swear I'm getting cabin fever and it's only been a few hours." Trickster opened his mouth, then closed it. When he finally found the words to say, he spoke, "You can call me anytime. Except when you are doing a job. You can talk to Oliver, then, or Mr. Pitter. Oliver's still busy talking to you guys, and Mr. Pitter creeps me out." Coil raised an eyebrow behind his mask, gave Mr. Pitter a glance. The man hadn't reacted. Trickster diplomatically didn't comment on Mr. Pitter's presence nearby. Calmly, he spoke, "We're working on a solution. You've been working on that for a month now." She began to shout, which only added to the gravelly quality of her voice. "Fix this. Fix me. You did this to me, Kraus." "Noelle," Coil spoke, controlling his voice, "Trickster is not to blame. At the next possible opportunity, I will be inviting an employee of mine to speak with you and the rest of the travelers. Her power will provide hints. I've also been in contact with the head of Para-Human Studies at Cornell. An expert in the field." Her scream sounded through the intercom system. "That's just more poking and prodding and theories. You promised us you'd fix me." Punctuating her statement, there was a bone-rattling impact against the vault door. Almost every soldier on the lower level stood or turned to face the doorway, hands on their guns. Dust spilled out from the joints where the concrete walls met ceiling. Irritating. Nothing more was going to come out of this conversation. At least he knew the one thing he'd sought to find out: she was getting worse. He used his power, obviating the reality with the raging girl in favor of the one where he was talking to his soldiers. Their siders are otherwise occupied, so you'll be supported indirectly by the travelers. Captain Haru? How fast can your squad be ready? We're ready to go at a moment's notice. Good, Coil spoke. Be ready, I'll have orders for you in less than an hour. Sir. Coil turned, leaving the captains to their assigned tasks. He glanced at Mr. Pitter. The travelers' quarters are all set up, I trust. Yes. We just installed the heavy door in the middle of the night. Noelle was agitated enough that we had to call in Trickster to calm her down. I see. He's still here, if you want to talk to him. Let the boy rest. He'll be tired. Yes, sir. Ensure the girl has a double ration for this morning. The costs are my concern. With her sleep disturbed, she is liable to be cranky. Let's ensure she has little to complain about. And Mr. Pitter, he paused, speak with Duchesne about the construction the second she comes in. I want that door on the lower level reinforced. Extend walls inward and put in a second door, if you have to. Schedule any construction for the middle of the day, so we aren't interrupting her sleep again, but I want it done as soon as possible. The man nodded, correctly interpreted the order as a dismissal, and hurried off. That left him with the one remaining assistant following after him. Cranston. Anything urgent? No, sir. The businesses you purchased are still struggling in the wake of the catastrophe, but we've received insurance payments. Good. We'll discuss it later. Yes, sir. Cranston hurried off. Coyle returned to the end of the complex furthest from the entrance, entered his quarters. He paused at his computer to check his emails and the latest news feeds. Nothing crucial. He divided realities. In one, he stayed at his computer. In the other, he entered the room reserved for his pet. Good morning, pet. It's morning, she groaned, sitting up. I thought I just finished dinner. Candy. You know my morning questions. He already knew the numbers he noted they had barely changed, as she rattled them off, but if he always cancelled out the reality where he asked her for the chance of any danger in the morning and never asked again because it would be redundant, she would never remember. Even a mind like hers had its limits and boundaries. The chance my grand plan is a success, ignoring any uses of my powers. 72.20021%. Pleasing. It was a number he could raise in the ensuing days and months with the use of his power. Interestingly enough, the number was better than it had been before Leviathan attacked. Chance the issues with the Undersiders will be resolved. Don't understand. He frowned. Another limitation. She needed to be able to visualize the scenes. What is the likelihood that the Undersiders will still be serving under me, at the point in time my plan succeeds or fails? To 1 decimal point. 65.6. But they aren't all the same Undersiders. Oh, he rubbed his chin, the chance that my plan succeeds with this new group versus the old. I don't understand. My head's starting to hurt. Just 1 or 2 more, pet. If the group changes, is it more likely that my plan succeeds? To 1 decimal point. Yes. 4.3 to 11%, depending on who comes and who goes. One more question. What is the chance that I find a remedy to the traveler's circumstances? To 1 decimal point. 9.5. Candy. A full 7% lower than it had been before the Endbringer attack. Had a crucial individual died or left the city? Or was his running theory correct? Was there a reason Leviathan had come here, beyond the chance to attack a city already under siege? It was hard to ignore the reality, that Leviathan, from the time he arrived, had gradually moved closer and closer to this location, where the girl had already been ensconced. The travelers had even picked up on that, called him, worried. Something to ask Tattletale about, perhaps, when he introduced her and Noelle. It feels bad. Wanting the candy so much, knowing I'm going to want the candy, seeing it like I do. It builds up. 7% lower. At what point did earning their loyalty fail to be worth the resources he was investing? Knowing I'll get sick if I don't get it, being able to see it, what it's like, the getting sick, and as it gets closer to happening, higher percentages, it feels more real, so clear a picture it's almost as bad as getting sick for real. Even if there's only a 9.2. You'll get some to tide you over in a bit, pet, Coyle interrupted her, in as reassuring a tone as he could manage. It was impossible to conceal all of his irritation at being disturbed from his thoughts, but she was distracted enough by her own problems that she likely didn't notice. His plan was succeeding, though it had been delayed slightly by recent circumstances. Potential enemies were divided or reduced in numbers, the city all the more vulnerable to being seized. Victory was so close he could taste it. Perhaps worthy of a celebration. Coyle maintained his own vices. It would be unfair to expect more of himself, when he had the unique talent he did. It had certainly been an expensive talent. Even with his ability to game the markets in a way that clairvoyance and precognitives couldn't detect, it had taken him years to pay it off. A maddening, frustrating endeavor, when he had already been thinking of plans he wanted to set in motion, having to postpone them. And he still owed a favor, even now, up to a week's services. He couldn't be sure if he was powerful and secure enough to fight back if they demanded too expensive a price, or too much of his time at a point critical to his plan. He cancelled the reality where he stood at his pet's bedside, found himself still at the computer. Best to leave the world where his pet wasn't so tired, in case he wanted to ask more questions that morning. The worlds he created weren't real. They were little more than an especially vivid, accurate dream. To enjoy a whole separate world, free of any consequences beyond the ones he wanted? It would be unreasonable if he didn't indulge in it. Anyone would, given the chance. These entertainments kept him centered, utterly calm. He needed that, after the irritation of dealing with the traveler's girl. He touched a button on his phone. Mr. Pitter? My office. Yes sir, the reply sounded. He was on the brink of achieving his goals. It would be a laughable tragedy, to get this close, only to have his power fail him, to accidentally choose the wrong reality, or to have his other self killed by accident or malicious intent, forcing him to live with the ramifications of these idle amusements. For now, he wouldn't touch his pet, nor any of his powered subordinates. Not when he was this close. A click of what appeared to be a part of his desktop wallpaper made his bottommost drawer pop open. Mr. Pitter entered the room. Sir. One reality, my pet needs her candy, a low dosage, please. The other, another click of his computer mouse, remotely locking the doors. Mr. Pitter turned, alarmed, tested the door. For now, even with the safeguard of his other realities, he would do nothing he couldn't explain away if he had to. He wouldn't entertain himself with anybody he couldn't replace. Mr. Pitter? Replaceable. No such thing as being too paranoid, after all. Arc 9 Sentinel 9.1. It was 7:30 in the evening in a medium-sized airport. Weren't there supposed to be people? There had been staff, for sure. The odd staff member to greet him as he got off the plane, another to see him pass the gates. Still, the terminals were empty, there were no crowds, the shops and restaurants were all closed. Only half the lights were on. For the first time, he was wondering if he was getting in over his head. At least there were no people making the same old jokes about the metal detectors. Baggage claim had 3 carousels, which should have been in operation, delivering a regular supply of people's luggage onto the conveyor belts. Crowds gathered around them in anticipation. Instead, there was a single man in uniform with 3 large bags already piled onto a cart. I can take my bags, I'm stronger than I look. It's all right, son, the man replied, it's good to have something to do that isn't cleaning up. Son. That bothered him more than he cared to admit. Not that he had any ideas about his own ethnicity, but it was vaguely condescending. A reminder that people didn't know how to act around him. All right, he conceded, where are we headed? The man gestured toward a set of double doors, then gripped the handle of the cart to push it in that same direction. Stainless steel handles on the doors. He put his hands on the painted surface instead, pushed them open, and then held one of the doors open for the cart. He was distracted enough that he almost didn't notice the group waiting for him. The group consisted of a squad of PRT officers with their regular assortment of non-lethal weaponry and a large woman with a bleached blonde bob. Weld, I'm glad you made it, she managed to say the words without a trace of humor or smile on her face. She extended a hand. He glanced quickly at her hand, checking there were no rings, then shook it. Thank you, ma'am. Director Piggott, I'm assuming. You assume correctly. Shall we? He nodded. As they fell into step, he asked, where is everyone? This airport was attacked by one of the local villain groups just 3 days ago. The front lobby and ticket claim were ransacked, and the airport has shut down for the time being, with only special cases such as yourself coming or going. I take it things are bad. Yes. We have seen this type of situation before, if not to this extreme. Too many citizens here had been living paycheck to paycheck or were unemployed. There was a great deal of latent frustration and unhappiness with the status quo. A powder keg needing only a spark to set it off. Weld nodded, and the arrival of an Endbringer is a bit more than a spark. I see. I know the Endbringers tend to target areas where they know they can do the most damage. You think Leviathan did it on purpose? Attacked this city because he knew this would happen. If someone raised the idea, I wouldn't dismiss it. But our focus should be on what we do in the here and now. Are you ready to take command of the local wards? I'm ready to try. Good. The team here is smaller than your old team in Boston. It currently consists of Clockblocker, Vista, Kidwin and Shadow Stalker. We had 3 members die in the attack. PRT uniforms opened the doors, and he followed the director onto a helipad, followed shortly after by the other PRT uniforms and man with his luggage. A black helicopter with the PRT logo on the side sat there, propeller already whirring in preparation for takeoff. The director took the hand of a uniform inside the helicopter, stepping inside, and Weld followed her up, refusing a helping hand. The helicopter shifted slightly with the addition of his 600 pounds of weight. When the door shut, cutting off the worst of the noise, he took the offered headphones and put them on. When he spoke, his voice came through the headphones crystal clear, without a trace of the ambient noise of the helicopter, so there's only 5 of us. There will be more. We've got a lead on a young man who could be joining as a new member, assuming we can get close enough to him to make the offer. I trust you know your classifications. I do, Weld nodded. He'd memorized it as a rhyme, as suggested by his old boss. Maybe that had been the intention from the start. Mover, Shaker. Brute and Breaker. Master, Tinker. Blaster and Thinker. Striker, Changer. Trump and Stranger. He was classified as a brute and changer, classifications meant for the unnaturally tough and strong and for those who could change their shape to some extent, respectively. He never liked the word brute being applied to him, even though he was aware that the labels had originally been intended for the PRT teams to identify and label villains, specifically. It was only later that they had been extended to identifying the heroes as well. Right. This potential recruit is tentatively marked down as a tinker/mover. It isn't unusual for powers to emerge in the wake of an event as serious as this. For this reason, we keep careful track of things to see if we cannot detect any new para-humans. This young man has been observed in the South End, moving at over 100 miles an hour with the assistance of a mechanical suit. His inclusion on a local team would help fill gaps left by the death of Velocity, a local protectorate member, and Arms Master's retirement. Weld nodded. Others may make themselves known, and we will approach each of them in turn. To help fill the gap in the meantime, Flechette is arriving from New York. Weld chuckled, just under his breath. Something amusing. He was surprised that she had heard or noticed the laugh. No, it's just that we know each other. Our teams were friendly rivals, kind of. We'd meet 2 or 3 times a year and compete, just to spar and practice our skills against less familiar opponents. We'd joke around about which team was better, give each other a hard time. I certainly hope this rivalry isn't going to hamper your ability to lead this team and work with her. There was no humor in her tone. Just the opposite. No, ma'am, he replied, chastened. The helicopter lifted into the air. A glance out the window showed the sprawl of the city. It was dark out, but much of the city was unlit, nothing shining through the windows, no street lights illuminating the roads, nor the headlights and tail lights of traffic. Noting where he was looking, Director Piggott spoke, because the current situation is serious, and it isn't improving as fast as we'd like. You're going to have to be on the top of your game. Yes ma'am. Clock Blocker and Vista are your best assets. Clock Blocker is a Striker 7 with touch-based time stopping. Vista is a Shaker 9. Large-scale spatial distortion. Geez Louise. The others. Kidwin is a Tinker 4. Guns and anti-gravity devices, primarily. Shadow Stalker is more ambiguous. Breaker 3, sublabels are Stranger 2, Mover 1. Her particular nature as a breaker makes her super light, semi-gaseous, transparent and capable of passing through solid surfaces. Okay. The team sounds well-rounded, I can work with that. She handed him a stack of files. Here's the files on local factions, including your new team, and a file on the solo heroes and villains. You'll have limited access to the databases as well, which you should be familiar with, but this should get you the essential details to get underway. I've ordered those files loosely by priority, so you'll find the most need-to-know information at the top of the pile. Weld took the folders and opened the one for the wards, glanced through it to memorize the faces of his new team. Then he went to the next file. Then the top priority as far as opposition goes is, the Archer's Bridge Merchants. Superpowered drug dealers. A Shaker 2, Tinker 2/Mover 3 and a Shifter 4. These aren't big numbers. Am I missing something? Context. They've become a rallying point, representatives and leaders for those on the lowest rungs of society. Too many civilians who were the have-nots think allying with the merchants is a way to become the haves. People that were angry, disenfranchised or both have gravitated towards the group, are seeking to overturn the social order. So they've got, what, a following of homeless. Brockton Bay doesn't, or didn't, have many that you could strictly call homeless, as there were so many abandoned buildings to squat in. When the Endbringer attacked, he chose the area with many of these buildings. I think I remember, yet. The area where the fight started didn't exactly look upscale. The sad irony of this is that the defending para-humans protected that area, while other locations were leveled by the tidal waves. That area, known to locals as the docks, was not under the control of any organized crime or villain organization even before the attack. After the battle's conclusion, it was swiftly occupied by the merchants and growing numbers of their followers, and is now one of the areas with reliable shelter. Not entirely, but more than many. By the time our local heroes were finished with search, rescue, and minimizing damage, their number of followers had reached a critical mass. In the past several days, they've begun attacking the city infrastructure, the airport, grocery stores, malls, and they've repeatedly seized medical supplies and food as they come in. So a big priority will be safeguarding incoming supplies from relief efforts, protecting key areas of the city so it can recuperate from the disaster. Yes, for the time being. Let's see, the next group is Fenrir's Chosen. One of 2 major offshoots of the Aryan villain group, Empire 88, which fell apart after the death of their leader, Kaiser. Fenrir's Chosen are led by Hook Wolf. Violent, utterly merciless, and reveling in the current chaos. And it looks like he's a Shaper 4, Brute 7, with the longest list of homicides or suspected homicides I've seen on someone who wasn't already in prison. Thick file, I take it he has lots of followers. The largest group in terms of para-human numbers, at present. And this second group, the Pure, is the second offshoot of that Aryan group, I take it. Small but powerful. Their leader, Purity, is a Blaster 8 and Mover 4. Yeah, there's a Breaker 9, a Shifter 8 with Stranger 3 and a Master 6 in that group. I buy that they're powerful. Their leader has made overtures to us, offering cooperation in helping us regain control of the city. We have refused her for the time being. If she approaches you, you are in no way, shape, or form permitted to agree to any deals. Noted. Let's see. Coil, powers unknown. The travelers have high ratings on their powers, but their crimes are low-end, pretty much. There's the Undersiders, 3 master classifications in 1 team. Only one of whom is of any particular concern. Investigations into 2 members have suggested sociopathic tendencies, and if they're channeling their efforts into low-threat activities such as robberies, we can afford to ignore them for the time being. Fault Line's crew. Mercenaries, low rating, mediocre rating, low rating. A Shaker 12? Seriously. The girl has cognitive deficiencies that reduce the effective threat she poses, but yes. Again, that group is not an imminent threat. In the current situation, I might suggest you leave them be if you cross paths, conserve your group's strength for the priority opponents. The merchants in Hukulf's group. Okay. I'll have this memorized by the end of the week. I expect you will. That brings us to more mundane matters. You'll be enrolled full-time at Arcadia High School. It's close to the ward's headquarters, and your teachers have been informed about your special nature. I'm afraid there's no easy answers as far as your appearance and how the rest of the student body will react to you. Weld looked down at his hands. His body, from skin to hair to bone, was all metal and alloys of varying types. I've dealt with it before, I'll manage. We can't enroll you in the co-op program, as your absence would be noted, and would draw attention to others who are using the co-op program to mask their attendance in the wards. It won't be easy, attending high school full-time, keeping up with your coursework and leading the team in your off hours. It's fine. I don't have to sleep much, anyways, so it's good to keep busy. Good to hear that. All that said, I have asked your teachers to make special arrangements, reducing expectations toward your homework, provided you are not struggling in any subjects. The ward's program will also provide tutors should you need them. Okay, cool. You'll have time to get into the swing of things without worrying about school, as the high schools are all currently shut down for repairs and to allow time for thorough investigation of the premises. When the schools are open, we'll have you take 3 courses and attend first-year classes on parahumans at the university, if that suits you. Perfect. You'll be living in a private room in the ward's headquarters, and you'll have a monthly allowance of $400 in addition to the money put into your trust account by the program. We expect you'll spend this allowance on necessities, such as food and clothing. You do still eat, yes? Yes, he answered her, bending the truth. While he did eat, it was a negligible amount. As he saw it, there was no real harm done if he pocketed some of that extra money and said he spent it on food. Given that his tongue was made of an alloy and the pleasures of food were a shadow of what they should be, it was only fair that he enjoy himself in some other way. He knew that some staff back in Boston had caught on, but they hadn't said anything. Director Piggott here gave him the vibe that maybe she wouldn't be so cool with it. He'd be more careful until he knew for sure. Your quarters have been checked and double-checked, so there is no exposed metal, no screws, nails, frames, or pegs. I appreciate the thought, he told her. His physiology had the unfortunate drawback that he couldn't help but attach to and absorb metal he touched. While it had been crippling when he'd first been found, dumped in a junkyard, he had learned ways around it. He could rearrange the metals that formed his body, separate them into their composite elements, and he extended this particular trick to push all the impurities in the metals out to his skin. The impurities, unlike the metal that composed the rest of him, didn't bond, giving him the ability to handle things with his hands and teeth if he needed to. It didn't always work. At least once a week there was one embarrassing moments where he bonded with someone's wedding ring during a handshake or bumped into a shelf display, but it helped. Clothes helped as well. In a more serious situation, such as when he was out on patrol, he could force parts of himself to melt and drop off, leaving a piece of himself behind, but it made him distinctly uncomfortable. Pain wasn't the right word until he replaced the tissue he'd lost. More often, he preferred to just tear the offending piece of metal from whatever surface it rested on, whether it was a segment of chain link fence or a hubcap. Whenever he did it, he'd have to spend as much as an hour dissolving the metal and absorbing it into his body. Either way, they were only emergency measures. Which wasn't to say he was weak. Being made of materials and alloys as strong or stronger than steel from head to toe made him practically untouchable in a fight. In addition, his biology fell into some optimal middle ground between organic and inorganic. For those whose powers affected only living things, he counted as inorganic. The opposite was also true. Do you understand why we have gone to this trouble for your sake, Weld? Why we are testing your ability as a team leader in a crisis such as this? You're grooming me, he replied. Yes, but do you understand what we're grooming you for? She pressed. He knew, but he assumed she would prefer to explain. Besides, how she explained would inform him a great deal about his new boss's personality. Not really. You likely know Director Armstrong in Boston, how he tends to prioritize research and understanding parahumans. I concern myself with more concrete affairs. Public relations, parahumans as a part of America. Weld nodded. What Armstrong continually fails to grasp is that if we do not integrate parahumans into society, help society bend to accommodate your kind, there is no point in lab experiments or classifications. As bad as things might be with the periodic arrival of endbringers and parahuman criminals, matters could be 10 times worse if panic or prejudice takes hold from the public. You understand? One thing, ma'am, Weld spoke. Yes. He took a deep breath. Not that he really needed it, but he did anyways. Forgive me for saying so, but I get the impression you don't like or respect Director Armstrong. Your point. I just thought you should know he's something like a father figure to me. He's the one who recruited me to the wards, got me up to speed. I've already made plans to go to his house for a bit this summer. Maybe I'm putting myself on your in your bad books by saying so, but I just thought I should let you know I'll step up to defend him if you start putting him down. I see, tiny frown lines appeared between her eyebrows. Sorry. A fire on a street below caught his attention. A car had been set on fire, and people were crowding around it. Not noticing, Piggott pursed her lips. Fine. My apologies for putting you in that situation. I won't say anything further about Director Armstrong for the time being. I was speaking of the need for public relations. Yes ma'am, he spoke, feeling somewhat relieved at her composure. He wouldn't feel 100% okay about it until he verified her as someone who wouldn't find some other way to get back at him. As the number of parahumans first became clear, a long-term plan was established. In the early phases of the plan, much effort was dedicated to setting up the protectorate and wards, ensuring the public had heroes they could look up to, likable faces, likable personalities. Merchandising, interviews, TV shows, music, movies and more were all encouraged and supported with the idea of building up this image. Law, policy, and rules for the official groups were all shaped with the idea of gradually building confidence in heroes. Weld nodded. As we enter the next phase, our objective is to push the public a margin beyond their comfort zone. We are encouraging and promoting the existence of rogues, which is an unfortunate term that heralds back to the early days. Right, Weld responded. The term rogue applied to anyone with powers who wasn't hero or villain, the negative connotations of the term tying back to an era when expectations had been rather different, much the same way the brute classification had been coined. This is a sensitive subject, slow to advance, as major corporations are particularly litigious when parahumans get involved. In simple terms, the big businesses do not want people with powers affecting the status quo, and it is very easy for them to derail years of work with one bad media campaign targeting parahumans. I see, Weld commented. He didn't like that in simple terms bit of what she'd said. Too many people implied he was stupid because he was strong. But could he really speak up about it, when he couldn't be sure if her choice of words came from an offensive or judgmental perspective? Or was he being overly sensitive? The second half of this phase is getting the public more comfortable with the outliers. The people with stranger powers, and stranger appearances. You're likable, Weld. You have a clearly unnatural appearance, if you'll forgive me saying so. Weld shrugged. He stood out. There were 100 things that bothered him more than stares and comments on the subject. But you have fans, and people are interested in you. You get higher ratings for your interviews than even the average handsome hero gets. You're second most popular for team leaders for number of YouTube videos, possibly helped by a briefly lived internet meme featuring your face, and you have a blemish-free record, both academically and in your 2 years serving as a part of the wards. Thank you. Provided all goes according to plan, we intend for you to become a member of the core protectorate team within the span of 3 to 5 years. Making your face national, even international, if you are willing. Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely okay with that, ma'am, he tried to feign surprise. Armstrong had already covered much of this. Of course, this hinges on your ability to lead your team, in the here and now. Of course. It seems we will land shortly. Any questions before we do? 1. I was hoping to arrange interstate training sessions with the New York and Boston wards groups. As far as I'm aware, the local team doesn't do this. They barely have regular situation training. I recall Triumph made a request for something like this, a few years ago. I believe we refused him on the grounds that it was frivolous. Weld squared his shoulders. He had to be assertive, here. I'm firmly of the opinion that it would improve the local team's ability to cooperate and respond to a greater variety of situations. I'm totally prepared to eat any and all paperwork on our end. Eat the paperwork. I mean I'll do it all, for the members of my team. Give you updates after any and all training sessions. Notes on improvements, lessons learned, weak areas, strengths, resources that could fill any perceived gaps. So long as you are prepared for me to put a stop to things at any time. Yes, ma'am. And, the director paused a moment as the helicopter touched down on solid ground, it cannot cut into the regular patrol schedule. You and your team members would do this outside of the hours you're on clock for the wards. I'll see if I can sell it to them. Thank you, Director, Weld stood. Secretly, he was elated. The training games he'd led his team through back in Boston had been some of the more fun moments of his career. It had also allowed for a harmless but fun interaction with the New York group, giving them a chance to mingle, talk and share war stories. There was something about being able to mess with others on a level that you couldn't with teammates you had to fight alongside. If his new team liked the games half as much as he did, it would be a win in his book. Do you wish me to come down and introduce you? That earned a moment's consideration. Was this woman likable? No. Would the others like her? Probably not. Which meant that having her introduce him might be detrimental, associate him with someone they might view negatively. No, I don't think it's necessary, ma'am. Your old keycards will let you in. I'll have replacement identification sent to you shortly. In the meantime, I wish you luck. Thank you, Director. He handed her his headset and stepped through the door as PRT uniforms opened it. As if welcoming him into the city proper, there was the sound of a woman screaming down on the street below, the noise turning into a manic laugh in the same breath. Half the block was without power, and searchlights on the corners of the rooftop scanned nearby streets. PRT guards stood at the edge of the roof, armaments in hand. He relaxed at the sight of the guards if they weren't acting on whatever was going on below, he didn't need to worry about it. He took a deep breath, deep enough that he could feel the groan of the metal stretching to its limits inside his chest. Then he stepped off the rooftop and through the elevator doors. When the complex chrome doors shut, they cut off the noise of the helicopter entirely. It was utterly quiet, inside the box. There was barely any sense of motion or movement from the elevator. Tinker designed. It had to be. He avoided touching the chrome walls or railing. It was probably coated with something, but emerging with a piece of railing stuck to him would make for a terrible first impression. Stepping out into a hallway, he walked up to a security terminal. He swiped his identification card, spoke his name for the voice authentication, Weld. There was a pause, and then the doors glided open. His team was there, each with their masks off. Clock Blocker sat in a chair at the huge computer to the right of the room, swiveled to check out their new arrival, then stood, folding his arms. Red-haired, freckled, thin-lipped, he wore a costume that was all white, with animated images of clock faces on it. A white helmet sat on the counter of the computer terminal. Shadow Stalker was leaning against a wall, thumbing through a smartphone. She had one foot against the wall, one arm folded just under her chest, her free hand resting in the crook of her other elbow. She looked up at him, stuck the phone in a pouch on her belt. She was dark-skinned, pretty, and from what he could see beneath her costume and her voluminous cloak, she had a nice body. Athletic figure. A part of Weld's adolescent psyche was relieved that there was some eye candy here. Kidwin and Vista arrived from the cubicles at the far end of the spacious room. They weren't really cubicles, but sectioned off areas with beds and room for personal effects. The base in Boston had been similar. Kidwin was in civilian clothes, brown-haired, ruddy-cheeked in a way that suggested he had been exercising until just recently. Very normal looking. Vista was in pajamas, her hair tied back into a ponytail. He'd had someone as young as her on his team in Boston, but the boy had been a thinker, a limited precog content to work and communicate with them from their command station. This girl had been out in the field. 3 fingers on her left hand were bandaged, with crimson seeping in through the white. Her eyes were puffy, as though she'd been crying until very recently. Should he comment on that? Offer support? He wasn't sure what to say, if it would even be welcome. Hello, he spoke. He received a chorus of muttered and murmured greetings in return. Look, he said, I won't make a big deal of this. The guys upstairs want me in charge. It's going to take me a short while to get up to speed, but I hope to prove to you guys that I can and will work as hard as anyone. It was hard to say what he'd expected, but surely he should have gotten more of a response than some blank stares and glazed looks. Was it the wrong time for this? Every single one of them looked dog-tired. Clock Blocker looked like he was barely managing to stand. From everything I've heard, you guys are an excellent team, and I hope I can do you justice as a leader. It's my hope that we can improve on a winning formula. I've talked to the director about some special training. Training? Clock Blocker interrupted, you just lost me. If you'll hear me out, I think you'll like the idea. Have you seen the situation out there? Clock Blocker challenged him. Less than an hour ago, I saved a guy I know from my high school physics class from being dragged into an alley by a half-dozen grown men. One of them stuck him with a needle before I got him away from them. The hospitals are shut down or over capacity, so I brought him here. He's upstairs right now, getting drugs to ensure he doesn't get HIV. Weld struggled to find something to say, failed. Clock Blocker went on, Kidwin and I stopped some lunatics in gas masks from mixing ammonia and bleach into a poison gas. You know why? They wanted to off the people in an apartment block so they could loot the place and stay there. There's people going fucking crazy out there, and you're talking training. I didn't mean now, Weld protested, backpedaling, I was thinking in terms of the future. The training would be something to look forward to, after this crisis has passed. You're assuming it's going to pass, Shadow Stalker replied, her voice tired. Some are saying this is the way things are going to stay. I almost agree with them. This isn't the kind of city that bounces back from things. I'm losing them. I can't believe that. We've got to have hope. Pull a 15-hour patrol out there, then come back and talk to me about hope, Clock Blocker spoke. You know, I could almost play along. Go with the blind optimism, say yippee to training. But you don't even mention the guy you're replacing? A few words for the dead? It's a matter of respect, brother. I didn't mean to dismiss them or their sacrifice. I just didn't know them, and... Clock Blocker turned, swiping his arm angrily at his helmet to snatch it off the counter. Tucking it under one arm, he spoke to the others, his back to Weld, I'm going to check on my family. I'll head there in costume, in case I run into trouble, be back in the morning. Mind manning the console, kid? Kidwin shook his head, I need to take a break anyways. Vista glanced at Weld, then asked, where do you guys need me? Go sleep, Shadow Stalker spoke, placing a hand on Vista's head as she walked past the girl, I'll start my patrol, go with Clock to make sure he gets home and that he has some backup. You can relieve me when I'm back, maybe get Clock Blocker to go with you. Thank you, Vista's voice piped up, with a definite note of relief. Helplessly, Weld watched as the team split up to go their separate ways, Kidwin sitting down at the far end of the computer station, Shadow Stalker and Clock Blocker heading for the elevator. I fucked up. I already lost them, Weld spoke, mostly to himself. No. They're just tired, Vista spoke from beside him. And not just lack of sleep. You'll see what I mean. You could have mentioned Aegis, Browbeat, and Gallant, but you can't be blamed if Clock Blocker didn't give you time to get around to it. Nobody's really in the mood for speeches. Right, Weld replied, feeling lost, they're the ones who died. Vista gave him a look that could only be described as pity. You didn't even learn their names? Never mind what I just said. Yeah, you fucked up. Then she turned away and walked back to the cubicles. She was halfway there when he saw her rub at one cheek with the back of her hand. I just got here, Weld said, helplessly. I just got told by a preteen, he thought. Shit, he swore under his breath. He found a chair in front of the computer and dropped the stack of file folders on the nearest flat surface. He plucked the file folder off the top of the stack, opened it and began studying. Sentinel 9.2. Flechette spoke, you're a hard person to fin. Shadow Stalker, transparent and wispy, whirled on the spot, not even pausing as she fired her crossbows. The first bolt went wide. Flechette caught the second out of the air, staggered back a step as she was caught off balance. Her right foot skidded to the edge of the rooftop. What the hell? Shadow Stalker rose from a crouch, becoming opaque in the process. Oh. You shouldn't sneak up on people when they're on patrol. What? I nearly get shot and she blames me? You nearly killed me. It's a tranquilizer shot, and you have the fire escape behind you. Flechette turned to see Shadow Stalker was right about the fire escape. The bolt in her hand had a glass shaft, filled with fluid, a three-pronged head with a wider cross-shaped flare at the base of it to prevent it from stabbing too deep. Tinker maid? Geez. You shaved a year off my life, doing that. Sorry. A little twitchy. Good to see you. Shadow Stalker crossed the roof, offered a hand. Flechette shook it. I suppose being twitchy is excusable, Flechette excused Shadow Stalker, looking out beyond the rooftop to the dark streets. Some of the buildings looked ready to fall over, and the main street below the pair had a 2-foot crack running down the middle. Water covered everything at the ground level, a half-foot deep. And the apology is accepted. So. You joining the team? No. Temporary stay, until you guys fill out your ranks again. Maybe a few weeks, maybe as much as a month or two. Weld told me you were out on patrol, that you might need backup. I don't do backup, and I don't do the team thing unless someone makes me, but I'm willing to hang with another crossbow aficionado. Is that the right word? Aficionado. Flechette smiled. It is. The brown-haired guy at the computer told me you'd be around here. Took me almost 2 hours to spot you, though I did get sidetracked by some kids taking clothing from a broken display window. We'll patrol. Sure, Shadow Stalker agreed, lowering her eyes to her crossbows as she picked bolts out of one of the 3 cartridges mounted on her forearm and loaded them into her crossbows. You look like a rooftop type. Fly? Glide? Grappling hook. Grappling hook, she patted her weapon, touched the chain that ran along her arm to the automatic firing crossbow, her arbalest. If you can't keep up, don't worry about it. Keep moving in a straight line, I'm mostly untouchable, hard to spot, so I'll scout ahead for trouble, double back every minute or so to check on you. Got it. Shadow Stalker swept her cloak over one shoulder, simultaneously shifting into her shadow state. She turned and leaped 20 feet to the side of a neighboring building. Grabbing a windowsill, she vaulted herself another 15 or so feet straight up the face of the building, caught another windowsill, and then heaved herself up once more to reach the rooftop. Her cloak billowed out around her, and Flechette saw how Shadow Stalker's costume clung to her body. One of the surprisingly few people who could wear a skin-tight costume without armor pads or features to mask minor physical imperfections and emphasize or suggest certain features. When Shadow Stalker had disappeared from view, Flechette remembered she was supposed to follow. She cocked her arbalest, flipped a switch beneath the trigger while sending a burst of her power through her weapon to connect the chain to the ammunition, and then fired a needle with an attached chain to the edge of the rooftop. The needle bit deep, and the chain went taut. A second later, she was reeling in. The pull of the chain wasn't quite enough to carry her straight to the rooftop, but the pull of the chain coupled with her ability to plant her cleats into the face of the building and run up the building face let her reach the edge of the roof. A bit of momentum, one hand, and her cleats gave her what she needed to hop over the roof's edge. Running across the rooftop, she used her index finger to flip the switch, severing the chain, then reconnected the chain to the next piece of ammunition as her free hand loaded it into place. It took her a second to spot the vague blur that was Shadow Stalker, almost 3 buildings ahead of her. The girl was practically gliding as she fell, moving more horizontally than vertically. It was a drop to the next rooftop, Flechette noted. She touched the front end of the needle that was mounted in her arbalest, used her power on it. Capes with the breaker classification were generally those who had some ability to break the natural laws of the universe as far as those laws applied to them. Shadow Stalker was one. Scion was apparently another. There were others who could slow or stop time in relation to themselves, change their effective orientation in respect to gravity or make themselves effectively larger without the exponentially increasing the stresses that the increased size and mass would normally place on their body. Almost always, such powers came with some physiological changes that let them manage despite the altered environment they were effectively operating in, allowing them to breathe and walk at the very least. Flechette wasn't a breaker, though her power came close. Technically, she was a striker, a cape with the ability to apply some effect by touch or at point-blank range. The striker classification could include certain breaker effects as they were applied to things other than the cape themselves, but not always. Other strikers included those who used energy weapons, those who had certain kinds of super strength that weren't accompanied by durability and those with pyrokinesis or such that didn't extend more than a foot around them. The way she used her ability, coupled with the intuitive understanding of angles, trajectories, and timing she got from her secondary powers, gave her a low rating as a blaster. A cape with a ranged attack. She infused the 3-foot length of sharpened metal that was mounted in her arbalest with her power. The more power there was in it, the less it was affected by the natural laws of the universe. Focusing more power into an object meant gravity, air resistance, and general physics held less and less sway over it. She could tune it, make the effect longer-lived, shorter-lived, or bias the effects to allow for more of one element or less of another. She could do other things, but the primary benefit, the easiest thing to do, was making her ammunition punch through anything. It would glue itself in place on impact, if she had the effect wear off at the right time, and she was very good at timing things. She could charge the metal of her cleats so they bit into any surface, and though it was too slow to be used defensively unless her foe telegraphed their attacks, she could make her costume frictionless. She fired the needle through the corner of the roof just in front of her, and it passed through without resistance. It continued on to strike the rooftop below and in front of her, nestling in deep as the effect wore off, bonding on a molecular level to the material around it. The chain stretched down at a 50-degree angle, taut. Flechette stepped forward, onto the chain. The space between the spikes of her cleats made for a groove the chain could run through. She slid down, 1 foot behind the other, arbalest held behind her with the chain reeling out, a safety measure in the event she slipped or was pushed off, with the added advantage that it allowed her to control the speed of her descent. When she was close to the rooftop below, she cut the chain, let herself drop down. She was running the second her feet met the surface, using the momentum from her slide. It was tiring, constantly running, but she didn't want to look bad in front of Shadow Stalker. She was going to spend weeks with this team, and Shadow Stalker was the only other girl present that was close to her own age. Doing double shifts of patrols, eating, showering, relaxing with her teammates, day in and day out, it would drain the life out of her if she had no friends to do it with, if she had no conversation and camaraderie. At least this wasn't so different from the exercise she got on her nightly patrol back in New York. The problem was that this city was unfamiliar ground. The buildings didn't match together well, the skyline was jarring, didn't flow. Back home, traveling from rooftop to rooftop wasn't much harder than running, with the use of her grappling hook to move her every minute or two. Here, it was a jerky, stilted exercise, slow, awkward, demanding use of the grappling hook for nearly every building. It wasn't something she did often, but after too many steep ascents followed by steep descents, she bridged a gap to a more distant building with her chain, forming a horizontal tightrope, and ran along it. Shadow Stalker was waiting for her when she got to the other end. She did her best not to pant for breath. "Don't you run out of chain." Flechette turned, reached over her shoulder to tap her back. Tinker teammate back home specializes in replication and cloning. Small pack back here consumes energy from a small fusion battery to create a steady supply. I've also got a kit back at the base that makes me a fresh stock of bolts. I could use one of those. Why'd you stop? You see something? Come. Shadow Stalker led Flechette to the edge of the roof. Looking down, they could see a group of men in a loose half-circle around a middle-aged woman. The woman was backing away from the men, who were gradually closing in. Why haven't you done anything yet? Flechette gasped. These things go smoother if the culprits are clearly committing a crime when you step in. A man grabbed the woman's wrist, and she pulled back, struggled. She screamed, attacked the man, only to get punched and knocked back on her ass, landing in the shallow water. And there we go. Shadow Stalker leaped from the rooftop, falling at a normal speed, slowing to an almost gentle floating descent when she was partway down. You only need to wait like that if you are going to be violent, Flechette thought to herself. Why? When she has the tranquilizer bolts. And Shadow Stalker had neglected to inform command. Flechette reached for her ear, where an earbud was nestled in the canal. She squeezed it twice. Console, woman under attack by 12 or so ordinaries. Shadow Stalker and Flechette stepping in. Acknowledged, a voice in her ear responded, good luck. She fired a bolt into the corner of the rooftop, then jumped, rappelling down. Shadow Stalker was already engaged by the time Flechette arrived at the fight. In a matter of heartbeats, Shadow Stalker answered Flechette's unspoken questions. The other heroine didn't flinch as one of the men swung a baseball bat at her. The weapon passed harmlessly through her head. In response, she stepped back, materialized from her shadow state, raised a crossbow and shot him in the side of the neck. A fraction of a second after the glass arrow stuck in her target's neck, Shadow Stalker stepped forward again, driving her armored elbow up at an angle at the spot where the bolt had struck home. Glass shattered and the combination needle arrowhead was violently dislodged. The man went tumbled with a splash, going limp before he hit the water. The side of his neck and the corner of his jaw were a bloody mess of cuts and embedded broken glass. Shadow Stalker wheeled around, then simultaneously slammed the top of her right crossbow into her left forearm and her left crossbow into her right arm. There was a barely audible click as cartridges loaded into the top of each crossbow. She extended her arms to fire at the two of the men closest to the woman. They dropped on their backs in the water, splashing. Realizing what they were up against, the group began to scatter. Flechette raised her arbalest, shot one bolt so it struck a wall just in front of one man's throat. Still running, he ran headlong into it, clotheslined himself, and fell over, gasping and gurgling. She spared a glance to double-check he wasn't in a position to drown, which very nearly cost her. One of the thugs turned to attack her, drawing a gun, but she had a bolt loaded and fired off before he could aim it, spearing through the gun's barrel and out the back, to strike a wall. She loaded another bolt even as she was already pulling the trigger to fire it, so it was sent out an eye blink after it was in place. The shaft of metal struck the thug through the crotch of his sagging jeans, pinning them to the wall he was backing up to. He didn't scream, so he clearly wasn't well endowed enough to get hit anywhere important. Flechette wasn't exactly an expert or even a novice in that sort of thing, but she was 99% sure that men didn't dangle nearly to their knees. Made lightweight by her power, Shadow Stalker leaped to the nearest wall, then vaulted herself off, careening directly toward three of the retreating men. As she landed atop the one in the front, she dropped out of her shadow form, returning to her normal weight. Planting her feet on his shoulder blades, she combined the force of her weight and her momentum with a downward kick of both feet, driving him into the water, hard. She went shadowy a half-second later, becoming almost invisible in the gloom of the empty lot, effortlessly reorienting her now lightweight body to land on her feet. Both of the men behind Shadow Stalker attacked her, one swiping a knife at her, the other kicking for the small of her back. Smoky, dark flickers appeared where limbs and weapons passed through her. Almost casually, she holstered her crossbows, then straightened up. A flurry of other attacks passed through her. One man hesitated, seeing the futility of what they were doing, and Shadow Stalker took the opportunity to drop the shadow state. She leaned out of the way of one desperate punch from the other man, then grabbed him. She seized him by the shirt front, pulled him forward with a hard tug on his collar and a counterclockwise turn of her body, then brought her right knee into his ribs. He fell with a splash. Metal knee pad, Flechette noted. That's going to hurt. The other man attacked, but Shadow Stalker went shadowy just long enough for his knife to pass through her, then slammed her metal mask into his face. While he swayed back, stunned, blood streaming from his nose, she reached out and grabbed him by the lower jaw, her fingers digging into the bottom of his mouth. Instinctively, desperately, he bit down, hard, but the construction of the girl's gauntlets was good enough to safeguard her fingers. She used her grip to pull him to one side as she'd just done with his compatriot, helped by a swift kick to the side of one leg. Rather than use her knee to deliver the telling blow, she brought the heel of her free hand against the gap between the man's skull and his jaw. He screamed, crumpled toward the ground, his hands moving to where the strike had hit. Shadow Stalker waited a moment before letting go, forcing him to twist and squeal in agony before she let him finish collapsing. After watching him a moment, perhaps to be sure he wouldn't retaliate, Shadow Stalker glanced at Flechette. Your man there is getting loose. Flechette had been caught up in the spectacle of watching Shadow Stalker fight. A kind of horrified fascination. She saw the thug she'd shot in the crotch, on his back in the water, his pants still fixed to the wall. He was struggling to work his legs out of the jeans. She loaded a shot and fired a bolt just beneath his armpit, nailing his sweatshirt to the ground. Another just above his opposite shoulder and behind his neck secured him. Shadow Stalker was chasing one of the stragglers. Going shadow light, she closed the distance in 2 long paces, leaving ripples and small disturbances in the foot-deep water, rather than splashes. As she reached the man's side, she dropped the shadow state, gripped his ear and used one leg to trip him. With the grip his ear afforded her, she thrust him face first into the ground with enough force that he couldn't absorb the impact with his arms. Water sprayed around them in the wake of the hit. Flechette reached into her belt and withdrew a handful of darts, each 9 inches long. She channeled her power into each, and then flung them at the feet of the 2 remaining thugs, catching the edges of their shoes. Their shoes fixed firmly to the ground and they fell awkwardly. 2 tranquilizer bolts appeared in the rear end of one and the upper thigh of the other. Shadow Stalker. Which finished the fight. None of the men were left in any state to run. Flechette palmed one of her throwing darts, glanced at it. She'd been with the wards a year before she had been given the arbalest and the chain reel. Her darts had been her weapon of choice for a long time, alongside a rapier she'd eventually retired after too many fights using it had turned out badly. She hadn't had the heart to change her code name, even if it didn't quite apply anymore. Maybe when she graduated to the Protectorate. Hey, Shadow Stalker called out, disturbing her from her thoughts. Here. Tired, she thought, minds wandering. Flechette caught the device Shadow Stalker threw to her. Investigation revealed it to be a small, thin, round device with a single button on top. Haven't seen one of these since training. Times like this call for him. City wants us on patrol, not sitting around with our thumbs up our asses, waiting for the cops to cart these fuckers off. Shadow Stalker kicked one man in the side, so he flopped over onto his back, no longer face down in the water. He grunted. Flechette winced. That girl is a little too comfortable with violence for my tastes. While Shadow Stalker ensured that the man with the cuts on his neck wasn't bleeding out, Flechette loaded another bolt into her arbalest and fired it into a spot on the wall, 2 floors up. She walked briskly to the 2 men that had just been darted. She bent down and used her left hand to wind the coil of the restraint device around his left foot, then did the same for the next man's right foot. She tossed the restraint device over the bolt she'd embedded in the wall, a metal thread trailing behind it. She caught it as it fell, then connected it back to the cord, forming a loose loop that encircled the bolt in the wall. She pressed the button, and the cord retracted, pulled tight around the pole, then continued retracting. The 2 thugs were pulled off the ground, so that each hung from the wall by one ankle. The device would signal nearby police and PRT officers and direct them here. They'd use their own equipment to make the restraint device lower the men so the thugs could be brought into custody. The cord was difficult to cut with conventional knives and saws, and those caught wouldn't want to cut it either, given how they faced a long drop face first onto pavement. Any buddies of theirs would have a hell of a time getting to them and cutting them free, as well. She walked over to the man she'd clotheslined, who still hadn't finished gasping, nor had he collected himself enough to run. She grabbed his wrist and forced it behind his back. As she hauled him to his feet, a collision made her stagger back. It hadn't been directed at her. No, it was the man she held that slumped, almost insensate. He hung his head, a trail of blood dribbling from his lip. Seeing a movement just outside her blind spot, opposite the man, Flechette pushed her captive down and away. She had to evade the weapon as it swung towards her head. It was the middle-aged woman that the men had been attacking. She held a metal trash can lid in 2 hands. Oblivious to Flechette, she swung the lid down at the man's head. Hey! Flechette shouted, stop. She reached out to grab for the lid, but a hand on her wrist stopped her. Let her, Shadow Stalker spoke. The woman kicked the man in the ribs, hard, then struck him with the flat of the metal lid. You fuckers, the woman screamed. Stunned, Flechette spoke to Shadow Stalker. The hell? He's not in a position to defend himself. Doesn't deserve to. She's going to kill him. Better that we give her another few swings than render her powerless for the second time tonight, Shadow Stalker spoke. Or she won't get over it for a long time. We'll stop her before she goes too far. No, this isn't right. Flechette pulled her arm free of Shadow Stalker's grasp, then grabbed the woman's wrist, stopping her as the lid was brought back behind her head. Not entirely to the woman, she spoke. You're better than this. You have to be. The woman resisted, tried to pull free to make another swing. When Flechette maintained her grip, the woman used her free hand to throw the lid down on top of the man. Stop, Flechette spoke. As the woman struggled, she turned to bark a command to Shadow Stalker, help. I'm on her side, to be honest, Shadow Stalker didn't move. So am I, Flechette grunted as the woman shifted her weight towards her, knocking her off balance. Which means stopping her from doing anything she'll regret. Let me go, the woman shouted at her, fuckers like this hurt my daughter. Is she here? Your daughter? Flechette asked. She's home, it had happened last week. Let me at him. Fuckers. Stop attacking him and I will. The woman didn't have a response, beyond continued struggles. Though Flechette kept to an exercise regimen, spent 4 nights a week in the gym, she was still only 17, and the woman had a good 50 or more pounds of weight advantage. The woman pulled free and staggered back, gave her an angry look. When the lady stepped forward, toward the fallen, bloodied man, Flechette stepped in her way. The woman didn't back off, so Flechette raised her arbalest a fraction. That was apparently enough. The woman scowled further, then turned and fled the scene, half running, half limping. Thanks for the backup, Flechette spat the words to Shadow Stalker. Told you, I don't do the backup thing, Shadow Stalker bent over the unconscious man, turning his head to investigate his injuries. He'll live. Him and his buddies deserve what they got. That's not your call to make. Sure it is, Shadow Stalker retrieved another restraint device and quickly strung the man up beneath a metal frame meant for an air conditioning unit. Times like this, we're cop, judge, jury and if it really comes down to it, executioner. We're the ones with the power. No. That's wrong. Suppose we'll have to agree to disagree, Shadow Stalker turned her back, preparing another restraint device. Flechette huffed, angry. She didn't want to get into a shouting match, wasn't sure what to say to convince the girl. You can finish your patrol alone. Whatever, Shadow Stalker replied without looking back, if you want to be like that. I'm only on the team because I have to be, so you're doing me a favor. Prefer to fly solo. 3 strikes, Flechette thought, as she strode away. Nearly being shot for saying hello, the way Shadow Stalker had delayed helping the woman, and now this. She'd give the other girl the benefit of a doubt. Maybe Shadow Stalker had some unresolved issues, maybe it had been a rough week. But for now, she needed to calm down and wait long enough to think more objectively about what had happened. Then she'd decide whether to deal or to tell her new team leader. Fuck. She felt profoundly disappointed. She wanted to like the other heroine, but this was too much. She had one other thing she had wanted to do tonight, before she finished her patrol, went back, showered, ate and unpacked. She squeezed the bud in her ear twice, console. A brief pause, then a voice in her ear, Kidwin on the console. Hi, Flechette. Deal with those guys okay? Guys are dealt with but I'm going to do the rest of my night's patrol alone. Sorry. I should have warned you. Tends to be easier to work around her. So she's always like that. This is unfamiliar territory for me. I might need you to brief me if I run into a cape, so I know what I'm potentially running into. Of course, I'm not going anywhere. And on that subject, I remember meeting someone when I was in town for the attack. What can you tell me about the cape with the stuffed animals? Pariah, P.A.R. Parian, Kidwin replied. A Parian doll was a kind of doll about 150 years ago. Though Parian's costume is actually closer to a more classical Victorian-style porcelain doll, from the same era. Oh. That was random. What kind of guy knew that much about dolls? He went on, she's a rogue. Fashion student with the costume and stuffed animals as a gimmick to help her build for a professional reputation and stand out. Tentative rating of Master 6, but we haven't really seen her fight, outside of the Leviathan encounter. Student. So she'll be near a college. College is gone. Kaput. Let me see. Last we heard, she was situated between the spot where the college was and the lake downtown. If I remember right, there's going to be a fairly thin strip of places there that are intact enough to live in. Vista ran into her the other night, but she's asleep right now and we're behind on paperwork so. So you don't know exactly what happened, and I'd be going in blind. She's harmless though? This Parian. Nobody's harmless at a time like this, Flechette, Kidwin replied. Right. Flechette thought of the middle-aged woman beating her attacker bloody. Listen, easiest way to get to that area, you'll find the lake to the northwest, walk the perimeter of it to reach the north end. The area she could be staying at should only be a block or 2 wide. If she's even awake. I've got Clock Blocker buzzing in, probably to check in for the night and give me the cliff notes on his nightly patrol, so I'm going silent until you need me, K. Sure. Flechette gauged the direction of the ocean, deemed that east, and then headed northwest as Kidwin had suggested. She traveled at ground level, wading through the water, to make faster progress. Nothing to prove, now that she had stopped patrolling with Shadow Stalker. It didn't take long to find the lake Leviathan had made in the downtown area. Given that the streets were flooded with water anyways, the crater itself was distinguishable only by the barrier around it, and a dark shadow beneath the water where there was nothing beneath to reflect light. Hulks of fallen buildings sat in the center of the water. The orange light of a fire on the top floor of one of the buildings suggested that someone had swum to one of the buildings and was staying there. Maybe one of the safer places to be. The crater was surrounded by orange striped barriers with flashing lights and portable chain link fences that were chained together. The fencing formed a solid barrier around the hole. She walked with the fence to her left, which roughly halved the area she had to keep an eye on, in case of approaching trouble. Her right index finger was just below the trigger of her arbalest, and her left hand clutched a handful of darts. The massive sinkhole Leviathan had made was roughly circular, but it was large enough that she couldn't say for sure when she had turned and started moving more west than north. Fresh graffiti-stained buildings, some warning people to stay away, others were the crude pictographs of hobo signs. One neighborhood had used the debris of fallen buildings to form makeshift barricades in alleys and in front of doorways. There wasn't much intact housing here. The sinkhole sat to her left, and 2 blocks to her right. From what she could make out in the moonlight, the buildings were too damaged to serve as living accommodations. At one intersection there were 2 parallel, vertical lines spray-painted in yellow on opposite walls. Traffic cones, some broken, an orange striped barrier and the remains of one yellow raincoat sat in the water, much of it weighed down by rubble. Together, the organized debris formed a brightly colored line joining the marks that had been spray-painted on the wall. She stepped over the line, and immediately felt a resistance. It took her a second to figure out what it was. A thread caught the moonlight. There was a muffled splashing sound, and a 12-foot-tall gorilla leaped from the nearest rooftop to land directly in front of her. It swung its arms wildly in front of it, missing her, then slammed both knuckles down in the water, crushing one side of the orange-striped barrier. Flechette raised her arbalest to shoot, then stopped. It wasn't real. Damp cloth, stitched together. And it was blind. It wasn't acting as though it could see her. She dropped the arbalest, backed over the line, and then waited. Parian arrived at a run, feet splashing in the water. She spotted Flechette, and the gorilla moved to place itself between the two of them. Her creations can only see what she sees. They're puppets. Stay back, Parian warned. She peeked out from behind the gorilla. Her mask, a doll's face, was smudged, and a crack ran from the corner of one eye to the ear. She wore a frock, different than the one she had worn for the Leviathan fight, but it was wet, dirty, and some of the lace had torn. There was a wood chip in the damp golden curls that were otherwise too perfectly coiled to be real hair. I'm staying back, Flechette assured the girl. Remember me? Yes. You talked to me before the fight, pulled me away from that horrible little girl. Yet, Flechette smiled, shrugging. She stepped forward. Back. Parian called out. The gorilla slammed its knuckles against the ground again, then lurched forward, one fist raising as if to deliver a massive punch. Flechette obeyed, backing up another 2 steps, hands raised. The gorilla's fist stayed where it was. I'm a hero. Member of the wards. I'm in town for a little while. Doesn't matter. I made a deal. Me, my friends and my family get a place to stay here, a fair share of the food and water. In exchange, I keep people from entering. I'm a hero, Flechette stressed the word. I'm not going to cause trouble. I don't know you are telling the truth. Nothing saying you couldn't be lying. I have ID. Parian shook her head. It doesn't matter anyways. The frocked rogue climbed up to stand on top of the gorilla's shoulders. She added, I made a deal. I'm keeping to it. 100% neutrality. You trespass, I fight you. And I'd almost definitely win, Flechette thought. You may even know that, but you'd fight me anyways. Okay, Flechette replied, trying to sound reassuring, I won't step over the line. I heard you were around here, you're one of the only recognizable faces for me here, I thought I'd stop by, see how you were doing. Coping, Parian answered. Good, good, Flechette sheathed her arbalest, hoping the rogue would feel safer. Look, I'm here if you need anything. If people make trouble and you're not strong enough to protect that neighborhood there, or if you need resources that you couldn't get otherwise, like names or medical services, call me. Can I give you my card? The gorilla lowered his raised fist, reached forward with palm upturned, and Flechette fished in her belt for her cards. Slightly damp, but readable. She placed it in the center of a sopping wet hand crafted out of black denim. The gorilla's palm was surprisingly firm. Hard. Its shape was a little too human-like, in comparison to a real gorilla, maybe. Not that it mattered. Okay, Parian spoke, as the gorilla handed her the card. Her voice was a little softer. Phone lines are down, but cell phones work around here. You guys need anything here? I don't know what the situation is with supplies, just got into the city a few hours ago. Don't know how that stuff is being distributed, but I could see about making sure you guys have something. Parian sat down cross-legged on the gorilla's shoulders. Yet. We're low on fresh water. This stuff we're waiting in has too much salt content, and you couldn't even boil it clean if you wanted to, I don't think. Okay. Fresh water. The doll girl shifted her weight to put the card in the front pocket of her lacy apron, fumbled with it. Flechette spotted a tremor as the girl put the card away and moved to clasp her hands in her lap. She's shaking. Hey. Flechette asked. What? Seriously, are you okay? You holding up? Perian turned, looked behind her, as if checking anyone was listening. I hate fighting. Hate confrontation. Even this, being here, having just thought I might have to fight anyone, it makes me feel edgy. My teeth are chattering and I'm not even cold. You faced down Leviathan. You did better than a lot of people. Do you know how long it took me to get my head together? To actually step up and help. But you did. You stepped up. Give yourself credit. You're strong. I want this to be over. I'm so scared that someone's going to come and try to loot this place and I won't be able to do anything. You've got my card. I can't promise I'll arrive immediately, but I'll be staying at the ward's headquarters, which isn't too far. Perian nodded. Quietly, she spoke, that helps a lot. More than you know. And I can come by on my patrols, if you want. Check everything is okay, give you an update on what I can do about supplies. Perian hesitated, please do. If you pluck the strings twice, I'll know it's you. I'm using my telekinesis on the strings, I'll feel it. Deal. I'm Flechette, by the way, in case you didn't know. Oh. I didn't. My name's Sab. Perian stopped, made a barely audible groan. It's okay, Flechette suppressed the urge to smile. Sabrina? Maybe. Sable? No, the B pronunciation was different. I'm an idiot, Perian spoke. Flechette paused, then removed her visor. Lily. I need people I can trust, she tried to convince herself, even as she knew she had other reasons. Stuff like this could get her in serious trouble with the wards. Perian hesitated, then reached up and removed her mask. Though her clothing style was Western, her wig all blonde curls, her face was dark, Middle Eastern. There were bands of metal extending from the edges of her face to the middle of her cheekbones, her chin, and her forehead. Mounts to keep her mask in position? She had full lips and large, dark eyes. Saba. Cute, the thought struck Flechette. Funny to think she's older than me. Nice to meet you, Saba. I'm still not letting you over the line, Saba warned. She looked so small, up on the gorilla's broad shoulders, the threat held little gravity. Maybe, Flechette considered, it was intended more for Saba than for her. Okay, Flechette donned her visor once more, but maybe you want to walk with me? Do a patrol of the perimeter of your territory? I'll stay on this side. Saba put her mask back on, and for a second, Flechette thought she would say no. Okay. Thank you. Perian dropped her legs down to either side of the gorilla's neck as it moved forward. To stay decent, the girl pressed her hands down on the lap of her dress, leaning forward a little. It was a little thing, that bashful modesty, but Flechette felt as much of a rush watching that as she did running across her chain/tightrope with a 5-story drop below her. She didn't let it show. Instead, she smiled and started walking, hands clasped behind her back, darts clasped in one hand in case of trouble or ambush. The gorilla crossed the yellow line and sort of half ran, half loped to catch up, moved beside her. It slowed to a plodding, gentle walk. Flechette was secretly relieved. She knew she'd manage for the duration of her stay, now. She'd made a connection, even if it wasn't with someone on her team. She wasn't in this alone. So, you're a fashion student, she asked. Sentinel 9.3. Welcome to Parahumans 103, Theories and Patterns. I see we have a packed auditorium, and according to the enrollment list, we have no less than 300 students taking the TV course. A bump up from the last 2 trimesters, so I must be doing something right. Clock Blocker looked around the room. 6 PRT uniforms sat in the front row, helmets off, 3 with notebooks open on the desks in front of them. Weld and Flechette sat in the desks closest to the door, exchanging murmured words as the professor on the screen began going over the course syllabus. Glory Girl sat just in front of him, wearing a black, long-sleeved shirt, arms folded on her desk, chin resting on the back of one hand. Vista, odd as it was, sat beside the other heroine, had been the only one to offer any conversation. When Glory Girl hadn't seemed interested in talking, Vista had instead offered her silent company. Clock Blocker wasn't exactly sure how Glory Girl had gotten into the ward's headquarters to attend the screening, but she was here, uncharacteristically quiet, much in the same way that Vista had been this past week. Kidwin sat to Clock Blocker's right, fidgeting by taking apart his pen and putting it back together, his eyes not leaving the screen. Shadow Stalker was sitting as far away from everyone else as she could manage, at the back corner of the room. She sat sideways in her seat, back to the wall, her feet resting on the seat next to her. Her attention was directed entirely at the keys and screen of her cell phone, rather than the projector screen at the front of the room. Only 13 people present, altogether. For disability and pregnancy accommodations, the course syllabus gives you all the details you need on who to contact. If you aren't already, you're going to be sick of hearing all that by the time you graduate. We're required to go over it in the first class of every class we teach. So, let me start off by addressing and banishing some assumptions you may have. This is not an easy class, and anyone who took Parahumans, History and Society or Parahumans, Case Studies and Powers will be aware of this. Even for those of you who emerged triumphant from the previous 2 semesters should know that Para 103 may be something of a shock to you if this is your first year of university. Here, primarily, I will be looking for creativity, problem solving and research abilities. Skills and abilities that, frankly, aren't stressed enough in high school. For this class, I want you to think. Parahumans. People with powers. They've been around for nearly 30 years. Where did they come from? Why are they here? It's common knowledge that para-humans are ordinary individuals who gained abilities. It is too easy, however, to assume that this is the sum total of our knowledge. I want you to think further on the subject. For example, why does virtually every para-human ability have some application in confrontation and combat? Is this the nature of humans, to turn any progress to violent ends, be it science or superpower? Or is it by design, an individual's hand at work? With the destructive potential of these abilities, why do so very few individuals perish in the chaotic and unpredictable emergence of their talents? For the first 2 or 3 weeks of the class, we'll be talking about these most pivotal moments in a given para-human's existence, these trigger events, when an individual first gains their powers, typically through some form of trauma. Throughout the course, we're going to be looking at correlations and patterns, both in relation to trigger events and other things. For example, how does the nature of the trigger event shape the power? A study by Garth and Rogers suggests that psychological stress leads to a higher prevalence of mentally driven powers. Tinkers, thinkers, masters, shakers. The more physical violence that is involved, the higher the bias towards physically driven powers. Garth and Rogers suggest a sliding scale, but it may not be that cut and dry. A follow-up study by Garth touches on what we know about cape families. If one individual in a family has powers, it is far more likely that others will as well. Almost always, this trend is either descending or lateral, it seems to transition from parent to child, or one sibling to another, but not from child to parent. We'll talk about the theories on why. For those of you wanting to read ahead, take a look at Garth's notes on the Dallin and Pelham families in Chapter 9. We can surmise that the different scenarios leading to trigger events may be directly related to the differences in powers, even among closely related members of a cape family. Similar trigger events and related individuals, similar powers. The more distant the relation and the more varied the trigger events, the more drastically different the powers they possess in the end. Clockblocker glanced at Glory Girl, to see if the mention of her family had stirred her interest. She hadn't budged an inch. Was she asleep? He couldn't help but sympathize. This is a monumental waste of time. I could be out there, helping people. Or spending time with my family. The Protectorate was coordinating shifts so the wards could collectively get at least some education in the meantime, on Pigot's orders. Except this wasn't useful, this wasn't applicable to the ongoing crisis right here, right now, in this city. Cooped up in a PRT conference room, learning stuff that didn't apply to actual field work. Hell, it was on videotape, a recording of last year's lectures. Why couldn't they watch it in their off hours? It was just a fucked up set of priorities enforced on them from the people in charge. He shifted restlessly, annoyed, angry. Trigger events are a crucial element for study, because the timing, nature, and spread of these emerging powers may provide a clue as to where these para-human abilities come from. More women than men have powers, for example, and there are more powers in undeveloped countries than there are in industrialized ones. Some of you may remember me mentioning this fact in the 101 class, when I was talking about the witch burnings in the People's Republic of Uganda. Another pattern we will be exploring is the apparent effect of multiple trigger events occurring in the same time and place. There is a very strong correlation between coinciding trigger events and individuals displaying 3 or more powers rather than 1 or 2 predominant ones. Hey, Flechette, Kidwin called across the room, you've got a bunch of powers, right? She turned in her seat, sure. Anyone else get powers at the same time you did? Not that I know of. Could someone nearby have gotten their powers, without you knowing? Way things played out? Did any capes show up around the same time as you? Flechette frowned, yet. A rather persistent villain. Worth thinking about. Well turned around, critical thinking and applying this stuff is good, but let's not forget the lecture. Or the other people in the classroom. Is he trying to get people to dislike him? Clockblocker wondered. The professor on the screen was answering a student's question. I think Eidolon expresses a single power. But thank you. Good question, and good lead into the next section of the course we'll be discussing. After we wrap up on trigger events, we're going to be moving on to what we call outliers. Para-humans or para-human related elements that deviate from the norm. Any guesses? Scion. A student on the TV spoke. The camera shifted to him late, and by the time he'd responded, the professor was pointing to another. Endbringers. Nilbogue. I wouldn't suggest Nilbogue, but we can debate the point later, the professor spoke, perhaps a subject for a course paper. Scion, yes. Endbringers? Yes. We have no reason or evidence to suspect they gained powers by normal means. Another group you may or may not be familiar with are what the PRT terms Case 53s. Often the monstrous para-humans. We'll get into more depth on the subject. Clockblocker glanced at Weld. The boy was digging through his canvas backpack for something. Was he one of them? Weeks 5 and 6, assuming we're on schedule, we'll pull all earlier material together and discuss the beginnings of the para-human phenomenon. Not for the individual, as with trigger events, but as a whole. Where do capes come from? There is the patient zero theory, typically working under the assumption that Scion is the source of these abilities. This, however, raises questions about where Scion came from. The theory is corroborated by the case of Andrew Hawke, who came into contact with Scion on the very first sighting of the hero, only to manifest powers of his own, but there are others who manifested powers without ever coming into contact with Scion or entering a location where Scion had visited. There's the viral theory, supposing some advanced virus, though it is flimsy at best in justifications, with no identified culprits, method of transmission or explanation as to how it provides the actual powers. The genetics theory is popular, but has been thoroughly debunked. We're going to talk about how it was debunked. Clock blocker felt a vibration at his wrist. He reached inside his glove to get his cell phone. A text. From, Mom. Dad's not doing well. You may want to come by the hospital. He stood, and Weld turned to give him a look. He ignored the metal-skinned boy, headed for the back door of the classroom, his keypad beeping as he dialed the number. It was ringing as he closed the door behind him. Mom. Dennis. How bad is it? As bad as last weekend. Worse. He closed his eyes. More statement than question, he said, he's not getting better. No. Okay. Do you need me there? I can use my power, buy the doctor's time to think or get prepared if there's a crisis. Her voice was tight. No, Dennis. It's not that kind of situation. They've got him on a respirator, and the doctors don't have much hope he's going to be able to breathe without it, again. The antibiotics can't fight the infection on their own. So he's going to die. I'm sorry. A few hours? Days? A week. The doctor says it'll be the next few days. He clenched his fist, relaxed it. Not fair. Hey, Mom? Listen, I've got to run. Come by, Dennis. Before it's too late. I'll try. I love you. Love you too. He hung up, paused to compose himself. Not fair. Stepping back inside the classroom, he returned to his seat, but didn't sit down. Instead, he stepped up a little further to where Glory Girl sat and touched her shoulder. When she raised her head, he pointed to the door. She nodded, stood. When they were both in the hallway, he spoke, sorry to pull you away from that. She shook her head, golden curls swinging, not missing anything. I've already taken this class. Oh. Then why are you here? New Wave may be disbanding. My mom suggested that if I wanted to keep being a hero, I should consider joining the wards. So I'm here, checking things out. Your leader and director okayed it. Are you? Joining? Don't know. They're willing, if I agree to some extra rules and stipulations. They'd be putting me on probationary membership, like they did with Shadow Stalker. I came by to get a sense of things, see if it'd be worth going through the hassle instead of going solo. I thought maybe I was okay with doing it until I saw the portraits in the lobby. Now I'm not so sure. Clock blocker nodded. She didn't need to explain. Where the ward's portraits hung in the lobby of the PRT offices, the portraits of Aegis and Gallant had been reprinted in black and white, surrounded with thick black frames. One was apparently in the works for Browbeat, who had been too new to even have an official costume, let alone a portrait. They had been repositioned to be just above the front desk and below the PRT logo, with wreaths and flowers beneath, tokens from the PRT employees. The building wasn't open to the public, and was surrounded by PRT squads, but the public would get their chance to pay respects. Glory Girl had lost 3 people she was close to on that day. Gallant Dean when out of costume was a loss she shared with Clock Blocker. Her boyfriend, his friend. I know it's crass, I know you guys have rules, he spoke, I'll understand if you get angry. But, my dad has leukemia. He was a few days into some pretty rigorous treatments when Leviathan came. He got hurt when one of the waves hit, and some infection got at him through the wounds. He has pretty much no immune system, doesn't have the strength to fight it off. You want me to ask my sister to use her power on him? Please. Okay. The response startled him. He looked up at her, caught off guard. She explained, I'm not promising anything. Like you said, Amy has her rules about taking requests. But I'll see if I can convince her. Again, no promises. Thank you, he said, really. And if you want to pay me back, maybe tell me about Gallant sometime. Share some stories I wouldn't get to hear otherwise. For sure. The door opened, and Weld stepped out into the hall, followed closely by Vista. Clock Blocker felt a pang of annoyance, bit his tongue before he could say anything. Everything okay? Weld asked. I could tell them. Clock Blocker glanced at Vista, but the rest of the team would find out. They don't need another thing to worry about. Things are okay, Clock Blocker spoke, carefully. We paused the video, waiting until you guys are ready. All right, Clock Blocker replied. He added, thank you. I'll trust you have reason for this. Weld smiled slightly, showing a row of white metal teeth, but don't take too long. You're on patrol at 2 this afternoon, and that doesn't allow us much leeway for delays if we want to finish watching. All right, Clock Blocker repeated, his tone growing impatient. He watched as Weld returned to the classroom, shutting the door behind him. To the closed door, he muttered, Tool. He's trying, Vista piped up. It's hard to be leader, but he's working hard. That's my whole problem with him, Clock Blocker answered, annoyed. He gets on our case about patrols and training and paperwork, then turns around and says he's not asking us to do anything he isn't doing himself. Except he only sleeps 1 or 2 hours a night, he barely eats, doesn't need to use the washroom or shower. He's got no friends or family here to look after. He can afford to work hard. He's AF, rigging robot. He censored himself for his junior teammate. Vista shook her head. That robot, and he's not really a robot, by the way, is doing as much paperwork as the rest of us put together. He only makes us do the paperwork he can't do himself. Even if he doesn't have to. That gets brownie points from me. His temper flared. What, are you channeling Gallant, here? Standing up for, he trailed off before he could finish. Realized who he was talking to. Shit, no, Vista just stared at him. After a second, her eyes got shiny, and she looked down at the ground, an angry expression on her face. She wheeled around and ran down the hallway. He moved to chase her, stop her, but the hallway folded together, letting her reach the end in 2 strides, snapping back to its full length as she passed along it. She rounded a corner in the distance. He looked at Glory Girl, his voice small, "I'm sorry." She answered him with only a glare. He wondered if she would hit him. She relented, looking in the direction Vista had run off. "It's okay. We're all worn down, at the end of our ropes, and you're worrying about your dad on top of that. You get 1 pass from me." "1." He nodded. "But you'd better go after that girl and apologize. Because the way I heard it from Kidwin, you were the one who told everyone else to be extra nice to her, because she was taking it hard. You convinced Shadow Stalker to play nice, and from what Kidwin said before class started, that was a pretty big deal. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know your team like you do, but I'd guess that if you don't fix this, your team won't forgive you for a long time." Yet, he swallowed. Was she using her power? He was getting a bad vibe from her. Like he was locked in a cage at the zoo with a murderous jungle cat. She poked him in the chest with a finger. "A real apology. You own up to what you said and did, acknowledge that it wasn't fair of you to say, and you promise to do better in the future. That probably means you should cut Weld some slack, because Vista wants you to." "Okay. Right, okay." She pushed his shoulder, making him stumble in the direction Vista had gone. Easy to forget how strong she is. "Now go." He ran. "Definitely don't get the sense I'm forgiven, there." He checked 2 empty rooms and made one nervous check of the women's bathroom before he found Vista halfway down the stairwell at the rear of the building. She had one leg up on a higher stair than the other, her hands clasped around her knee. She turned her head partway, acknowledging that someone was there, then wiped at her eyes with the sleeve of her costume. "I'm sorry," he spoke to her back. "You're a jerk." "I am. I'm the worst jerk." Vista twisted around to look up at him. "You said that in front of Glory Girl, too." He was her boyfriend. "I know." She said she understood and that it was okay, but I don't know how true that is. Before I figure that out and work out how to make it up to her, I want to make sure you're okay. She hung her head. It was a long time before she spoke. "He was the reason I looked forward to coming here every day." He walked down the stairs and sat down next to her. "Yet, I knew I didn't have a chance with him. He was way older, he was rich, handsome. He was dating Glory Girl, or they were just getting over a breakup, or he was starting to patch things up with her for the millionth time. There was never a good time to talk to him one-on-one, unless we were out on patrol together, and I don't know what I would have said if there had been a chance. He liked you. He was fond of you." Vista gave him a sidelong glare. "Are you lying to me?" "No. No. I'm saying he actually enjoyed doing patrols with you. Never had an unkind word to say about you." She interrupted. "He didn't have an unkind word to say about anybody." "Not exactly true. When Piggy caught on to the fact that Shadow Stalker was doing solo patrols every night, made us take turns going with her, he had a few things to say. About both Piggy and Shadow Stalker." Vista smiled slightly. "He enjoyed your company, Missy. There were little signs, but I believe it. When Triumph or Aegis assigned him a patrol shift with Kidwin, Browbeat or just about anyone else, it was okay, or yes sir. But when it was with me or you, it was great or he'd just smile really wide, like it had made his night. It sounds dumb when I say it out loud. No. I kind of noticed that too. I thought it was wishful thinking." Clock Blocker sighed. "He was a good guy, and it's SHHSSS, Ucky. You can swear around me, Dennis. I'm 13, not 8. He smiled a little behind his mask, feeling embarrassed. "Okay. Sorry." More seriously, he admitted, "It's shitty of me to snap at you for doing what he would do. Glory Girl said I should let the grudge toward Weld go, partially for you, and she's right. You're right. I am angry. At the pointlessness of what happened, what's still happening out there. I get frustrated and angry when I'm here, because I feel like I should be out on the streets. I get pissed off when I'm out on patrol because I feel like I should be with my family, but when I'm with my family, I feel frustrated and helpless because I can't do anything there." He stopped himself before he admitted the full extent of his difficulties back home. "I was taking it out on the new guy, when he probably doesn't deserve it." Vista let her head rest on his arm. "I miss the old Dennis. The guy who picked a sorta rude codename and announced himself in front of the news so Piggy and the other people in charge couldn't really make him change it. Because it was funny. Because he liked pushing the limits and because he saw this all as something fun. The new Dennis is so angry. Now I guess I get why. Aren't you? Angry? At everything that's going on? At the unfairness of what happened?" She shook her head, which amounted to rubbing her head against his shoulder. "Yet. But you can't let it consume you. If you really don't like Weld, you don't have to force yourself to get along with him. But don't stay like this. Don't stay angry." He nodded. It wasn't so easy, though. Letting things go, relaxing, he couldn't help but feel like he'd fall apart if he did. He couldn't get his hopes up about Panacea's willingness to help his dad in facing any of that head-on, without a buffer of smoldering fury. It might leave him unable to serve and protect the people who really needed it. He felt his pulse quicken a step at the thought of it. He hedged his answer, I'll work on it. Sorry if that's been bothering you. It's okay. I'm tougher than I look. She bumped one fist against the armor that covered her chest. And I'm sorry, again, for saying what I did. You're good people, Missy. Want to go back to class? She asked. If you're okay. She nodded. When they returned, the wards and Glory Girl were out in the hallway. The PRT officers were rushing out of the room, pulling their helmets on. You're back, Weld informed them, just in time. Class is cancelled. We've got trouble. The scene was set up in the husk of a building. Walls loomed on three sides, but there was no roof remaining. The floor was uneven, composed of layers of broken boards, shattered drywall and chunks of concrete. There's 2 more crime scenes like this. Clockblocker asked, eyes wide. He craned his neck upward to look above them. Yeah, Weld spoke. It's the middle of the day, Kidwin spoke, broad daylight. Clockblocker looked at the overcast sky above. Not quite daylight. And people weren't around. It was still ballsy, and more than a little scary. On each of the 3 interior walls of the older building was a body, 20 feet above the ground. Each had received a different kind of treatment. To their left was a corpse that had been flayed, the gender no longer identifiable. Directly opposite their group was the corpse of an obese woman, charred black. Completing the scene was the body of what appeared to be a homeless man, or one of the people who'd been rendered homeless by the recent disaster, judging by the layers of clothing he wore. His limbs had been severed at each joint, then reconnected so each was joined by a short, foot-long length of chain. Nails placed through the chain kept him in position, head hanging, a macabre puppet with an overlong body. The chains jangled and swung in the wind. Occupying the same building as the corpses was a familiar group. Trickster, Sundancer, and Ballistic stood beneath the corpses. A winged figure that might have been a gargoyle, demon, or dragon was clutching to the sides of an empty window frame with 3 talons, the other reaching toward the homeless man. Genesis. Pardon the cliché, but this isn't what it looks like, Trickster spoke. I believe you, Weld spoke, I've read your file, and this isn't your M.O. Excellent, excellent. I commend you, Trickster tipped his hat, then we'll be on our way. No. But if you come into custody, you'll arrest us for any number of other criminal charges we've got waiting. And you can't promise that one of your superiors won't try to stick us with the blame for this. Weld frowned. Let us go. Whatever happened here, it deserves your full attention. You should be trying to find and capture the real criminals. This guy here was still alive when we arrived. Trickster pointed at the man with the chain limbs. Can't do that. You're still suspects, regardless of how much this deviates from your usual methods. A shame, Trickster bowed. In the blink of an eye, Weld disappeared, and Genesis loomed in his place, 8 feet tall and nearly as broad across the shoulders, a body of pebble-like scales, heavy with muscle, a short tail and broad bat wings sprouting from her shoulders. She spun to face the rest of the wards as Weld fell from the window. Ballistic turned on the fallen captain of the wards, unloading a barrage of debris and rubble to keep the metal-skinned boy off balance and on the defensive. Clockblocker lunged for Genesis, hand outstretched. He was mere inches away when Genesis disappeared from in front of him. Or, rather, Clockblocker had been moved somewhere else. A lack of proper footing made him stumble, and he nearly collided with one of the dilapidated walls of the ruined building. As he spun in place, catching a glimpse of Genesis exchanging blows with Glory Girl, he had his position swapped yet again. He found himself once more with his back to the brawling pair. One of them bumped into him, and he sprawled. If only he'd been able to tell if it were Genesis or Glory Girl that bumped into him, had he known, he might have used his power, taken Genesis out of the fight. Annoying. He climbed to his feet, wary of more teleportation hijinks. Kidwin wheeled on the spot to raise a square-nosed pistol and fire what looked like a brilliant blue flare at Trickster, but the teleporter swapped positions with him. Kidwin ducked the moment he was teleported, but he still got grazed by his own shot, blue sparks showering off his armored costume, small arcs of electricity dancing briefly around the metal joins. Sundancer created her flaming ball small, but still far too bright to look at and sent it after Kidwin. The young hero scrambled for cover, dropping his gun in his hurry to get away from the superheated orb. Flechette moved to shoot, then reconsidered, threw a handful of darts at Trickster instead. The darts disappeared in midair, and splinters of wood and small stones dropped straight out of the air where they had been. Really fucking annoying, Clockblocker revised his summation of the teleporter. Shadow Stalker had positioned herself on the ragged top of the wall where the roof had crumbled away, high above the skirmish, cloak billowing. She fired a shot at Ballistic and Sundancer, reloaded as Ballistic sent a piece of rubble flying through her shadowy form, then fired again. The travelers had body armor, so she wasn't doing more than distracting them. The needles of the tranquilizer darts wouldn't pass through the durable armor or material. Red Rover. Vista shouted, go. Good girl. Clockblocker dashed for Trickster, and the distance between them compressed to a matter of feet, the highest points in the uneven ground flattening to make running easier. Trickster swapped him with Vista, placing him several feet back. Ahead of him, he could see the girl where he'd just been, within a few feet of the teleporter. Clockblocker found his footing, darted forward once more. Again, Vista's powers helped close the distance. Kidwin, Flechette, and Vista joined him in charging the enemy, so that Clockblocker wouldn't be set too far back if he was teleported to their locations. Sundancer moved the orb in between them and Trickster, igniting a few of the pieces of wood that were exposed and above the water. Vista responded by raising her hand to shrink it dramatically. Weld ducked one of Ballistic's attacks, then charged for the orb, striking it out of the air with one fist. The blow dispersed it enough that Sundancer couldn't draw it back together, and a wave of hot air washed over everyone present. Weld, for his part, staggered back, his hand glowing white-hot. He flexed his glowing hand, and it moved slowly, stiffly. Even as far down as his elbow, the metal of his arm was an orange-red. Clockblocker didn't get a chance to see if Weld was okay. He charged around his team leader, using the metal boy's broader body to put himself in Trickster's blind spot. From this position, he tried to charge and tag the villain. An instant before his hand could brush against Trickster, the villain was gone, and Weld was in front of him. His hand touched the metal of Weld's back. He breathed a sigh of relief when Weld turned around. Only the fact that he'd expected something along these lines had allowed him to turn his power off in time. Spinning around, Clockblocker reached for the space Weld had just vacated, but Trickster was already swapping places with Glory Girl to place himself as far away from the thick of the fighting as he could get. I can't keep track of this guy. Clockblocker looked around to survey the situation. His group was sandwiched between the travelers, now. On one side, Sundancer and Ballistic crouched in the far corner of the building. Trickster and Genesis stood on the other side, atop the rubble that spilled across the building's entrance and onto the flooded street. Genesis inhaled, chest expanding, and Weld was the first to react, stomping one foot hard into the rubble underfoot, using his foot to raise a large, ragged piece of plywood. With his hands, he forced the large wooden board into a standing position, placing it between himself and Genesis. Kidwin, Flechette and Vista wheeled on Ballistic and Sundancer. Weld's piece of plywood served to block the worst of whatever it was that Genesis exhaled. From what Clockblocker could see around the plywood, it was a dark, gray-black vapor. Wisps billowed around the edge of the board and drifted their way. It had a bitter smell and taste, like ashes mixed with something foul. Even inhaling a trace of it through the air holes of his mask forced barking coughs from his lungs. His teammates seemed to be in rougher shape, Vista falling to her hands and knees. The Changer's exhalation hadn't even reached them directly. So, that's what a Changer 9 brings to the table. Different forms, each with their own powers. Weld staggered as Genesis lunged forward, and Clockblocker ducked low under Weld's arm, planted a hand against the plywood. He felt his power snap out to encompass the material, and he fixed it in place, cutting it off from the flow of time. A second later, he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. Weld, standing over him, gave him a quick smile and an offered hand. He returned it with the briefest of nods and took Weld's hand to stand straight. Together, the pair of them stepped back and away, to see Genesis rising into the air with heavy flaps of her bat-like wings, inhaling to prepare another blast of the noxious smoke. He felt oddly calm as his group squared off against the villains with some of the highest power ratings in Brockton Bay, beneath the grim display of the three hanging corpses. He reached into the slot of the armor at his side and withdrew 2 sheafs of paper. Moving his thumbs in one direction, he fanned out the papers, holding them like anyone else might hold a pair of knives. He realized what it was, this calm. Whatever else it was, this fight was a refuge from that feeling that had plagued him since the fight with Leviathan ended. The feeling that he was always in the wrong place, doing the wrong thing at the wrong time, in the face of a city in crisis and a dying father. This, right here, was where he was needed. This is what I'm here for. Sentinel 9.4. I'm a tinker. I'm supposed to be smart. So how can I have been so stupid? Ballistic raised one hand and pointed at Kidwin. He waited until Kidwin moved before kicking at the uneven, rubble-strewn ground, sending a spray of concrete and wood fragments flying like a hail of bullets. It only grazed the teenage hero mid-leap, lacerating the side of his stomach, hip, and thigh, chipping his armor. It still hit hard enough that it twisted him in midair. He landed on his back atop the rubble that covered the ground, grunted. Hey! Ballistic bellowed, little girl. Kidwin saw Ballistic pointing at Vista. The villain, between his build and armor, had the frame of a football player, a dramatic contrast to the young heroine. He pointed at her, paused long enough for her to bend the ground into a semblance of cover, then launched a chunk of concrete at her. The concrete flew at an angle that wouldn't have hit the girl anyways, struck the barrier and shattered, sending debris careening onto and into the girl. Vista screamed and fell backwards, part of her barrier crumbling to land on top of her. He's telling us exactly where he's going to attack next. Kidwin looked up, saw Sundancer with her orb hovering a good 15 feet off the ground, keeping it away from the walls of the building and the corpses that were hung above them. Even though it was 15 feet up and 30 feet away, he could feel the heat of it prickle his exposed skin. He knew from the Endbringer fight that she could make it bigger, move it faster. As the burning sphere drifted forward, staying at roughly the same height, Flechette and Glory Girl were forced to scramble away. Shadow Stalker leaped off of the top of the wall and into the alleyway next to the building to get away from the heat. Only Vista remained where she was, caught under debris that she was striving to shrink down and push away. It dawned on Kidwin. Sundancer and Ballistic, at the very least, were holding back. Because they were strong enough that going all out would leave corpses. The revelation didn't make him feel any better. In fact, it was just the opposite. If these guys got desperate or panicked, they might stop being so polite about it. Trickster and Genesis were tangling with Weld and Clockblocker was putting paper in the air, freezing it to give himself footholds to go after his flying opponent. Anytime Genesis moved to attack, Clockblocker set paper in her way, edged towards her, or he tried to duck in close enough to touch her. Giving up on more physical means, she exhaled a cloud of the choking smoke. Clockblocker and Weld both worked together to minimize the spread of the cloud, using paper and plywood, freezing it in place with Clockblocker's power. Kidwin decided they had a handle on that. It was up to him to help against Ballistic and Sundancer. As he climbed to his feet, breaking into a run before he was even standing straight, he raised his spark pistol and fired off a series of oversized blue sparks at Ballistic. Trickster managed to teleport him again, swapping his position with Ballistic's. The forward momentum of his sprint was enough to get him out of the way of his own gunfire. His spark pistol sported a small power core that used spatial warping technology to magnify and then reabsorb a steady electrical current. The barrel was wired with a helix-shaped electromagnetic rail, based on some of Armsmaster's old data on the hard light purity and Dauntless created. Nanomolecular, ionically charged rifling on the barrel's interior was arranged to guide the fired charges into a rough elliptical shape, which sustained their shape and consistency the longest. In layman's terminology, it was not unlike a power bar that was plugged into itself, with a small addition that made each revolution of the current larger than the one before. An attached battery kept the current going. The shots themselves were hard electricity condensed into balls, which meant they had a physical impact to them, due to how they carried and transferred kinetic energy. Given how the weapon charged, waiting a few seconds between shots meant the next shot hit harder, up to a limit. I can make something like this, which is brilliant, then I go and dismantle my fricka-ing hoverboard to get parts for a project I never even finish. Idiot. Ballistic marched towards Vista, who was trying to climb to her feet. He was intercepted by Glory Girl, who slammed him into a wall. She punched him, drove her knee into his gut, then slammed him against the wall again, to keep him off balance and hurting. Ballistic slumped against her and grabbed at the collar of her costume for support. A second later, Glory Girl was a blur, disappearing into the skyline. His attacker gone, Ballistic fell onto his hands and knees with a grunt. Flechette threw a handful of darts at Sundancer, pinning the girl against the wall. Somehow Flechette had avoided Trickster's attention. How? Kidwin turned to look, saw that she was standing so her body blocked Trickster's line of sight to both the darts and his teammate. So he can only teleport what he sees? Kidwin moved to mimic Flechette's technique, running to a position where he would be between the injured Ballistic and Trickster. He cocked his spark pistol. He was nearly lined up for his shot when his gun disappeared from his hand, an awkwardly sized piece of wood taking its place. A second later, his mask and visor cracked against a hard surface. He had to grip the wall to steady himself and keep from falling. He'd been teleported. Then the wall moved beneath his hand, and he heard Clock Blocker shout, "Get down, kid." He let himself fall, simultaneously realizing he had been leaning against Genesis, in her gargoyle-like form. Weld slammed into the villainess, his left hand in the form of a heavy miner's pick. It did a surprising amount of damage, but she didn't seem to care. She gripped Weld around the face with a claw, raked his chest twice with crisscrossing slashes of her other hand, leaving deep gouges in the metal. The same noxious black smoke that she had been breathing began to billow out of the hole the pick had made in her chest. Clock Blocker charged, but Genesis shoved Weld so the two heroes stumbled into one another, delaying them long enough for her to leap into the air. She beat her wings to keep herself aloft and out of reach. Kidwin unslung his laser rifle and fired at the villainess. His first shot grazed her, as one flap of her wings carried her higher into the air, but the next two hit the mark. One struck her in the shoulder, leaving a hole large enough to fit his hand through, the other struck her in the side of the head, doing a similar amount of damage. Genesis dropped from the sky, exploded into a mess of dark smoke and pebbles as she struck the ground. Feeling a moment's panic, he checked the settings on his gun. Normal levels, no anomalies. It could heat metal and other inorganic materials, cut through more fragile materials, but against a person, it wouldn't do more than hurt and maybe leave the mildest kind of burn. That's her power, he reminded himself. You didn't kill her. But his gun had done a surprising amount of damage. Was it some interaction with how she pulled her new shapes together? A specific wavelength, a weakness to lasers? He wasn't about to complain. He wheeled around, fired on the other villains. An injured Ballistic opened fire on Vista, discharging a series of pieces of rubble at an angle. It struck the ground just in front of the girl and fallout from the impacts showered her. Each shot drove her back further, buying him a chance to limp to Sundancer's side. He touched the darts that were fixing her to the wall, sending them flying into Weld's face. Fuck. Weld cursed, the metal spikes of the darts jutting out of his jaw, cheekbone, eyebrow, and forehead. Takes forever to get my face right after something like this. Trickster's teleportations had placed the enemy's group in the interior of the building, with the wards surrounding them. Surrounding one's enemy wasn't quite an advantage when the enemy could teleport, but for a moment, they all paused where they were, various weapons at the ready. It was the kind of momentary peace that fell when everyone was waiting to react to what the others were doing. A wind blew past them, and Kidwin blinked as a fat droplet of water spattered against his visor. It was starting to drizzle. He glanced up at the corpses where they hung on the walls of the building. The water's going to wash away the evidence if you don't let us go and hurry to check on the bodies, Trickster spoke. Crime scene techs can't get here in time with the roads like they are, Weld spoke. And we're not allowed to touch the evidence anyways. Rules. Rules? You shouldn't sweat those things so much, Trickster chuckled. Here, I'll help you out. Weld disappeared, and the burned corpse flopped to the ground. Shit. Clock Blocker shouted, running forward. Weld dropped from the wall for the second time in a matter of minutes as the restraints intended for the woman's corpse tore free of the concrete. Vista reshaped the wall to ease his descent. Kidwin raised his laser rifle to fire at Trickster. Dumb. He regretted it the second his finger left the trigger. As he predicted, he found himself somewhere else in the blink of an eye, and the impact of his own gunfire slammed into his back, intensely hot. He threw himself to the ground at the base of the building, where water pooled, rolling so his back was submerged. It's not lethal, can't do any permanent harm, you had it vetted, tested on pig meat. The balance of the fight had abruptly shifted. Clockblocker, Flechette, and Vista were where the three travelers had been, and vice versa. Nuh-uh, kiddo, Trickster spoke, as the gap in the wall began closing behind his group. Up you go. The flayed corpse appeared in Vista's position. No. Kidwin turned, saw Vista on the wall. She'd gotten tangled in the loops of wire that had been holding the corpse up. The metal wire was coiled around a shattered part of the wall, and more than one wire had caught around her neck. Another looping of wire bound her body, one of her arms caught against her side. She struggled to pull at the wire on her neck with her free hand, but it was little help. The wire pulled so tightly against her throat that Kidwin feared it would cut her skin. Trickster! Sundancer cried out, horrified. Just run, was the villain's only reply. The three villains started running, leaving the building behind, their footsteps sloshing and splashing. Kidwin raised his laser pistol, aimed carefully, then fired, landing the shot a half-foot to the right of Vista's throat. The wires heated and split, freeing her, and she dropped a foot before catching on more wires. Nothing dangerous, this time, but it was a fair distance to fall and one slip could see her getting cut on the wire, strangled or cracking her head open as she fell. Shadow Stalker materialized behind Trickster, catching him around the throat in a headlock. She used one foot to kick his feet out from under him, and then forced him face first into the water. Kidwin hesitated. Help her or help Vista. Vista. Shadow Stalker would say she could handle herself. Made a point of trying to. He fired more shots to free Vista, missing the wires 1 or 2 times. The heroine, for her part, focused on angling the wall beneath her to allow herself to slide down instead of falling the full distance. Ballistic shot Shadow Stalker, driving her back. The attack had left a gaping hole just below her heart, the edges wispy. The gap closed, but the attack had separated her from Trickster, and hurt her badly enough that she crumpled to the ground, a hand to her chest. Kidwin fired a salvo at the retreating villains, grazed ballistic. Sundancer turned, directing her orb between their groups. She dropped it into the water. Massive clouds of heated steam rose where the orb met water, obscuring the battlefield. By the time it cleared, the villains were gone. It took a minute to check that none of them had suffered any permanent damage. After some debate, they moved the bodies to a more secure, dry spot, inside the building. Glory Girl managed to make her way back 2 minutes after the travelers were gone, helped with the last body that still hung on the wall. By the time they were done, the rain was pouring down. Kidwin stared down at the corpses, an ugly feeling in his gut. He was dumb, easily distracted, prone to leaving his projects unfinished, and it was moments like this that this knowledge hit him particularly hard. His dad had made him get tested, and the doctors had labeled him with AD and dyscalculia. He held to the opinion that the AD diagnosis was way overused. He liked to think that he was just a daydreamer, prone to getting lost in his thoughts. The dyscalculia was something concrete that he couldn't deny or explain away. He couldn't keep numbers in his head, couldn't make the most basic intuitive leaps or connections with them. All of that had been before he got his powers. Nothing had changed, except that now he could visualize something, instinctively know how he could put it together. His disability or disabilities put him a step behind the rest. His daydreaming was worse, because his thoughts were so damn interesting, now. He couldn't take reliable measurements without using computers to do it. Couldn't finish half his projects without feeling compelled to move on to something else. The PRT staff insisted he was exceptional with anti-grav and guns, had it even marked in his file, but he knew it wasn't so true. He finished his guns because they were simple, in their own way. It was easy enough to take 3 half-finished gun projects and mash them together. Create something with multiple settings, even. As far as he was aware, he was the only tinker in the PRT's records that didn't have a defined specialty, gimmick, or trick. He was increasingly worried that his special talent as a tinker was being able to occasionally make something despite his learning disability. Which would suck, if it were true. There were exceptions. He'd finished bigger projects. His hoverboard, driven by the idea of how awesome it would be to fly. Even then, it had been a chore. Monumentally stupid of him to dismantle it. The idea and motivation driving the action had been good. He was graduating the wards in a little while. He'd be expected to change his name and adjust his methods, because an adult calling himself Kidwin was lame. He'd had an idea about a harness with a floating array of turrets that could fire different munitions depending on what gun he holstered in the main slot. Self-adjusting and adaptive the way his alternator cannon was. Except he'd gotten frustrated at a snag in the testing, put it down to take a break and hadn't picked it up again in 6 days. His hoverboard had effectively been destroyed for no reason, when it might have made the difference in getting the travelers into custody. His alternator cannon was the real gem. It had been the result of a medication the PRT's doctor had prescribed, which he'd been forced to stop after 2 weeks when he began to get increasingly dizzy, anxious, and nauseous. While he'd been taking the pills, he'd been focused, had a glimpse, maybe, of what he could do if it weren't for his distractibility and daydreaming. When Piggy had spoken of destroying the thing, the mere thought had been crushing. Then Leviathan had destroyed it for real, maybe the only truly brilliant thing he'd be able to make. He harbored fears it might even the only brilliant thing he'd ever be able to make. He wasn't the worst hero ever, he knew that. He had things he could do. He could let the worries and the dozens of unfinished projects alone, most days. That changed when his team got thrashed. Thoughts like that had been plaguing him since the Endbringer event a week ago. He couldn't shake the notion that he was in the running for the weakest member of the team. The notion that he was dumb, second-rate. That this loss, here, was his fault, because he had dropped the ball. The people of this city deserve a better hero, a more focused one. Weld spoke, disturbing him from his thoughts. I just got a message. PRT is on their way. We head back now. Hearing the unenthusiastic replies of his teammates, Kidwin realized that the rest of the team wasn't in any better of a mood than he was. Losing had a way of doing that. Strangely comforting. Got word from the Protectorate. They're handling the case with the bodies, we're not to touch it or get involved in any way, Weld spoke, folding his arms. He had what looked like acne blisters of extra shiny metal on his face where the remainder of the darts hadn't yet been fully integrated into his skin. He reclined in an expensive, custom-made office chair, capable of supporting his dense, heavy body. Everyone else had found seats in the central room of their headquarters. Everyone, that was, except for Glory Girl, who had gone home. She wasn't yet an official member of the team. No word on what's going on? Clock Blocker asked. They're staying quiet on the subject, Weld spoke. Vista leaned forward, maybe a serial killer. We should focus on what we do know, Weld shook his head. As far as tonight's patrols. Actually, Kidwin cut in, sorry. But I have one theory. What? Clock Blocker asked. Kidwin glanced at Weld, checking to see if their leader was okay with it. Weld didn't say anything, which he took as assent to continue. There were 2 other crime scenes, right? Any idea if there were the same number of bodies at each crime scene? Same number. Weld raised an eyebrow. Why? Oh. Shit. I think I follow. Smarter than you'd think, given his brute force power and his appearance, Kidwin realized. Or I'm just that bad with numbers. The connection took me 20 minutes to make. 3 crime scenes with 3 bodies each. So it'd be 9 bodies. Clock Blocker asked, each killed in some different way? I don't see what killer that would fit with. Not one killer, Kidwin answered, 9 bodies, each for different killers. The Slaughterhouse 9, Clock Blocker leaned back in his seat, groaning, fuck, that'd be all we needed. Wouldn't be the first time they've arrived at a location in the wake of an Endbringer event, Flechette pointed out. Maybe it's them, Weld conceded, and maybe the Protectorate figured that much out, with the clues they have from the other 2 scenes. It could be someone or something else. Either way, it's not our case, not even in our league, and we should stay as hands-off as we can manage. We need to talk about patrols and tonight's duties. The grunt work, Flechette offered a literal grunt to punctuate the statement. Kidwin and Clock Blocker chuckled. Vista's due for a patrol, and as a young member, she has to go with someone. Lily. Flechette smiled a little, quick to make me pay for the snark, hey? No, it's cool, I've been wanting a chance to shoot the shit with Vista. She extended her fist, with index finger and thumb extended to form a gun, mock fired it at her junior teammate. Vista rolled her eyes. Clock Blocker, you and I will handle the night's shifts after that. Your call if you want to patrol with me or not, we can cover different routes and go for a wider area if you'd rather. Alright. We'll figure it out. Leaving Shadow Stalker. You okay with the late night, Sophia? Yeah, fine, Sophia didn't look up from her laptop. And me? Kidwin asked. Special duty, tonight, Weld smiled, you're recruiting. Recruiting. There's a kid calling himself Chariot. Been racing around the city with a powered suit that lets him move 100 miles an hour. Assault finally caught up with him last night, brought him into custody. Wound up calling the kid's mom, got him to agree to talk to our recruiter. You'll be meeting the kid in his home. Why me? Shared interests. You're both tinkers. You have the best idea of how he thinks. Kidwin nodded. He couldn't quite put his finger on what he was feeling. A measure of excitement at the idea of getting to talk to another tinker that wasn't Arms Master? Sure. Fear? Would he be replaced by a new tinker? It was an immature thing to be spooked about, he knew that, but that didn't make it any less real. Cool, he spoke, by way of agreement. You convince him, it'll look good to the guys upstairs, Weld informed him. Right. Great. Pressure. Now, onto a more serious topic. I'm seeing that this team is really disorganized, these days. I have no problem handling the brunt of the paperwork, it gives me a degree of insight into what's going on that the files don't. I don't even mind cleaning up the kitchen and showers here when the janitors are off duty. But we really need to communicate. Last night Flechette went on patrol and ran into a situation with Perry and she should have been briefed on. It could have turned hostile. Sorry, Vista muttered. It turned out okay, Flechette smiled a little. Right. It's okay, it's understandable, given all we're trying to handle, Weld reassured her, but we can't miss out on details and updates on the overall situation. The Protectorate have their hands full with the gang wars between Fenrir's Chosen, Purity's group and Coil, they're now dealing with the serial killer or serial killers, and they're still updating the records. So here's what we're going to do, I've checked it with Pickett, she agrees. I'm picking up an extra patrol shift, and I'll be adjusting your patrol shifts down by 20 minutes each, moving them around slightly. With the downtime that creates, we're going to have meetings like this, every day. Pausing, Weld glanced at Clock Blocker, as if expecting a response. When Clock Blocker only nodded assent, Weld's eyebrows rose a fraction in surprise. He continued, gives us a chance to talk about our recent patrols, fears, concerns, ideas. Or hell, just talk, because I'm seeing this trend where we only see each other in passing, while patrolling or in class, and some of you are going out of your way to spend time together and hash stuff out, even at the detriment of stuff like school. You're talking about class, earlier, Clock Blocker said. More or less. Not saying it's a bad thing, but we can restructure our schedules, make time for it, instead of detracting from an area we need to pay attention to. Sure, Clock Blocker agreed. Was there a note of irritation in his voice? Kidwin couldn't tell. Dennis was playing along, at least. Now, about the paperwork you guys have been submitting, there's been a few recurring problems. Kidwin sighed and settled into his seat. This was going to be a little while. The building was ugly, had trash piled up on either side of the front door, a sour smell wafting out from it. The water level wasn't so bad here, and the building was almost entirely intact. The only sign of damage was the boarded-up windows on the first and second floors where the glass had been knocked out of the window frames. Red brick, it seemed like the usual sort of tenement building one would find in the docks. He stepped inside. A Hispanic boy in the front hall whistled sharply as Kidwin stepped inside, while a group of Asian American boys and girls in dirty clothing ran around him, screaming at a ear-piercing volume as they continued a game, some pointing and hooting at the superhero. Occupants aside, it was dark, with only 2 dingy light bulbs and no open windows. It's 9 o'clock at night. Don't these kids have a bedtime? He checked the folded paper he had in his hand, found the room number, and headed up the stairs. A morbidly obese, older man sat halfway up the stairs, maybe a babysitter for the kids. Kidwin hoped the man was a babysitter, because the man was white and the kids weren't, meaning he probably wasn't family. If he wasn't getting paid, there was only one uncomfortable explanation for why the man would be willing to tolerate that yelling and squealing. Or maybe he's deaf. Let's go with that. The fat old man didn't budge an inch as Kidwin approached, forcing the boy to squeeze by. He made his way up, ignored a gang of fit 20-something Asian guys who were standing guard in the hallway on the second floor. On the third floor, he headed past people who were sleeping on blankets in the hallway, found apartment 306. The door opened a second after he knocked. A tired-looking Hispanic woman greeted him. "You're the superhero, I take it." "Yes." "Kidwin," he extended his hand. She shook it firmly. "Ashley Medina. My son's back through here." There was a sense of pride in the narrow apartment, Kidwin saw. An undercurrent of aesthetic taste, matching knickknacks and furniture. There were marks of a vacuum cleaner's recent run over the carpet and both kitchen counters and dining room table were immaculately clean in a way that suggested she'd gone to some effort to clean up. In a building like this, though, there was only so much you could do. There was a water stain on the ceiling, dark brown marks on the carpet under a small rug, maybe from a previous occupant. "If you'll wait here, I'll get him." Kidwin sat on the sofa. He noticed the cathode ray tube television was missing its screen, had been gutted. Quite likely for parts. The toaster was a goner, too. Only the wireless modem in the corner of the kitchen had survived, green lights blinking. He has priorities, at least, Kidwin thought, with mild amusement. Gotta have an internet connection. When Chariot arrived, Kidwin stood, offered a hand. There was a delay before the kid shook it. He was lanky, with big ears and close-shorn hair that made him look slightly goofy, but he had a wary look in his eye. He wore a t-shirt and jeans that were stained with grease, had lots of little cuts and stains on his fingers, hands, and forearms. "Been there. Substandard tools, not enough parts. I can use that." "Please sit," Chariot's mother said. Kidwin obliged. Chariot was the last to take a seat. Was he reluctant? Something else? "Chariot, is it?" Kidwin ventured. "God, hope I don't fuck this up." Was the non-committal reply. "Just to give me an idea, on a scale of 1 to 10, how interested are you, in maybe joining the wards?" "10's high. 10's a lot of interest." 4. "Trevor." Chariot's mom admonished, "They offer funding, education." "We do," Kidwin interrupted. "If mom pushes, this guy's only going to get less interested." "Shit, a 4 is low. Maybe if I do the talking." "It's good money, with room for better money. Especially for a tinker like you or me." "How's that?" "The guys in charge want tinkers. They really want tinkers, both because they want us in a position where we won't be making trouble for them, and they want the kind of stuff we can create." "I'm not giving up my stuff." Kidwin paused. "This is like looking into a mirror to a year and a half ago. Look, I can see your TV, your toaster. Chances are you've gone to the train yard or a scrap yard to find some stuff. Old batteries, car parts, chains, good metal, whatever." He wanted to go to the train yard, Chariot's mother cut in. "I told him no," caught him trying to sneak out. Chariot scowled a little, looked away. "This would be easier without her here." "I get it. Been there. You're hungry to use your power, but more than any other kind of cape, you're facing a hurdle in terms of the entry-level resources you need. This is where the team would support you. You get funding, a lot of funding, to put your stuff together." Kidwin reached into his belt, retrieved a compact disc. He placed it on the glass coffee table, then withdrew a set of small tools from the other side of his belt. He dismantled the object and began laying out the components one by one. Chariot reached for the nearest component, and Kidwin moved to block the boy's hand. "Don't touch, please. Look only. Trace oils and static charge could damage something." The boy gave him an annoyed glance, bent over the table to look closer at the chips. "What's this crystal?" Chariot asked. "3D computer chip. Uses light instead of electrical current. They're made by this protectorate tinker down in Texas. She gets funding to produce a set number every month, in addition to her regular pay. So long as you're in the program, you can put in an order for her stuff, with the specs you want. And this metal threading, gold. Gold, for maximum conductibility. That's a camera, this would be the power source, that part does something with wavelengths, and this reads energy, but I'm not getting it. What does this do? Kidwin quickly slipped the pieces back together, turned the compact device over, then pulled out his smartphone. Touching the screen, he activated the compact device. It floated above the coffee table. He turned his smartphone around to show them the image it was streaming from the device's camera. So much effort, for a video camera. Chariot's mother commented, my tax dollars are going towards this. The dumbfounded look Chariot gave his mother put Kidwin in the awkward spot of having to suppress a smile. This is a point for me. If I asked him again, what would he say? 5, 6. You join the wards, you get exactly what you need to reach your full potential as a tinker. A small lie there. Not like I've reached my full potential. And anything you make, the PRT buys the rights from you. If you're willing to give up that much, you can do well for yourself. You're talking money. That had piqued Chariot's interest. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I maybe shouldn't, but I'm going to tell you what I'm getting out of it, because it's almost definitely going to be the exact same for you. I get paid, but the money goes straight into a trust. I've made enough to pay for my college education, and every dollar I earn beyond that is going to be waiting for me as a cash award, if and when I graduate from a 4-year post-secondary program. I'm getting $400 in allowance each month, just to mess around in my workshop. All my materials are paid for, and I currently have about $2,000 sitting in the bank, right now, from that. Once I turn 18, I make more. It automatically transitions to a job with good pay, working with the protectorate, and the hours will be totally flexible around any classes I take. But he's risking his life, Chariot's mother spoke. Chariot frowned. He is. There are responsibilities. But honestly, there's zero way he's going to be able to go out and try out any of the stuff he's made without running into trouble. People are going to pick fights, just because he has powers. If he tries to hang out in a workshop he establishes on his own, they're going to find him, strong-arm him into putting something together for them. Not just villains, either. Heroes too. Being a tinker doesn't just make you a target. It makes you a resource. It's why pretty much every tinker out there is a member of a larger, more powerful team. Then Trevor could just not use his powers, she spoke. Sure, Kidwin folded his arms, leaning back against the back of the couch. What do you think, Chariot? You think you could keep from using that power of yours? Be normal. Chariot frowned, looked down at his scratched-up hands. No. Kidwin nodded in agreement. It's a part of you, Chariot, a part of how you think, now. I'm telling you this is the best option. The safest. Having a team means you're protected, free to do what you need to do. Chariot's expression indicated clear interest. Then he frowned. I don't want to give up my stuff to others. It's mine. Something struck Kidwin as off about the reply. What was it? It was out of tune with the flow of the conversation, didn't quite match up with Kidwin's own experiences being recruited. Maybe it sounded forced? But why would Chariot fake reluctance? He pushed forward. Anyways, I get that, really. But it's only given away in name. You still get to use it, you just can't give it away or sell it to others. The benefit is that you gain access to all the stuff and plans other PRT tinkers have made. I can't show you any more of that than I have, but the fact is, you'd be able to look at my blueprints as easily as I could look up yours, get inspiration. Or you could look at the sort of stuff Dragon makes. Chariot's eyes lit up. Tell me you're not interested, now. I'm, kind of interested. Again, that vibe. Pretending he's not as interested as he is. They can't force you to join, but they do want you on the team. There's no negotiating. You'd get the same I get, pretty much, so if you're holding back or trying to fake like you don't want to join when you do, you're just wasting your time and mine. I'm not, Chariot replied, defensive. It's only, this is a big deal. It is. So take my card. Call me if you have any questions, or if you want me to pass on word that you're joining the team. Kidwin fished in his belt and then handed his card to the boy. Black with white lettering and his starburst gun emblem on the back. Okay, Chariot replied. Talk it over with your mom. Get back to us. Thank you, Chariot's mother spoke, standing. Kidwin stood as well. He shook her hand again. Not a problem, Kidwin replied. He punched the boy lightly on the shoulder as he stood. Join. It'd be good to talk shop with someone else that gets this stuff. Chariot nodded. The mother led Kidwin to the door, and he headed out the building. The fat man from the stairwell was gone, and only the Hispanic boy by the front door was still in the hallway. Kidwin stepped outside. Something's off with this scenario. He tapped his foot a second, then stepped around the building and into the alleyway. He retrieved his smartphone, and used it to send the hovering camera up to the 3rd floor, checked in the windows where the apartment would be. The boy was leaving the bathroom, going into his room. Kidwin moved the camera to the next window over. The boy was sitting down at his computer, turning it on. Straight to the computer. Kidwin pocketed the hovering camera, then turned his attention to the smartphone. According to the phone, there were 3 wireless modems in the building. One was named with a string of violent swear words, the other was on its default settings. Both were unlocked. He chose the third, locked connection, clicked a button on the screen to have his phone decrypt the password. 15 seconds later, he could see someone online. Kidwin watched the white text scroll by with details on the connection's activity. Google Docs pages of technical stuff, the boy was adding notes on gold wiring, short-form notes on anti-gravity, 3D crystals. The next page the boy visited, 5 minutes later, was an email account. 20 seconds later, an email was sent. To C12984757739@cryptmail.com. Guy from Wards came. I'm in. Kidwin stared at the screen for a long while. Cryptmail. That wouldn't be an agreement with the PRT. So someone got to you before we did, he muttered to himself. He tapped the armor over his ear twice to open a communications channel, console. Weld here, manning the console. Do me a favor, call everyone back to the base for a quick meeting? And maybe call Piggott. Sentinel 9.5. Don't cross the yellow line, Flechette spoke. Right, Vista agreed, I got the message the last time I came this way. Flechette leaned forward, found a string, beaded with water from the rain. She plucked it twice. Perian sloshed out from a nearby alley. A 9-foot-tall rabbit with an eye patch and boxing gloves followed a few feet behind her, moving on 2 legs, swaggering forward like it had a chip on its shoulder. It's cute. Vista smiled. Hi Vista, Perian greeted her. Hi Flechette. Hey, Flechette smiled, we come bearing gifts. Vista stepped forward and held out a shopping bag, a dozen gallons of water, some rice, some tins of beans, multivitamins, and first aid supplies. My power will wear off pretty soon, so get the bag somewhere safe before then. It's basic stuff, Flechette said, but it'll hold you for a little while. Thank you, Perian spoke, reaching over the makeshift yellow line for the bag. She held it behind her back with both hands. Just over her right shoulder, cloth formed into a rough shape, a trio of needles with attached spools of thread weaving in and around it, a razor cutting at pieces of it. How are you managing? Flechette asked. Some kids came through around noon, roughed up the mother of one of my friends. I told you to call me if there was trouble. I handled it. Kind of. They ran when they saw my rabbit. According to my friend's mom, they were trying to get someone to tell them where they could get food, and she was afraid they'd take everything if she told them where we have our stuff. I think they were more hungry than dangerous. Not enough food going around. The cloth took on a rough shape with arms and legs. That makes it sound like I'm blaming you guys. You're right, Flechette interrupted. We're not doing a good job of getting supplies to everyone. We can't. Anytime we try to distribute it, a group like Hukulf's gang or the merchants try to seize it. Even if the heroes on duty fend them off, the citizens get scared away. I suppose we're lucky to have this haven, here. So far. I don't know how long before someone I can't scare off comes through. You have my number. Vista turned away as a third voice sounded in her ear. She stepped away from the conversation, shook her head a little to shake off the water that the steady rain was depositing on her. Vista squeezed the earbud. Sorry? I didn't catch that. Weld here. Kidwin has something to report, asked everyone to come in. Can you make it back here quickly? Okay. She hurried back to Flechette's side and waited a few seconds for a break in the conversation. When none was forthcoming, she put a hand on Flechette's arm. What's up? Weld wants us back ASAP. A look of disappointment crossed Flechette's face. I'll see you later. Perian asked. I'll stop by later, unless I'm done with patrols for the night, Flechette shrugged. I'll look forward to it, Perian replied. She turned to Vista. Here. Vista accepted her gift. A stuffed rabbit, made in the last minute or so. It was finely detailed, wearing a fancy dress with lace trim. The fur had a softness that indicated high-quality material, despite being wet. She would have been delighted with the gift, were she 4 years younger. It was still a really nice gesture. She suppressed her annoyance at the child's gift and offered a smile instead. Thank you, Perian. Let's go, Flechette spoke, back to headquarters. Back to headquarters. Come on, we'll take my shortcut. They walked 2 blocks east to reach Lord Street. Beneath the water's surface, they could see a fissure that ran down the center of the road, zigzagging from one lane to the other. Vista stepped out into the middle of the road at the edge of the fissure, then concentrated. She felt her power extend to every solid object in front of her, formed a map in her head. There was nobody out there, which made it easier. Slowly, carefully, she began adjusting. She truncated the length of Lord Street, then did it again, repeating the process to make the 4-lane road shorter and shorter. The fissure down the center of the road squeezed against itself like a compressed spring. This is disorienting, Flechette spoke, as she gazed at the scene. My power gives me a grasp of angles, and I'm worried I might have a seizure if I try to use it to get a sense of what's happening here. It's not that complicated. Everything's like wet clay, and I'm smudging it around. Vista deemed her work done, started walking forward. Flechette followed, eyeing the distorted sidewalk at the edges of the effect. You're powerful, kiddo, Flechette said. Kinda. You could be one of the top dogs in the Protectorate, in 5 or 6 more years. Vista frowned. They said the same thing about Dauntless. One of the Protectorate members who got killed, if I remember right. Vista nodded. Flechette frowned. That's unexpectedly dark, coming from you. Where did that come from? What we do is dangerous. Sometimes we die. I don't see why I should worry about what happens 5 years from now when I might not even be here. Are you having second thoughts about being on the team? Vista gave Flechette a look. No. Not in the slightest. But if you're concerned about risking your life. I didn't say I was concerned, Vista said, a note of exasperation in her voice, just that, hey, it might happen. I'm being realistic. I can't tell if you're being amazingly mature about the topic of death or if I should be really concerned about you. Amazingly mature. They had reached the PRT building. A trip that had taken them 30 minutes on the way out had taken them 4 on the way back, with the aid of Vista's power. Flechette held the bulletproof glass door open, raised a hand in greeting to the PRT uniform who stood alert on the other side. You know what I mean. Vista had to bite her tongue. Pointing out that people were being condescending had a way of making her look petulant, which only compounded the problem. Yes. Because any maturity on my part is something special. Doesn't matter that I have 9 months of seniority over Kid Win, being 13 means everyone expects me to be squealing over Justin Bieber or the Maggie Holt books, or dressing in pink or... Her train of thought stopped dead when her eye fell on the portraits on the wall above the front desk. 3 feet high and 2 feet wide, the 2 pictures were black and white, bordered by foot-wide black frames. The pictures themselves were head and shoulders shots of Aegis and Gallant, both in costume, masks on. She knew from her own experience that the pictures would have been taken in their first week on the team. Gallant looked so young. He had still been so young when the tidal wave had smashed into him and caved in his chest. Only 17. She looked at her own picture. In contrast to the boys, it was vibrant, filled with color. Her eyes, costume, and the frame of the picture were a high-saturation blue-green, the background of the image a sunset orange to highlight her blonde hair. Vista was young in that picture too. Her photo had a missing fang tooth on the bottom row, which created a small, dark gap in her awkward smile. She'd been just a month shy of turning 11, then. She hated that picture. She hated it all the more because she couldn't help but wonder if the time would come when that picture would be hanging over the front desk in black and white, smiling that guileless goofy smile that was everything she didn't want people to remember about her. Hell, were they even doing Gallant justice? The guy who'd set out to be the literal knight in shining armor, lived his life with more chivalry than any 5 people you plucked off the street? All he got was a photo and a name on a memorial. You okay? Flechette asked. Vista tore her eyes from the portraits. I'm fine. Let's go, Weld's waiting. Without waiting for Flechette, she marched for the elevator. Flechette fell in step behind her. Everyone else was sitting in the meeting room, except for Director Piggott, who stood with her arms folded. Thank you for being prompt, Piggott spoke, would you please have a seat? Vista obediently sat in the chair closest to her. Flechette found a chair beside Weld. Kid Win. Piggott prompted. Here's the deal, guys. I went out to talk to Chariot, and there's a bit of a complication. He tapped the screen of his smartphone, and the computer screen at one end of the table changed to show text from a series of emails. Chariot hasn't yet agreed to join the team, but there's evidence that he fully intends to join as a mole for an unknown party. This evidence was assumed using legal methods, of course, Piggott spoke. Of course, Kid Win grinned in a way that left no doubt for anyone present that he was lying through his teeth. We believe this unknown party is Coil. There's no other criminals in town that would really do this. Fenrir's chosen aren't that subtle, and they're too racist to work with Chariot. Purity's group is, again, too racist. The Undersiders aren't well funded enough. It doesn't fit the Traveler's MO. That, Piggott spoke, and there are prior cases of Coil using undercover operatives. Prior cases? Weld asked. This doesn't leave this room, Piggott spoke. Vista nodded alongside everyone else. We know there are 3 agents employed in this very building who are working for Coil. Seriously? Clockblocker asked. As in, right now? Yes, Piggott nodded, we might have gone entirely unaware, but Dragon found that one face on our security camera footage matched up with that of a known soldier of fortune. On investigation, we found 2 more. Capable gunmen, each with a wide array of skills ranging from facility with computers to multiple languages. Very much the type Coil would employ. We might have arrested them, but I spoke with people with higher credentials and clearance than myself, and we came to the unanimous agreement that it would be ideal to keep those mercenaries employed here. It allows us to keep a close eye on them for knowledge we could use, and we occasionally feed them bad or misleading information, obviously with a great deal of consideration each time. Which brings me to the primary subject of this meeting, Piggott informed them. I would like to do the very same thing here, with Chariot. He would work alongside you, quite likely see you unmasked. You would socialize with him, and you would pretend not to know that he is passing on information to his employer. For that, for the risks you would be undertaking, I require your express permission. Kid Win whistled. Dealing with the relationships between team members is difficult enough to begin with, Weld spoke, and you want to add this into the mix. I wouldn't ask you to do it if I didn't think you could handle it. What if we say no? Clockblocker asked. If only 1 or 2 of you disagreed, out of fear of your civilian identities being used against you, I would propose splitting up your team's schedules so you did not share any shifts with Chariot. Ideally this would coincide with each of you returning to school, so your busy schedules could serve as sufficient excuse for why you do not cross paths with the boy. Given how complicated this becomes, I would much prefer that all of you were on board. I have no problem with it, Weld spoke, but I have no secret identity, no friends or family here to watch out for. I totally 100% understand if anyone else has objections. Not a local or a long-term member of the team, here, Flechette said, my vote probably shouldn't count, but I'm okay with it, if it's what the PRT needs to do. Good, Pigot spoke, and the rest of you. Shadow Stalker was next to agree, followed by Kidwin, Vista and then a reluctant clock blocker. Pigot offered them a rare smile, good. For your information, the earpiece communication channel, the computers at this console, the spare laptops and the spare smartphones will all be continually monitored by a team upstairs. Your own laptops and smartphones will be free of this prying. This makes it doubly important that you do not lose these possessions or let him gain access to them. He's a tinker, Kidwin pointed out, he might be able to figure out he's being watched. Admittedly true, but I have assurances from Dragon that the programs and devices she has put together are sufficiently discreet. She clasped her hands together, thank you, Wards, for your cooperation. Your service since the start of the Endbringer event has been exemplary. Trust me when I say I will find some way to make it up to you. She moved to leave, stopped, and Kidwin? Good work. Kidwin smiled broadly. The Wards watched in silence until the moment the elevator door closed. It's really freaking creepy when Piggy acts human, Clock Blocker commented. There were chuckles from the rest of the group. Vista's own titter was tinged with relief. The crack was a sign that Dennis was putting out an effort, acting more like his old self. All right guys, Weld spoke, clapping his hands together once, generating a muted clink. We needed to be ready with a response in case Chariot replied, I'm sorry about interrupting your nights. Lily, could I have a word with you before you head out again? Flechette nodded and followed Weld to the far corner of the room. Vista went to get a sports drink from the kitchen in one of the alcoves. Kidwin was sketching in a notebook. If he was feeling inspired, it would be best to leave him alone. She stood behind him at enough of a distance to avoid distracting him, and watched the comedy on the TV, sipping her drink. She felt a hand on her shoulder, turned to see Weld. Weld spoke quietly, you look like you could use a shower. Go warm up, then get yourself dry and in comfortable clothes. Clock Blocker is replacing you on your patrol, you can come with me in a few hours. She nodded. Come see me when you are done. I want to have a chat. Nothing bad. She nodded again. So Flechette said something. She headed into the bathrooms, detoured into the adjacent girls' bathroom with accompanying showers. She kicked off her boots, removed her body armor, and hung the armor on one of the drying dummies. She removed the dress and peeled off the stockings, and hung the clothes on a second dummy, where they would be subjected to a steady, gentle flow of warm air. Her boots were placed upside down on the heating vent below the dummies, propped up against the wall. She removed her underwear last, putting it in a basket with the rabbit Parian had made, and grabbed a towel. It felt strange, removing her costume. It was like she wasn't herself. When had she started seeing herself more as Vista than as Missy Byron? When her parents divorced, and she started taking extra shifts to get away from the oppressive atmosphere. After 1 year on the team, too? She hung the towel up and stood under the spray of hot water, rinsing off the dirt and the grime that had come with the damp, dirty water that was everywhere outside, now. It didn't take long to soap up and rinse off, but she spent a long few minutes leaning there with her hands against one wall of the stall, letting the water run over her, not thinking about anything in particular. She cranked the water off and walked over to the sink to look at herself in the mirror, her towel around her shoulders. The water had removed most of it, but there was a line of dried blood flecks on her throat from where the wire had pulled against it. She had another, similar, mark on her left arm, by her elbow. She picked the flecks away with one fingernail, then rinsed her finger clean with a spray of water from the faucet. Only a pink line remained. Neither serious enough to warrant worrying about. There was bruising on one of her knees, the thigh, and around the side of her pelvis where the bone was closest to the skin, from where rubble had fallen on her, green-yellow in color. There were older injuries too. Small scars on her hands, tiny cuts on her legs, the bump of a dime-sized keloid scar on the top of one foot. The one that caught her eye was on the right side of her chest, 1.5 inches down from her collarbone. 1 inch wide, the scar puckered inward a bit. It had been the result of an altercation with Hook Wolf as the villain escaped the scene of a grisly attack on a grocer, a year ago. A blade on the villain's arm had punctured her armor as he'd knocked her aside. She'd felt the pain of her skin being penetrated and she'd kept quiet about it out of a desperate need to shake the label of being the team baby. She didn't want to be seen as the one always in need of help and protection. It would have been embarrassing to ask for medical attention, only for it to be a scratch. It had only been later that she'd seen how serious it was, how much it had been bleeding into the fabric of her costume, underneath her breastplate. She'd stitched it up herself, here, in the showers. She'd done as best as she was able, worked with a kind of grim determination. Not the most competent job, in the end. She kind of regretted that series of decisions, now. She was a late bloomer, looked younger than she was, but when she did eventually have the sort of cleavage she could show off, the scar would be there, plain as day. It might even be worse, when that time came, depending on how the scar stretched as her chest grew. Vista might have tried asking Panacea to fix it, but hadn't been able to summon up the courage. Now, as she thought about it, she thought maybe she didn't really want to get rid of it. A part of her took a perverse kind of pride in the fact that she had a scar, as though it was some kind of proof to herself that she was a good soldier. It was a sort of validation of the philosophy she'd been outlining to Flechette. Why stress about a scar on her chest when some villain could kill her before it became an issue? A toilet flushed in one of the bathroom stalls, and Vista hurried to pull her towel from around her shoulders and wrap it around herself, hiking it up to cover the scar on her chest. Sophia strolled over to the sink next to Vista. She gave the younger girl a cool look. Don't freak out, midget. It's not like you have anything worth hiding. Bristling at the midget comment and the crack about her chest, Vista just stared at herself in the mirror, ignoring the girl. Sophia finished washing her hands, then got her toothbrush and brushed her teeth. She took her time, while Vista stood there, clutching the towel around herself with both hands. Finishing, Sophia put her toothbrush away, and, as she'd been doing recently, put a hand on Vista's head as she passed by. Only this time, she mussed up the younger girl's hair, with more roughness than was necessary. Carry on, kid. Great, Vista thought. Dennis might be acting more like his old self, but Sophia is too. She combed out her hair, sorting out the tangles that Sophia's attention had given her, dried off, and then went to her locker to get a change of clothes, a t-shirt, sweatshirt and flannel pajama pants. Comfortable clothes. She pulled on slippers and went to find Weld. Sophia was manning the console, browsing Facebook. Kidwin was testing out the Armor 4 guns with the size and shape of large pairs were floating around the shoulders in a loose formation. Rather than distract Chris or have to deal with Sophia again, Vista left the headquarters and headed into the elevator. Weld's room was in the hallways one floor up, opposite Kidwin's workshop. The door was open, and he was there, reclining on a heavy-duty chair of the same model as the one he had in the conference room. He had headphones on, his feet on a granite counter where his computer sat. She'd never been in his room. Looking around, she saw rack upon rack of CDs, DVDs, and vinyl records. There was no bed, but he didn't really need to sleep, so that made some sense. It was easily possible that he slept in the chair. His head was bobbing with the music until he spotted her. He gave her a quick nod, pulled off his headphones and turned off the speaker system. You wanted to talk to me, she asked. I sent Flechette on patrol with you because she's got an objective perspective on the team, and I wanted to see if her thoughts on you echoed my own. True enough, you were only out for a short while, and she's already expressed concerns. Okay. Tell me straight up, are you doing okay? People keep asking me that. I'm fine. Flechette said you were sounding pretty fatalistic when you were on patrol, a little while ago. I know you were fond of Gallant, that you were pretty inconsolable when you were in the hospital, at his bedside. Vista looked away. And now you're acting like nothing phases you, even the idea of you maybe dying in the near future. I have to know, Missy. Do you have a death wish? Are you going to be putting yourself in unnecessary danger? No, she said. When his expression didn't change, she repeated herself, louder, no. You saw me against the travelers. I don't think I did anything stupid there. You didn't. I just want to do a good job as a member of this team. Carry on their memory. Act like they would want me to act. I can work twice as hard, be twice as tough, twice as strong, if it means making up for them being gone. That's a pretty crazy burden to be shouldering. It's fine. And it could go somewhere problematic, if you get frustrated, let it consume you, alongside this blasé attitude towards death you seem to be adopting. I can deal. Weld sighed. Maybe. Maybe not. You know what I think. Vista shrugged. I think you should let your teammates take some of the responsibility there. Trust them to help carry on the legacy. She shook her head, nobody else seems to care as much. Weld raised a hand, stop. Let me finish. Remember that your teammates have their individual strengths to their personalities. I don't know enough about Aegis or Gallant to say for sure, but I think maybe Clockblocker is stepping up to become more of a leader, in Aegis's absence. It could be part of why there's friction between him and me, even if he doesn't fully realize it. Gallant was sort of preparing to be the team leader, for when Aegis graduated, Vista said, her voice quiet. Weld nodded. The impression I've picked up, and forgive me if I'm off target, is that Aegis was the head of the team, the leader, strategist, and manager. Gallant, maybe, was the heart. The guy who tied you all together, kept the interpersonal stuff running smoothly. Would I be wrong in assuming he was the one who handled Sophia best? Vista shook her head. A lump was growing in her throat. Okay. With all this in mind, I have one suggestion and 2 orders. My suggestion? Stop trying to be everything they were. Be what you're good at, a caring, sweet young woman who everyone on the team likes. My professional opinion is that you have it in you to fill some of that void Gallant left. Use that empathic nature of yours to help others with their own struggles. Be the team's heart. Her eyes started watering. She blinked the tears away. And my orders. Order number 1 is that you go see the PRT's therapist. If I can clear it with Director Piggott, figure out a way to make the patrol schedules work, I'm going to try to get everyone to go. I'm honestly kind of flabbergasted that nobody higher up than me has mandated it already. Okay. In a way, she was relieved, at that instruction. Order number 2 is to let yourself cry, damn it. Stop holding it back. Just the mention of crying made her eyes water again. Vista wiped it away once more, I've cried enough. If your body wants to cry, then you should listen to it. It doesn't make you any weaker if you let it happen. You think I've never cried? Looking like I do, facing the disappointments and frustrations I have? Maybe it's selfing to think so, but I think it takes a kind of strength to let yourself face your emotions like that. The tears were rolling down her cheeks, now. She let her head hang, her damp hair a curtain between her and her team leader. He stood, pulled her into a hug. She pressed her face against his shirt. It was soft, but the body beneath was hard, unyielding. It was still very gentle. When she pulled away, a few minutes later, his shirt was damp. She sniffled, taking the offered tissue to wipe at her eyes and nose. Weld spoke, gently, I'm always here to talk, and the therapist will be there too. Vista nodded. If you need a break from the team, just say the word. I'll talk to Pickett. She shook her head, no. I want to work. I want to help. Okay. Then we've got patrol in, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Go relax, watch some TV, maybe take a nap. Alright. Don't you dare let me sleep through patrol. I wouldn't. She made her way back to the elevator, noting the lights were on in Kidwin's workshop. Heading back down to the base, she walked toward her cubicle room. Holy crap, you've been crying again? I thought you were over that. Sophia commented from the console. She was on her laptop, sitting just to the right of the main console. Nobody else was present in the headquarters. Again, the two of them were alone. Was Sophia's nice act only for when others were around? Vista turned, irritated. I was venting a little with Weld, what's your issue? I just really hate crybabies. Sophia turned back to the computer. Crybaby. Whatever else someone could say about Sophia, there was no denying that she was very, very good at finding someone's weak points, be it during a brawl or in an argument. Vista couldn't think of an insult that would have needled her more. Bitch, Vista muttered, moving toward her room. She thought she spoke quietly enough that Sophia didn't hear, but the girl did, because she had a response. You annoyed him, you know. Vista stopped in her tracks, stayed where she was, her back to Sophia. She replied without turning around. Weld? You don't know. Gallant. 12-year-old following him around all the time, brimming with prepubescent lust and lovesick infatuation? And he can feel all of her emotions? You know how gross that would be? How disturbing and awkward. Vista clenched her fists. Sophia went on, think about it, every time you got just a little turned on while you looked at him? Every time you crushed on him? He felt it, forced himself to smile and play nice even as you totally repulsed him, because he was that kind of guy. You know he was that kind of guy. I loved him, Vista spoke. The first time she'd spoken the words aloud. Why did it have to be to Sophia? Why couldn't she have said it to Gallant, before he passed? There's nothing gross about love. You don't know what love is, little one. Sophia's condescending tone rang across the room. It was a first crush, a little infatuation. Real love is what he had with Glory Girl, that long-term bond that survived through a dozen really nasty fights, and brought them back together again and again. A schoolgirl crush is easy. Real love is hard, something tempered and enduring. Vista turned to look at the older girl. Sophia was reclining in her chair. She smiled a little. I know it sucks to hear now, but it's better to hear it straight than to look back and realize how horribly stupid you sounded, 5 or 10 years down the road. I am not going to feel stupid for how I feel now. Sophia shrugged. Kids. She turned her attention to Facebook. Vista unclenched her fist. She could tip Sophia out of her chair, bend the computer screen, carry out any number of petty revenges. But Weld's advice stuck in her head. What happened to you, Sophia? Sophia looked over her shoulder. You're still here. What kind of situation led to you becoming like this? So casually cruel, so lacking in basic human decency. My advice is for your own benefit, little tyke. I'm not the bad guy. You're the only one who doesn't have any friends on the team, you keep yourself at a distance, you talk only with your friend or friends from your civilian life. Even there, you're always in trouble. Getting suspended, picking fights. It's like you want to break your probation and go to some juvenile detention facility for the next few years. Not your business. Out in costume, you're scary. You hurt people like you're hungry for it. I just want to know why. Where did you come from? What situation led to you being like this? Drop the fucking subject. You're irritating me. Vista sighed. Feeling the traces of anger and the hurt from Sophia's words, she still tried to soften her parting words as she turned to go back to her room. If you ever do want to talk about it, I'm willing to listen. I'm not about to talk about it with you. Fix your own shit before you start worrying about me, crybaby. Frustrated, disappointed in herself for failing in her first genuine effort at taking Weld's advice, trying to reach out to a team member that needed it, Vista shook her head, muttered, I pity you. The sound of a laptop crashing to the ground made Vista turn. She saw Sophia in her shadow state, wispy, her skeleton visible beneath her skin, warped. The girl's eyes were too reflective, her entire body seemed to bend and distort, not completely solid as she leaped towards Vista. Sophia dropped out of her shadow state in time to push Vista flat onto her back, hard, one fist gripping the collar of the younger girl's t-shirt. She shook her pity. Feeling strangely calm despite the pain that radiated through the back of her head, where it had struck the ground, Vista spoke. Weld said it takes a kind of strength to face your emotions. Are you really that scared, Sophia, that you'd attack me instead of talk to me? Sophia raised a clenched fist. Vista screwed one eye shut, anticipating the hit. It would almost be worth it if she hit me and violate the conditions of her membership on the team, to have her gone. But we need all the help we can get, right now. The security cameras are watching us right now. Sophia dropped her hand, stood, and stalked over to the far side of the room. She gathered her costume in her arms. I'm going on patrol. It's not your shift, Vista spoke, sitting up. Don't fucking care. If Weld asks, I'm doing a double shift. And then Sophia was gone, having used her shadow state to disappear through the elevator door. Okay, Vista spoke, pulling herself to her feet. Guess I'm manning the console. Sentinel 9.6. Shadow Stalker paused in her patrol when she arrived at the roof of the Hillside Mall, downtown. She'd hoped to run into some looters, had had some luck earlier in the week at this spot, but it seemed that police forces were stationed at the entrances, now. Annoyed, she walked over to the corner of the roof, so the toes of her boots were just at the brink. She got her smartphone and dialed Emma. The phone automatically made the wireless connection to her earbud. Hey, superhero, Emma answered. How's Portland? Good food, good shopping, boring as hell. I wish I could come back, hang out. I wish you to come back, too, Shadow Stalker admitted. These morons are fucking pissing me off, and I'm not getting enough breaks from it. I don't have the patience for this. Which morons? The wards. The wards, Shadow Stalker confirmed. She sat down on the ledge. They're children. Yeah, Emma replied. She didn't prod for more information or clarification. Shadow Stalker had gone over this before enough times, in one variation or another. That didn't stop her from returning to the subject. Sure, some of them are older. Some have more time in the field than me. Maybe. But they're still children, living in their comfortable, cozy little worlds. I don't know if you've seen what the city's like now. I saw some on the news. Emma interjected. Right. Damaged, destroyed, fucked up. This is a place those kids visit, and they're still convinced they can fix it. I've lived with this all my life. Waded through this shit from the beginning. I know they're deluding themselves. So yeah, they're immature, new to this, and I don't know how long I can fucking put up with them. 2.5 more years, right? Emma asked, then you're off probation, free to do your thing. God, don't remind me. Makes me realize I'm not even halfway through it. I can't believe it's already been this long, constantly hearing them bitch about dating, or clothes, or allowances, and every time I hear it it's like, I want to scream in their face, fuck you, you little shit, shut the fuck up. I've killed people, and then I washed the blood off my hands and went to school and acted normal the next day. Silence hung on the line for a few long moments. I remember, Emma spoke, a touch subdued. Shadow Stalker chewed on her lower lip, watched a butch policewoman pull into the parking lot, then hand out coffees to the others on duty. If it weren't for all the crying and the complaining, I would almost be glad Leviathan had attacked the city. Tear away that fucking ridiculous veneer that covers everything. Get rid of those fucking fake smiles and social niceties and daily routines that everyone hides behind. Yet. Shadow Stalker didn't elaborate too much further on the subject. Leviathan had revealed the desperate, needy animal at the core of everyone in this city. He'd made things honest. Most were victims, sheep huddling together for security in numbers, or rats hiding in the shadows, avoiding attention. Others were predators, going on the offensive, taking what they needed through violence or manipulation. She didn't care what category people fell into, so long as they didn't get in her way, like Gru had a habit of doing. Worse yet were those who seemed intent on irritating her by being lame and depressing, like Taylor or like Vista had been this past week. They weren't all bad. The victim personality did have a habit of pissing her off, but she could let them be so long as the person or people in question stayed out of sight and out of mind, accepting their place without fight or fanfare. There were some predators, she could admit, that were even useful. Emma came to mind. The girl went a long way towards making life out of costume tolerable, and there was Director Piggott, who had kept her out of jail thus far, because she fit into the woman's overarching agenda of PR and the illusion of a working system. There was a need for that kind of person in society, someone willing to step on others to get to the top, do what was necessary, so they could keep the wheels spinning. Not all of them were so useful or tolerable, of course, but there were enough out there that she couldn't say everyone with that kind of aggressive, manipulative psychology was a blight on society. She could respect the Piggotts and Emmas of the world, if only because they served as facilitators that allowed her to do what she did best, in costume and out, respectively. She was a predator, whether she was Shadow Stalker or Sophia. Few would deny that, even among her own teammates. A convoy of trucks on the road below caught her attention. Each vehicle was painted dark, and two had the look of army vehicles, with grey-black mottled cloth or canvas covering the cargo or personnel at the rear. They had their headlights off to avoid drawing attention. There were two good possibilities for who they might be. The first was that it was a shipment of supplies. Food, water, first aid, and tools, which would mean there was a small contingent of capes inside one of the trucks or in the immediate area. The second option was that it was Coyle and his troops. She realized she was still holding the phone, and the noise of a television or music told her Emma was still on the other line. Something's going on. Going to see if it leads to anything interesting. Call back when you're done, give me the recap. Right. She hung up. Leaping into the air, she entered her shadow state, every part of her body shifting gears in the span of a half-second. Her lungs automatically stopped taking in air and her heart stopped beating. She was suddenly hyper-aware of changes in the atmosphere, movements of air as it passed through her body. She had enough solidity for her body to seize the air molecules as they passed through her, and in this manner, each of her cells nourished itself. It was strange, to feel so still. She lacked even the most basic processes and routines that normally kept the body going, things people rarely gave a second thought to. There was no near-silent roar of blood in her ears, no need to blink, no production of saliva in her mouth or movement of food and water in her gut. She just existed. But the movement of air through her body made her feel just as alive, more alive, in a very different way. The material and gravel of the rooftop were still warm from the day's sunlight, even submerged beneath a thin layer of water from the rain. This rising, heated air from this surface offered her an almost imperceptible added buoyance. The rest of her ascent was carried out by the momentum from her leap and the fact that she was nearly weightless. Jumping 15 feet in the air to a rooftop 1 story above her was almost effortless. She turned solid long enough to land. Changing back brought a sudden, thunderous restarting of her heart, a shudder running through her entire body as her bloodstream jerked back into motion. It only lasted the briefest of moments as she bent her knees and threw herself forward. The moment her feet left the ground, she entered the shadow state once again, sailing across the rooftop. She used one wispy foot to push herself out further as she reached the roof's edge, so she could glide just above one rooftop without even touching ground. In this fashion, she kept pace with the trucks, which weren't moving slowly but weren't going full bore either, likely because of the condition of the roads. It was 5 minutes before trouble arrived. It was Menja that made the first move, stampeding out of a nearby alleyway, standing at a height of 20 feet tall. She drove her spear into the engine block of the lead truck, stepped in front of the vehicle and wrenched her weapon to tip the truck over and arrest its forward momentum. The truck immediately behind tried to stop, but the flooded pavement made it impossible to get enough traction. It skidded and collided into the back of the foremost truck. Miss Militia was climbing up out of the lead truck's passenger door in an instant, hefting a grenade launcher to blast Menja 3 times in quick succession. The giantess stumbled back, raised her sister's shield to block a 4th shot. Hook Wolf, Storm Tiger, and Cricket all joined the fray, followed by their foot soldiers. On the PRT side, the trucks emptied of PRT troops and one more cape, assault. They mobilized to defend, and the noise of gunfire rang through the night air. Shadow Stalker crouched at the corner of the roof, loaded her crossbow and fired a shot at Cricket. It passed a half-foot behind the woman. Her second shot was on target, and Cricket dropped a few seconds later, tranquilized. Good, the woman's radar might find Shadow Stalker if she wasn't in her shadow state, and Shadow Stalker could be far more effective if the enemy didn't see where she was attacking from. Who else? Menja was classified as a breaker. The spatial warping effect that surrounded her made incoming attacks smaller even as she simultaneously made herself bigger. The darts wouldn't even be noticeable to her. Storm Tiger could deflect projectiles by sensing and adjusting air currents. With the right timing, so her shots came out of the shadow state as they arrived to make contact with him? Maybe. But he was engaged in a fist fight with Assault, and she'd be risking tagging the hero. Hook Wolf? No point. He was currently in the shape of a gigantic wolf made of whirring metal blades. Even if the dart did penetrate something approximating flesh, which it wouldn't, his entire biology was so different that she doubted he would be affected. Instead, she settled for targeting the clusters of Hook Wolf's troops. Fenrir's chosen. Each of the thugs had white face paint extending from forehead to cheekbone to chin, in a crude approximation of a wolf's face. She began dropping them at a steady rate, aiming for the biggest, the most aggressive and the ones who looked like they were in charge of lesser troops, the captains. As the troops began falling, Hook Wolf's forces became unsettled, hesitating to advance. Hook Wolf reared up on 2 legs, pointing and howling orders, likely demanding they attack. His words were incomprehensible from the rooftop where Shadow Stalker crouched, but the tone left no mistake that he was threatening them to drive them back into the fight. The distraction afforded Miss Militia time to prepare and fire a mortar straight into Hook Wolf's chest. As he collapsed backward, his chest cavity gaping open, her gun shimmered, split and transformed into a pair of assault rifles. She unloaded clip after clip into the enemy ranks, rubber bullets, most likely. The innate issues of the non-lethal ammunition were almost negligible in Miss Militia's case. She could reform the gun in a second if a gun jammed. Shadow Stalker watched a crowd of Hook Wolf's chosen move to flank, moving along the sidewalk, where the crashed truck blocked the view of the PRT forces. Shadow Stalker raised her crossbow, hesitated. She could jump down, take them down in close quarters combat. It had been her entire reason for going out, after having to deal with the irritation of Vista. She craved that catharsis. She holstered her crossbow, prepared to dive into their midst, and then paused as she saw the chosen stagger back, lashing out with their hands. One shouted something, which was odd given how they had been trying to be stealthy only a moment ago. What? Then another figure stepped out of the alleyway closest to them. A girl, skinny, but not in the attractive way you saw in magazines. Spindly. Was that the right word? The girl was hard to make out in the gloom. There were no lights on the street, and the only light was what filtered from the moon and through the rain clouds. The girl glanced left, around the back of the truck, then glanced right, where she might have seen Shadow Stalker if she looked up just a little. The lenses of her mask caught the moonlight, flashing a pale yellow. Skitter. A feral smile spread across Shadow Stalker's face, beneath her mask. Shadow Stalker resisted the urge to jump down, watched as the shadow of the bug girl's swarm moved over the chosen, almost obscuring them from view. The bug girl drew her combat stick, whipped it out to full length, and dispatched the chosen one by one. Shadow Stalker couldn't see the hits, between the darkness and the obscuring mass of the swarm, but she saw the splashes and movements of the chosen as they fell to the ground, clutching their faces, knees, and hands. Some of the bugs flowed out to pass over the PRT forces and the chosen. The thugs started recoiling and slapping at themselves, but Shadow Stalker couldn't see much reaction from the PRT forces. They were made of sterner stuff, in a way, and their uniforms covered them thoroughly enough that the bugs wouldn't do nearly as much damage, if they were even attacking. Skitter emerged from the center mass of the swarm, carrying a bag of supplies from the truck. It was green canvas, large, not dissimilar to a gym bag. Pulling the strap over one shoulder, she briskly retreated back into the alley, the bugs trailing after her like the tail of a slow-moving comet, or the steady trail of smoke from a candle. Hungry, are you? Shadow Stalker murmured to herself. She shifted into her shadow state, moved along the rooftop to follow the girl. Shadow Stalker was almost entirely silent in this state, virtually impossible to see, especially in this light, unless someone was actively looking for her. She was a grey shadow against a background of black and shades of grey. You saw my face. Shadow Stalker thought, records say you've got no team, now. Operating alone between the old boardwalk and the east end of downtown. She leaped to the next rooftop, and the movement carried her a little ahead of her target, helped by the fact that the bug girl was moving a little slower with her burden. Shadow Stalker paused and reached up beneath her cloak and between her shoulder blades. She withdrew a cartridge for her crossbow, each bolt loaded in at a slight angle, so the aluminum feathers at the tail of each bolt stuck out. She popped out one bolt to examine it, then turned it around so the barbed, razor-sharp arrowhead caught the moonlight. As Skitter passed beneath her, she turned the bolt's point so her perspective made it appear to be at the girl's throat. Operating solo means there's nobody to miss you. She entered her shadow state and moved further along the rooftop, only to feel a group of flying insects pass through her body. A fraction of a second later, Skitter was running, abandoning the bag, disappearing around a corner, not even turning to look Shadow Stalker's way. You want to run? I don't mind a bit of a chase, Shadow Stalker smiled behind her mask, loading the cartridge into her right-hand crossbow. She leaped after the girl, gliding down to street level, rebounding off a wall to turn the corner and give pursuit. Skitter had turned around, was waiting as she rounded the corner. The bug girl sent a mass of insects out to attack. The bugs passed through Shadow Stalker's body, slowing her momentum. She suspected that if there were enough of them, they could even carry her aloft, push her back. But there weren't. The swarm wasn't quite big enough. As the stream of insects passed through her, reoriented in preparation to flow through her again, she pounced. The residual bugs threw her off, slowing down her power. Her body had to push them out of the space it wanted to occupy, delayed the change back to her normal self by a half-second. Her hand passed through Skitter's throat, but she caught her balance, drew her rearmost foot up and back in a half-spin. Her heel collided with Skitter's mask. Skitter went down, and Shadow Stalker turned her crossbow on her fallen opponent. She was about to fire when the combat stick lashed out. She lifted the crossbow up just in time. Had she been a second slower, the stick might have broken her weapon. Acutely aware of the bugs clustering on her, she dropped into her shadow state before they could crawl beneath her mask. The stick passed through her head, once. She resisted the urge to snap back to her normal form and retaliate. The girl was powerless here. Shadow Stalker could afford to hound her, drive her to the brink of desperation, wear her down. The bug girl switched to a one-handed grip on her baton, flying insects clustering around her to mask her movements as she backed away a step. She used her free hand to push the wet hair out of her face. Then she adjusted her costume, reaching to tug her shoulder pad forward a bit, then reached behind her back to do much the same with the armor there. You really want to fight me? Shadow Stalker asked her opponent, a note of incredulity in her voice. She raised her right crossbow. The one with the lethal ammunition. Skitter didn't reply. Whatever else Shadow Stalker might think of the bug girl, how the girl was creepy, a freak, she had to admit Skitter had demonstrated enough viciousness to date that she could almost respect the girl as a fellow predator. An idiot, for wanting to fight her, but kindred, in a fashion. All right, fine. Skitter gripped her weapon two-handed again. The grip was strange. Something in her left hand? Shadow Stalker realized what it was. She simultaneously moved back, gripped her cloak with her left hand and shifted to her solid state to raise the fabric as a barrier. The pepper spray spattered her cloak. When she was sure the spray had dissipated, she threw her cloak back over one shoulder and shifted to her shadow state to escape the bugs that were crawling on her, taking advantage of her solidity. She lunged after Skitter, who was running, already turning a corner at the other side of the alley. Good runner, but I'm faster. Shadow Stalker didn't need to slosh through the water, but she knew she would be faster than the other girl even if she did. It wasn't just her shadow state eliminating wind resistance, or the lightness of her body. She was a trained runner. She bounded from one wall of the alley to the one opposite, staying above the water, pursuing her target. Skitter was going up the steps of a fire escape. Shadow Stalker aimed and fired a bolt. The girl ducked, and the shot clipped a railing instead. Good reflexes. Shadow Stalker brushed away at the bugs massing around her. Or do your bugs help you watch what I'm doing? Disturbing little freak. Apparently deciding the fire escape wasn't a great option, Skitter climbed over the railing and leaped a half-story down to the pavement, putting a chain-link fence and some accumulated trash bags between herself and Shadow Stalker. Moron. I can walk through that fence. She loaded her crossbow, aimed, and fired through the fence at the girl. A flash and spray of sparks erupted as the shot made contact with the fence. Skitter stumbled as the bolt hit her, but Shadow Stalker couldn't see if it had done any damage. No, what concerned her was the flash. She ignored the fact that Skitter was disappearing, entered her solid state and touched the side of her mask. Lenses snapped into place, showing a blurry image of the alley in shades of dark green and black. The chain-link fence, however, was lit up in a very light gray. Similarly glowing, a wire was stapled to the brick of the building next to the fence, leading to a large, pale blob inside the building. A generator. The fence was electrified. Shadow Stalker snarled at what had almost been a grave mistake, entered her shadow state and leaped up and over the fence, being careful not to touch it. One of the reasons she couldn't move through walls at will, beyond the huge break in her forward momentum and the excruciating pain that came with stalling in the midst of a wall, was wiring. She remained just as vulnerable, maybe even more vulnerable, to electrocution. The people in the PRT labs couldn't tell her if she could be killed by electrocution. Traditional organs were barely present in her shadow state, but it was one of those things that couldn't be properly tested without risking killing the subject. End result? She had to be careful where she went, had received Tinker-made lenses to help her spot such threats. Skitter had known the fence was electrified, judging by the route she'd taken through the fire escape. The area here didn't have any power, so the question was whether it's something this area's inhabitants had set up to protect themselves, or was it a trap Skitter had put in place well in advance? No. More likely the girl had studied this area before carrying out any crimes. Still, it troubled her that the girl had thought to use the fence like she had. She really didn't like the idea that the villain had not only seen her face, but that she might have figured out one of her weaknesses. 2. If she counted the pepper spray. Being permeable was a problem when she absorbed gases, vapors, and aerosols directly into her body. It wouldn't affect her if she was in her shadow state, and it would eventually filter out, but if she were forced to change back, she'd suffer as badly as anyone, if not worse. Shadow Stalker caught up to the girl yet again, saw Skitter running with her swarm clustered tightly around her. Was the girl wanting to make herself a harder target? Hardly mattered. Shadow Stalker loaded and fired another bolt. At the same instant the bolt fired, the swarm parted in two. Two swarm-wreathed figures covered in bugs, each turning at a right angle to round a corner. The bolt sailed between them. One was a decoy, just a swarm in a vaguely human shape. She checked the sides of the alley and the recessed doors. Could they both be decoys? She couldn't see any obvious hiding spots that Skitter could have used at a moment's notice. Shadow Stalker closed the distance, placing herself at the intersection between the two bug-shrouded figures. Holding each crossbow out in an opposite direction, she fired at both targets at once, snapping her attention from one to the next in an attempt to see which reacted to the hit. One slowed, began to topple. She lunged after, in pursuit, loaded her crossbow and fired two more shots into the center mass of Skitter's body while airborne, then kicked downward with both feet as she landed, to shove the girl into the ground. Her body weight dissolved the blurry silhouette into a mess of bugs. A trick. Snarling, Shadow Stalker wheeled around, ran in the direction the other half of the swarm had gone. Had the girl's armor taken the bolt? Had the crossbow shot missed? More bugs were flowing from the area to join the swarm, bolstering its number enough for it to split again. She wasn't close enough to be sure of a hit, and she didn't want to waste her good arrows, so she delayed, leaped forward to close the gap. The swarm split once more, making for 4 vaguely human figures in total, each cloaked in a cloud of flying insects. Shadow Stalker snarled a curse word. One figure turned on the spot, moved as if to slide past Shadow Stalker. She lashed out, striking it in the throat, failed to hit anything solid. She loaded her crossbows, fired at the figure on the far left and the far right of the trio. No reaction. She dove after the remaining one. She made contact, drove the bug girl's face down into the water. She shifted into her shadow state, straddling Skitter. The girl turned over of her own volition easy enough, as Shadow Stalker was barely solid, but when Skitter tried to stand, Shadow Stalker resumed her normal form for a second, just long enough to force the girl back down. Picking one of her non-tranquilizer bolts from the cartridge, she held the point of the ammunition to Skitter's throat like a knife. Game over, you little freak. Skitter cocked her head a little, as if analyzing Shadow Stalker from a different perspective. What are you looking at? Shadow Stalker spat the word. Nothing to say? No last words? No begging? No fucking apologies. Skitter went limp, letting her head rest against the ground, the water lapping over most of her mask. Dark curls fanned out in the water around her, swaying as the water rippled. Guess I don't need to worry about the villain who saw my face, now. Shadow Stalker went solid and drew the razor-sharp tip of her bolt across Skitter's throat. The fabric didn't cut. Skitter struggled to get free, but Shadow Stalker's body weight was too much for her to slide free. She gripped the girl's wrists with her hands, pinned them to the ground. Irritating, she spat the word. She could always go into her shadow state, stick the arrow inside the girl and then return to normal. The problem with going that route was that it left a very characteristic imprint in the victim. She would need a way of covering up the evidence. Something she could hit Skitter with afterward that would make the wound too messy to analyze for evidence. While she craned her head to one side to the next to search for something useful, her surroundings were plunged into darkness. It took her only a moment to realize what that meant. She climbed off Skitter, moved to run. The darkness was oppressive, sluggish and moving through her, unlike ordinary air. She was slower, wasn't taking in enough oxygen. Against her will, her power instinctively adjusted, shifted her into a middle ground between her regular self and her shadow state. It left her slower, heavier. She baited me. A massive shape tore through her, dissipated her entire body. She pulled back together, but it was hard, painful and uncomfortable on an unspecific, fundamental level. It left her breathing hard, feeling like she'd just put her body through 5 hours of the hardest exercise of her life. Enervating, was that the right word? Bugs were gathering inside and around her body, making it a little harder and a little more time-consuming to pull together. Then, before she had succeeded in pulling herself all the way together, it happened again, another large form striking from another direction, passing through her lower body. She sagged. Gasped out in pain as another shape passed through her head and shoulders. The darkness absorbed her cry so it barely reached her own ears. It was only seconds later that the darkness dissipated. She was on her hands and knees, barely had the strength to move, let alone fight. She tried to raise her right crossbow, but her hand seized up, no longer under her own control as it bent to a pain like a bad Charlie horse. Her fingers curled back, and the crossbow tumbled from her fingers. She still had one in her left hand, but she was using the heel of that hand to prop herself up. Her opponents were revealed as the shadows passed, arranged in a rough ring around her. Hellhound and her dogs took up half the clearing, in front of Shadow Stalker. She held a metal ring in each hand, with 2 chains extending out from each ring. The chains, in turn, were connected to harnesses around the heads and snouts of the dogs, each animal only a little smaller than a refrigerator. They were monstrous, with scaly, horned exteriors and exposed muscle. Not as big or ugly as they could get, Shadow Stalker knew. The smallest one was barking incessantly. 3 of the 4 were pulling on the chains, hungry to get at Shadow Stalker, clearly intent on tearing her apart. Hellhound's sharp pulls on the chains contracted the bindings around their snouts, which made them stop before they could get too close. Gru stood to her left, arms folded, almost indistinguishable from the darkness behind him. After her first humiliating loss to him, she'd made it a mission to drive him out of the city. He'd stubbornly refused. A girl Shadow Stalker didn't recognize stood just behind him, wearing a black scarf and a pale grey mask with pointed horns arching over the top of her head. The eyes of the mask had lenses that were black from corner to corner, stylized to look fierce, more animal than human. Rounding out the group were Tattletale, Regent, and Skitter. Tattletale smiled, her hands clasped behind her back, while Regent twirled his scepter in his fingers. Skitter stood between the 2 of them. The bug girl bent, then crouched until she was almost at eye level with Shadow Stalker. A laugh escaped Shadow Stalker's lips, building until she couldn't balance her upper body on her weakened arm. She bent so one shoulder hit the ground, rolled onto her back, arms at her sides. She looked up at Skitter. All that drama, all that fucking nonsense about allegiances, betraying your team, was it a trick, some joke? Skitter shook her head slowly. Shadow Stalker tried to rise, but the growling of one of the dogs intensified. It was the only one that wasn't pulling on its chain, the largest and most monstrous of the 4, with one empty eye socket. Between the threat of the dog and the lack of strength in the arm that Regent wasn't fucking up, Shadow Stalker gave up and let herself slump down. Well, she spoke, her tone sarcastic, how wonderfully fucking nice for you, that you guys patched things up. You even have a new member, congratulations. I guess everything's back to normal for you freaks. No, Skitter spoke, and the bugs around her chirped, buzzed and droned to match the pitch and tone of her words. The villain hadn't done that when the Undersiders attacked the fundraiser, she remembered. Her voice was quiet, which only made it more eerie. The girl held out her hand, and Regent passed his scepter to her. Things are different now, Skitter finished. Skitter drove the scepter into Shadow Stalker's body. It was everything Shadow Stalker could do to stay solid as she felt the tines of the crown stick biting through the fabric of her costume and into her stomach. She resisted the instincts that 2.5 years of exercising her powers had lent her, because she knew what came next. It'll be worse if I'm in my shadow state, maybe lethal. Being tossed didn't hurt as much as she'd expected. It was like being doused in ice water, her entire body seizing, straining, and refusing to cooperate, the pain almost secondary. What hurt most was the way she involuntarily clenched of her jaw. The strength with which her teeth pressed together made her worry she might crack a tooth. It only lasted a moment, but her body wasn't any more cooperative after the current subsided. She lay there, huffing small breaths, every limb unresponsive. A deep, furious rage grew inside her chest, but she was impotent to do anything to release it. A pair of hands seized her, set her up. Her arm dangled limp to her side. Gru spoke from behind her. Skitter, lift her legs. Regent, support her midsection. Imp? Give me a hand with her upper body, take the other shoulder. We lift on 3, all right. Right, someone said. 1, 2, 3.